This man stands at the peak as a ninth circle Archmage, arguably the most powerful mage alive. Rather than slaying dragons or toppling kingdoms, he chooses to start a restaurant of his own. Yes, that is exactly what he does, simply because it has always been his true passion. Inside his establishment, ordinary staff have no place. Instead, he employs dragon maidens, taking care of the toughest chores and delivering meals to every guest. To keep ingredients flowing, he establishes a farm raising unusual creatures that provide exceptional milk and premium cuts of meat, along with an expansive orchard packed with fruit trees. With all this, he is set for a calm and steady life, in a realm where citizens are accustomed to consuming practically anything other than delicious cuisine. His refined dishes astonish the masses, and in pursuit of top-tier ingredients, he encounters numerous different races, seeking out elves for the most uncommon herbs, and turning to dwarves to obtain superior seasonings. He even crosses paths with additional dragons, standing watch over mountains of treasure. Clearly, working as a chef in a medieval land, brimming with sorcery and deadly beasts, is far more challenging than it first appears. Now let us return to where everything began. 15 years earlier, Ellison was merely a culinary high school student, aspiring to become a professional chef. Once he graduated, it intervened cruelly when he was struck by a speeding truck. When consciousness returns to him, he discovers he has awakened in a different world, engulfed in warfare. First, confusion leaves him unsure of his next move, until a stranger guides him into a group of fleeing civilians. From that man, Ellison learns the land is known as the Rubern Empire, or precisely the city of Greece, currently battling dragons in a brutal war. He quickly forces himself to adjust to this unfamiliar reality, convincing himself that since he has been granted another life, nothing could be worse. Moreover, he believes he can avoid compulsory service after schooling here, which eases his mind briefly. However, that comfort fades the instant a knight steps before the crowd, announcing that with mercenaries gone and no alternatives left, the emperor orders every citizen to enlist due to severe troop shortages. To address this crisis, conscription now mandates all individuals aged 17 to 45, regardless of rank, to enter the Knight Corps. So the hero finds himself drafted into service. The harsh drills crush his spirit so badly that he regrets surviving the accident. After basic training, a knight informs him he will transfer to the Mage Corps thanks to his magical potential. At midday, he is disheartened to see boiled potatoes are the sole meal available. He is stunned that everyone else considers it delicious. That realization sparks the idea that a restaurant here could thrive, since few understand genuine flavor. With renewed purpose, he resumes his military training, resolved to chase his culinary dream regardless of the obstacles. All he must do is endure 2 years until the nation overcomes the dragons. Unbeknownst to him, the conflict drags on even after his training ends. By the time he is officially released from knighthood, 15 years will have passed in this fantasy realm, and imagining that span now makes him question if he can truly withstand it. Back in the present, tears of joy well up in his eyes, his long-suppressed emotions noticed by a passing girl. She halts and introduces herself as Rain, and he explains that he runs the restaurant. When she inquires whether he lives alone, he replies that he has one family member. She enjoys sleeping in, and likely will not wake until evening. Curious about his venture, the girl asks if he requires a meat supplier, and he responds that he certainly does. She promotes her husband's butcher shop, situated to the left at the town entrance alley. He assures her he will stop by. She cautions him about her husband's rough demeanor, but he dismisses it, believing his military years prepared him for any personality. Upon meeting the butcher's sour expression, he swallows his nerves and explains he needs quality meat for his eatery. The butcher shows little interest, assuming that as a restaurant owner, he is merely a profiteer planning to resell the cuts at inflated prices. The tension breaks when the butcher's wife smacks him with a frying pan. She orders him to fetch Balaran meat for the customer, while he grumbles that men like this always cause him trouble. Despite his protests, she forces him to comply. Turning back to Ellison, she apologizes and reveals her husband was once deceived by a restaurateur, explaining his bitterness. He learns Creston used to be a mercenary, and in exchange, he shares that he served 15 years in the army. Soon after, her husband returns carrying a sack of meat, though it is not Balaran, challenging him to demonstrate his ability, since there is no chance he will part with prized Balaran so easily. That rare meat is reserved strictly for trusted establishments, and when he peers into the bag, he is surprised by what he sees. The butcher demands he cook something satisfying from this cut if he expects future business. Otherwise, no more deals will follow. He emphasizes that his palate is demanding, so the young chef must be ready to impress him. Such strict conditions leave Ellison feeling uneasy, prompting the butcher to mock him and ask if fear has taken hold. Moments later, the wife strikes him again and offers another apology. Ellison waves off her worries and confidently states he will prepare the dish regardless. Surprising her slightly, He invites them to dine at his restaurant that evening, though she hesitates knowing he will cook with the meat provided. He reassures her that the cut is sufficient to craft a satisfying meal. After he departs, she remains anxious, wondering how he intends to cook such fatty pork belly. In this unfamiliar world, animals and livestock go by entirely different names. The cut he received is actually pork belly. Inspecting it closely, he notes the meat is of excellent quality. Preston selected it because pork is considered the least valuable meat in this land, and the belly portion is cheapest of all, though he cannot grasp why locals dislike pork so much. For him, it is ideal for grilled pork belly, especially given its affordability. He then casts a fire spell and begins preparing the dish. Elsewhere, Creston and Rain quarrel over how he treated the young chef, particularly his rule about supplying meat only to restaurants he personally approves, and they argue for some time, until she realizes his attitude is simply a method of evaluating Ellison's cooking ability. She openly admits. The narrative shifts back to the days of war. Our soldiers desperately attempt to resist the advancing monsters, yet ultimately withdraw because they are vastly outnumbered. One warrior is left behind, his leg wounded and unable to flee. The beast closes in, ready to strike. But at the critical moment, our hero intervenes, unleashing a Cyril blade spell that slashes into the creature. Troops rejoice, hailing him as their rescuer. In the present day, the Archmage employs that very spell inside his kitchen. The spell's power lies in its application, and he now uses it to slice the meat precisely so the marinade seeps deep within. Moments later, the married pair step into the restaurant, and our young chef greets them warmly. Rain praises how spotless the place is, which only irritates her husband for. He subtly lifts her frying pan as a gentle warning for him to mind his manners. Back in the kitchen, he begins preparing the grill, coats the rack with oil to keep the meat tender and juicy. After that, he regulates the flame while flipping each slice carefully. As it cooks, he seasons it lightly with salt and lets it sizzle a bit longer. He then chops the grilled meat into bite-sized portions and arranges a fresh salad beside it. Since the townsfolk are unfamiliar with wrapping food in greens and mindful of Creston's particular tastes, he decides to leave that custom out. At last, he presents the finished dish to his guests, who stare at the plate in amazement. The instant Rain takes a bite. She is astonished that pork can taste this delightful when paired with crisp vegetables. He smiles, pleased by her reaction. Just then, Creston announces that he will provide him with meat supplies. Looking over, he sees that Creston's plate has been completely clean. Though still wearing a stern look and claiming he is out of pork, he is asked whether the meal satisfied him. Creston gruffly replies that he is not satisfied because he wants another serving. His wife quickly reins him in and tells him to give a proper evaluation. Creston then speaks earnestly, declaring it the finest pork he has ever tasted. He vows to supply Ellison with the highest quality pork across the empire, finalize an agreement for continued deliveries. Even so, Creston asks for more food, and Ellison gladly obliges. With that, he concludes the day's work successfully. At last, our dragon girl decides to get out of bed, lured by the irresistible aroma drifting through the. During its first week, the restaurant runs smoothly. Steady requests pouring in for pork belly. Every diner leaves with an empty plate and a satisfied smile. Night falls, he considers whether it is time to close up. While inspecting supplies, he realizes his spices are nearly depleted, and pepper is completely gone. In this old-fashioned world where trade routes are unreliable and quality spices are rare compared to modern standards, he pulls a gold coin from his pocket and forms a clever plan to solve the shortage. Using magic, he summons ingredients from the modern era. He had stumbled upon this ability while attempting to return to his original world. Despite its limits on size and weight, he appreciates having discovered such a useful spell. Feeling guilty, he sends gold coins back as payment, believing he is taking goods without consent. As he transfers the spices into containers, he reflects that he cannot summon perishables like meat or eggs, because whenever he tries, they arrive already spoiled. Another drawback is the heavy fatigue this magic causes him. Wanting to relax, he reaches for a beer he had summoned earlier, only to find the fridge empty. He instantly realizes the culprit must be the dragon girl. He storms over to scold her for finishing all his beer and leaving a mess behind. He snorts, claiming it is revenge for him not saving her any proper food. She reminds him proudly that she is Lurin, the mighty black dragon, and cleaning is beneath her dignity. He lightly taps her head and insists she peel vegetables and tidy up, drawing a weak protest that she is a dragon. Watching her, he recalls how she was orphaned during the Dragon War after losing her mother. He resolves to care for her now that she lives in human form. Though over a century old, she is still considered immature among dragons. Tempts her with Salisbury steak as a reward if she finishes her chores, instantly brightening her mood. Shortly after, Creston approaches him, requesting a drink to accompany his meal, checks the fridge, remembering the beer shortage caused by Lurin, and retrieves another bottle from storage. Hoping to avoid raising suspicion, he transfers the liquor into a different container. He presents it. Creston eyes it curiously and asks whether it is simply water. Ellison explains it is soju, a spirit that pairs perfectly with the dish. Butcher's stern face softens as he enjoys the combination. He praises the young chef for his impressive skill, noting how the drink enhances the flavor of the meat entirely. Soon after, he asks for another round, and it is served, while the chef senses something unusual in Creston's demeanor today. Creston continues drinking repeatedly until Ellison tries to stop him, warning that the liquor is potent. Creston insists, and concerned, Ellison asks what is troubling him. Creston confesses he suspects Rain of meeting another man because she dresses elegantly at the same time every month. He adds that he once followed her discreetly and saw her sitting with an old mercenary comrade who used to be close to him. Slamming his fist on the table, he complains that this friend never visits him but secretly meets his wife. He reveals she plans to see that man again today. Ellison urges him to stay calm, explaining that drowning sorrow in alcohol will not help. Creston breaks down, asking how he can endure such pain, confessing his deep love for Rain. Ellison offers to assist, convinced that Rain would never betray her husband. He approaches Lurin with a plan and tells her she can stop peeling if she joins him. She eagerly agrees without hesitation. Soon they are perched atop a rooftop, secretly observing Rain, who sits inside a restaurant, across from a man likely to be the former mercenary mentioned earlier. He initiates his strategy by asking Lurin to eavesdrop on their conversation and report back what they are discussing. Bargains for steak instead of kitchen chores as payment, and he readily accepts. Listening carefully, she hears Rain mention that Creston has grown suspicious, especially since the old friend avoids visiting him. The man admits he fears Creston's anger if he learns what he once did to help him. After hearing enough, Ellison decides to step in and leaps down from the roof. Rain continues explaining that it is all a misunderstanding. Ellison interrupts politely and asks if he may join their table. He clarifies the confusion surrounding Creston's mistaken assumption. Later, they all stand before an intoxicated Creston, who slurs compliments about how well they look together while they attempt to speak. But Creston suddenly lunges at his old friend. His punch fails to connect because Ellison conjures a magical barrier between them, urges them to talk things through and resolve the issue. In the end, it is revealed that the man had secretly funded Creston's butcher shop, leaving him stunned. Carrying a basket filled with meat and vegetables, he walks ahead and urges them to resolve their misunderstanding while he prepares supper. Since Creston is intoxicated, he opts to cook a warm soup-based dish. With the premium Baloran meat Rain provided, he chooses to make shabu-shabu. After preparing a soy-dipping sauce and bringing the broth to a boil, he strains it carefully and pours it into the pot as he continues cooking. Outside, Rain explains that the man had entrusted her with his entire savings so she could open the butcher shop. Now that their finances are stable, she repays him in monthly installments. Creston had believed the money was a reward from a noble for catching a thief, but Rain admits she lied because he would never have accepted help from meant otherwise. He apologizes for missing the shop's grand opening and for letting such a painful misunderstanding fester. Looking troubled, Creston asks why he would risk his retirement savings on someone like him. Ellison interrupts by placing the steaming pot between them and urging them to eat before the vegetables overcook. Creston remarks on how thinly sliced the meat is, prompting Ellison to explain that it ensures quick cooking in the broth. Both serve themselves into their bowls, and after tasting the soup, satisfaction spreads across their faces, especially Ment, who is sampling Ellison's food for the first time. As they dine, memories of their wartime days resurface, recalling how Creston once took a sword strike in Ment's place when rations were scarce, and they survived on thin porridge. Back then, Ment had hunted a Baloran and cooked a pungent meat stew that became their most cherished meal. Ment admits he has no plans for life after retirement, saying that helping his friend mattered more than anything else. The two exchange heartfelt apologies. Later, the dragon girl points accusingly at Ellison for forgetting his promise to cook her steak. He assures her it is not evening yet, and he will prepare it soon. He grumbles that night has already fallen, but he brushes it off and asks Ment for his opinion of the meal. Ment praises the cooking and inquires whether his mercenary team, about to depart on an escort mission, may dine there. Ellison hesitates, realizing he would need to feed an entire squad. He decides to secure a chicken, though catching one in this world proves extremely exhausting. At one point, he even jokes about torching the forest just to capture it. He regrets boldly promising chicken for the mercenaries' feast. In a flashback, he had demanded Creston supply chicken. Creston insisted it was nearly impossible due to how rare they are. After further pressing, he mentioned sightings in Lemon Forest. Now worn out from the hunt, he asks Lurin for assistance. She agrees on the condition that he handles the dishwashing instead, which he accepts. In an instant, she incinerates the chicken, jokes that she would resemble a true dragon if not for eating dragon heart, a remark she proudly embraces. Later, Lurin relaxes with a beer after completing her task. He teases her, claiming she did nothing but glare at the chicken. She insists that unleashing her fiery gaze was exhausting work, and he warns her not to finish all the beer. since they need some for the evening guests to pair with a special dish. At night, the restaurant fills with mercenaries, and one doubts whether the food will meet expectations, questioning Ment's taste. A junior mercenary defends his superior, expressing full trust in him. Other jokes that he would praise even grass if Ment recommended it. As they chat, Ellison arrives with their meals, and Ment apologizes for the noise. Ellison dismisses it, saying celebrations are never quiet. Miltine greets him courteously as he serves the dishes. When told the dish is chicken, disbelief spreads across their faces, especially Milshin, who doubts even skilled hunters could catch such prey. Yet once they taste it, astonishment replaces skepticism. Even Ment's companion admits the cooking is exceptional. Ellison returns to the kitchen to handle other tables and asks Lurin to assist due to the crowd. She arrogantly questions whether a dragon should serve ordinary humans after capturing a legendary creature. Ellison realizes she overheard everything with her sharp dragon hearing. He reminds her that running a restaurant after the war was their shared dream. Playfully claims he can manage alone if she prefers not to help. Reluctantly and a bit flustered, she agrees. Soon she is assisting with serving. Collapses onto a table once the rush ends. He brings out fried chicken and beer saved for themselves. They eat together with contented smiles. He notices she even cleaned up afterward and remarks on her growing maturity. Drained, she rests her head on his shoulder, saying she helps because it is their restaurant. He jokes about canceling their dishwashing deal, but she insists that is separate. The peaceful moment is shattered by the arrival of the Black Dragon Elder, Metadonna, who criticizes the unpleasantness of human settlements. When Ellison says his name, the dragon scoffs, claiming a mere human should not utter such a name, and questioning his presence without answering directly. Instead, he comments on how Ellison manages to live with a dragon in such a modest place, while Lurin hides behind him. Ellison points out that no one objected to him keeping Lurin, if that was the reason for visiting. The Elder confirms he has indeed come for her. Lurin insists she wishes to stay with Ellison because she felt abandoned. Corrects her, saying he was merely delayed, not abandoning her. Ellison interjects, reminding him that Lurin was promised to him and dragons honor their vows. The Elder agrees, but says earlier rules override that promise. Seeing their confusion, he explains that dragons must reach adulthood at 800 years. Those without a lair by then must become wards and go to the sacred land. And since her mother's lair was destroyed, Lurin has none. Therefore, when she turns 800 next year, she must leave or risk sparking war. Ellison boldly claims the rule is manageable and proposes building her a new lair. His confidence astonishes Metadonna, who rages at the audacity, warning that Ellison underestimates a black dragon's might despite consuming Lord Hart. Lurin attempts to calm things, assuring she is fine, while Ellison clarifies he intends to build a lair rather than seek reincarnation. Both Dragon and Elder are stunned by the suggestion. Ellison calmly elaborates on his proposal, stating they have a full year and sufficient treasure to begin construction. Still doubtful, Metadonna grants him 1 year to prove it. After departing, Ellison sets out to create a dragon's lair. Yet such a project demands immense funds and time. Fortune shifts when rumors spread that his restaurant serves Palanku meat. Customers flood in, leaving him no time to focus on his plans. Even with assistance, the workload becomes overwhelming. Realizing this pace is unsustainable, he seeks a solution. The next day, he brings Creston to the forest where Palanku roam. Creston is puzzled until Ellison proposes making him the Empire's sole Palanku supplier to attract customers. Though Creston doubts the feasibility, Ellison assures him the matter is handled and reminds him mercenaries have tasted it before. He clarifies that profits will be split evenly, since the meat will not be free. Despite irritation, Creston ultimately agrees. Ellison then conjures a massive magical barrier to keep the Palanku from migrating. Creston stands speechless, amazed by the scale and intricacy of the spell. Cannot resist asking Ellison about his true identity. Ellison merely answers that he runs a restaurant and offers no further explanation. The strategy succeeds, and before long the restaurant stands empty. And although he feels relieved, he is also slightly disheartened that not a single patron remains, prompting Lurin to question whether he is genuinely pleased. Ellison admits that at least this gives them time to focus on constructing the dragon's lair. Lurin then wonders aloud if he intends to live there with her once it is completed. He quickly dismisses the idea, clarifying that he only plans to build it, not reside inside, which causes Lurin to throw a fit and claim she no longer wants it. After some back and forth, he persuades her by promising the lair will be built close by. They settle on the hills beneath the restaurant, land that belongs to Ellison, though the interior must be reinforced with magic to keep it from collapsing. Determined, Lurin begins digging at once while Ellison excuses himself, saying he cannot leave the restaurant unattended for long. Frustrated, Lurin keeps digging as Ellison heads back to the restaurant. Inside, Ellison pauses briefly to rest. Soon, a young nobleman enters and inquires whether this is the place famed for serving palanku meat. Tired of the gossip, Ellison explains they no longer offer it and suggests visiting a nearby butcher instead. The nobleman insists on ordering something anyway, saying he simply wants a meal. Ellison decides to prepare a hamburger using premium ingredients, including fine yuba meat. He assembles it with great care, topping it with a rich demi-glace sauce and adding a freshly gathered egg. When the burger is placed before him, the nobleman marvels at its presentation. Just as he prepares to taste it, the man bursts in calling his name. Shocked to see the nobleman there, the man warns of possible food poisoning and urges him to leave, prompting Ellison to defend his establishment indignantly, insisting there is nothing wrong with the food and that the nobleman is simply a valued customer. The man reveals the young noble is the Baron and heir of Greece, yet Ellison remains unfazed and continues arguing. Eventually, the nobleman places a gold coin on the table, apologizes for the trouble, and departs without touching his meal. Later, Lurin returns covered in dirt, complaining about the exhausting labor. She demands Ellison take over the digging because she cannot continue. Already dressed to go out, he informs her he has business elsewhere. At the barony estate, Ellison approaches the young baron carrying a paper bag. He explains the meal was left behind and offers the reheated hamburger. Surprised by the gesture, the baron accepts it. Just as he is about to eat, someone knocks at the door. Irritated by the disruption, Ellison mutters that the baron deserves to enjoy his food peacefully. Dion panics at the knock, trembling as sweat beads on his forehead. His voice quivers as he asks Ellison what to do, and Ellison calmly advises him to assert his authority and firmly state that nothing is wrong. Yet the baron shakes his head, fearing no one listens to him. He is convinced the person outside will disregard him and enter anyway. The knocking intensifies, with a warning that the door will be forced open if unanswered. Lurin rolls her eyes at his hesitation and steps in, perfectly imitating the baron's voice. She commands the person outside to leave immediately and declares all is well. The baron stares in disbelief as the banging ceases. The voice outside apologizes and promises to withdraw, asking to be summoned if needed. Ellison comments that this was exactly his point. Overwhelmed, the baron suddenly kneels and declares Ellison his master, leaving him speechless. The baron then recounts his life, explaining his mother died giving birth to him, and his father remarried soon after, his stepmother being strict but constantly reminding him to act cautiously and uphold his duties as the Lord's heir. Despite her sternness, he cherished those days as some of his happiest. Everything shifted when his father fell gravely ill. The baron admits he always wished to become a great lord like his father, but under his stepmother's control he feels powerless, treated like a child by the staff and denied authority. Isolated and unable to confide in anyone, he fears that inheriting the title will change nothing. Yet today's events give him hope, and he seeks Ellison's advice again. Ellison listens skeptically and says the baron's thinking is unusual, reminding him he is only a restaurateur, not a noble instructor. Even so, he identifies the core issue as a lack of self-confidence. He observes that the baron has been intentionally restrained, preventing independence or assertion. Advises him to meet others' eyes when speaking, take responsibility for decisions, listen carefully, think deeply, and choose what feels right as a true lord should. If a decision proves wise, it is a success, and if not, he must accept the outcome and learn from it. Before continuing further, Ellison stands and remarks that the hamburger is getting cold. Left alone, the baron reflects seriously on the advice. As he bites into the hamburger, clarity dawns on him. Meanwhile, Ellison and Lurin teleport beyond the city walls, and she asks why he bothered helping the baron. Ellison produces a gold coin and says it is simply good business, worth 100,000 runes, far beyond the price of a burger. The coin shocks Lurin, and Ellison explains that such payment deserves proper service, while she grumbles about fewer burgers for herself. Elsewhere at a clinic outside the city, the elf physician Alina confides her troubles to Rain, explaining she left her homeland to heal others, but now endures prejudice and objectification. Many patients visit merely to gaze at an elf, rather than seek treatment. She recounts accusations of seduction and being treated as a spectacle. These incidents make her feel alienated despite her dedication. Rain listens thoughtfully and asks if she still finds joy in her work. Alina admits she does, though the burdens weigh heavily. Rain encourages her to pursue what she loves and suggests a hillside restaurant, assuring her it may shift her outlook and help her rediscover appreciation for her life. At the same time, Ellison continues working on the lair while Creston introduces his nephew to him, mentions Alina's arrival at the restaurant. Returning there, Ellison encounters an unexpected sight. Alina kneeling before Lurin, who wears a smug grin, declaring Alina must serve her to earn forgiveness. Ellison clenches his fists in anger and demands to know what she is doing to their guest. Earlier, Lurin had been lounging on a table when the door opened. Alina stepped in cautiously and called out to see if anyone was present. Lurin rose to greet her and mentioned the owner was away. Noticing her pointed ears, Lurin asked if she was an elf and commented on their renowned beauty. Feeling uneasy, Alina politely returned the compliment and remarked that Lurin looked young. Comment darkened Lurin's expression as she asked if she meant to imply youth. She stated that though young among dragons, she far surpassed Alina in age, commanding who permitted such familiarity. The atmosphere grew oppressive and terrifying until Alina collapsed under the pressure. This tense moment is what Ellison walks into upon returning. After reprimanding Lurin, he opens the door, apologizes for the disturbance, and invites the guest inside properly. Lurin, now nursing a bump on her head, whimpers miserably after being scolded by Ellison. Observing the scene, Alina is left bewildered and stunned. She can scarcely trust what she is seeing and wonders if the girl before her is truly a dragon. Dragons are beings of overwhelming strength, feared as walking catastrophes capable of leveling villages effortlessly. Witnessing one behave like a sulking child completely defies her expectations. Still trying to comprehend it all, Alina cautiously asks Ellison whether he is actually human. He pauses briefly before realizing Lurin must have exposed the truth. Speaking quietly, he admits that he is indeed human and confirms that the girl beside him is a dragon. He asks her to keep this confidential, explaining the matter is complicated. Alina assures him she has no desire to anger a dragon as she values her life, and Ellison attempts to calm her by saying she is safe here. He senses the first impression has gone poorly, so he changes topics and asks if she is the elf council member Rain mentioned. Alina confirms it, and Ellison grows uneasy imagining how troubling this must look from her perspective, thinking that on Earth such service would earn harsh reviews. Alina notes she has heard praise for the restaurant's vegetable dishes. Determined to redeem himself, Ellison shifts into professional mode and inquires about dietary limits, learning that her body simply cannot process meat. Taking that into account, he heads into the kitchen to prepare something suitable. After weighing his options, he settles on making pasta. He sautés onions, garlic, and mushrooms in shimmering oil, building depth with salt, sugar, and spices, while boiling spaghetti as the sauce thickens, saving a bit of pasta water to blend the sauce smoothly. When finished, he serves the plate to Alina, reassuring her that it contains no meat whatsoever. At her first bite, her face brightens, the flavors unlike anything she has experienced. She reflects that she has mostly eaten raw vegetables before. The dish is so delightful she quickly empties the plate, savoring each mouthful. Noticing her delight, Ellison jokes lightly about how much she enjoyed it. Blushing, Alina hides her face and admits she could not restrain herself because it was so delicious. He offers her a napkin and assures her there is nothing to apologize for, saying he is pleased she enjoyed it. He explains she rarely dines out since her presence draws too much attention, and most places lack proper vegetarian meals, often serving bland dishes instead. Smiling brightly, she says her view has changed after eating here and thanks Rain for the recommendation, calling it one of the finest meals she has had. Ellison feels relieved, happy to have restored the restaurant's image in her mind. Their exchange is abruptly cut short. Creston rises angrily and demands to know what Nellin has just confessed. Nellin repeats that he has learned he is not his mother's biological child, and the tension thickens as he describes how shaken he feels. Creston tries to reason with him, reminding him of his mother's devotion even after losing her husband. He stresses how honorable it is for her to raise a child, not. Nellin's voice quivers as he admits his wrongdoing, confesses he refused the lunch she made, and lashed out at her in anger. Enraged, Creston grabs him by the collar and scolds him for saying unforgivable things. The argument escalates until Ellison steps in to calm them. Just as tempers settle, Rain rushes in pale and panicked. She announces the mine has collapsed and Nellin's mother is trapped. Nellin frantically asks what happened to her. Rain says she believes his mother entered the mine, searching for him. Stricken with guilt and fear, Nellin bolts toward the mine determined to rescue her. Ellison and Alina follow swiftly to help. Upon arrival, they find chaos everywhere. People restrain Nellin from rushing inside, warning another collapse could occur. Ellison intervenes, urging calm and promising he and Alina will rescue her. Despite warnings of danger and unpredictable cave-ins, he insists it is urgent and explains Alina's healing skills may save lives. After persuasion, the crowd reluctantly permits them entry. They proceed deeper into the mine. Alina thanks Ellison for risking himself and tells him he need not endanger himself. When the mine trembles and rocks fall, Ellison conjures a protective barrier to shield them. He mentions he was once a skilled mage, before retiring and asks why she chose to risk her life here, noting she could have remained safely at her clinic in Greek City. Alina hesitates to answer, before they notice fork in the tunnel, realizing time is short, and both paths cannot be searched manually. Ellison chants a spell, summoning light spirits that brighten the darkness. Spirits split to scout each route, guiding them to injured workers. One worker, seeing the glowing lights, panics believing he is hallucinating. but Ellison and Alina arrive and assure him help is real. They determine the injuries are manageable. Alina heals them swiftly, enabling safe evacuation. Ellison clears debris with magic, while Alina tends to the wounded. The rescued miners are carried outside. Nellen's mother remains missing, so they continue searching. Eventually, they find her unconscious on the ground. Lena examines her and realizes the injuries are serious. She channels a stronger spell, bathing the area in green light as she pours in her energy. Outside the mine, Rain sobs anxiously while Creston tries to comfort her, assuring her that Alina's healing powers are formidable. Ellison reassures Nellen that his mother is safe thanks to Alina's treatment. Though exhausted, Alina explains the head injury is healed and the eye wound minor, predicting her sight will return. Seeing his mother, Nellen is consumed by remorse. Spots the breakfast basket she prepared lovingly, which he had rejected cruelly. He blames himself for her condition. Suddenly she stirs and weakly asks for Nellen. Hearing her voice, he bursts into tears. Kneeling beside her, he apologizes, confessing he feared his harsh words would be her last memory. She weeps with relief, happy to hear him call her mother again. She tells him his safety matters more than anything else. Witnessing their reunion, Lena reflects on her past. She confides to Ellison that she once considered abandoning her clinic and returning home. Discouraged by mistrust and unpleasant experiences, Rain urged her to find reasons to appreciate the place. She resented. She notes that human lives are shorter than elves, yet brimming with powerful emotions that inspire and exhaust her. Despite doubts, she admires their sincerity and passion. Admitting those qualities led her to stay and open her clinic. Then she smiles faintly. She adds she has discovered another fondness for humans, their talent for creating wonderful food, but fatigue overtakes her before she finishes. Fortunately, Ellison catches her before she falls. An uneasy silence settles over the scene as tension fills the air. Ellison channels a stream of magic into her body. The power restores her vitality, and she senses it coursing steadily through her veins. She is amazed by the method, recognizing it as a spell commonly linked to elven kind, and questions him about it. Ellison casually says he picked it up from a companion named Beden, and the name leaves Alina speechless as she realizes it belongs to the famed elven champion, prompting her to ask about their connection. But to avoid a lengthy tale, he merely remarks that he was once a renowned mage in his prime. At the same time, back at the eatery, deep within her cave, Lurin angrily digs into the ground, muttering that it is unfair for Ellison to leave her with such labor, especially when she must hide her magic from prying eyes. Just when her frustration peaks, a sudden jet of water erupts outward, soaking her from head to toe. Ellison later returns and finds the cavern in utter disarray. Mud coats the floor, and the place resembles the aftermath of a fierce battle. Lurin stands proudly amid the mess, caked entirely in grime yet oddly satisfied. When Ellison demands an explanation, she recounts how water burst from beneath and how she kept digging to trace its origin. And although anger flares within him, Ellison restrains himself, reminding himself she meant no harm as he studies the damage. Quickly deduces she pierced an underground water vein, noting that even magic cannot easily pinpoint its source, and that she excavated far deeper than planned. Then reminds her of their earlier talk about fortifying the walls, while Lurin remains unfazed by his irritation. She answers with confidence that she remembers well, insisting her protective barriers are the reason the cave still stands, though he remains unconvinced. Aware the structure requires stronger support, Ellison gathers his power and unleashes a vast stabilizing spell against the walls. Watching nervously, Lurin urges him to limit his output, warning that a lapse in control could shatter the entire mountain. Ellison heeds her caution and fine-tunes the spell so the reinforcement settles safely into place. At the same time, Lurin casts additional magic of her own, layering extra protection to prevent any collapse. After the spells take effect, a booming echo resounds throughout the cavern. Another powerful surge of water bursts forth from the earth. Observing carefully, Ellison confirms that she indeed struck a subterranean water vein. He determines it is a natural hot spring, its heat rising from deep below the ground. Before he can intervene, Lurin eagerly leaps into the steaming water in an attempt to warm up. She immediately cries out that it is scalding and fears she will be cooked alive. Ellison scolds her for acting without thinking as he watches her flail. Taking charge, he reshapes the terrain with magic, pressing his palm to the soil and crafting a smooth basin for the water to gather. Hollow forms into a pool, gradually filling with clear, comfortably warm spring water. When it is finished, Ellison lowers part of the barrier so the hot spring can flow naturally into the basin. Without hesitation, he lifts Lurin and tosses her back into the pool. She lets out a sharp scream as she splashes down. Yet once immersed, she discovers the water is soothing and perfectly tempered, thanks to Ellison having adjusted it earlier. After shrugging off his coat, Ellison calmly slips into the spring beside her, and they relax in the warmth. Curiosity gets the better of Lurin, and she asks where he disappeared to earlier, mentioning she saw him vanish. Ellison explains he rushed to rescue people after a mine collapsed, but Lurin fixates instead on whether he was accompanying the elf. He admits he sought the elf's assistance due to his lack of healing skill, and Lurin turns away in a sulk, grumbling softly. She complains that while he spent time elsewhere, she labored alone in the cave, and confesses she dislikes elves and most other races apart from dragons. Realizing jealousy is at play, Ellison attempts to ease the tension. With a flick of magic, he conjures a mug of hot cocoa and offers it to her. Despite her pout, she cannot resist and accepts the warm drink. The rich flavor delights her instantly, and her mood visibly lifts. Ellison prepares one for himself, and they sit together in the spring sipping cocoa. He begins explaining that cocoa powder originates from cacao beans. He adds that producing it involves careful harvesting, drying, roasting, and grinding, far more work than it appears. Every stage requires patience and dedication. He emphasizes that countless hands labor to create something as simple as cocoa, then reflects on his own limitations. Although his magic could level a mine, he cannot mend wounds, struggles to secure ingredients without Creston's aid, and even relies on dwarves to construct spaces like the Dragon Cave. Ellison tells her that every race has strengths and flaws, and dragons are no exception, yet that does not lessen their worth. And though she listens stubbornly, she starts to grasp his meaning. She finally admits she still treats him differently, because to her, he is incomparable. Elsewhere, far from the cavern, a band of mercenaries faces grave danger. Escorting a client, they are ambushed by brigands despite fighting fiercely. Their captain, Ment, is ultimately overpowered. The bandit drags him toward the edge of a cliff. He plunges into the shadowy abyss below. Back at the restaurant, Ellison chooses to close for the day to handle other responsibilities. Lurin spots the closed sign and questions why the doors are shut. Ellison explains that enjoying cocoa without milk made him realize they need a steady supply of ingredients to keep operations smooth. He reveals his intention to establish a farm to raise baronricks, livestock capable of producing milk. He notes that baronricks dwell downstream along the Barrent River, and when he suggests teleporting there, Lurin looks puzzled and reminds him she cannot jump to unfamiliar places. He recalls that her last successful teleport worked only because she followed the scent of his cooking to the Lord's castle. But Ellison insists she has enough direction and urges her to trust herself. After some hesitation, Lurin agrees. Together they teleport toward the lower stretch of the river. They materialize high above the ground and begin falling, arguing midair as Ellison yells at her. He demands to know why a dragon fears a fall and tells her to spread her wings. Clutching his neck, she screams that she refuses to assume her dragon form even if it costs her life. Reasons she will not share. She absolutely refuses to use her draconic powers. Rather than argue, Ellison casts a spell to ensure they land unharmed. After they safely reach the ground, Lurin stares in awe at the vast expanse of water before her. Ellison informs her it is the sea, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Quickly redirects her attention to their objective. They must capture around 10 baronricks, and he proposes that whoever catches fewer will wash dishes, prompting her to accept the challenge with determination. Meanwhile, back at the restaurant, 3 devoted patrons linger outside, appearing close to fainting from hunger. Unable to endure without Ellison's cuisine, they wait patiently for his return. As time drags on, the trio share their complaints about how long it has been since their last meal. By the shoreline, Ellison and Lurin spot the baronricks calmly grazing. Using subtle mind control tied to her dragon nature, Lurin guides them into a temporary enclosure with ease. Ellison remarks that the makeshift pen will suffice for now, though he plans to build proper shelters later. With the baronricks secured, he suggests returning to the restaurant. Upon arrival, Ellison is shocked to find the 3 customers still waiting outside, looking on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, he arrives just in time to avert disaster. He hurriedly cooks their favorite meals, and as they eat, Creston jokingly speculates about what might have happened had Ellison not come back. Creston quips they would have prepared 3 graves beside the restaurant, labeled as deaths by starvation, leaving Ellison shaking his head at the grim humor. Meanwhile, Lurin, having lost their wager, scrubs dishes in the kitchen. Creston notices the livestock plans and asks how Ellison intends to manage them with limited help. Ellison admits he has considered it and plans to hire workers, explaining the meadow requires careful upkeep, so he will post a notice and conduct interviews. Creston finds the proposal amusing, mentions hearing that elves can discern a person's true motives. He adds that as a young master, Baron must learn to judge honesty for himself. Nevertheless, Creston volunteers to assist in the interviews, claiming his mercenary background sharpens his insight, and Alina and Baron also offer their help in selecting the right candidate. The following day, interviews for the meadow caretaker commence. The recruitment notice attracts a sizable crowd of hopeful applicants. Creston, Alina, and Dion enthusiastically assume the role of evaluators. First candidate enters but is quickly rejected, as Creston comments that his presence lacks vitality. The next applicant is a striking young man who appears lively and self-assured. Creston initially seems quite impressed. However, Elena wastes no time rejecting him. She activates her gift to peer directly into his mind. Discovering his thoughts are filled with improper fantasies about her, she immediately orders him to leave. The third candidate, a confident middle-aged man, boasts of 30 years of experience and vows to craft the finest meadow in Greek city. But Dion decides to handle the questioning. He fires off an intense stream of inquiries about how the man intends to keep the Baronrix comfortable. He presses further about treating illness or injury and organizing feeding routines, even presenting a dense scroll demanding precise written responses. Unable to cope with the relentless interrogation, the man grumbles that the process is absurd and storms out in irritation. Observing the scene, Ellison grows increasingly uncomfortable. The trio's overzealous energy and excessive standards quickly derail the interviews into total disorder. As more applicants step forward, the excuses for rejection become more and more ridiculous. Some are turned away before they can even state their names. Ellison watches in stunned disbelief, nearly in tears at their outrageous behavior. By sunset, no candidates remain, yet Creston innocently wonders if perhaps the listed pay was too low. He fails to realize their conduct alone frightened everyone away. The situation spiraling, Ellison intervenes, thanking them politely but announcing he will oversee the next interviews himself. Just as he finishes speaking, Miltine enters, saying she noticed the hiring notice and wishes to apply. Creston is startled by her sudden return and asks why she is not still out on her escort assignment. She explains their team was ambushed and that Ment fell from a cliff while shielding her. Creston's expression darkens as he demands to know why Ment kept this from him. Miltine reveals Ment survived, but permanently lost the use of one leg and has since retired from mercenary life. Her expression turns somber as she recounts the painful memory. Although Elena the healer wished to help, too much time had passed to restore his mobility, and now she can only monitor his condition. Lurin bluntly asks why Miltine is job hunting when Ment is the one injured. Ellison quickly reprimands Lurin for her insensitivity, reminding her that Miltine is already burdened and needs support, not criticism. Even so, Ellison silently shares Lurin's curiosity. It does seem unusual for a seasoned mercenary like Miltine to abandon her trade and seek work here. Blushing awkwardly, Miltine admits she hopes to find employment not just for herself, but for Ment too, and her deepening blush reveals her heartfelt intentions. Creston, astonished, asks her age. When she states she is 29, he exclaims that Ment is 13 years older than her. Miltine firmly replies that such an age difference means nothing to her. Elena questions why the gap matters at all, noting that 13 years is trivial among elves, until Archie clarifies that humans' shorter lifespans make such differences more significant. Despite the discussion, Miltine remains unwavering, declaring she left the guild and will secure work here even if she must struggle to survive. Lurin seems fascinated by her resolve and remarks that age is irrelevant, hinting at her own hidden years. Ellison acknowledges her devotion and thanks her for wanting to stand beside Ment. Still, he notes they have not yet heard Ment's thoughts on the matter. Blushing again, she confesses she has not spoken to him yet, planning to find work first before telling him. He explains Ment trained her in swordsmanship and weapon care, and now she wishes to prove she can manage farm duties and support him. Elena finds her loyalty touching and admires her commitment, yet she wonders whether the words spoken fully capture the depth of the situation. After reflecting, Ellison says that once she draws her first bucket of milk, he knows the perfect dish to celebrate with Ment. He warmly welcomes her aboard, expressing enthusiasm about working together. The following morning, Miltine arrives bright and early for her first shift. She begins by leading the Baronrix out from their enclosure to graze, carefully approaching the nearest animal. She notes their calm demeanor and assumes the task will be simple, wondering what magic keeps them so docile. Unfortunately, even a small bump from one sends her sprawling onto the ground. Regardless of the techniques she attempts, she repeatedly struggles to manage them. Several times she is knocked down while trying to guide the herd. As hours pass, frustration builds within her. That evening, while offering dry hay, they cluster around her instead of grazing on the fresh grass she indicates. Sitting down with a sigh, she complains about her exhaustion. She fears dismissal before ever working alongside Ment, and just as despair sets in, one Baronrix approaches and gently nudges her. To her astonishment, it appears to sense her mood. It calmly allows her to milk it without resistance. Thrilled, she fills her first bucket and hurries to show Ellison. He congratulates her, admitting he expected the milestone would take at least a week. Smiling warmly, he commends her effort and instructs her to change into fresh clothes. Confused, she asks what comes next, and Ellison explains they will craft a fermented milk dish, a cheese-topped pizza. He patiently guides her through each step, beginning with heating the milk and adding vinegar to form curds. As he works, he describes kneading the curds in warm water to remove whey and shape mozzarella. Watching the unfamiliar transformation, she comments that it looks unlike any cheese she has seen. Ellison reassures her that it is simply another variety. He suggests this special dish would be an ideal way to confess her feelings to men. Blushing intensely, she denies planning any confession, yet the thought lingers in her mind. While kneading dough, Ellison casually brags about his past popularity, prompting her to ask about his romantic history. He admits he has never gone on a date, then hands her the completed pizza and advises that sincerity is always best. Encouraging her to pour her heart into it, he assures her Ment will recognize the effort, and though she rolls her eyes, she takes the pizza determined to see him. Once everything is prepared, the group heads to visit Ment and check on his condition. Meanwhile, Miltine waits outside, nervously clutching the pizza. The others spend time chatting and catching up. Ellison soon introduces Alina to Ment, explaining she is a respected elven healer who runs a famous clinic, and appears surprised and somewhat awed by the introduction. At that point, Miltine steps inside. Blushing deeply, she timidly asks Ment how he is feeling. Ment begins to suspect the reason behind the visit. Alina calmly applies her magic to his injured leg. Though she cannot fully restore it, her treatment eases his discomfort and supports rehabilitation. Afterward, Ment looks at Miltine and reminds her she had something important to say. His expectant tone makes her heart pound as sweat forms on her brow. The others watch quietly, hoping she will confess. Instead, panic overtakes her, and she abruptly asks if he is hungry. Suggesting they eat first, she recalls Ellison's words that honesty works when sincere. She presents the heart-shaped pizza she carefully prepared. In a trembling voice, she explains that it is called pizza. She says she made it herself with Ellison's help, and shyly asks if he likes how it looks. Ment fails to grasp the hidden meaning and simply suggests eating, immediately taking a slice. After tasting it, he remarks in surprise that although he once thought cheese was foul-smelling, this one is delicious. He praises its flavor and texture enthusiastically, while Miltine eats in silence. When the meal ends, Ment compliments her cooking, amazed she created something so distinctive and tasty. Gathering courage once more, she asks what plans he has for his future. The seriousness in her tone causes him to pause, and he admits he has not considered it. He then proposes that he come work with her at Ellison's ranch. Ment is startled by her suggestion and asks what she means by the ranch, prompting Ellison to explain that he recently obtained it and would be honored to have Ment join them. Surprised, Ment learns that Miltine is already employed there and questions what became of her mercenary duties. Embarrassed, Miltine averts her gaze. Summoning her courage, she confesses that she left the guild right after Ment stepped down. She declares openly that she wants to remain by his side from now on, no longer able to hide her feelings. Ment responds with a gentle smile and accepts the offer to work at the ranch. The agreement fills Miltine with overwhelming happiness. The rest of the group shares in the cheerful mood. Yet Ment's next remark shocks her speechless when he casually suggests she meet younger men now that she has left the mercenaries, adding that she is at a good age to start dating. Miltine stiffens in silence while Ellison rubs his neck awkwardly, realizing Ment has completely misread the situation. Oblivious, Ment continues discussing when he might begin his duties at the ranch. Ellison gently advises him to prioritize recovery and avoid rushing into work. As they prepare to depart, Ellison apologizes to Miltine, admitting he believed sincerity alone would succeed. On their return trip, he attempts to console her. She brushes off his worry, forcing a smile and insisting that working together will give her many chances to grow closer to Ment, and that she is not upset. She adds that she looks forward to collaborating with everyone before walking ahead. Once out of sight, she quietly breaks down in tears. Even so, she vows not to abandon her resolve. The others watch her retreating figure. They feel sympathy, yet do not know how to comfort her. Meanwhile, Ment sits alone, lost in contemplation. It appears he understands the truth, but is unwilling to confront it. The following day, Crown Prince Leon of the Loving Empire arrives nearby. Though he maintains a courteous smile, his face betrays clear dissatisfaction with the rustic environment. Along the road, he notices two striking women standing nearby. Without hesitation, he approaches and invites them to spend the evening at the castle. Porgo observes this and questions Madrina about the prince's conduct. Frowning, Porgo complains about the Greek city lord's failure to provide a proper welcome. Elsewhere, Dion prepares to receive the prince. With his mother ill, he must attend alone, and the steward encourages him by reminding him of his duty. He tells Dion that he now stands for his people and carries their trust. Dion enters the chamber where Prince Leon and Porgo wait and steadies himself. He silently asks his father for strength and wisdom. The air at the table is heavy as Porgo asks about Count Greek's condition. Dion's face darkens as he explains his father remains bedridden a burden weighing on him. Prince Leon remarks coolly that it is regrettable, noting that Count Greek once served under Duke Sarin. Dion cautiously replies that they have not spoken in a long time, while the prince mentions rumors of Sarin's declining health, and Dion remains guarded. Seizing the moment, Porgo suggests Dion reconsider his loyalties, claims that siding with him would protect Greek and secure Baron's standing, leaving Baron hesitant under the gravity of the choice. Baron answers carefully that he cannot decide such a matter on the spot. Porgo refuses to ease his pressure. He cites a neighboring civil war and a massive irrigation initiative, explaining these will lead to heavier taxation for regions like Greece. Shocked, Baron asks whether this comes as an official order from the central court. Porgo smirks and downplays the question, stressing that governing the land is the Count's duty. He repeats that aligning with him could lighten the load, warning that indecision invites unrest and power struggles. Baron suddenly declares he will host a grand banquet and deliver his answer afterward. Porgo seems unimpressed, viewing it as unnecessary delay. Prince Leon, however, shows interest, saying he is weary of palace cuisine and eager to try something different. Uneasy, Dion agrees and promises a dish worthy of their expectations. At the restaurant, Ellison prepares a meal for his staff. The scent of fried rice fills the air and whets everyone's appetite. Corinne grumbles about her shrinking appetite while eating, and Ellison assures her there is ample food for more servings. Suddenly, armored knights storm inside, their leader pointing a drawn sword and demanding the owner. Calmly, Ellison asks them to lower their weapons and reminds them that diners deserve peace. The knights ignore his composure, and one presses a blade against his throat. He orders Ellison to kneel or suffer consequences. Ellison's tolerance begins to fade. A firm voice, he warns the knight to leave. Unaware of the danger, the knight lifts his sword to strike. Before he can swing, a sharp command rings out. The voice orders the knights to halt and belongs to Darien. He is the vice captain and an acquaintance of Ellison. Darien scolds his men and commands them to kneel outside with raised hands. He apologizes, explaining they were told to patrol the area but exceeded their authority, and Ellison accepts the apology while asking him to prevent future incidents. A nostalgic expression crosses Darien's face. He recalls when Ellison rescued his battalion in a desperate battle. He describes how Ellison alone shattered enemy ranks and reversed the tide. Ellison modestly credits the soldiers' discipline and Darien's leadership instead. Darien grows serious and shares that during the war, his devotion to honor left his wife struggling in poverty, a regret he carries. He reveals Ellison secretly sent his refused reward to his wife, a kindness he can never repay. Wanting to repay him, Darien proposes something bold. His suggestion leaves Ellison stunned. He proposes shutting down every other restaurant in Greece, so Ellison's place becomes unrivaled. Before Ellison can object, Darien excitedly begins issuing commands, much to his alarm. Elsewhere, Porgo grows uneasy about the prince dining at an unknown venue. The risk concerns him. Leon appears unconcerned. As they travel, arrows suddenly rain toward the prince. They are stopped instantly by a shimmering magical shield. Madrina, the Grand Mage escorting him, raises the barrier effortlessly. Assassins emerge and declare they intend to kill only the prince. Madrina responds without hesitation. She unleashes devastating magic. The earth trembles violently, leaving the attackers powerless. Her mere presence crushes all opposition, proving why she was chosen to guard the crown prince. The ground ruptures, and the assassins are buried beneath falling debris. Leon stands unharmed amid the ruins, reflecting that Madrina's overwhelming power ensures no foe can challenge them. He praises her as the Empire's greatest weapon, though she remains modest. Watching from afar, Dion is stunned and realizes the rumors of her strength were true. Is a 7th-ranked Grand Mage capable of destroying armies alone. Back at the restaurant, Ellison jokes with Darien about his habit of acting before thinking. Darien admits his impulsiveness and vows to improve. Ellison reminds him of a past incident when that recklessness caused problems. Darien laughs sheepishly and promises to be more careful. Their talk is cut short when Darien notices someone approaching. His expression turns serious. He orders the knights outside to stand still immediately. He urgently informs them that the crown prince is on his way. Ellison, however, remains composed and reflective. He realizes this explains the recent movements of the First Knight Order in Greek City. Ellison greets Prince Leon with due respect yet stays alert, aware of the weight behind such a visit. Among Leon's entourage, something immediately catches Ellison's eye. He notices Madrina dressed in an old Royal Mage Corps uniform, which Leon also quickly recognizes. Leon points out Ellison's apparent connection to the Corps. Ellison casually replies that he still wears it out of habit and comfort despite having been discharged years ago. Leon seems delighted by this detail and enthusiastically presents Madrina. He introduces her as a 7th-ranked Grand Mage, assuming Ellison must know of her, and eagerly calls her forward. Madrina stiffens nervously while Porgo impatiently calls her name again, snapping her from hesitation. She dismounts slowly, removes her helmet and approaches the prince. Leon proudly introduces her to Ellison, unaware of her tension, while she struggles to remain steady, recalling his intimidating presence and fearing any mistake. When Ellison offers her a gentle and almost friendly smile, she interprets it as a subtle warning and nervously claims they have never met before. Leon accepts her answer with mild disappointment. Madrina understands that Ellison is pretending ignorance to avoid complications. He quickly shifts the topic, announcing they will host a banquet at the restaurant. She politely requests that Ellison prepare an exceptional feast. Inside, Leon praises the restaurant's cleanliness as the mood shifts. Ellison apologizes for the modest setting, explaining he had not expected such esteemed guests, but Leon dismisses the concern, saying taste matters most. Leon challenges Ellison to create a dish worthy of impressing a crown prince. To heighten the stakes, he proposes a bold wager with Dion, declaring that if the food disappoints, Dion must run naked through the city, leaving him visibly shaken as Leon insists. Ellison accepts without hesitation, determined to uphold his name. He begins by serving a refined mushroom soup. Leon notes its pleasing aroma and balanced seasoning. He deems it unremarkable compared to the fine soups he has tasted. Progo concurs, describing it as decent but not extraordinary. Ellison turns to Madrina, inviting her thoughts. She hesitates as she lifts the lid, only to discover a note floating in the broth urging her to give a passionate endorsement. Her pulse quickens as she grasps the need for quick improvisation. After tasting it, she suddenly slams the table and rises theatrically. With dramatic flair, she proclaims the soup transcendent, comparing its taste to ninth-level magic. Her outburst leaves Leon and Progo staring in disbelief. Though exaggerated, her performance eases the tension surrounding Ellison. Internally shaking and embarrassed, Madrina urges Leon to try again, insisting fervently on its excellence. Leon, amused by her enthusiasm, agrees to another taste and teasingly remarks that her reactions are livelier than expected. Dion attempts to smooth things over, admitting the soup is good and that under different circumstances he might request another serving. Still, everyone senses that Madrina's intensity stems from more than flavor, as someone of her stature has surely tasted finer dishes. Leon and Progo also notice the mismatch, quietly wondering why she would behave so dramatically. Leon glances at Ellison, suspecting he may be the cause. Ellison suppresses a chuckle and promises a more impressive course before confidently heading back to the kitchen. Leon comments that while acceptable, the soup resembles palace fare. Progo jokes about Madrina's sudden fondness for mushrooms and promises to include them in her meals back home. Flustered, Madrina insists the soup is special and hurriedly finishes it to avoid further talk. At the bottom, another note appears instructing her to meet Ellison behind the restaurant. Realizing she drank it too quickly, she panics and accidentally spits out what remains. Her coughing draws Leon's attention, and he whispers to Progo that her behavior is strangely erratic. Madrina excuses herself and slips out the back. Ellison waits there casually leaning against a railing. She approaches carefully and nervously asks if he summoned her. Shimmering rainbow barrier suddenly surrounds them. Recognizing the soundproof spell, she understands their talk is private. Ellison turns with a pleasant yet unreadable smile. He greets her warmly, noting it has been a long time and teasing that her praise felt more theatrical than sincere, leaving her flustered. He reminds her of his warning to avoid crossing paths again, his smile fading as a heavy aura emerges, making clear her presence breaches their agreement. In panic, she insists she had no idea he was here. Unmoved, Ellison asks why she accompanies Leon. She explains she follows Duke Timurin's orders to strengthen influence in various territories, but Ellison interrupts, uninterested in those ambitions. He presses her about Leon's true purpose as she sweats under his gaze. Ellison describes Leon as corrupt and indulgent, abusing privilege while feigning political indifference. His tone darkens as he mentions Leon's manipulation of Dion. He demands to know the prince's ultimate objective. Trembling, Madrina claims she cannot disclose it. She pleads that even torture would not force such secrets from her. Ellison's expression turns icy as he tests her resolve. She admits she only wishes to leave safely. Later, she returns to the table pale and shaken, drawing silent concern from Leon and Progo. Pressing a hand to her chest, she weakly says she was savoring the aftertaste. Leon remarks it is surprising to find such cuisine in a remote establishment. His sideways glance at Dion suggests suspicion. Still, he resumes discussion of the wager. Turning to Duke Tamaran, he restates that only a truly satisfying dish will settle their bet. Leon's grin sharpens as he mocks Baron. He claims that even if Dion's father recovered and cooked himself, it would not suffice. Dion tightens his fists but answers calmly. He states he will endure humiliation if it safeguards his people. His determination earns quiet respect, even from Leon. Though the prince masks it with laughter, as sunset light fills the room, Ellison presents the main dish. He lifts the lid to reveal what resembles a mound of smoky clay. Progo questions it skeptically, and Ellison explains it is a clay-baked chicken from an ancient recipe. With a small mallet, he cracks the hardened shell. Perfectly roasted chicken is revealed inside. Its fragrance captivates the entire table. Ellison carves it while explaining its meaning. He compares it to a treasure hidden beneath plain soil, hinting at deeper implications. His subtle critique of Leon leaves the prince momentarily speechless. Ellison calmly observes Leon's reaction before adding a final remark. He speaks of how appearances deceive, but truth ultimately surfaces. The message hangs heavily over the table. Each word seems sharper than the last. Leon feels an unfamiliar unease settle in. Sudden shift in tone surprises everyone as Ellison stands composed, holding a fragment of clay like a symbol of hidden truths. He proposes discussing the Ruben Empire's condition, noting its decline after war with dragons. Explains that weakening royal authority has allowed counts to expand unchecked, and the room falls silent at his precision. Leon grows increasingly uneasy as Ellison observes that the king's fading power leaves the crown prince vulnerable. Ellison suggests that relinquishing ambition entirely may be the safest path, causing sweat to bead on Leon's brow as his composure falters. He speaks in a strained voice, claiming he has no desire for authority and is satisfied with a life of harmless pleasures, agreeing with Leon in a tone that almost sounds accusatory. He remarks that Leon has long concealed his ambition behind the mask of a carefree libertine. Duke Progo bristles at the accusation, glaring fiercely and interrupting with sharp warnings, demanding to know if Ellison grasps the danger of his words. Ellison remains steady and composed, urging them to hear him out. He escalates the claim, asserting that Leon's foolish persona hides deliberate calculation. According to him, Leon intends to reclaim royal authority and strike against the overreaching nobles. Progo's anger erupts as he slams the table and calls for Deputy Commander Darian. Tension thickens when Darian enters, visibly uneasy about the situation. Progo fixes Ellison with a murderous glare and warns he has overstepped. Ellison laughs softly, unfazed, suggesting that silencing him would not be simple. Enraged, Progo orders his men to kill Ellison at once, but before chaos unfolds, Leon suddenly intervenes. He calmly lifts his fork and samples the roasted chicken. The exaggerated sound of his chewing commands attention. Laughing loudly, he invites everyone to relax and continue eating. He pounds the table to reinforce his authority. His unexpected display leaves the others stunned. Slowly, they resume their seats. They eat in silence, though the air remains heavy. Leon, however, seems delighted and remarks between bites that acting foolish has taught him much. Meeting Progo's eyes, he grins and says a clever man knows when to play along, leaving Progo visibly uncertain. At last, Leon declares the matter settled. He announces Dion as the winner of their wager, surprising him. Standing, Leon drapes his cloak and thanks Ellison for the feast. With a casual gesture, he orders his knights to prepare for departure, and the party exits. The room gradually relaxes as they leave, and Ellison watches quietly. He holds his composure until the doors close. Only then does he exhale deeply and wipe sweat from his brow. Dion, bewildered, asks how Ellison managed the confrontation so effortlessly. Ellison smiles, saying not everything requires explanation. Sometimes, he adds, wisdom lies in timing rather than force. The ride back to the capital is silent, with Progo and Madrina lost in thought. Darian stares ahead, still confused by the banquet's events. Breaking the quiet, Leon asks Madrina about Ellison, recalling she once mentioned him. She hesitates before admitting Ellison is indeed the man she spoke of. Progo scoffs, doubting Ellison poses any true threat. Leon, however, chuckles and acknowledges that Ellison's boldness signals real strength. He reflects on how he and his allies gained influence. They relied heavily on fear to bend nobles to their will. Now Leon wonders whether earning trust might be wiser. Back at the restaurant, Ellison inspects a small barn he recently constructed. He admires it briefly before trouble strikes. One of the animals kicks the structure. The barn collapses in a heap of broken timber. Embarrassed, Ellison admits he lacked the skill for proper construction. Laughing at himself, he decides to leave such tasks to experts next time. Focus shifts to Milyar. There appears Serena, a towering red-haired warrior known as the Scarlet Dragon Guardian. She greets intruders with a dangerous grin. Her fierce posture signals she intends to punish trespassers. Stepping forward, she accidentally kicks a golden crown. Sharp edge strikes her shin, and she yelps, hopping on one foot. Clutching her leg, her intimidating aura collapses into awkwardness, turning the moment almost comedic. Elsewhere on the mountain, Lurin grumbles about her dislike of mountains, while Ellison reassures her they are nearly there. He questions why they did not hire human builders, and he explains the work requires dwarven mastery. Curious, Lurin imagines the dwarf village as a masterpiece of craft. Upon arrival, They instead find a massive moss-covered gate cracked with age. It gives the place a deserted and eerie feel. Beyond it lie scattered skeletons, evidence of past tragedy. Lurin instinctively prepares for combat and wonders who caused the devastation. Suddenly, debris scatters as a red dragon emerges. The dragon speaks with disdain toward the newcomers, mocks them loudly, disappointed that no powerful dragon arrived. Seeing only a young dragon and a human, it sneers at their insignificance. Archie remains calm, drops his bag, signaling readiness. The dragon is startled by his fearless stance. Angered, it prepares its devastating scarlet roar. Flames burst forth in a destructive torrent. Ellison swiftly activates his magic. Lightning crackles from his hands. The fiery attack is reduced to nothing by his spell. Dragon is stunned by the effortless defense. Ellison retaliates with a counter spell. Blast scorches its scales painfully. The dragon gasps, questioning whether he is even human. Serena begins to panic as events spiral. Bravado fades, and she begs for mercy, denying responsibility for the ruin. She claims the village was already destroyed when she arrived. She mentions an underground door she cannot open. Spotting an opportunity, she softens her tone and steps closer to Ellison, wrapping an arm around him flirtatiously. She offers to guide him and suggests she would be more enjoyable company than Lurin. Lurin angrily intervenes, declaring her claim and kicking Serena's shin. Serena groans again, but grudgingly reveals the door's location. Ellison and Lurin venture deeper into the mountain. They discover a massive carved door glowing faintly. Voice from within warns them to leave. Ellison studies the magical seal and concludes it is a protective barrier, while Lurin's attempts to force it open prove useless. Glowing core pulses in response, issuing another warning. The voice accuses dragons of causing the destruction. Lurin grows impatient with caution and insists it is simple. Ellison points out dragon traces on the door, complicating matters. Hot-headed, Lurin suggests killing another red dragon to solve it. Ellison assures her he prefers a peaceful and strategic solution. He asks the voice how long the door has been sealed. It replies that nearly a year has passed. Ellison remarks that shortages and problems are unsurprising after so long. Voice questions his motives and whether he serves the red dragon. Lurin angrily denies any association, protesting they are nothing like the dragon's servants. Ellison swiftly places a hand over her mouth, signaling her to stay composed. He addresses the unseen speaker calmly, saying he understands their worries and wishes to assist, but refuses to pressure them any further. With the entrance still sealed, Ellison begins making preparations. He arranges stones into a neat pile and uses a spell to spark a cooking flame. Lurin observes him, torn between fascination and doubt. While the flames pop and hiss, Ellison casually remarks that they must eat before embarking on the lengthy road ahead. The dwarves inside have endured a full year of hunger. The aroma of roasting sausages captures their attention, and they call out to ask what he is up to. He replies that they are merely getting ready for their onward journey. The rich scent of grilled meat drifts into the chamber, prompting complaints as they question why he would dine so openly before them. Ellison answers that traveling back outside for provisions would be troublesome, so they might as well eat where they stand. Lurin, catching on to his idea, produces a bundle of sausages, and soon the savory smell of frying meat spreads everywhere, capturing the dwarves' focus. The two of them each take a sausage and crack open a beer, clinking them together in satisfaction. At that moment, the door slowly swings inward. Dwarven leader steps out, lured by the tempting aroma. Ellison allows himself a knowing grin, confident his tactic has succeeded. The entrance opens fully to reveal gaunt, underfed dwarves whose hollow faces betray their hardship, and the sight of food drives them nearly wild. Observing their frailty, Ellison gently urges them to eat slowly and savor every bite. White-bearded dwarf tastes the sausage and tears well in his eyes, while another cheerfully notes how well it complements the air. Ellison muses that giving liquor to starving folk is often unwise. Yet these dwarves are sturdy drinkers and not in immediate danger. Still wary, the chief inquires about the flavor. Ellison assures him it is a rare delicacy. The leader bursts into hearty laughter, admitting they owe Ellison greatly for the feast. Ever courteous, Ellison offers to distribute more to the others, then asks about a dwarf named Jeltzar. Startled, the chief wonders how he knows the name, and Ellison explains they are acquainted and he wishes to speak with him. Understanding Ellison's ties to influential individuals, the chief consents to guide him to Jeltzar. Descend into a twisting, shadowy mine that shelters a settlement of only 20 to 30 remaining dwarves. Ellison quietly questions how such a once flourishing clan fell so low. Before long, they stop at a certain tent. The chief calls inside to announce Ellison's presence. Within, Jeltsar, leader of the dwarves, welcomes him warmly, recognizing Ellison as a longtime companion. With silver hair and a flowing beard, Jeltsar stands as a seasoned and thoughtful ruler. He expresses regret that their reunion occurs under grim conditions. Jeltsar then wonders aloud if Lurin is the Almighty One. Flattered, she answers proudly as his keen gaze detects the aura surrounding her. Ellison promptly asks about the collapse of their people, seeking to understand how their thriving minds were reduced to ruin. After a brief struggle with his emotions, Jeltsar confesses the harsh reality: a red dragon assault. Though they battled bravely, the dwarves were overwhelmed by the dragons. Only a handful survived, fleeing underground to preserve what little remained. Feeling there is more beneath the surface, Ellison presses for details about the assault, especially how the dragons appeared. Jeltsar reveals it was not a lone beast, but several dragons acting together. This confirms Ellison's doubts. The damage on the door suggests a planned and unified strike. He begins considering whether some greater force is compelling the dragons to unite. Lost in thought over what this might imply, Jeltsar quietly reaches beneath the table and presses a concealed switch. The shelf shifts aside, uncovering a hidden corridor. He guides them into a secret chamber, explaining that although dragons attacked many times before, they always endured thanks to a guardian who defended them. Jeltsar produces a gemstone glowing with ethereal blue light, casting radiance across the room. The illumination exposes an enormous dragon skeleton. He introduces the remains as Killer, the honorable golden dragon who once safeguarded the dwarves. Ellison stands in stunned silence at the colossal bones. He estimates Kullert lived over 5 centuries, deeply moved by the dragon's sacrifice. Jeltsar quickly notes they never paid tribute to the dragon. Kullert aided them out of goodwill, shielding them from threats and sharing wisdom. But even Kullert could not escape time's toll. Ellison and Lurin remain awestruck and speechless. Sensing their questions, Jeltsar discloses that the red dragon's attacks revolve around an ancient Mabel, a core of magical essence. This sacred stone can give rise to a dragon king. For generations, the dwarves guarded it under the watch of noble Kullert, their divine protector. Jeltsar explains that a dragon lord commands authority over all dragonkind. Legends claim that beneath such a ruler, dragons would form an unstoppable second army, capable of annihilating the world at their master's whim. Moreover, only the rarest dragons can produce this ancient marble. Thus, Kullert shielded it from those who might abuse its power. However, Jeltsar admits uncertainty about how many essences are required to create a dragon lord as he continues speaking. Lurin struggles to remain composed as she listens. Thoughts drift back to her childhood as a young dragon. When memories of her mother comforting her surface, tears begin to fall, and Jeltsar watches her with concern. Seeing her distress, he steps forward and embraces her gently. Through sobs, she reveals that 3 such essences are necessary to awaken a true dragon lord capable of ruling the world. The dwarf leader apologizes sincerely for stirring painful memories. He explains that the topic always brings sorrow. He once attempted with Kullert to destroy the essence, but no method succeeded. Ellison calmly shares his decision, leaving Jeltsar utterly astonished. They have plans to establish a lyre in a Greek city, so he invites the dwarves to join them and build a fresh homeland there. Besides, Lurin's expression makes clear she has no desire to see a dragon lord come into existence. Otherwise, the dragons will continue to assault them in the years ahead. The dwarven chief hesitates at the proposal. Ellison quickly assures him there is no pressure, as the choice rests entirely with them. Afterward, he checks on Lurin's condition, and she replies she is fine while asking if they should carry the ancient marble along. He responds that protective magic has been set in case of intrusion. Furthermore, departing immediately would be difficult due to the deep memories tied to this place. As they step outside, the dwarf approaches Jeltsar, who passes him the remaining food from Ellison. The dwarf reports that the others have already begun eating, unable to resist the feast. His eyes shine at the sight of his people celebrating after such a long fast. Quietly observes their smiling faces. The image brings back a memory of when Kullert once summoned him, asking if he did not find this cavern too tight and dim. He replied that though it might feel cramped to a dragon, it suited dwarves perfectly. Kullert advised him to leave someday, explaining they were chained to this site because of the essence, and when he eventually passed, other dragons would hunt them to seize it, since he alone concealed the essence with his power. The chief objected, insisting he would never abandon Kullert or the essence. Ultimately, Kullert urged him to move on and allow future generations to live freely. For clinging to the wishes of the dead should not rob the living of joy. Returning to the present, he recalls Kullert's words, realizing the dragon never intended him to guard the essence forever. Now, watching his people laugh and feast together, he understands what has been sacrificed. Meanwhile, the 2 protagonists continue their journey, only to be halted by the dwarves. He is astonished to find them packed and prepared to depart. They pledge to assist Lurin in constructing her lair, Afterwards, travel to the Greek city and begin building it. Ellison worries slightly about starting immediately given the dwarves' weakened state. The chief dismisses his concern, confident they are capable, then requests additional sausages, and Ellison gladly provides them. Soon after, the chief entrusts Ellison with the magical essence, placing the destiny of the dwarven race in his hands, along with it. Curious, Lurin suggests he absorb it, leaving him confused as he assumes she is teasing. He chooses to safeguard it for now, which displeases her. She reminds him that a new dragon lord must never be born. He agrees with her warning, revealing he already has measures in mind to prevent such an outcome. The focus shifts to the red-haired woman, weeping after her defeat at their hands. He senses someone approaching and assumes it is Jar. Instead, Ellison and Lurin step into view. Ellison cheerfully remarks that she possesses a remarkable treasure despite refusing tribute. He then presents the essence, seeking answers from her. Alarmed, she insists she has already disclosed everything they needed. He questions her about a man named Jairda, wondering if he was her ally since she did not confront the dwarf alongside him. She nods in agreement and clarifies that she had been involved with that dragon, mistakenly believing he was Jairda. She goes on to say she never saw any gang activity, as she had only lived there for about 6 months. They then question her about the supposed treasure in this place. She insists once again that she never accepted any offerings or tribute. Moments later, she lifts the spell she had cast, revealing that the so-called treasure was merely a fabricated illusion. Tears stream down her face as she tells him to take whatever he desires, and he finally realizes she had been falsely blamed. The setting shifts to Ellison's restaurant, where he welcomes 2 visitors, Alina and Ment. Noticing Ment using crutches, Ellison asks about the condition of his leg. Ment explains that his recovery was largely thanks to Alina's dedication. Alina quickly denies taking credit, saying Ment's own determination pushed him through rehabilitation. Ellison commends Alina anyway, which irritates Lurin slightly. Before asking how her clinic has been operating, she responds that things are progressing smoothly. He suspects Rain's influence might be playing a role in that success. His thoughts are cut short when the dwarf chief's voice rings out, asking for some of the stew leftovers from last time. Lena stares in shock at the dwarf and questions whether Ellison allowed them to tunnel beneath his property, sparking a brief argument. Shortly after, Creston walks in and demands to know why the restaurant was closed the previous day. Hearing the commotion between elf and dwarf, Ellison decides to prepare food for everyone, reminding himself that this is, after all, a restaurant. Soon enough, he is placing dishes in front of each guest. The meal delights them all, especially Ment, who had been craving that pizza. Group happily savors every bite. He checks in to see if anyone would like another serving. Meanwhile, Dion peers through the restaurant window and calls out to his master. Ellison steps outside and asks if Dion is searching for him, then gently asks what is troubling him. Dion asks whether Ellison could create a dessert capable of bringing a smile back to his mother's face. Ellison appears willing to grant the heartfelt request. The following morning, he is in Dion's luxurious kitchen, where Dion assures him that all necessary ingredients are available and offers to provide anything additional if required. After inspecting the supplies, Ellison remarks that the Count's kitchen contains rare spices found nowhere else. He notices the household chef standing nervously, unsettled by the Count's unexpected presence. At last, he informs Dion that he has everything needed to craft the perfect dessert for his mother, which fills the boy with relief. That evening, Ellison feels disappointed when Lady Berna refuses to taste the dessert placed before her. He even fears it would be worse if she sampled a bite, only to abandon the rest. He asks when Lady Berna lost interest in sweets, and Dion explains she once adored them. However, after relocating to the Greek city, she became far stricter, a change that also troubles his father. The story then flashes back to a younger Dion seated with his parents. His father gently urges his mother not to be overly severe with their son. She answers that her intention is to instill in him the etiquette expected of someone born into nobility. He cuts in to ask whether that is why she no longer smiles. Points out that since arriving here she has stopped talking about what she enjoys or dislikes, and urges her to relax because this place is now her home. Meanwhile, she suddenly notices that she has finished her dessert without realizing it while her husband was speaking. Observing this, the Lord reassures her that despite the ongoing war and sugar shortages, he will always make sure she has sweets to enjoy. Dion concludes his tale to Archie. He explains that this was how he came to understand his mother's fondness for desserts. That was why his father kept providing endless sweets in an effort to brighten her days. Witnessing their dedication, he eventually gives them a genuine, heartfelt smile one day. One afternoon, young Dion heads toward the castle hall when he freezes upon hearing raised voices coming from his mother's chamber. Someone is blaming her for failing to produce an heir, even after 5 years of marriage. The person then flings the door open in front of him and storms away. His mother steps out shortly after and gently tells him not to be concerned. She then resumes instructing him in proper manners, However, her tone softens greatly, and with her frequent smiles, they begin to feel more like a true family. On another day, they are together in the kitchen preparing desserts. His mother struggles terribly, while he manages to bake his bread successfully. Noticing her messy state, he tries to comfort her. He tells her that her effort alone makes it worthwhile. Just then, the servants interrupt them while they are still in, announcing that his father has suddenly collapsed. They admit they have no idea what caused his condition. The symptoms are so unusual that no one can identify the illness. He bursts into tears, and when he looks toward his mother, he is frightened by the deep disappointment etched across her face. After that day, she gives up eating desserts entirely. Moreover, from then on she manages him only through messages sent by servants instead of speaking to him herself. That is why he runs to Ellison's restaurant. He breaks down, confessing that he longs to laugh and share meals with his family again, though it feels like an impossible dream. After our guy leaves Dion's residence, he reflects on everything while walking back to the restaurant. He finds the Countess's actions peculiar, but cannot grasp what drives her behavior. She controls Dion's life while keeping him at arm's length. Yet if he is not her biological child, why was she the first to open her heart to him? He suddenly halts, realizing that guilt might be the force shaping her conduct. He rushes to Lurin, who is drinking beer and hurriedly hides it when he barges in. He vaguely asks what it would mean if someone collapsed, and she then stopped eating sweets afterward. Lurin remarks that he sounds intoxicated. Meanwhile, at the Count's estate, Lady Berna carefully feeds and nurses her ailing husband. The door opens, and someone informs her about certain arrangements. He also reports that Count Dedrin has arrived. She promptly exits the room. The moment she steps outside, our duo slip into the room and examine the Count. He wonders if there is any way to cure him, and Lurin answers that it exceeds her abilities, prompting him to ask whether she at least knows the cause. He replies that too much time has gone by to trace the origin. She questions why he is there, and as he rummages through drawers, he says he wants to uncover Lady Berna's true motives. He then notices the Count staring at something, realizes the man is attempting to signal them. He turns around and spots a piano. They search it immediately and discover hidden papers inside, and according to these documents, Lady Berna has been siphoning not only taxes, but also supplies from the Greek city. He is stunned when he reads the name of the document's compiler. Without delay, he instructs Lurin to head to the imperial capital and bring someone back. Meanwhile, Lady Berna enters another chamber of the palace. She sees her father standing with a sinister grin, none other than Count Dedrin. Dion sits in his room when Ellison walks in, joking that he has come to deliver a hamburger. He then gives him the confidential papers he discovered earlier. Dion is shocked to learn from them that the Greek city's taxes are being sent to Lord Dedrin. Ellison cautions him to keep his voice down, since that very lord is currently in the house. Dion grows uneasy as he grasps his mother's real intentions and wonders who managed to collect such proof. Ellison urges him to verify it with his own eyes. Dion is astonished to find that the confession was written by the Countess herself. He asks in disbelief why she would admit everything. Ellison reveals a specific type of magic usable only in special cases, and invites him to join in uncovering the full truth. Meanwhile, Lady Berna coldly questions her father about his reason for coming. He simply smiles and says he merely wished to visit his daughter. She snaps back that there has never been such affection between them. He then flatly mentions hearing that when the Crown Prince and Duke Tamaran entered the Greek city, Dion was the one who welcomed them. She attempts to deny involvement, but he erupts in anger and shouts at her. Her father coolly remarks that if Dion is gaining confidence alone, he will have to make him share his father's fate. Her expression darkens at his admission, and she furiously demands he repeat himself. He signals another scheme, as one of his men moves to abduct her. Ellison and Dion overhear every word of this exchange. They also hear Dedrin command his men to imprison the Countess underground. Dion wants to seize control and attempts to summon the soldiers. Ellison stops him before he can. He warns that the soldiers may already be allied with Count Dedrin, since his father was poisoned on Dedrin's orders through those very men. Dion asks Ellison to help capture them, and Ellison says he can, but they lack proof tying them to his father's poisoning. At best, they could arrest them for kidnapping, and using Lady Berna's evidence would also lead to her arrest. They must devise a scenario that allows them to secure undeniable proof. Just then, Lurin appears through a portal holding a woman, and declares they now have a high-ranking individual who can help obtain solid evidence. Dion is completely bewildered by what is happening. Ellison tells him to act along for the moment because he has a strategy in mind. The following morning, Dedrin visits his daughter, feigning sorrow over her plight before asking her to accompany him. She screams at him to leave Dion out of it, insisting he already has what he wanted. He scolds her, saying that her failure to bear an heir secures Dion's position, and admits he originally intended to poison Dion first. He then reveals that he has already served him breakfast, suggesting that the poison has already been administered. She is horrified to see Dion suffering the same fate as his father. He cries out in anguish, declaring how vile it feels to share blood with him while sobbing for Dion. At that instant, a servant hands him the evidence previously uncovered by Dion and Ellison. Documents provide sufficient proof against him. Upon seeing them, he shouts that she truly is his daughter, then sets the papers ablaze, while wickedly plotting how to twist the narrative, claiming she went insane and murdered her family because of their condition. And then he even tries to take his own life, prepares himself to move against Dion. Yet the armored soldier is actually Ellison in disguise, stepping in to comfort Lady Berna. Just before Dedrin can strike at Dion, protective spell intercepts and blocks the blow. In the following instant, Chief Magician Madrin accuses him outright of attempted murder. Dion drops the pretense and announces that the charade is finished. His mother is overcome with relief at seeing him unharmed, and Lady Berna thanks the heavens for her son's safety. Dedrin, meanwhile, is stunned as the situation shifts against him. Madrina orders him to comply with the imperial decree peacefully and without struggle. However, he coldly claims the dagger was merely for protection and slipped while he was walking, insisting he never meant to kill anyone. Madrina, who had anticipated such excuses, conjures the poisoned breakfast prepared for Dion and demands he eat it to prove he is innocent. Trembling, he reaches for the meal, but ultimately flings it aside. Realizing he is cornered, he drags his daughter down with him by exposing her alleged embezzlement of the Greek city's taxes. The tide turns again when Dion presents the burned remains of the documents. Dedrin is left without any evidence to incriminate his mother. Madrina looks to the soldiers and questions why they stand idle instead of assisting. They reply that they are simply obeying the Count's commands. She responds by striking down one soldier, declaring that certain laws are unbreakable regardless of rank, yet a mere Count dares to defy them. Then commands the imperial troops to apprehend the Count's men. Enraged by the turn of events, Dedrin shouts furiously at Dion. Soon after, all those aligned with Count Dedrin are taken into custody. Ellison approaches the Countess and releases her restraints. She inquires about who he truly is. Dion cuts in before he can answer. She urgently asks whether he has been hurt, assures her he is fine, sits beside her, and gently questions why she avoids his gaze. She admits the burden of guilt she carries and the suffering that followed because of her actions. Feeling unworthy, she begs him not to forgive her. He tells her forgiveness is unnecessary because she bears no blame, placing the fault entirely on Count Dedrin. He then scolds her for hiding the evidence instead of trusting them and revealing everything. They should have stood by her and offered their support. In the end, she embraces him and vows never to repeat such mistakes. Meanwhile, Dedrin rants at the soldiers, boasting about his identity and threatening to kill them once free. In the next instant, Ellison appears directly before him. Dedrin demands to know if he is a mage dispatched by the palace. Ellison replies solemnly that despite already ruling vast lands, Dedrin still greedily sought control of the Greek city. As punishment, Ellison brings the castle crumbling down around him. Forcing him to watch everything he built collapse into ruin. Meanwhile, Dion arranges a grand bouquet of desserts outside his home with his companions. The sight of countless sweets leaves everyone amazed. Their celebration is interrupted when Madrina gestures toward Dedrin's domain. They all witness Dedrin's castle, suspended high in the sky. Within moments, our boy reduces it to dust. Dedrin screams in fury as he sees his estate destroyed. Ellison casually remarks that he is giving him one last display of fireworks, as he will never see such lights again. Meanwhile, Dion asks Lady Berna what she thinks of the spectacle. Overjoyed and savoring her dessert, she calls it the finest feast she has ever experienced. Everyone continues enjoying the sweets afterward. At night, Lady Berna sits in her room with a peaceful look, saying it has been ages since she truly savored dessert. She admits she once viewed the castle as a prison, but now feels freed from its confines. She tends to her husband and reassures him about Dion, promising she will no longer hide the truth, which brings a gentle smile to his face. She then tells him she has something long overdue to confess. She clasps his hand tenderly and openly declares her love for him. Dion, listening outside their room, smiles warmly at her words. Meanwhile, Dedrin is pelted with stones by his own people, feels utterly wretched seeing his ruined lands and his own downfall. At the same time, Dariant informs Ellison that many spies have been captured, though vigilance is still necessary. Ellison thanks Dariant and apologizes for abducting Madrin at night, then asks how Tamorin reacted. Dariant says Tamurin was initially stunned, but accepted it once he learned it was part of the plan, and may visit to observe the outcome. As he grows quiet, Dariant marvels at how much stronger our boy has become. Unaware of these thoughts, Ellison remarks that the show is over, and hopes brighter days await the Greek city. But his wish is answered with rain the following day. Lurin complains that she had just put out the laundry to dry. The rainfall also disrupts Miltine's tasks. After some time, our boy scolds them and forbids working outdoors in such weather. They protest. He suggests they lend a hand inside the restaurant instead. He then helps dry Lurin so she will not catch a chill. Miltine and Ment stand there, bewildered, holding their towels. Soon after, Benin walks in and interrupts them. He says he was craving something hot to warm himself in the cold. Ellison prepares a bowl of knife-cut chicken noodle soup for him. Benin recalls that he had stopped serving chicken, and Ellison explains he resumed using it since many customers travel to Creston, then asks about the state of Benin's orchards in the rain. Benin jokes that Ellison wants him to abandon his orchards so he can buy them, and Ellison replies he would be disappointed since he offered well above market value. Both laugh heartily, and Benin adds that staying at the orchard would not stop the rain anyway. He takes a sip, hums in approval, and says the trip was worthwhile. Lurin grumbles about why he stopped drying her, and he replies that he now understands something, then serves Benin a drink as well. Watching Lurin and Ellison's exchange, Benin asks if he has any regrets he wishes he could undo. Question makes our boy hesitate briefly. Observing his reaction, Benin assumes he has none. He remarks that judging from his interactions with Lurin, it seems so. Ellison corrects him gently, saying Lurin is not his wife. He says this with a calm and composed expression. Benin reminisces about the woman he loved since childhood for 3 decades. He shares that her name was Meal, and no other woman ever touched his heart the same way. Our boy curiously asks if he ever confessed, and Benin admits he never did. Believed that with the time they spent together, they would naturally end up as a couple. But as adults, she began speaking about marriage, so he planned to take her on a date to the outskirts and finally reveal his feelings. But he lost that chance when the dragon attack occurred. Ellison's face darkens as he recalls that was when he arrived in this world, and the war against dragons erupted soon after. With regret, Benin admits he fled in fear during that crisis. He never saw her again until 15 years later, when he encountered her once more. Now he is tormented by both his past cowardice and her presence in this city. Standing there deep in thought, he confesses he was too afraid to face her and avoided going out, though he still longs for her. He then advises him to cherish his wife, so he will not live with regret later. And before Benin departs, our boy once again clarifies that Lurin is not his spouse. After Benin leaves and darkness settles, our boy finds himself reflecting on him, on the man who has carried love in his heart for 15 long years. He even jokes that those years felt as heavy as a century and a half in dragon time. Following day, he asks Rain about Meal, who has recently grown close to her. Rain tells him that Meal has just opened a repair shop and seems burdened with personal concerns. Ellison inquires about the nature of those worries. Rain explains that Meal is haunted by the same regret that troubles Benin. This revelation leaves him stunned. He presses her for more details about their conversation. Rain says Meal had asked why she did not recognize her face. She answered that she had only recently moved to the city with her husband. Rain then reveals that Meal once left this place because she had fallen in love. When the moment came to confess, she fled in fear instead. She heard that he had come to meet her carrying a bouquet of flowers 15 years ago. Back in the present, our boy solemnly tells Rain that Meal's beloved was actually Benin. He recounts everything Benin shared the night before. We realize both Meal and Benin reached the meeting spot, but escaped because of the dragon attack, and afterward each assumed the other had abandoned their love. Saddened, they reflect on the 15 years of regret the pair endured, and Rain adds that Meal rejected every arranged marriage because of it. He reassures her that he has an idea and asks her to deliver a message to Meal. Later, he heads to Benin's orchard. He hands Benin a magnifying glass and mentions that Meal's eyesight is poor and offers to adjust it if needed. Benin is utterly bewildered by this. Ignoring his confusion, our boy tells him to go beyond the Greek city, the place where he had planned to meet her 15 years ago, assuring him she will be waiting. Perplexed, Benin asks what he means, and Ellison explains that while mistakes happen, clinging to them is a different matter. He reminds him that he already knows the answer deep down. That evening, Benin sets out with doubts clouding his mind, yet his desire to see her pushes him forward, and soon he spots her beneath the tree. She turns and immediately recognizes him. Both are overwhelmed at seeing each other after so many years. He says there is something she has wanted to confess since that day. He admits he feels exactly the same. At the same time, they both confess that they ran away 15 years ago. Hearing identical words from each other, they pause in disbelief. Surprise fills their faces, which soon shifts into gentle laughter. They begin laughing together. From a hilltop, Rain and Ellison watch the reunion happily, and Rain asks why he did not simply tell them the truth. He replies that such matters must be resolved by the people involved. They feel sorrow that a simple misunderstanding caused 15 years of pain. Now reunited, the couple returns to the city hand in hand. A few days later, Benin visits the restaurant and agrees to sell his orchards. Our hero ensures he pays him generously. With the money, they purchase a house in the heart of the Greek city. They marry, determined never to let regret control their lives again. Meanwhile, our boy is pleased to secure land for the dwarves, and Lurin is content they are settling in her lair. Still, she grumbles that he chooses to live at the restaurant when her lair is spacious. Seeing her mood, he recalls Benin's advice, promises to move in with her once construction is finished. She beams brightly at his decision, confirms it, and adds, he may even build a passage linking the lair to the restaurant. She suddenly grows excited about her lair. Later, she sits before the dwarf chief, who informs her the lair is 70% complete and will be done before next year. Ellison serves them as they discuss the hardships of building, and the dwarf says they can never repay him for granting them land. At every table, people chat and debate various topics, laughing and teasing while savoring their meals. As night gradually settles, two weary and shabby-looking men, the wandering brothers Lint and Mate, approach, drawn by the delicious aroma. They knock and ask for work, saying they saw a flyer seeking staff for the ranch. Ellison replies that the flyer was just discarded. Their faces fall in despair. Sensing this, he reassures them that extra help might still be welcome and invites them to sit and eat while they talk. He begins preparing something warm for the cold evening, starting with pork. Another pot, he simmers a stew with key seasonings and finishes by adding MSG. Before long, the pork stew is ready. The brothers hesitate when the meat is served. Ellison reassures them he has plenty left, easing their worries and prompting them to eat. They are astonished by the tenderness of the meat and the richness of the broth. The warmth fills them with comfort and joy. They thank him sincerely, calling it the finest meal they have ever tasted. Ellison advises them to slow down, since they seem to have been starving, then asks why they want to work at the ranch. Mate replies that they genuinely love animals and are hardworking despite lacking experience. Ellison looks to Alina seriously and asks her opinion. He admits they appear persistent, but suspects they are concealing something. He then instructs the brothers to show their wrists. With no other choice, they comply. Everyone's expression turns grave upon seeing the marks of shackles. Mate blurts out that they did serve time in prison. He insists it was for his brother's sake. Apologizing for deceiving them, he stands, assuming they will not be hired. As he moves to leave, his brother tries to stop him. He argues that they seem kind and might help if they knew the full story. But Mate, disheartened, says a crime remains a crime regardless. He refuses to justify what he did. He admits he does not regret the act itself. Suddenly, his brother's voice halts him, asking why he is leaving without finishing his meal. Inside, Lurin questions Ellison about rejecting the brothers. He answers that they likely have a story, but are not yet ready to share it. Then inspects the spices and decides to summon more. Because business has been unusually busy lately, the summoning magic leaves him drained. Lurin protests out of concern, and he admits he had not considered the strain until gaining Lord Hart. His condition worsens, and he struggles to gather mana. Eventually, he loses control of his magic entirely. In the very next second, he drops to the ground and collapses. Even in that state, he thinks that if he must fall, he wants her by his side. When he regains consciousness, he sees Lurin in tears, utterly frantic over him. She anxiously asks how he is, and he downplays it, saying he merely drained his mana. Confusion bursts out because he is a 9th-class Archmage and should not be exhausted so easily. He gently reassures her that he will recover soon. She then asks if there is anything he needs, insisting she will do whatever it takes. The only thing he requests is for her to cook him a meal. That request makes her yell in exasperation, since she has no cooking skills whatsoever. The focus shifts to the vagrant brothers trembling in the freezing night, unable to find work because their criminal past repels everyone. One of them mutters that prison was at least warm compared to this. Later, they nibble on stolen scraps when a cat growls nearby. Realizing it is not enough, Mate rummages through a trash bin hoping to find leftovers. Suddenly, a sinister-looking man with a subordinate approaches after hearing the brothers were recently released. The brothers are stunned to see Supervisor Rotunda still pursuing them. Mate bristles with anger at Rotunda's presence and admits he once made a mistake. Though he wants to retaliate, Lint restrains him, warning that they could repeat the tragedy of 2 years ago. The memory drifts back to that time. Rotunda had been a construction overseer harassing a guard, a helpless woman whose husband worked under him. He was abruptly interrupted by the wandering brothers. They reported that Section 3's support had collapsed, causing injuries. Hearing this, the woman rushed out in panic to check on her husband. Watching his target slip away, Rotunda grew furious. He shifted the blame for the collapse onto the laborers. Mate argued they followed the blueprint precisely, and boldly accused him of using substandard materials. Enraged, Rotunda beat them, reminding them he was the one who had hired these orphans. He fired them instantly and declared the damages would be deducted, leaving them indebted. Lint desperately begged for leniency. Rotunda's gaze lingered on him with unsettling interest. Crudely suggested Lint could earn money by pleasing a noble in bed. The insult enraged Mate, who lunged at Rotunda. His henchmen intervened. Mate was strong enough to beat Rotunda severely. Back in the present, Lint scolds Mate for constantly starting fights. He insists they need to find shelter instead of trouble. Meanwhile, Rotunda seethes and orders his men to drag the brothers out for revenge. One subordinate warns that causing unrest without Dedrin's backing is risky. Rotunda slaps him and boasts he needs no one's support to act. His eyes then fall upon Alina. Seeing her heading toward Ellison's restaurant, he greedily plans to approach her. He commands his men to check the surroundings first. Inside the restaurant, Ellison studies the ancient marble. It is the source of his fatigue because he absorbed its power. Though unplanned, he must absorb more, as his mana depletion worsens the side effects. He resolves to begin soon, since full absorption requires time. Yet he decides to wait until Lurin brings him food. Believed her years beside him meant she could handle cooking. However, strange noises from the kitchen make him fear he may starve instead. In the kitchen, Lurin has burned the meal beyond saving. She cries, worried that feeding him such food might harm him. Wanting to help, she considers calling Alina to treat him. Despite disliking her, she is willing to swallow her pride for Ellison. Unable to detect Alina's scent, she even contemplates kidnapping a chef. Suddenly she pauses, struck by how dependent she has always been. She lacks healing magic. She cannot cook either, and his earlier words echo in her mind, that even a dragon cannot survive alone in this world. Chill runs through her as she realizes she can do nothing for him. The focus shifts to Alina being seized by Rotunda's subordinate. The man leers at the elf and boasts of visiting her clinic many times. He demands to know Lint and Mate's whereabouts, threatening her if she refuses. He assumes she may not know the ex-prisoners, but she calmly states that she does. In the next instant, she activates her magic, declaring she will not reveal anything regardless. Furious, he chases after her, but Mate's fist crashes into his face, exposing himself from hiding. He apologizes to Lint, who grips a stick ready to fight. Mate reassures him that this fight might at least keep them warm through winter. Alina asks why they are there. Lint urges her to run, saying this conflict concerns them alone. Mate fumes that the thug attacked someone uninvolved. Rotunda remains composed amid the chaos. He coldly announces they will die here. He has hired Roman, a gang leader of Greek City, to teach the brothers a brutal lesson. The scene moves to rain. She hears knocking and goes to answer. Lurin stands outside asking for Alina's clinic location. Outside, Mate battles Roman fiercely, but begins to lose. Lint rushes to assist him. Roman swiftly grabs his throat and throws him down. Seeing his brother helpless, Lint pleads desperately. Rotunda praises Roman's skill, citing his battlefield experience. Roman asks if he should continue beating them, and Rotunda says he wants the younger one. He also instructs Roman to track where the elf fled. This command infuriates Mate even more. He prepares to strike Roman again. Meanwhile, Alina tends to someone's injured wrist. At the same time, Mate wrestles with his own turmoil. He is not the type to ignore cruelty. Powerless against Roman, he wonders if enduring it 2 years ago might have changed everything. Suddenly, their heroine appears. Following the elf's scent, she arrives and demands assistance. Alina admits she is in no condition to help. Roman senses that Lurin is no ordinary girl. He retreats, leaving Lint and Mate behind. Alina quickly moves to heal the injured. Rotunda stands bewildered at the turn of events. He orders his men to seize the woman, but is stunned when they scatter. Taking matters into his own hands, Rotunda lunges to grab Lurin with the intent to capture and sell her. In the blink of an eye, she disappears and reappears after tearing his arm clean off. The sight leaves everyone frozen in shock. She rushes to Alina at once, pleading for help because Ellison's condition is critical. Soon after, Alina is shown, channeling healing magic into Ellison. Though drained, he offers his gratitude to both her and Lurin, thanking them for coming to his aid while he struggles to stay conscious. Alina ends up depleting nearly all her mana due to the immense power within Ellison. Lurin glances at her with a flicker of jealousy in her eyes. That jealousy softens, and she sincerely thanks Alina. Both of them are astonished to hear her express gratitude. She quickly protests, claiming she was simply emotional. Ellison then invites the brothers to step inside. Mate expresses appreciation for their protection. Ellison thanks them as well, believing they were the ones who saved Alina. Lint clarifies that she was targeted because Rotunda was pursuing them, and she became involved unintentionally. Ellison reassures them that they are not responsible for someone else's cruelty. He then asks why they hid the full truth from him earlier. Mate admits he wanted to atone quietly for his wrongdoing. Ellison asks if they have anywhere to stay. Reading their hesitation, he shows them a gold coin sufficient for a month's lodging at an inn. When Mate questions his motive, he explains it is because he wants them to begin ranch work the next day. Mate reminds him that they carry criminal records. Ellison interrupts, saying they have already paid for their mistakes and that he now understands who the true villain is. Overwhelmed with gratitude, they begin calling him their elder brother. Gently corrects them, saying he would rather be their employer. The following morning, the brothers start work at the ranch and address Miltine as senior. She beams with pride and warmly accepts them. Ment, however, studies the shackle scars on their wrists with suspicion. She openly states that although she respects Ellison's choice, she does not fully trust them. She adds that she would gladly beat Rotunda herself. Her fierce comment brings a grin to Mate's face. Meanwhile, Ellison works with the ancient marble, pleased as his mana gradually recovers. Only a handful of days remain. He notices Lurin acting somewhat unusual lately. Watching the growing crowd in the restaurant, he asks what she is observing. There are many unfamiliar faces among the guests. He cannot decipher her thoughts either. In truth, Lurin is studying the women adorned with jewelry. He asks why they wear such ornaments. He explains it is for beauty, and reminds her that dragon lairs are often filled with treasures. She replies quietly that her mother's lair lacked such splendor. He asks if she would enjoy receiving jewelry as a gift. She glances at Meal, accepting a necklace from Benin. Her confusion about such gestures deepens. Before they continue, Dion calls out with exciting news. Once seated, he announces Rotunda's arrest for numerous offenses, betrayed by his own men. He also reveals Dedrin had been backing him all along. Exhausted, Dion remarks that trouble keeps resurfacing, and while eating a burger, he praises Ellison's handling of matters. He then asks if Ellison is free in 3 days, and Ellison agrees. Ellison whispers something to him, prompting an eager promise to join in. 3 days later, he sits before the dwarf chiefs in a dim chamber. The chief begins to speak, but he interrupts, requesting to inspect the item first. The chief presents it, and he declares it flawless, then offers the dwarves a large container filled with sausages and beer. He invites them to attend the upcoming event. The chief declines politely, saying construction has reached its final stage. The scene shifts to Rain, who is thrilled about the restaurant event. Ellison also encourages the ranch staff to participate as the place buzzes with activity. Lurin steps outside and asks what is happening, thanks everyone for coming, and indirectly answers her inquiry. He announces a quiz called "What Did You Put in My Mouth?" Contestants will taste mystery dishes while blindfolded and guess the ingredients, with a grand prize awaiting the winner. Ent nominates Miltine to go first. She hesitates, unsure if what she will eat is safe. He assures her everything is edible, though perspective may vary. Blindfolded, Miltine is fed something soft and warm. It is unlike anything she has tasted before. She surrenders, and it is revealed to be a marshmallow. He explains he learned it from a distant homeland. Though she enjoys it, she dislikes being blindfolded while eating sweets. Preston volunteers next with confidence. He quickly fails, unable to recognize the red chili he is chewing. Ellison grows more excited with each round, then turns toward Lurin, blindfolding her while reminding her not to use magic. He places a bite of food in her mouth. Her face tightens into a pout. She carefully analyzes the flavors. Quickly, she declares it to be cake. Removing the blindfold, she is met with roaring cheers. With a gentle smile, Ellison wishes her a happy birthday. She sees the entire crowd celebrating her. He admits he expected her to suspect a surprise party, but she did not. He asks if the gathering was truly for her. He teases Alina that gratitude might be in order. Lurin crosses her arms and insists she will not thank him. Ignoring her protest, he presents a box as her prize. Inside is a pair of dwarf-crafted earrings. She pierces her ear instantly using magic, then asks how it looks. He shrugs that it is fine, though she recalls Meal receiving a gift. Soon she smiles brightly, calling it beautiful now that she understands the joy of receiving a present. The quiz resumes afterward. Rain and Mate both fail miserably. Later, everyone enjoys cake as the celebration winds down. She remarks that it is the first birthday she has spent surrounded by so many people. She notes it is her final birthday before adulthood, so it deserves to be special. They then notice snow beginning to fall outside. Ellison invites her to step out and watch it together. Over coffee on the terrace, they marvel that a year has already passed since their arrival, and he comments that it must have felt fleeting to her. He points out that for an ordinary person it would be overwhelming, then reminds him that his situation is unusual too since he absorbed Lord Hart. He responds in an even tone that he cannot tell if it will truly extend his lifespan, and adds that he only took in a portion of the heart, not all of it. A streak of light suddenly races across the night sky. Ellison nudges her gently and tells her to make a wish. She smiles faintly and says she already wished for the chance to remain by his side a while longer. When he presses her about it, she keeps silent, her solemn expression giving nothing away. A playful tone, Ellison guesses it might be something he would like as well, but Lurin refuses to reveal it and urges him to focus on his own wish. At the same time, within the Black Dragon Shrine, Nice storms inside, fury written across his face as he seeks out his uncle Dihigma. Dihigma sits composed upon the throne. Nice vents his anger over allowing a human to walk free, claiming it disgraces the Black Dragon clan, and Dihigma coolly asks if this concerns Ruin, striking the truth. Nias falters briefly before admitting it, and Dihigma sharply reprimands him, tells Nice that if he truly cared about the girl, he should have shown kindness instead of tormenting her. Nice argues that it is not merely personal, pointing out that many young women were lost in the last war and peace may not endure, so relying on an old vow seems foolish. Dihigma cautions him against belittling the human and stresses that breaking their word would tarnish the clan's honor. A crafty idea forms in Nice's mind, and he pretends to agree, saying he will obey as long as there is proper justification. Wearing a sly smile, he departs convinced he has found a solution. High in the icy Arctic peaks, Lurin wraps herself tightly in layers until only part of her face can be seen. She asks Ellison why they have come here, and he eagerly explains they are searching for rare fungi, leaving her puzzled about their importance. Ellison clarifies that the mushrooms are extremely scarce and could earn him a great fortune. He recounts a tale of nomads who used pigs to locate one and later sold it for an enormous sum. Lurin then questions how he expects to track them down. Ellison admits the truffles have a distinctive scent, yet are difficult to find since they grow beneath the soil. He proposes that her dragon senses might make the task easier. Lurin exhales in frustration at being relied upon again, but reluctantly agrees to assist. A piercing howl abruptly cuts off their discussion. Ahead of them, several goblins are assaulting a massive feline near a cliff's edge. Spear-wielding goblins surround a huge mutated cat by the precipice, stabbing viciously as the trembling beast cries out in agony. The creature appears moments away from being slain. Suddenly, a crimson flash slices through the air. A streak strikes the cat's leg, forcing it to collapse. Before the goblins can finish it off, Ellison steps between them. Raising a shield spell, he protects the animal and declares that whatever their reasons for fighting, they cannot settle it here. The goblins barely have time to respond. A single fierce look from Lurin makes them quake in terror. They immediately drop their spears and scatter in panic. The wounded cat remains sprawled on the ground, stunned. Ellison notes that the goblins fled because of her, yet Lurin accepts the praise calmly and replies she would not boast over such a thing. As the cat regains some strength, it approaches them again with a wary, slightly hostile gaze. Before they can react, it rolls onto its back and wags its tail, revealing a friendly nature. Watching this, Ellison is reminded of Dean at the restaurant begging to be taken as a disciple, the same desperate eagerness reflected in the cat. He wonders aloud what the creature wants, prompting Lurin to translate that it is expressing gratitude and wishes to repay them. The feline lifts shining eyes toward Ellison, awaiting his answer as he murmurs about compensation. Later, seated at a round table observing the two cats playing, Lurin asks what benefit he expects from this strange meeting. Ellison replies that it was a precaution, believing the cat might help them locate the treasure they seek. Soon the cat returns proudly carrying a heap of something in its mouth. A pungent odor spreads, and Lurin quickly pinches her nose, certain whatever it is cannot be treasure. Ellison insists otherwise, recognizing the mushrooms the cat has delivered. Elsewhere, in a place resembling a battlefield, Nice the dragon arrives scowling, demanding an explanation for the situation. Moments later, 3 black dragons materialize one after another. The tall, long-haired Daba stands at the front. Egu and Havind follow close behind. Nice declares angrily that he intends to return Lurin to their sacred territory. Egu, ever teasing, jokes about his motives and asks if he is searching for a mate. He remarks that Lurin, who resides with the human mage Ellison, might fit that role. Nice grits his teeth at Ellison's name and insists he will retrieve Lurin regardless of her ties or any pact with a human. He adds that Elder Metadonna granted permission to strike with valid cause, but Daba warns that the treaty strictly forbids attacking humans to safeguard them. He clarifies that only humans who have slain dragons may be targeted, and Ellison does not qualify, for despite his strength, he remains human and protected. Daba remains doubtful, arguing that no matter how talented Ellison is, he is still human and unlikely to threaten a dragon, when a shadowed figure in an iron cage interrupts. The captive red dragon Gyarda offers his help, claiming he knows another red dragon near Greek City who could assist. With Ellison, he beams with delight over the cat's discovery. The animal has brought a rare mushroom that Ellison identifies as the very truffle they were hunting. Disgusted by the scent, Lurin tosses the pile aside, but Ellison hurriedly stops her after realizing its worth. He quickly calculates the potential gains from the truffle, convinced they have found something valuable. Ellison asks Lurin to relay his gratitude to the cat, and explains he cannot accept such a precious gift without offering something in return since the mushrooms could sustain them, and she reluctantly translates. He proposes that the dragon lair requires a guardian and suggests the cat take that role, though Lurin objects that the lair was meant only for them, not a pet. The cat appears delighted by the suggestion and bows deeply in acceptance. Meanwhile, Serena of the Red Dragon clan sits alone in her bleak village. She reflects on the day Ellison and Lurin accidentally uncovered her treasure hoard. She remembers how her true identity was exposed and how Ellison apologized for ruining her illusion. Lurin's mocking remark about her shabby lair still wounds her pride. She decides to seek out some humans for amusement. Sensing an approaching presence, she assumes it is the familiar pair. Instead, she is startled when Gyardo appears before her. The sight of him ignites her anger instantly. Gyardo nervously confesses his feelings. He tells Serena he now understands she alone truly loves him and wishes to spend his life at her side. Furious, she shifts into her red dragon form and demands when he began entertaining such thoughts. Was it after he vanished without a word, or after attacking a human village and abducting women, she shouts, branding him a scoundrel. Jar only smiles coldly, mocking that her instincts remain sharp. As he speaks, the ceiling above her suddenly explodes apart. Gyardo announces that the moment has arrived, as 3 dragon heads crash through the shattered roof, ready to fight. The assault on Serena is about to commence. She stands motionless within her nest. Chaos erupts around her as Garrity orders his forces to attack. She sees 4 enemies converging on her at once. Gyardo seizes the chance, smirking as he tells her that if she keeps quiet, no one will learn the truth. Conjures a spell and a luminous circle clasps her neck like a collar, but though she screams, rage fuels her to shatter it and berate him for using such petty magic. Before she can retaliate, Nice strikes from behind with a crushing blow as violet light flashes. Elsewhere in the village, Jeltsar watches in confusion. He stares at a towering beast in the distance while Ellison introduces it, explains its needs, and requests a cooler room since the species thrives in cold climates. Ever doubtful, Lurin accuses him of bringing the creature solely for the prized truffles. He does not deny it, and instead shows clear enthusiasm for the mushrooms. He explains that their fragrance and taste are unlike anything the village has ever experienced. Sometime later, Ellison arranges a banquet. Friends gather to sample dishes flavored with the rare fungi, and some praise the extraordinary taste as if enchanted. Others recoil in disgust, with Lurin loudly declaring it awful while even Miltine winces. Argy's self-assurance wavers as he realizes opinions on the mushroom are sharply divided. He concludes they may be better saved for rare special occasions. In Serena's cavern, the situation quickly spirals out of control. Despite her severe injuries, she manages to trigger an instant teleport spell at the final second, disappearing before her pursuers can land the finishing blow. Her swift and flawless escape catches them off guard, prompting curses, while Gyardo awkwardly excuses the failure as a simple error in judgment. Amer only chuckles, confidently stating that Serena will not be able to hide from them for long. He claims he has already followed the trace of her magic all the way to Grey City. As they argue over their next step, they acknowledge that Serena cannot teleport straight to the sacred lands because she is considered an outsider among the Red Dragons. Gyardo, though masking it with contempt, cannot help feeling a faint sympathy for her isolation. Egu brushes off such feelings and impatiently urges them to hunt her down before she has time to heal. Jard quickly departs, eager to avoid taking any more blame. At the same time, Nice insists that once Serena dies, they will accuse Ellison of being her killer. Meanwhile, Serena arrives at our guy's restaurant. She appears composed and flawless, betraying none of the injuries she recently suffered. Calm and radiant, she pulls out a chair, takes a seat, and casually orders a meal like an ordinary guest. He's taken aback by her boldness and apparent lack of wounds, while Lurin, clearly annoyed, demands to know her purpose. Serena ignores their hostility and directs her attention solely to the dish placed before her. She eats slowly and thoughtfully, commenting on the distinctive taste, her expression unusually reflective. Between bites, she speaks of love and solitude, recalling her past affairs with human men in Dragonkin and admitting she once believed she understood them well. Now she regards those relationships as hollow attempts to fill a void she cannot escape, her tone suggesting she senses her end approaching. Guy and Lurin realize too late that her strength is fading fast. Ellison notices the deep wound across Serena's back. Her sweat-drenched face makes it clear her condition is worsening rapidly. He collapses mid-sentence, coughing up blood even as she compliments his cooking. Argy and Lurin are struck with panic as the gravity of her injuries becomes clear. Lurin grimly concludes that even a dragon's resilience cannot overcome wounds this severe. Suddenly, a crimson portal flares open outside the restaurant. The sound of armored footsteps follows as figures step through, accusing our guy of killing a red dragon. Inside, Serena lies barely alive, while outside the dragons ready themselves for battle. Realizing it is a setup, he tells Lurin to bring Serena to Alina for treatment. She agrees and asks what he intends to do next. Determined, he rises to confront the unexpected visitors. He forces a polite greeting, suggesting they discuss matters calmly over tea. His attempt at civility is ignored, as the dragon named Bainstorm wrecks the restaurant. He hurls a spell straight at Ellison, who narrowly evades the strike. Behind him, he glimpses Serena's blood spreading across the floor. Lurin swiftly opens a portal, leading to a nearby clinic. He responds with sharp sarcasm and defiance, but the dragons remain unwavering in their demand for justice. Glowing magic circles ignite across the room as spells are unleashed one after another. Ellison faces them squarely, cloak billowing as his serious gaze reflects full confidence in his power. From the shadows, Nice and his group laugh as they watch the conflict unfold. Diaz calmly comments on the intense surge of mana radiating from the scene. Everything appears to be unfolding according to plan, drawing the red dragons deeper into turmoil, and someone wonders who orchestrated it so skillfully. Inside, a red dragon roars furiously, accusing our guy of harming one of his own. He unleashes a massive fireball, yet our guy calmly neutralizes it with a protective barrier. The flames disperse into harmless sparks as he gestures to open a portal. He invites the dragon to continue their fight elsewhere, warning that innocent bystanders may suffer if they persist here. Meanwhile, Alina remains at her clinic. She is startled when Lurin rushes in carrying the gravely injured Serena. Though frightened, Alina quickly regains composure and channels healing magic to halt the bleeding. A brilliant glow fills the room as she pours her strength into saving Serena. On the battlefield, Ellison teleports the dragons to an empty wasteland in hopes of containing the chaos. Bent sneers, declaring that this barren land will serve as his grave. Guy, thoughtful and composed, begins analyzing the situation. He suspects the entire confrontation has been engineered to frame him. He wonders whether he is the sole target or if the red dragons are being manipulated, believing reason might still prevail if it is the latter. Raising his voice, he calls for calm discussion and insists the blood at the restaurant was not caused by him. The elder dragon, influenced by Nice's scheming, cuts him off and claims the blood is proof enough of his guilt. Ellison maintains that Serena arrived already injured. His explanation is ignored, even when he states she is alive and receiving help. Suddenly, Gyarda steps forward and attacks him. He accuses Ellison of forcing Serena from her lair and killing her when she refused to comply. Our guy quickly identifies Gyarda as a central figure in the conspiracy. The other dragons, enraged by Gyarda's deception, refuse to listen. Vayant shifts into his dragon form and unleashes a deafening roar fueled by rage. The clash intensifies as dragons and Argai exchange devastating blows. Ellison's spells collide with torrents of dragon fire. The impact produces a massive burst of energy. He questions why they abandoned her if she meant so much, but they retort that he understands nothing of dragon law. Argai finally loses patience, releasing a surge of power that sends Gallardi crashing down in fear. At that moment, Nice and his infamous allies arrive. With his usual arrogance, Nice mocks our guy openly. Bent asks why he is present, and he claims he sensed unusual mana and came to assist. Ellison instantly recognizes his name. He realizes he must adjust his strategy accordingly. Nice, meanwhile, is eager to assert dominance over him. At the clinic, Alina struggles desperately to keep Serena alive. Blood continues to stain the floor despite her relentless efforts. Drained and nearly hopeless, Alina murmurs apologies. Believes she has failed her patient. Lurin refuses to give in to despair. She channels her own mana into Alina, urging her to continue the healing. To Alina's shock, Lurin assures her she will not run out of energy. As the battle intensifies, black dragons join in, bombarding our guy to keep him pinned. He deflects their relentless strikes. Even so, the continuous pressure begins to wear him down. He conjures a radiant golden spell. The ground rises beneath him as he prepares to endure their assault. Nice calls on his companions for support. Together they ready another coordinated strike. The mounting pressure makes our guy tense. Suddenly a commanding voice echoes across the battlefield, ordering everyone to cease. 4 portals open at once, and the elders, including Metadana and Dedang, step through, their presence instantly shifting the atmosphere as they demand answers. Metadana thoughtfully strokes his chin, remarking that our guy always seems to be involved in such turmoil. He demands the full truth, and our guy greets them with mixed relief and irony, lowering his hood to reveal himself. Nice privately assumes Ellison feels safe now, believing the elders have come to shield him. Yet he seethes over Lurin's closeness to a human, viewing it as disgraceful. and sees this chaos as the perfect chance to escalate matters. Nias believes that proving Ellison killed a red dragon will justify demanding his public execution, and he is utterly confident in this scheme. He feels certain events are favoring him, unaware that Ellison has already anticipated his moves. While Nice indulges in confidence, Ellison places his trust in Lurin and Alina to save Serena. The focus returns to Alina's clinic, where she and Lurin work tirelessly to stabilize Serena. Bleeding has been controlled, but Serena's condition remains critical. Meanwhile, Lurin prepares Alina for a harsh decision, reminding her of a similar crisis they once endured together. He explains that the magic she is about to unleash will far exceed anything they have attempted before. Lurin reveals that saving Serena requires their powers to be perfectly synchronized. Alina's body must serve as a channel for overwhelming dragon energy, and if she cannot withstand it, the strain could destroy her. Fear flickers across Alina's face as she hesitates, but Lurin firmly stresses what is at stake. Serena's survival and even Ellison's fate hinge on her choice, and though trembling, Alina steels herself. She agrees to merge their magic, and Lurin initiates the process. A tremendous wave of power floods into Alina. She crumples under the crushing force of the dragon's magic. For an instant, she feels tiny and powerless before such vast energy. She pleads with Lurin to lessen the synchronization. Lurin refuses, insisting that as a healer she must surpass her limits. In her teeth, Alina regains focus and directs the power toward healing Serena. Brilliant light fills the chamber as she channels the magic. She pours every ounce of her spirit into the effort. Lurin urges Serena to hold on, calling upon her innate dragon strength. At the same time, Nice confidently spins his false narrative before the elders, claiming Ellison murdered Serena. To reinforce the lie, Bant gestures toward the blood in the restaurant and argues his actions followed the treaty. He even claims to have personally witnessed Ellison kill Serena. Metadonna then turns to Ellison for his explanation. Ellison calmly states he has no reason to slay a dragon. He reminds them that after the war a treaty was formed forbidding the killing of any race. Therefore, he harms no one who abides by that agreement. He adds that it is absurd to believe he would kill a red dragon simply because her lair was nearby. He notes how quickly the black dragons arrived after the supposed attack. It seemed almost prearranged, and he openly accuses them of setting a trap. The elders exchange wary looks as doubt begins to surface. Deadenk asks if Ellison can present any evidence. Ellison nods without losing his composure. He opens a portal, stunning everyone. Serena steps out alive and unharmed. Crowd falls silent, and Nice pales visibly. Ellison commends Alina for her success, and Lurin steps forward. She explains that their synchronization saved Serena, though he still acknowledges Alina's remarkable skill. Serena confirms that Nice and his allies ambushed her in her own lair. She clearly states that Ellison and his companions rescued her. The truth ignites chaos among the dragons. Ant immediately apologizes and offers to accept whatever punishment Ellison deems fit. Ellison forgives him, though the black dragons remain accountable, while the elders marvel at the new technique and Alina is too drained to react. Metadonna turns his stern gaze toward Nice. In a cold voice, he declares that Nice has violated the treaty. He has jeopardized the fragile harmony between dragons and humans. Furious that Ellison possesses both immense power and Lurin's loyalty, Nice decides to retaliate. He shifts into his dragon form and attacks from behind. Blood splashes across the ground as Ellison reacts instantly. He pushes Lurin aside, taking the brunt of Nice's strike himself. The impact sends him crashing down, his back drenched in blood. He lies still as Lurin stares in horror, unable to comprehend the scene. Her voice trembles as she demands to know why he shielded her. She sobs at the sight of so much blood, calling his name desperately. Ant angrily confronts Nice, condemning his dishonorable ambush. Nice bursts into mocking laughter. He proclaims himself the savior of dragonkind, the one who prevented their extinction. He questions the need for any pact and labels Ellison a threat too dangerous to ignore. Meanwhile, Alina kneels beside Ellison, her hands shaking as she attempts to heal him. Her magic proves ineffective, and she begs Lurin to synchronize with her again. Lurin remains frozen, tears streaming as she stares at her blood-stained hands. Nias mocks them, claiming nothing they try will succeed. He insists Ellison's injuries are unlike Serena's and beyond saving. Serena watches from the side, then lets out a sharp, bitter laugh that cuts through the tension. She ridicules Nice's cowardice, noting his habit of striking from behind. He orders Lurin to stop crying and look carefully, pointing out that Ellison's wounds are closing rapidly and his strength is rising, reigniting hope in Lurin's eyes. Ellison stirs as his back regenerates at astonishing speed, the blood disappearing as flesh knits together. He slowly lifts a hand to wipe Lurin's tears, gently telling her not to cry. A brilliant blue radiance erupts from his body, dazzling everyone present. An ancient gem above his head begins to glow intensely, releasing immense power. Elder Medidana watches grimly, recognizing the aura of an ancient Mabel. As the light fades, Ellison rises. Luminous wings spread behind him. He faces Nice calmly, determination in his eyes. He explains that the ancient gem absorbed the attack's energy, sparing his life. Enraged, Nias transforms into his massive dragon form, scales gleaming menacingly. He gathers all his magic for a final decisive strike. Ellison calmly raises a hand and effortlessly stops the assault. A steady tone, he reminds Nice of the treaty forbidding dragons from harming humans or other races. With a faint smile, he invites Nice to justify himself. He summons a storm of blazing meteors from the heavens. Fire rains down, shaking the battlefield with explosive force. Nia stares in disbelief at the overwhelming display. His trembling voice questions how a human wields such power. The inferno engulfs him completely, reducing him to ashes. Nice's followers stand silent. Regret hangs heavily among them. Ellison turns toward Lurin, his gaze softening. He takes her hand gently and tells her they should return home. Still shaken, Lurin throws herself into his embrace, tears flowing as she clings to him. Elder Medidina steps forward to pronounce judgment. Egu and the conspirators are sentenced to 3,000 years in the Forbidden Grounds, restoring justice and bringing closure. Serena receives compensation as well, her ruined lair rebuilt and replenished with treasures. Later, Lurin sits alone with her back turned to him. Ellison approaches gently and asks what troubles her. Without meeting his eyes, she scolds him for his recklessness and the danger he embraced. He listens silently, his expression soft. He wraps his arms around her tenderly. He offers a sincere apology. He promises to act more carefully from now on. Their quiet moment is interrupted when Elder Medidana suddenly appears, startling them both. Startled, Lurin instinctively punches Elder Medidana in the face when he interrupts. The elder staggers back, clutching his cheek in shock, as she angrily demands his reason for being there, and he awkwardly reminds her of his status. Ellison awkwardly steps in, scratching his head as he explains that he invited Medidana, leaving Lurin staring at him in surprise and questioning his decision. Medidina, attempting to steady himself, looks from one to the other and asks for an explanation of what is going on. Ellison's expression turns grave as he begins to explain, mentioning the awakening Medidina likely sensed and revealing its link to the ancient Mabel. After some time, Ellison resumes his role as host and offers Medidana a drink. Medidana lifts the glass and takes a careful sip. His face shifts with appreciation as he comments on the deep, refined taste of the whiskey, estimating it as aged for 60 or 70 years. Ellison responds with a faint smile, clearly impressed by the accuracy of the guess. Watching them, Lurin curiously reaches for the bottle. Ellison quickly taps her hand away and warns that the liquor is far too strong for her, insisting she would be drunk instantly, while she protests that he only ever allows her to drink beer. Medidana observes their exchange with amusement and remarks that they make an unusual duo. He comments that Ellison sometimes seems to forget they are dragons, then shrugs and returns to discussing the post-war principles, praising Ellison's handling of Nice. Despite earlier irritation, Lurin defends Ellison, stating that if he had not intervened, she would have acted herself. After a brief silence, Ellison reflects on how narrowly he escaped death. The topic shifts as Medidana begins speaking about the ancient Mabels, summarizes the tremendous power each gem grants, explaining that 1 confers dominance over dragons, 2 allow authority over purebloods, and 3 could enable someone to rule all dragonkind. He notes the anomaly that Ellison absorbed all 3, which would have made him Dragon Lord had he been a dragon. Asked what would happen if all Mabels were absorbed, he explains that any additional gem would vanish. Ellison then theorizes that someone might be attempting to resurrect the Dragon King, and that the recurring gems are tied to that scheme, alarming Medidana. Medidana listens intently as Ellison recounts coordinated dragon assaults at gem-related sites like the Dwarven Mine, reinforcing his suspicion of a hidden mastermind. Understanding the seriousness, Medidina agrees to investigate the last location, but suggests Ellison serve as bait. Before he can elaborate, Lurin sharply scolds him for being overly dramatic. Amused by her boldness, Medidana nonetheless prepares to conduct his inquiry. Following morning, Alina ventures into the forest to gather herbs. She focuses on restocking her supplies and murmurs about having enough provisions for some time. Serena suddenly appears behind her, startling Alina so badly she nearly drops her basket. Serena playfully teases her for being jumpy and announces she plans to remain nearby longer, prompting Alina to mention her restored lair. Serena complains that the lair is far too large and unsuitable for recovery. She jokingly accuses Alina of being heartless for wanting her gone, which leaves Alina flustered before Serena changes the subject. Serena proposes learning how to transfer magic power, promising to assist with healing in return, while Alina blushes and stammers. Alina awkwardly diverts the topic by mentioning a vegetarian diet instead. Their interaction is observed quietly by someone at the doorway. Elsewhere, Gyarda runs frantically through the forest when a mocking voice calls out behind him. A composed woman effortlessly corners him, and he stops breathless in fear. She lists his failures, reminding him of his inability to infiltrate the human village and his defeat by the Black Dragons. Panicking, Gyarda argues that capturing Ellison, who absorbed 3 ancient Mables, would solve everything. She pauses briefly to consider his claim, and she dismisses it with a casual gesture. A sharp gust slices across Gyarda's neck, silencing him instantly. She mutters that he was no longer of any use alive. Back at the restaurant, Ellison and Lurin clean up after the morning rush, and she asks whether they will remain open. Before he can answer, Nellin arrives holding a stone. Nellin excitedly presents it, and Ellison studies it with interest. Curious, Lurin tries licking the stone. She immediately recoils at the intense saltiness, and Ellison identifies it as salt rock, recalling similar stones from his military days and laughing at her reaction. His thoughts drift back to his early days in this world, and the confusion of being drafted into military training soon after arrival. He remembers being given the name Ellison because the locals struggled to pronounce his original name. He had been frightened and terribly homesick. The worst ordeal, however, was the camp food. Sitting in the mess hall, he had stared at the tasteless mush on his plate in disbelief. For 2 weeks the bland meals never changed, and he could not understand why others tolerated them. Believed even a pinch of salt would transform the flavor, and doubted he was alone in that thought. While enduring harsh training, he overheard instructors criticizing the food yet still eating it indifferently, which deepened his frustration. After another 2 weeks, the drills felt slightly less punishing. The meals remained dreadful, and he realized he needed to survive camp before ever opening a restaurant. One day during a magic class, an unexpected opportunity arose. The instructor, Vane, a level 5 mage with a curled mustache and arrogant air, announced a lesson on offensive spells. He described it as a rare chance for low-level recruits and introduced them to mana, demonstrated by forming a glowing green sphere of energy. He explained that mana underpins all magic and can be shaped through circles and attributes to cast spells. To illustrate, Vane summoned a fireball and hurled it at a training dummy, then instructed the soldiers to attempt the same. Their efforts produced only weak sparks that fizzled before reaching the target. Frustrated, Vane berated them for lacking strength and concentration. He lamented that the war had produced such inferior recruits and doubted their magical potential. Suddenly, an enormous fireball appeared. As large as a small house, it streaked across the field, obliterated the dummy, and shattered part of the cliff behind it. Both recruits and instructors were left speechless. Ellison stood stunned as everyone turned toward him. Vane seized him by the shoulders and demanded to know how he achieved it. Ellison replied innocently that he simply gathered mana and cast the spell as instructed. When pressed further, he explained he could see strands of mana in the air. Vane broke into a cold sweat, realizing Ellison possessed extraordinary mana sensitivity. Later, Vane discussed the incident with Thuron, admitting Ellison's talent while grappling with his own insecurities. Thuron proposed postponing Ellison's deployment and sending him for advanced training instead. Listening secretly, Ellison felt relieved at the prospect of avoiding the battlefield. Suddenly, the door swung open. Vane caught him eavesdropping and warned him not to grow arrogant. As punishment for the destruction, Vane ordered him to repair the training grounds. That night, while cleaning, Ellison noticed faintly glowing orange-yellow stones among the rubble. Curious, he picked one up and tasted it. He nearly fell over in shock upon realizing it was salt. Excited by the discovery, he immediately devised ways to enhance the camp's food. The next morning, he secretly added salt to the meals. Soldiers were astonished by the sudden improvement in taste. Hearing their praise filled Ellison with satisfaction. He felt proud knowing he had improved even simple meals for those who ate merely to survive. Over the next days, he labored tirelessly, preparing ingredients late into the night under poor conditions. Despite difficulties, he persisted in crafting food that met his own standards. One evening, he even prepared soup with tears in his eyes. As Ellison ate, the Rust Knight instructor appeared nearby. The instructor startled him and asked him to report after finishing his meal, leaving Ellison anxious. In Thuron's office, a tense silence weighed heavily as the commander studied him. Thuron stroked his chin and acknowledged Ellison's extraordinary magical talent. Though uneasy, Ellison admitted the truth of the statement. The commander praised him, noting how strengthening soldiers' combat skills provides a battlefield advantage. And Thuron shifted to a more troubling matter. He mentioned rumors of someone sneaking into the kitchen at night before the cooks arrived and warned of harsh punishment if caught. Hearing this, Ellison grew visibly nervous, his anxiety apparent in his posture. Thuron notices his unease and softens, offering a reassuring smile as he explains that he summoned Ellison mainly to praise his remarkable progress in magic. Thuron then passes him a scroll and tells him to discard it on his way out. casually noting that it contains a private investigation report he may find useful. Ellison accepts the scroll. Leaning closer, Thuron repeats his remark about the kitchen, stressing that anyone leaving before 5 in the morning would be impossible to catch. Ellison stiffens, realizing the commander has known everything. Later that night, Ellison sits beside a campfire in the forest. He unrolls the scroll and bursts out laughing, understanding that Thuron had long been aware of his midnight kitchen visits. Inside are notes on edible fungi and seasonings, implying the commander quietly supports his culinary experiments. Using the information, Ellison continues refining the camp's meals until the northern training camp undergoes a transformation. The once dull rations become flavorful and plentiful, and soon the camp earns a reputation for the finest food among military bases. Even after his discharge, his recipes remain in use, preserving the camp's legacy of exceptional cuisine. In the present, Ellison recreates the old camp dish, feeling nostalgic about the saltstone discovery that began it all. Lurin peers into the pot and asks if it is the same meal from Camp 5, and Ellison confirms it was their survival recipe. As they eat, Lurin and the others admit it does not taste as extraordinary as his current cooking. Yet nostalgia enriches the flavor, reminding them of shared hardships and friendship. Meanwhile, Serena lies on a table complaining about her hunger when 2 children arrive searching for Alina, explaining their brother is hurt. Finding Alina absent, they timidly ask Serena for help instead. Serena initially brushes them off, noting the scraped knee is trivial. However, when they persist, she reluctantly applies basic healing magic to the boy. Later, Alina meets the children, who thank her for Serena's kindness. Puzzled, Alina questions Serena about it. Serena denies being compassionate and complains about being left hungry. Alina explains she had gone to the Lord's castle to treat a patient suffering from a mysterious poison that damaged his brain. The treatments have failed so far, leaving the Lord in a coma. Serena remembers a scholar who might understand such ailments. She cannot recall the name or location. During their talk, a messenger bird delivers a letter from Alina's homeland. Reading it, Alina learns the elven forest faces destruction at a dragon's hands. To avert disaster, she is expected to become that dragon's bride. News overwhelms her, and she breaks into tears. She laments that marriage should arise from love and familiarity. Serena scoffs, dismissing the dragon's threat as empty intimidation. Still anxious, Alina listens as Serena confidently promises protection. Meanwhile, in the elf village, the leader Nerea learns the letter has reached Alina. An elf asks whether Alina will return after hearing of the dragon's demands. Nerea believes Alina's selfless nature will bring her back, yet she doubts even that will solve their dire problem. Turning to Alina, she gathers Ellison and Lurin and is scolded by Serena. Serena insists they prepare for every possible outcome. Though frustrated by their hesitation, Serena ultimately agrees to accompany them to the elven forest. Ellison jokes about meeting the future husband candidate as they prepare to confront the dragon. Far away, a massive dragon roars through the forest, threatening all nearby. At the forest's edge, the group faces a daunting path without teleportation, and Serena suggests flying while Ellison notes the time. Alina explains that a magical barrier around the forest prevents teleportation. Before further plans form, a commanding voice halts them. Lilinia appears with bow drawn, warning them not to move as her squad surrounds them and demands their purpose. Sensing hostility, Alina steps forward to identify herself and assure Lilinia they are allies. Despite this, Lilinia remains cautious and insists their identities be confirmed. She turns to Ellison and questions his race and intentions. Though grimacing, Ellison answers honestly that he is human and here to help Alina. Lilinia notices a flicker in his eyes, a rare sign of thought reading usually limited to elves. When asked about Serena, Ellison casually introduces himself and even advertises his restaurant in Greek City, inviting them to visit. Irritated, Lilinia snaps at him for speaking out of turn and demands Serena answer directly. An elf rushes in to whisper news, and Lilinia orders her squad to lower their weapons. He apologizes, explaining that Elder Nerea has granted them entry. As they proceed, Lurin mutters about the earlier hostility, and Ellison reassures her that all is going well. Miss Nerea greets them warmly and apologizes for the misunderstanding. She thanks Alina for traveling such a distance. Noticing Alina's tension, she praises her courage in coming. Alina nervously asks if she refers to the marriage, and Serena scoffs at the idea of a dragon wanting Alina. Miss Nerea warns Serena that Iramantium is a mighty being not to be mocked. Serena and Lurin reveal their dragonkin heritage and declare they intend to handle Iramantium. Shocked, Miss Nerea explains Iramantium is a dragon who has demanded tributes from their tribe for generations. Recently, his demands escalated to requiring an elf bride. He refuses substitutes and previous candidates were all rejected. Desperate, the elves turn to Alina, hoping she might succeed. Alina doubts she will fare better and expects rejection. Lurin angrily vows to intervene if Alina is harmed. Serena suddenly recalls Iramantium's reputation. He is rumored to study brains of many species and may know how to heal Lord Gates. This insight shifts their aim from repelling him to capturing him. An elf rushes in to announce Iramantium's arrival. Sneria warns that he is cautious and flees whenever he senses other dragons, abandoning his lair entirely, so they must distract him subtly to trap him. The group forms a plan, with Alina at its center. Though frustrated at being the one at risk again, she eventually agrees. Soon Iramantium appears, his grotesque features twisted in fury. He stomps through the forest, poised to unleash devastation. As he draws breath to spit fire, Sneria steps forward and presents Alina as the bride. Alina, transformed into a breathtaking figure, stands before him. Iramantium is instantly enchanted, his anger melting into delight. From hiding, the others watch for the right moment. Walking beside him, Alina grows anxious about her friend's delay. Iramantium, infatuated, asks her name and blushes when she answers, insisting she call him master. He gifts her a maid outfit and orders her to wear it. Fighting back tears, Alina resolves to endure until her allies act. Dressed as instructed, she nervously smooths the fabric and faces him. Despite his earlier warning, she follows him into his messy lab and offers to help tidy as a dutiful bride. She politely asks him to step aside so she can clean the clutter. Instead, Iramantium erupts in anger, refusing to leave his domain unattended. Startled, Alina apologizes, feeling she overstepped. He commands her not to apologize and orders her to repeat his words, unsettling her though she obeys. Nearby, Lurin, Serena, and Ellison watch and quietly laugh at the odd exchange. Their poorly hidden amusement catches Alina's eye. Angered by their laughter, she snaps at them to help instead of mocking her, drawing Iramantium's attention. He whirls toward the three of them, eyes blazing with aggression. The trio realize they have been discovered and attempt to withdraw, yet the opportunity has already passed. Iramantium snarls, demanding their names and questioning their audacity in trespassing on his domain. Matters intensify when the three unleash their draconic abilities. A blazing aura surrounds them, making it clear they are far more than mere spectators. Sensing danger closing in, Iramantium tries to vanish through teleportation, only for the spell to collapse before it takes hold. Before he can attempt anything else, Lurin and Serena weave a restraining incantation. Radiant chains of magic spiral around him, locking him in place. With an enraged howl, Iramantium crashes onto the ground in fury. At the same time, Alina redirects her frustration toward her companions, scolding them for failing to prepare extra traps that could have stopped the dragon from fleeing. Lurin confesses her oversight, but hastily shifts part of the blame onto our guy. He awkwardly admits they had assumed watching the dragon's response would be amusing. Serena sighs in disbelief, accusing the pair of acting recklessly. As tempers simmer, an abrupt change in the air makes everyone pause. A peculiar emerald orb wrapped in dark energy materializes above, throbbing with a sinister pulse. Detonates with a thunderous blast, spewing toxic fumes that rapidly blanket the forest. In nearby elven woods, the gas engulfs the elves, including their leader Nerea. Many remain rigid with weapons raised, as though ensnared by an unseen force. Fighting the mental grip, Nerea draws her sword, on the verge of turning it against herself. The woodland hangs on the edge of catastrophe, back at the lair. Iramantium erupts into wild laughter, boasting that he orchestrated the devastation. He explains the fumes are the culmination of a century spent perfecting a formidable mind domination spell. With the elves enslaved to his will, he pressures Alina to accept marriage, threatening their lives if she refuses. Alina is stricken with horror. Fear floods her as the seriousness of their predicament sinks in. Her companions plead with her to resist, yet the decision feels unbearably heavy. Just as she is on the verge of surrendering, Ellison arrives, bathed in radiant golden energy. He releases a safeguarding spell across the forest, shattering the mind control and restoring the elves' freedom. A wave of relief spreads as the elves drop their arms and regain clarity. Nerea collapses to her knees in gratitude, thanking Ellison for rescuing her people. Alina embraces Nerea through tears, thankful that tragedy has been avoided. Iramantium, however, seethes with rage, unable to grasp how his magic unraveled as he descends into hysteria. Lurin, Serena, and Ellison decide the dragon must be disciplined. They tighten his restraints to ensure he causes no further destruction. That night, the elves organize a magnificent banquet in honor of their liberation. Songs echo through the trees as they dance and recount the tale of their salvation. Still shaken, Alina finds solace in Neria's comforting arms. Meanwhile, Lurin and Serena poke fun at Darren for his earlier display of fear. In a playful turn, Lurin tastes a savory sauce Alina brought, discovering it elevates the humble vegetables into something extraordinary. Serena feigns irritation that Lurin kept the sauce secret, joking that she was selfishly guarding it. Their playful exchanges spark laughter, softening the strain of the day as the celebration carries on. Ellison quietly withdraws, wanting a moment alone to think. He walks toward the elven hero, Benna. The memory shifts back to Ellison's days in the army, when he served as a 7th-class Archmage, and Ben stood beside him as a comrade. Complains about eating vegetables, insisting he craves meat instead of greens. Ben smacks him on the head and snaps in irritation. He demands to know how often he must repeat that he wants meat, not plants. Ellison reminds Benny that his body cannot process meat and questions his stubborn desire for it. Ben fires back that if Ellison prides himself on culinary skill, he should cook it in a way he can digest, arguing that a true master chef would make it possible. Darren cuts in, remarking that an elf like Benny should be sparring with him rather than debating cuisine. Watching them quarrel, Darren suggests Benny would be better off fighting him. Ellison urges them both to quit arguing and concentrate. Suddenly, Darren gestures toward the horizon, warning of trolls assaulting a refugee camp. Chaos erupts as the trolls smash through tents and spread terror among the displaced families. Panic ripples through the camp. One troll seizes a small boy who cries desperately for mercy. Refugees scatter, screaming in dread. Ellison, Darren, and Ben charge toward the turmoil. The refugees recognize them as heroes of the war and shout in hope, convinced rescue has arrived. Though irritated that his meal was disturbed, Ben readies himself for combat. The present once more, Ellison sits silently, staring at the dishes before him. Lost in reflection, he softly wonders whether the person he once vowed something to has finally found peace. Maria joins his side, and he asks if anyone harbors resentment toward him. She gently assures him otherwise. She brings up the memory from 2 years prior, when he carried Ben's body back, thanking him for honoring Ben's final wish. She insists no one blames him, and expresses gratitude again for saving the elves. Ellison modestly redirects the praise toward Ben, who believes it was Benny's courage and sacrifice that truly secured their victory. Their exchange takes place before Benny's statue. Within the elven forest, the people express heartfelt thanks to Ellison and his companions for preserving their lives. At the same time, the bound Aaron Mantium grumbles, demanding to know their destination. Serena taunts him, saying he will discover the answer soon. Lurin playfully questions Ellison about his lengthy discussion with Neria the night before. Ellison asks if she overheard everything. She responds by mentioning that he truly consumed the Lord's heart. Serena and Alina catch the conversation and affirm it, remarking on Ellison's immense strength. Eventually, the group reaches Dion Castle. The young lord welcomes Ellison with eager excitement. His mother Berna is stunned at the sight of Ellis. He recognizes him from the earlier Dedran incident, remembering how he once rescued both her and her child. Tears well in her eyes as she offers sincere thanks. Their reunion is cut short when Lurin drags Iramantium inside. He commands him to cure the ailing Dion father lying there. Though reluctant, Iramantium inspects the man's state. He identifies a lethal toxin in the man's brain and begins extracting it with magic. Once Iramantium finishes the purification, the Dion father opens his eyes and calls weakly for his wife. Berna and her son rush to embrace him, overcome with joy and relief. Ellison remains standing in silence, his thoughts drifting to his own mother. Lurin questions why he does not request compensation. Ellison answers that he requires nothing in return. He adds that such a beautiful reunion should not be tainted by demands. They later head back to the restaurant. That evening, Ellison tells Lurin they should rest and prepare for the following day, ensuring all arrangements are complete. He continues working. He reflects that channeling the ancient Mabel's summoning power no longer exhausts him as it once did. After inspecting it carefully, he releases it. A peculiar force begins to gather around him, overtaken by the mysterious energy. Ellison suddenly finds himself transported into his past. He strolls through the familiar streets of his hometown, dazed and astonished to find himself alone at such an hour. While mentally reviewing cooking ingredients, he notices a girl standing over a man she has just knocked down. Puzzled, Ellison calls out and asks what Lurin is doing there. The girl fixes him with a stern gaze and demands his identity, clearly failing to recognize him. For an instant, Ellison cannot respond. His bewilderment deepens as strange visions blur his mind. He studies her, questioning why Lurin is dressed in a uniform. Before he can gather his thoughts, she shouts again, demanding to know who he is. Disoriented, Ellison slowly recalls that this was the place he had been before journeying to the other world. His thoughts whirl chaotically when a truck suddenly barrels toward him at full speed. He becomes aware of how deeply he missed this place. It feels strangely intimate, and he had long wished to return. Lying on the crosswalk, he hears Lurin shouting for him to stand up. Just as bewildered, Lurin questions what happened and where exactly they have ended up. Gradually, Ellison understands it was no illusion. He has truly come back to his original world. A concerned woman approaches, asking if they are all right and suggesting they call 119. Not knowing what 119 means, Lurin looks to Ellison, but he quickly assures the woman they are unharmed. Hurry away, leaving the woman staring after them in confusion. She mutters that Ellison's outfit looks oddly out of place. Later, Lurin is astonished to learn that this city is actually Ellison's hometown. As they stroll along, she remarks that everything feels foreign to her, from the metal carriages called cars to the towering buildings. Slightly dazed, Ellison gives a faint smile. He admits it has been years, and observes that the city seems even more stunning than before. Despite the time that has passed, Lurin notes that if this is his hometown, he should know it well, then asks where they should head. Still sorting through his thoughts, Ellison recalls the cell phone he saw and assumes time must have progressed equally in both realms. He estimates that more than 15 years have gone by, even if the architecture has changed. Leaving the street layout likely remains similar. He tries to mask his uncertainty by saying he is unsure of their exact location, but Lurin points out he just claimed this was his hometown. Ellison's mind drifts to thoughts of his mother. He reassures Lurin that he does know where they are going. Lifting a gold coin, he adds that money will not be a problem. Later at the barn, Linta greets them with a cheerful good morning, while Men remarks in surprise that they arrived quite early. Opening the barn door, Miltine comments on the chilly morning air and says they would have struggled without the dwarves rebuilding the structure. Linty notices the restaurant remains dark and assumes it will not open earlier today, while Men remarks that Ellison was never one to oversleep. Lurin notes that Ellison's current clothes must belong to his world, and he replies that his former outfit would draw too much attention here. Even so, Ellison feels dissatisfied because the gold coin brought less than he anticipated. He recalls the buyer offering only 4 million won. He presented identification. He could have received the entire sum in cash. Lurin, puzzled, asks what an ID is. Since Ellison lacked identification, the dealer proposed a compromise, and Ellison accepted half the coin's worth in exchange for avoiding any ID requests. Curious whether he felt hungry, Lurin suggests finding a decent restaurant nearby. Ellison brightens when he spots a Chinese restaurant. He explains that jjajangmyeon has always comforted him, and Lurin eagerly asks what they will order, with Ellison gladly choosing the dish. After sampling the jjajangmyeon, Lurin praises its flavor and encourages him to eat as well. Ellison checks the menu prices. He is stunned by how expensive everything has become. In his time, jjajangmyeon cost only 4,000 won. Lurin laughs and calls him an ancient dragon for being so shocked by modern costs. Brushing it off, Ellison says enjoyment matters more than saving money and suggests trying tteokbokki next, while Lurin warns him not to complain afterward. After tasting the spicy dish, Lurin says it feels like she is breathing flames, and Ellison advises her to drink something cool. He continues sampling various dishes, savoring each new experience. Back at the restaurant, Serena is visibly irritated. She demands to know where Ellison and the others disappeared to, since their break ended yesterday. As they wait to open, a customer grumbles he might starve, and Elena also voices her hunger. Noel asks Men if he has heard anything, since they never leave without notice, but Men admits he is equally puzzled. Two annoyed customers walk out, one complaining he traveled far for nothing, and the other doubting whether the food is even worth it. Realizing the seriousness, Men worries that continued departures could harm the restaurant's reputation. Miltine wonders if something happened to them, though Men doubts it, noting even the Baron defers to their authority. He proposes they operate the restaurant themselves while the others are gone, pointing out they learned from Ellison and have all necessary ingredients. Though surprised, Milton and Men agree to attempt it. On the train, Ellison admits he cannot eat another bite, while Lurin says she is full but delighted by the meal, and he smiles at her satisfaction. Lurin then inquires about the massive iron vehicle outside. Ellison explains it is called a train, and says they must use it because teleportation would attract unwanted attention. Hesitantly, Lurin asks whether they are going to see his mother. Taken aback, Ellison asks how she guessed. She replies it was obvious from his enthusiasm, and adds that she likes the scenery of his hometown. Slightly embarrassed, Ellison asks what she would think if he suggested staying here forever. Lurin stares at him in surprise, unsure how to answer. He admits he has considered it since their arrival, noting that the ancient Mabel no longer appears there. The Lord's rebirth threat gone as well. He wonders about building a new life here but says she can decide later. He asks if he startled her and assures her she can take all the time she needs. Awkwardly, she asks if he would abandon living there and return with her should she refuse. as she refuses to remain alone. He remembers using summoning magic in the elf forest. Ben, half asleep, asks what he is attempting. He replies that he finally succeeded. Touching the portal, he requests to be sent home. His friend sees him as Ben shouts he is doing it again, and Darren warns the portal could close and sever his finger. Struggling, he insists he understands and slips a document through the portal. When the portal snaps shut, Ben angrily reminds him he said to abandon that impossible spell. Trained of magic for weeks, he asks Darren if he plans to return to the mines after the war. Darren remains silent, deep in thought. He then asks Benny about returning to the elf forest to reunite with his fiancée, and Ben confirms. In tears, Ellison asks where he belongs once everything is over. Reflecting, he asks if he ever left her behind. Calmly she answers, never. He says they will go to his house first, and she agrees to follow him to his lair. Greek City, rumors spread that a restaurant has reopened, and someone suggests checking it out. At the restaurant, Linty slices meat. Preston asks if it is enough, and excitedly says it only needs grilling. He wonders where to place the firewood, and Miltane reminds him they usually rely on magic. Surprised, Creston watches as Elaine ignites the fire with her magic. However, Linty remarks that the flame seems too weak, and Alina explains she learned the technique while camping. Serena instructs them to move out of the way. He reassures everyone with her flame magic that the blaze is under control, telling them to concentrate on preparing the food instead. Linty is startled, unsure who she really is, yet relieved the issue is handled. With a bright grin, Miltane announces the ingredients are set, and it is time to begin cooking and welcome guests. Unfortunately, things quickly start to fall apart. While serving a miner, he grumbles that the dish resembles coal and questions why he is being given something that reminds him of work. Matt quickly apologizes and offers to prepare a new plate, but the miner irritably asks if they chose coal because of his job. As he makes a salad, Creston hesitates over adding something extra, and Miltane asks what he is putting in. A diner takes one bite of the salad and spits it out, complaining that it is overwhelmingly salty. Panicking, Matt demands to know if Creston added salt, and Creston admits he mistook it for sugar. The offended guest spits out the meal again and insists on getting his money back. He begins to freak out, fearing the business will collapse before Ellison ever returns. He first tries to deal with the flames, since the meat keeps scorching. Glancing at Serena, he realizes she has no intention of reducing the heat. He struggles to figure out how to cook properly under such intense fire. He splashes water onto the blaze, spots a pot nearby, and wonders if it could solve the problem. In the modern world, as they walk, Rurin asks whether they have lost their way. He replies that they have not, explaining that although many structures changed, some landmarks remain. He adds that even decades later, he could never lose his sense of direction in his hometown. With a faint smile, he murmurs that he is finally home. He then reaches out and knocks on the front door. Rurin notes his nervousness, and Ellison worries about how to present her. She advises him to be honest and say she is a dragon, leaving him wondering if she is serious and if his mother will still recognize him after 15 years. His hair has not changed, and with a shaky voice he calls for his mother but receives no reply. Rurin comments on the heavy silence, prompting Ellison to knock again. A neighbor eventually opens the door, apologizing and asking who they are since she has never seen them before and wonders if they just moved in. Explains that he is here to see the woman who lived in apartment 604. Startled, she asks if he is the son of Mrs. Zheng He. Overjoyed, he confirms and eagerly asks where his mother is now. With a sorrowful look, she tells him Mrs. Zhang Quan no longer lives there and invites them to follow her. She explains that 5 years earlier, when she moved in, she met Mrs. Zhanghua, who worked tirelessly and often survived on instant noodles. Mrs. Zhanghua began cooking for her, and they grew close, frequently boasting about her son, who would now be about the same age as the woman. The neighbor adds that she writes for a small online site as they walk through a small wooded area. Confused, he asks where they are heading, and she replies that Mrs. Zhanghua missed him deeply and never wanted to post missing notices. Standing before a grave, she questions why he returned only now and why he could not have come 2 years sooner. Ellison stands frozen in shock. She gently reveals that Mrs. Zhanghua had been fighting stomach cancer for many years. Even after undergoing stomach surgery, she still loved cooking for others because watching them eat brought her happiness. When the cancer returned 3 years ago, she had to be hospitalized. Despair overwhelms Ellison as he realizes this is nothing like the reunion he imagined. Warm memories of his time with his mother rush through his thoughts. This farewell is far from the one he hoped for. The woman admits she does not question why he came back so late, because it changes nothing now. She says that nothing can undo the past, yet Mrs. Zhanghua left behind a letter in case he ever returned. She gives him a worn envelope and asks if he recognizes the handwriting inside. Broken with grief, Ellison accepts the letter. Lurin notices that the paper originates from the Ruburn Empire. The message begins by urging Mother not to doubt it, and to read everything carefully. It explains that everything written is true, that he did not leave by choice, that he is now in another world after using unstable magic, that he managed to send this letter, that he is safe and has become a mage planning to open a restaurant. But although he can send letters, he cannot receive replies. So he stopped waiting for an answer, and Ellison finishes reading. Then he notices a reply written at the bottom. It says she is proud that her son became a mage, and asks him to invite her once his restaurant opens. Words overwhelm him and tears stream down his face, as he regrets never sending another letter after mastering summoning magic. Lurin wraps him in a hug to console him, but he whispers he is filled with remorse for not doing more. The following day, the Greek restaurant is crowded with delighted patrons. They compliment the cuisine, and Linty proudly explains he fixed the burnt meat issue with a special skillet. Serena proudly claims her fire magic played a role, while Alina reminds them she helped as well. The men feel at ease since everything is running smoothly now, aside from Ellison being absent. In the present, Lurin urges Ellison to eat, concerned about his well-being. Looking down, Ellison apologizes and confesses he has not been truthful. He tells her she is free to return alone and that he will send her back if she wishes. Shocked, Lurin grabs his sleeve and asks if he truly believes he has nothing left here, reminding him of their train ride when he spoke of making this world their home. He insists she never intended to abandon him and promises they will stay as long as he desires. Yet she gently questions, what about the friends waiting for them in the Empire? Ellison finally acknowledges her point. At Greek's castle, Baron Lydon wonders why Ellison is absent from the restaurant, and the soldiers inform him someone else is overseeing it. Feeling indebted, Lydon decides he should pay a visit. Meanwhile, construction continues busily at Lurin's domain. Lord Jeltsar reassures the others that Ellison would never desert them. Back in the present, Lurin reminds Ellison that everyone, from humans to dwarves, elves, and even dragons, are waiting for him, and that the 15 years he lived there were meaningful. Deeply touched, he wonders if his mother truly believed his letter. Lurin confidently tells him she did, because parents always have faith in their children. Tugging him forward, she says it is time for them to return. 2 days later, the woman who delivered the letter has not seen Ellison again. He begins to worry that she may have spoken too harshly. Suddenly, Ellison reappears and hands her a pouch filled with gold. He explains it is his gratitude for tending to his mother's grave. She opens the bag in disbelief. He tells her he must head back to his restaurant. Before she can respond, he vanishes through a summoning portal. The woman remembers speaking with Mrs. Jungwa at the hospital. Mrs. Jungwa had once mentioned a restaurant she longed to visit. At the time, the woman dismissed it as wishful thinking. Now she understands it was real, and that Ellison truly is a mage. On their way back to Green City, Ellison leaves a photo of himself and Lurin along with white flowers at his mother's grave. As they approach the restaurant, Ellison remarks that it feels as though ages have passed, observing the scenery and realizing they must have wandered far from it in the modern world. Just as Lurin prepares to cast a teleport spell, Ellison stops her and asks her to hold on. He creates a massive portal with his own magic, astonishing her. She asks how he managed it. He explains it relies on dimensional magic theory. As they step through, she asks him to teach her levitation magic, and he reminds her she once refused because she had wings, prompting her to protest that other dragons can use it too. After emerging from the portal, Ellison worries the restaurant guests must be concerned, and the ranch workers frightened since he left without notice, while Lurin suggests there may be few customers for now, when suddenly, she spots the restaurant area packed with people, and even a statue of Ellison standing outside. Flustered, he asks if they somehow arrived at the wrong place. Confused, Lurin wonders what is happening, and as they draw nearer, they hear Len excitedly asking the crowd if they know who saved Count Leiden Greek. He proudly declares it was the restaurant owner, Mr. Ellison, prompting a man to praise him as incredible and a touched woman to tell her husband she cannot believe someone so admirable prepared their meal. Holding up a plate, Lint yells that this was the very dish that once cured the Count, and invites anyone curious to taste it and see how much vitality it restores. Fired up by his enthusiasm, the diners excitedly shout that they want a sample. Then Ellison steps inside, and the sight of him makes Lint go pale with fear. Ellison immediately asks about the statue, and Lord Count Lydon arrives, admitting it was his idea. He offers an apology, explaining that when the two of them vanished that night, everyone was thrown into confusion. It says they tried to keep the guests entertained, which snowballed into this spectacle, and as he eats, Lydon remarks that Ellison has truly remarkable staff. After sampling Lint's cooking, Ellison is impressed and wonders why boiled pork never crossed his mind, while Lurin praises its tenderness. Ellison begins to think that Lint may be better suited for the kitchen, than working on the ranch. He accepts blame for the disorder and assures everyone he has no intention of scolding them. Still, he gestures at the statue and questions its purpose, and Lidon proudly explains it celebrates Ellison's deeds and will stand under the castle's care. But Ellison awkwardly replies that recognition is not what concerns him and asks what deeds he means. Lidon recounts the war against the dragon. He says he once heard of a famed warrior who defied orders to help civilians. That man earned the title of greatest mage, yet worst soldier, and Lidon reveals that his name is Ellison. Shocked, Ellison listens quietly as Lidon continues. He explains that Greek City was among the places Ellison rescued. Flustered, Ellison admits he never expected Lidon to recognize him. Lidon insists that Ellison saved the city, his family, and even his own life. With a faint smile, Ellison denies it while understanding the Count's gratitude. However, in the very next instant, he shatters the statue using magic, declaring that he refuses to have his restaurant judged by decorations. Uneasy, Lidon concedes that erecting the statue may have been excessive. He vows to control the rumors about Ellison's so-called healing cuisine. In another place, two schoolgirls chat in a hallway. They accidentally bump into the royal mage, Madrina. Their books scatter and they quickly apologize. Madrina calmly lifts the books with magic and reassures them there is no problem. She wishes them success in their studies and cautions them to handle magic responsibly. Blushing, one girl thanks her, amazed at how swiftly she cast the spell. Madrina then overhears them brushing off gossip about her being kidnapped and tied up. Rumors clearly unsettle her. When she returns to her quarters, she senses someone inside. Frightened, she assumes it must be Lurin. Instead, she finds Prince Leon waiting. Startled, she nervously begs him not to drag her into more trouble, mentioning the wild rumors. Puzzled, Leon assures her he had nothing to do with that and inquires about Dedrin's situation. He mentions the surge in crime and the fallen dispatch units, saying they require someone competent to handle the crisis. Both know exactly who can resolve it flawlessly while keeping his identity hidden. Back at the restaurant, Ellison continues serving customers. One diner happily comments that it has been ages since he enjoyed such a satisfying meal. In the kitchen, Ellison cooks cheerfully and announces that the yuba rice bowl is complete. He asks Lurin to deliver it to the table. Once served, Serena looks puzzled and questions the missing meat, and Lurin, chewing discreetly, insists that this is the proper serving style. Curious, Serena demands to know who she is fooling, and Lurin retorts that she should simply eat what she was given. Miss Berna is present as well, and after tasting the food, she declares her admiration for the restaurant. She asks whether Dion visits alone often, and Ellison replies that Dion can be considered a regular patron. Awkwardly, she confesses she opposed placing the statue there, and Ellison tells her she need not repeat that since the Lord already clarified everything, after which she inquires about dessert. Suddenly, two enigmatic figures step inside and ask to see the menu. The woman, Madrine, requests 2 servings of a particular dish. With a sigh, he agrees and asks them to wait briefly. Shortly after, he presents the plates, announcing that 2 portions of yuba fried rice are ready. The man tastes it and remarks in surprise at the flavor, and the woman eagerly agrees that it is excellent. Ellison asks if he is truly astonished, noting that he does not appear easily impressed, and the man freezes when he realizes he has been recognized. Ellison identifies him as Leon, and Madrina marvels at how perceptive he is, prompting Ellison to question what exactly made him perfect. Leon replies that the lady nearby seemed unaware, and Ellison asks what circumstances forced them to disguise themselves. The prince says he wanted to taste the famous dishes and then produces a vial, asking if Ellison recognizes it, which surprises him. Leon explains it contains a lethal toxin that destroys the brain and is the same substance that left Count Lidon bedridden for years. Ellison is left speechless as Leon continues. He reveals that the poison is spreading through Dedrin City, that the Count's recovery was miraculous but unlikely for others, and that the toxin leaves no trace, making proof nearly impossible. Before he can finish, 2 bandits storm in, ordering everyone to stay still and demanding food and money. Berna trembles at the sight of the intruders. One thief threatens that anyone who values their life should comply immediately. Lurin and Serena stop arguing and glare coldly at the criminals, warning them not to spoil their evening. Adrina releases a powerful aura and fixes them with a fierce stare. Later outside, one thief groans in agony as Madrin remarks they hail from Dedrin, sitting atop one while pressing her foot against the other's head. He cautions them against moving, and they quickly beg forgiveness, addressing her as Chief Mage. Pleased by the title, she smiles wickedly, confirms her identity, and asks if they truly know who she is. Holding the vial, Ellison asks if they intend for him to lead the investigation in Dedrin to uncover the poison's source. Prince explains that no matter how they questioned Count Dedrin, he said nothing, and every general sent there has died, leaving the city defenseless. As Madrin toys with the captured thieves, Leon says he is certain the same faction is behind it and is spreading across the city. Ellison questions why such a crucial mission would be given to a mere restaurateur, and the prince recalls Dedrin's recent destruction and asks who else would misuse magic so recklessly, hinting that Ellison may bear some responsibility for the chaos. Uneasy, Ellison asks who revealed that information. Leon replies he cannot disclose his source and must keep it confidential. Ellison comments that only the Empire's 7th-class mage could have told him. Hearing this, Madrina panics and rushes to Leon, who says he will entrust the matter to Ellison and asks him to reach out if he needs support, promising to act on his own plan and inviting Madrina to see him later. That evening on the outskirts of Dedrin City, the atmosphere is grim, with robberies happening repeatedly. Ellison notes the situation is worse than expected, and when Lurin asks why they are there, he says it is to capture the one behind the poison used on the Count. She wonders if that is why the city has fallen into chaos. He answers that it may be, mentioning that all station generals have been poisoned, and as he thinks deeply, he realizes capturing them all at once might drive them into hiding, yet direct inquiries are impossible. He then tells Lurin he has devised a plan and asks if she will hear him out. She asks for details, and he warns that it might make her uncomfortable. Smiling gently, she says he worries too much and reminds him she once vowed to do anything for him. She urges him to explain the strategy. Later, she finds herself locked inside a cell, finally realizing this was his scheme. A guard then warns her to keep her distance from the bars. One inmate remarks there is a woman in the cell, and a large, muscular prisoner jokes if it is someone's birthday. With sinister grins, they ask if she knows what happened to the previous girl placed there and claim they will teach her a lesson. Disgusted, she criticizes the filthy prison and its failure to separate men and women. Just as she considers forming dragon claws, she restrains herself, recalling she must endure as part of the plan. Meanwhile, Ricardo, Dedrin's chamberlain, enters and remarks that he heard a new valuable asset arrived today. The man gestures toward Lurin and identifies her. He says she is the detainee arrested for attacking civilians. Ricardo, intrigued, comments that her rebellious nature will raise her market price. Later in a castle hall, Ricardo meets a mysterious figure dressed like a count. He apologizes for the delay in receiving him. Figure is actually Ellison in disguise as Count Ravel, declaring he will now oversee Dedrin City. Ricardo apologizes again and asks if Ellison arrived from the Imperial Palace, and Ellison greets him politely, while Ricardo explains he was occupied handling certain prisoners. While reviewing a report, he remarks that a bizarre incident recently occurred at the Lord's castle, adding that the times are chaotic and asking for patience, and Count Revolk nods, saying he has already heard of it. Spotting the seal at the bottom, he immediately recognizes it as the authentic mark of the Imperial Palace. Ellison asks whether Ricardo suspected it was forged, and Ricardo denies that, only noting that its arrival was earlier than anticipated. For reasons still unclear, 3 officials previously dispatched there have died, so he assumed nobles would avoid coming to this city. But that assumption seems wrong, and Count Revolk dryly asks if Ricardo is implying he should avoid becoming the 4th casualty. Ricardo chuckles awkwardly, insisting he would never dare think something so improper. With a faint grin, Ellison repeats the word improper as if savoring it, then rips the document apart, declaring that this act should count as truly improper, leaving Ricardo stunned as he questions how he could destroy a letter from His Majesty. Count Revolk replies that its contents are so predictable they are boring, claiming he could recite the Crown Prince's words without even looking. Increase safety, protect the citizens, eliminate corruption in Dedrin, and other typical commands. Resting his feet on the desk, he remarks that none of it excites him. He says he prefers to make this post more entertaining and suggests Ricardo must be tired of seeing officials quit one after another, asking if there might be overlapping interests between them, and mentioning the rumors he heard before arriving. Ricardo is left speechless. At the same time in the prison, a guard orders Lurin to step out. He questions why, since she was just moved into this cell, and asks where they intend to take her. The guard replies she does not need to know, and she thinks that without Ellison's request, these men would already be dead. She recalls Ellison's suspicion that the criminals may know the poison's origin, and a prisoner sneers that she will soon miss this place because, compared to her destination, this prison will feel like paradise, adding that if he were her, he would end his life now. Lurin remains silent as the guard orders the inmates to shut up. Watching Lurin being led away, Ricardo wonders about his next move. He feels Count Ravolk differs from previous nobles, and though he could not keep eliminating every envoy sent here, this time feels unusual. He likes that Revolk holds the rank of Count and considers the gamble worthwhile, deciding to test whether the Count is courageous or merely acting, since he himself does not wish to die, and he reasons that such poison likely involves underworld connections. Holding the poison vial, Ellison keeps thinking while pretending to be corrupt, questioning if he has overplayed his role, acting as though he has insider knowledge when he actually knows nothing may be too obvious, and revealing the poison abruptly would only make Ricardo feign innocence, so he concludes he must wait for an opening. Suddenly, someone knocks and politely asks to enter. He allows it, and a maid comes in with tea, explaining the head servant sent it in case he was thirsty. The Count thanks her and tells her to leave it on the table. She apologizes and says the head servant instructed her to remain until he drinks it, calling it proof of trust. Shocked, Ellison thinks they are boldly attempting to poison officials. He realizes that if he refuses using his status as an excuse, the head servant will never expose his motives. If the tea contains poison, he will drop the act and use it to threaten the head servant. Otherwise, he will continue posing as Count Revolk. He downs the tea in a single swallow, telling himself he will handle whatever follows. After a moment, he remarks that the tea tastes excellent and must be of fine quality, and the maid smiles confidently. Examining the cup, he finds no poison and wonders if he has passed some kind of test. As she prepares to leave, she pauses to mention one last matter while opening the door. Slave woman is brought in, and the maid explains the head servant offers her as a gift to celebrate his trustworthiness. Ellison is stunned, realizing the situation is far more tangled than expected. He never imagined he would be presented with slaves, and the maid politely hopes he enjoys the gift. He notices the woman appears dazed, almost under hypnosis, and asks if she can hear him. Without warning, she moves with incredible speed, striking him down to the floor. Elsewhere on Dedrin's outskirts, surrounded by grim faces, shadowy figure listens as the robber pair recount events. They claim they broke into an empty house when a girl suddenly appeared and attacked them. Noting their battered faces, one captive says she was incredibly strong, and another insists she did not seem human. The man reminds them they were ordered to stay discreet, especially after eliminating those officials, and if conflict is unavoidable, they must avoid capture, asking if that is beyond them. He declares this incompetence unacceptable and summons Vernetto to escort them to the cultivation room, causing the men to beg desperately for one final chance. Mysterious figure, Master Reden, manager of Dedrin and trafficker of humans, questions why they always plead for another chance. He remarks that surviving is already their last mercy, and Vernetto informs him Ricardo has requested another slave. The dark smile, Reden comments that Ricardo never tires of such indulgence. He believes Dedrin should remain cautious to avoid drawing the Imperial Palace's gaze, as he does not wish to kill that man. He asks whether Ricardo was to send a prisoner today, and Vernetto confirms the prisoner committed assault, prompting speculation if she was the one who defeated his men. She has been placed in the selection room. Meanwhile, Lurin stands among a line of slaves. A bespectacled man sorts them, assigning 3 to cultivation, 2 to nobles, and 5 to a black market auction. As her turn approaches, she reflects that even without full knowledge of human customs, she knows slavery is outlawed in the Empire. Realizing such an operation thrives within prison walls, she admits they may not be the poison's creators. Still, she decides Ellison should know, since she memorized his room's coordinates. He opens a tiny portal to communicate and asks if he can hear her, saying the situation is larger than expected. Yet she sees something odd. Ellison is in his room with a bound woman. He quickly insists it is not what she assumes. Lurin, confused, demands clarification. As the tied woman begs her master for orders, Ellison nervously tries to explain that it is all a misunderstanding. Radiating dragon aura, Lurin orders him to explain immediately. Ellison repeats that it is not what it seems, pointing out the slave's abnormal state and swearing he did not summon her. Growing furious, Lurin commands an investigation into the so-called cultivation room. He says they will address this later and warns him to prepare himself. Nearby, a man notices Lurin acting strangely. Questions what she is doing. She replies casually that nothing is wrong, only that the cuffs broke and need replacing. He asks how they broke, and she shrugs, claiming they must have been faulty. Elsewhere, someone suggests interrogating a captive, but Lidon refuses. He warns them not to provoke it, stating that the being is not human. Master says he does not know its purpose, but mishandling it could ruin everything, ordering cleanup and saying he will meet it personally. The following morning, Ricardo greets Count Revolk and inquires about his display of sincerity. Ellison replies that it was acceptable, though slightly irritating, and thinks privately that Ricardo caused unnecessary suspicion. Ricardo apologizes for the T-test, explaining that trust cannot be granted too quickly, and Ellison dismisses it as forgotten. Slave woman remains unconscious on the bed. Ellison tells Ricardo he intends to keep her for a few more days. Ricardo agrees, and Ellison remarks that although he has seen slaves before, this one appears different, her condition unusually altered. Ricardo explains proudly that their product ensures perfect obedience through brainwashing, preventing escape or rebellion, and allowing any command to be carried out. Ellison struggles to hear this, secretly contemplating destroying the entire slave trade. He restrains himself, recalling how impulsive destruction once led to Dedran Castle's fall. He asks if Ricardo plans to expand sales using his noble connections to supply influential aristocrats across the empire. Ricardo laughs, praising the partnership as a wise choice. Ellison then inquires whether these slaves are linked to the cultivation room. Ricardo stiffens, asking how he knows of it. Ellison says he arrived after hearing rumors. He adds that nobles must verify supply chains before introductions and says Ricardo need not show him if it is inconvenient. Though that could limit distribution, Ricardo insists partners should share everything. Remarks that the place is closer than Ellison expects elsewhere. Lidon knocks and informs the woman inside that he faces an issue beyond his control. Responds in surprise that even with imperial oversight, he cannot resolve it. Lidon explains there is an anomaly among the slaves and suspects Lurin's energy resembles that of a dragon like her. Red Dragon Sydney wonders whether black dragons have noticed. She notes there have been increased reports of their movements. She also recalls the newly appointed overseer, a young noble named Count Reval. Lidon confirms the dragon among the slaves is a petite black-haired woman, and Sydney instantly recognizes her as Lurin. Sydney commands that the cultivation and sorting chambers be cleared out immediately. Inside the cultivation chamber, Ricardo proudly presents the facility to Ellison, calling it the pride of Dedran. He explains they grow rare herbs and fungi, refine them into narcotics, and even manufacture obedient slaves for wealthy masters. Ellison marvels at the enchanted lighting and wonders how such a place was built beneath the estate, noticing the laborers look exhausted from tending so many diseased plants. Ricardo advises that they should not linger there for too long. Ellison asks whether those ingredients could be used to create a poison that leaves no evidence behind. Ricardo counters by asking if Ellison is curious about their other merchandise and says he was about to reveal it anyway. Just then, Lidon steps in, having been ordered by Sydney to keep watch. He grows furious upon realizing Ricardo has exposed everything to a newly arrived overseer. Ricardo quickly offers an apology, but Lidon warns Ellison that if he truly plans to join them, all traces must be thoroughly erased. Ellison calmly replies that Lidon's suspicions were accurate, and that the Count's little game has come to an end. Meanwhile, Lurin remains in her cell, hearing strange sounds beyond the walls. She thinks she caught talk about shutting the place down, possibly linked to Ellison. At that moment, Sydney appears, boasting about the fortune of capturing a dragon slave and remarking she never expected to meet another dragon there. Lurin demands to know who Sydney is, and Sydney replies that while Lurin may not recognize her, she knows Lurin well and even claims familiarity with her mother. Shocked, Lurin demands how Sydney knows her mother's name. Sydney smirks and says she knows far more than just the name, claims to remember her mother's final moments vividly, and taunts Lurin by asking if she wants to hear the details. Enraged, Lurin lunges at Sydney with full force, swearing to rip her apart but spare her mouth. She challenges Sydney to see if she can still talk afterward. Sydney laughs and replies that she already tested it, and her voice works perfectly. She continues mocking Lurin's mother, provoking another furious assault as Lurin tries to silence her. The onlookers panic, screaming for everyone to flee because a dragon has appeared. Lurin angrily asks if they think she is the monster. Sydney transforms into a massive red dragon and mocks Lurin, saying she is far too wild to ever be a slave. She ridicules Lurin's choices, claiming she could have lived peacefully with Ellison instead of fighting blindly. She likens the situation to an insect buzzing around a dining hall, saying that naturally one would swat it away, and questioning why Lurin abandoned that quiet life. At the same time, flames erupt in the cultivation chamber, and someone shouts to put them out. Lidon orders everyone to evacuate instead of worrying. Archie declares he will make sure the evidence does not burn away. Lidon comments that their opponent is not an imperial official but a mage, which explains his unusual behavior. Ellison replies that Lidon has no right to judge, noting his formidable sword skills and defensive barrier. He observes something odd in his footwork and recognizes techniques of the First Knight Order. Intrigued, Ellison asks if he serves the Imperial Palace. The opponent admits his interest in Ellison is growing, but considers him too dangerous. Lidon strikes, yet Ellison blocks with magic, explaining that binding spells are easy to dodge once one understands their flow and joking that even a chicken could manage it. Lidon responds that large-scale offensive magic requires an immense source of flame to be effective. Ellison counters that his case differs, and that enchantments weaken when spread too widely. Lidon agrees, especially when force is concentrated at one point. Ellison nods in theory, and asks whether Lidon knows how to kill a mage. Lidon wonders if his barrier still stands before being hit by a fierce strike. Impressed by his resilience, Ellison comments on how swiftly he recovers. He notices Lidon's torn garments and battered condition. Still, he repeatedly demands to know Lidon's true identity. Back at the restaurant, Dariant arrives, stating he has come as instructed. He adds that their disguise may have already been exposed. Leon, Miss Berna, and Madrina are dining when Leon senses the unexpected presence of the Crown Prince. Leon remarks discovery was inevitable and reassures a woman he has no intention of detaining her, acknowledging she was not responsible for the Count's matter, and she thanks him for his mercy. Dariant then asks if the restaurant runs smoothly without Ellison, and as Berna departs, Leon explains a capable chef is handling it. Leon shifts to Dedrin, who has remained silent since his castle's destruction, likely still shaken. Leon boldly asks who would win if Ellison faced the two of them. Madrin and Dariant are stunned by the question, yet Leon insists they answer. Reluctantly, he admits that even together they could not defeat Ellison, calling him a monster beyond logic. He recalls another man of similar strength whom he once served under. That man, Commander Adrian Pierce, perfected the First Knight Order's swordsmanship and was the greatest swordsman he had ever witnessed. Confesses that was why he never rose beyond vice commander. Leon presses him to name someone still alive. He replies that he was not present then, but remembers Adrian's mysterious disappearance during the war while protecting the palace. Returning to the battle, Lidon persistently demands Ellison's name. After learning it, he labels him a deserter. Archie declares he intends to question him thoroughly later in prison. Lidon dismisses that idea, saying he has another master to serve and they will meet again. Before departing, he targets the ceiling, knowing Ellison must protect the slaves and evidence. He expresses regret, wishing someone like Ellison had existed in his earlier days. Meanwhile, Sydney and Lurin's clash continues to devastate the area. Sydney brags about her sharp tongue, while Lurin demands answers about her mother. Sydney reveals Lurin's mother created the ancient Mabel and was imprisoned for it, dying miserably alone, adding that secrets always surface eventually. Furious, Lurin threatens to kill anyone who dares reveal that secret. After some time, the chaos subsides, and people notice the collapse has ceased. They thank Ellison for saving them, and he tells them to forget it and tend to the injured. Among the fallen lies Ricardo's body. Crowd vents their anger on him, trampling and cursing his past crimes. Someone urges them to calm down, reminding them they stand before their rescuer. Ellison sarcastically asks whether he should join in and step on Ricardo as well. Meanwhile, a maid in the castle wonders about the commotion in the basement. Suspecting Ricardo may still be there, she encounters a cloaked man and questions who he is. He calmly says he heard there was a patient here. Surprised, the maid apologizes and says she was not told of any visitors, asking him to leave. Before finishing, her eyes suddenly shut. He collapses asleep, and the man remarks he did not arrive as a guest. He enters the room where a slave lies unconscious and wonders if she is the one he seeks. Elsewhere, Lurin storms the prison and tells the captives there are no guards left and they are free. Yet the slaves remain motionless, and Lurin grows frustrated at their lack of response. He mutters that freeing them will take forever at this rate, then hears Ellison calling her name. He comments that she was meant to act covertly, but instead created chaos. Lurin defends herself, saying a dragon uncovered her identity. Ellison notices the injured red dragon and asks if that was the culprit. Lurin confirms and says she had to silence it because it would not stop talking. He adds that the dragon knew about her mother creating and absorbing the ancient Mabel. Rubbing his head, Ellison admits the situation has grown complicated and says he is at the poison source and suggests ending for today. Lurin questions what to do about the unresponsive prisoners, and Archie explains the brainwashing makes them obey only recognized masters. He reassures her that he has summoned someone to resolve it. A man revealed as the gold dragon Iramantium arrives, saying this will be the last time he assists. Iramantium uses his power to heal the slaves, breaking their conditioning and restoring their freedom. The slaves react with overwhelming joy and disbelief. They throw their arms around each other, celebrating their freedom with tears and laughter. Our guy quickly tells them to form a line so he can hand out food properly. Curious, Lurin asks what he is serving, and he explains they are instant noodles from another world, calling them the ultimate comfort meal when starving. He pours hot water into the cups and instructs everyone to wait 3 minutes before digging in. The freed slaves express heartfelt thanks as they taste the warm broth, praising how delicious and soothing it is. Soon after, they eagerly ask for second servings. Lurin also asks for a bowl, and he assures her he has already set one aside for her. Nearby, Iramantium stands quietly without saying a word. He reflects on a painful memory of a girl who recoiled from his appearance and rejected him, and recalls another time when he healed a count. The grateful noble had even offered to erect a statue in his honor. He remembers a rescued slave who wept with gratitude, admitting she had accepted her fate as property. Iramantium studies his own hand, lost in deep contemplation. Later, Ellison, Lurin, and Argy return to the dining hall, and Argy marvels at how effortlessly Iramantium erased the brainwashing, confirming they have treated the intruder from Lurin's room. Lurin thinks back on the earlier chaos and feels relieved to see everyone safe again. She asks Ellison whether he is prepared to face the consequences of what he did, and he nervously insists he had no other choice. Instead of scolding him, Lurin pulls him into a tight embrace and declares that this is his punishment. Bewildered, Ellison objects, but Lurin firmly repeats that this is his penalty and orders him to accept it quietly. Promises her it will not happen again, and offers a sincere apology. Teasing her, he adds that if punishment feels like this, he would not mind enduring it a few more times. Changing topics, he asks if she disposed of the dragon's body before the crown prince could see it, and Lurin awkwardly denies doing so. Assuming he handled it himself, she realizes no one did, and Ellison frowns, calling it a serious mistake. Meanwhile, the wounded red dragon Sydney speaks with Adrian, captain of the First Night Order, admitting that even with half her mana she had hoped to fight decently but failed. He wonders if she was the wrong choice and asks how Adrian fared. Adrian apologizes, acknowledging that their opponents were exceptionally powerful. Sydney mockingly comments that it is rare for him to compliment humans. He waves it off, admitting she should have warned him about Ellison sooner, and concluding their strategy needs major adjustments. Prince Leon commends Ellison for executing everything flawlessly, though he admits the entire situation is absurd. He reflects on how the culprits used poison, trafficked slaves, and developed brainwashing drugs, crimes beyond common sense. Confesses he never expected such an easy resolution, and Ellison asks whether Leon has any unfinished matters in Greek City. Leon says there is one last issue, expressing surprise that the mastermind was a dragon and revealing it had a human ally skilled in the First Night Order's swordsmanship, prompting Dariant to vow to confront the one who disgraced the order, while Ellison laments that the dragon's missing body leaves loose ends. Ellison suspects the dragon survived and warns Leon against meddling recklessly in dragon affairs, and Leon assures him he will not act foolishly. Leon decides to close the matter for now, and when Ellison suggests appointing a proper overseer, Leon declines and presents a letter that supposedly settles everything. Confused, Ellison reads the letter and reacts in astonishment. He questions whether this was Leon's plan from the start, and Leon calmly explains that such a letter could cause misunderstandings among nobles if mishandled. At the castle, Count Raiden begs forgiveness, taking responsibility for his actions and insisting his wife Berna is innocent, while Berna tearfully accepts whatever punishment awaits. The crown prince reassures them that punishment is not his purpose and hands over a letter for them to read. Raiden reads the contents aloud, realizes it grants a pardon, and outlines a new directive. The letter praises the improved governance of Greek City under Baron oversight, noting reduced poverty and restored order. It announces the unification of Greek City and Dedrin under one administration, placing both under Greek's lord, leaving Berna overwhelmed and incredulous. The crown prince congratulates Raiden on the expansion of his territory. To everyone's shock, Raiden refuses the offer. He insists someone else is better suited for the position. Later, Leon and Dariant ride together, and Leon reflects on Raiden's unexpected refusal, admitting it caught him off guard. His knight comments that despite the surprise, Leon ultimately secured a suitable arrangement. Back at the castle, Raiden summons Dion, invites him to sit, and offers him dessert. During their conversation, Raiden reassures him about his improving health and mentions healer Alina's contributions. He then congratulates Dion on the unification and stresses the weight of the responsibilities ahead. Asking about his age, he hints it may be time to consider marriage to secure an heir. Shocked, Dion questions the sudden topic, and Raiden reveals he has already informed the palace that Dedrin's governance will transfer to Dion. He recalls Dion's thoughtful concern for the people during past visits as proof of his leadership potential, formally declares Dion the rightful lord of Dedrin, and expresses confidence in his abilities. Though overwhelmed, the young count vows to restore Dedrin's prosperity. At night, Dion arrives in Dedrin and is appalled by its miserable condition as his subordinate delivers a grim report. He explains that although the largest syndicate was dismantled, smaller gangs are fighting for dominance. He adds that the army has neglected patrol duties, and Dion decides to inspect personally. Entering a military facility, he finds soldiers gambling, drinking, and passed out on the floor. The sight leaves him speechless and unsure where to begin. Back at the restaurant, Lint prepares a new dish and asks Ellison for feedback. Ellison praises the effort but suggests improvements, and Lurin overhears and insists she can cook just as well. Their playful dispute unfolds, while Rain and Creston discuss Dion's departure to Dedrin. Rain worries about the immense challenges awaiting him, and Creston agrees that despite his reputation, the task is daunting. Suddenly, their discussion stops when Dion appears at the entrance. He is drenched in sweat and urgently asks for a hamburger. His disheveled appearance shocks everyone present. Lurin jokingly calls him a walking corpse. As Dion devours the burger rapidly, Ellison notices his pale face and exhaustion. Concerned, he asks about Dion's condition and offers assistance. Dion hesitates at first, determined not to rely on Ellison again. Eventually, he blurts out that he feels like he is dying and needs help. Ellison asks if the situation is truly that severe, and whether it really feels as desperate as death. Realizing his slip, Dion quickly laughs it off as a joke and claims he is fine. He leaves a coin, excuses himself, and says he is busy before rushing out, leaving everyone puzzled. Ellison then asks Lurin if she still has the item they created earlier, and she recalls it remains unused. She suggests it is probably stored in the attic on the 3rd floor. Meanwhile, Dion sits alone, reflecting on his behavior. He scolds himself for instinctively seeking his master's help and struggles to steady his thoughts. He acknowledges that small reforms alone will not save the territory. He determines to set priorities, focusing on corruption and public safety. He realizes these issues are intertwined, with corrupt officials enabling criminal groups through bribes. He also evaluates the weakened army and regrets the lack of capable enforcers. For a moment, he thinks of Ellison, but quickly rebukes himself for over-reliance and resolves to act independently. He decides to summon department heads and address each issue systematically. Elsewhere, several soldiers suffer from aching limbs and stomach pain due to excessive drinking. Kinder, leader of the Dedrin Guard squad, berates them harshly and questions whether they deserve to be called soldiers. He reminds them of the Lord's leniency during inspection and says they were lucky to avoid punishment. One soldier protests that Kinder once tolerated such behavior and asks why he is strict now, arguing that their efforts are meaningless when higher-ups undo everything. Those words weigh heavily on Kinder as he walks away, feeling partly responsible. He searches for a quiet place to drink and think. On his way, he notices a brightly lit camp and smells tempting food. Curious, he approaches and discovers Ellison and Lurin's traveling restaurant. He steps inside, and Ellison explains they serve both food and drinks. Drawn by the aroma of grilled skewers, Kinder asks if it is indeed a restaurant. Tempted by the barbecue, he orders several skewers and some drinks. Ellison places the dish before him and gently invites him to savor every bite. When Kinder tastes the food, he notices the meat is soft and rich, while the vegetables add a pleasant sweetness that blends seamlessly with the savory juices. He takes a slow drink and senses the tension in his body gradually fading. Satisfied, Kinder remarks that the meal and beverage complement each other perfectly and are easing the fatigue from his difficult day. Ellison smiles and tells him to relax and enjoy. He also reassures him that he is ready to hear any worries he may have. The following morning, Dion meets Van Denk, the official responsible for overseeing taxes and financial matters. While examining the office documents, he discovers several suspicious discrepancies. One of them lists a $20 million expense for road maintenance 4 months earlier. Yet in reality, no such repairs were ever carried out. When Dion questions him, Van Denk calmly presents a chest filled with gems and coins, insisting he has a reasonable explanation prepared. Dion, understanding how serious the corruption runs, debates internally whether to detain Van Denk on the spot. Still, he remembers Ellison would likely advise him to secure solid proof first. Acting too quickly could warn the other dishonest officials and make it far more difficult to expose the entire network of wrongdoing. He decides to feign satisfaction with the offered bribe, telling Van Denk he values the gesture and expects continued cooperation from him. At the food cart, Kinder talks about how he used to patrol the streets even on his days off to ensure public safety. He expresses concern over how badly his unit has declined, hinting that deeper corruption may be involved. Out of nowhere, a man storms in, demanding to know who authorized them to run the eatery. Ellison remains composed and asks Lurin to take care of it. He notices she is holding a bottle, and when asked, she clarifies it is not alcohol but a specialty drink meant to complement the dishes. The intruder threatens to overturn the entire stall. Watching this, Kinder comments bitterly on how far the Dedrin army has deteriorated if thugs can behave so brazenly. The aggressor strikes Kinder, just as he declares he will place him under arrest. The thug sneers that some lessons are only learned through pain and prepares to attack Ellison. Before he can, Lurin quickly wraps her arms around Ellison, murmuring that Lord Diane must often endure such chaos. A sudden flash of light erupts from the camp, leaving the attacker badly injured. Archie remarks that he has no desire to destroy the man's foundation and cannot interfere directly, believing Dion intends to resolve matters personally. Observing everything, Ellison concludes they should step in to assist. He glances at Kinder, who is slumped forward with his head on the table. Even through hardship, Kinder keeps a respectful demeanor, prompting Ellison to consider giving him another opportunity. While unconscious, Kinder drifts back to memories of his early days in the security force. Gabon, the captain, lounges lazily and tells him there are no dedicated instructors for weapons or arrest tactics, advising him to handle his own training and only wake him if someone from the castle shows up. Appalled by such indifference, Kinder vents to the others, pointing out that criminals are looting openly while they stand idle, urging them to act together since numbers could compensate for lack of skill, and after hesitation they agree. They successfully apprehend a thief, but he mocks them, asking whether they think the Lord will truly support their actions. Not long after, the Lord scolds the squad for exceeding their authority and orders the robber released. Kinder and his companions feel crushed by the outcome. When Kinder proposes trying once more, the others decline, citing unfair blame, harsh criticism, and insufficient support. They argue that extra patrols would only worsen things, especially with pay cuts and withheld supplies. Disheartened, they choose to follow orders strictly, leaving Kinder isolated in his resolve. Abruptly, Kinder regains consciousness at the sound of Ellison calling him. Ellison tells him he has prepared a present. The surprise is the thug, securely bound with rope. Ellison instructs Kinder to detain the man on his way back, and upon recognizing the culprit, Kinder asks if Ellison captured him. Ellison praises Kinder's efforts to restore safety and questions whether he still holds faith in his ambition. Though puzzled, he firmly answers that he has never abandoned his dream. Just then, another man approaches and urges Kinder to grasp this chance, revealing himself as Darian. Kinder is astonished to see the vice-captain of the First Night Order standing there. Darian formally introduces himself and explains he has been tasked with mentoring Kinder in swordsmanship. At the same time, in Dion's castle, various individuals line up to offer him lavish presents. First references treasure vending and presents a pouch filled with jewels. Another arrives carrying a sizable chest of precious stones, urging Dion to accept without reluctance. Others follow with even grander offerings, each boasting that theirs surpasses the last. The heap of riches steadily increases. His aide looks visibly uncomfortable. Dion reassures him outwardly, but reflects inwardly that moving against corrupt figures will provoke strong resistance. A short-haired woman with glasses steps forward, introducing herself as Mohin, the overseer of land affairs. When Dion inquires about her gift, Mohin apologetically responds. She admits she has neither wealth nor resources to offer and feels embarrassed by it. Rather than displeased, Dion expresses approval, saying he has been waiting for someone like her. Taking her hand, he announces they will collaborate to eliminate corruption. Overwhelmed, Mohin wonders if the Lord has lost his senses and briefly considers fleeing. Meanwhile, Kinder continues practicing with his sword and seeks evaluation. Darian points out flaws in his form, explaining he must relearn even the proper grip, but reassures him that under guidance there is no cause for worry. Then asks about returning to the palace and says transportation will be arranged, also inquiring how long it might take for Kinder to resume his security duties. Slightly startled by Ellison's reaction to a mere thug, Darian replies that even with daily lessons it would require at least 3 months, which disappoints him as he remarks that is quite lengthy. He tells himself he should stay uninvolved, yet he cannot turn a blind eye to the people's hardships. Darian senses he has conceived an idea but refrains from questioning it, fearing deeper entanglement. Later that night in Dedrin, a woman carrying groceries loses her way and is stopped by 2 suspicious men. One brandishes a knife and threatens her menacingly. Suddenly, a commanding voice orders them to drop their weapons. A group calling themselves the Street Vendor Squad steps forward like vigilantes. The criminals laugh at them, doubting their strength. One member channels a beam of magic, shattering the robber's weapon instantly. The shocked woman begins to suspect that Count Revolk might be among the masked defenders, the man she had encountered before. Archie also realizes she is the woman who once visited his chamber. Meanwhile, he worries that revealing himself so soon was not part of the plan. Elsewhere, members of Dedrin's trafficking syndicate convene to review recent developments. They mention Ricardo's death, Reden's disappearance, and the closure of both cultivation and sorting facilities. They further note that a new lord now governs the territory. Lesh Volta, the leader, proclaims they will carry on Lord Reden's will and restore their dominion once more. During training, Kinder eats his simple meal while reminiscing about the flavorful skewers their former leader prepared. Though unaware of the meat's origin, he remembers its delicious taste and, despite missing it, forces himself to endure the plain food to continue improving. A fellow soldier approaches, commenting on his grimy attire and asking his whereabouts, and Kinder replies he has been training and remains steadfast in his chosen path. leaving them speechless. Focus shifts to the rescued slaves expressing gratitude, with a woman reacting in shock. She recognizes Count Revolk when he removes his disguise, and he confirms he leads the food cart group in secret. Then, the slave girl explains the new lord has arranged temporary shelter and plans to send them home after the investigation, and he silently praises these efforts. Still, one former slave complains about the bland rations, which drove her to try buying bread. In response, he reminds them of their capture and asks whether they truly feel no desire for revenge against their oppressors. She looks puzzled as he continues, questioning if it is not humiliating to avoid the very place where they were abducted. Declares that anyone sharing such resentment should join him, because there is someone capable of teaching proper weapon skills. At the same time, Dariant continues instructing Kinder in combat techniques, telling him to slice through the air with intent rather than flailing aimlessly. He clarifies that the First Knight Order's mastery lies in refined blade control, not merely swift arm movements. He stresses that a sword wielded without skill is merely a blunt stick, and with a swift motion he knocks the weapon from Kinder's hand. Kinder quickly asks for further instruction, his enthusiasm unmistakable. Dariant cautions him that private tutoring can no longer continue. As more people gather, they request to participate, eager to sharpen their abilities and stand against those who once oppressed them. Kinder is taken aback when he sees them appear, yet they refuse to leave, repeatedly begging for guidance. Dariant rubs his head, admitting he expected to mentor only one student but now faces a crowd. And our boy notes that the group will only expand as more victims seek the chance to grow stronger. Dariant sighs and accepts that he will have to delay bringing additional trainees from the capital. At the Dedran Guard headquarters, Land Administrator Mohan studies a letter, recalling how she once suspected she was being used to gather bribes for questionable reasons. Previously, Dion clarified that certain officials who offered money might have done so under pressure from the former regime. Mohan has been assigned to determine whether the funds came from unwilling contributions, misappropriation, or coercion. He had asked why she was chosen for such responsibility, and Dion answered by praising her integrity. That response makes her question whether Dedran truly has a chance to transform. She walks away. She overhears Gaban ordering guards to remove workers from the sorting and cultivation chambers. He tells a subordinate to deliver his reward once the job is finished. Mohan grows uneasy about what those rooms are being used for. Meanwhile, inside the sorting chamber, soldiers observe its worn condition and praise Gaban for managing the situation well. They begin preparations to restore it, convinced that rebuilding it signals Dedran's revival. In his castle, Dion considers the headway made in tracing the bribe sources and notes that a few more months will be needed to finish. However, the army poses a bigger obstacle, and he knows swift yet subtle measures are required to avoid alerting other corrupt figures. Without warning, a glowing magic circle forms and Ellison steps through. Startled, Dion asks why Ellison has appeared. Ellison simply gestures for him to come along. He brings Dion to the training field, where both former slaves and guards are practicing combat. Ellison explains that everyone present chose to train voluntarily. As Dariant scolds Kinder for his form, our boy remarks on how much the training effort has expanded, highlighting the shared determination to reshape Dedran's future. Deeply moved, Dion realizes he is not fighting alone and begins to believe in a brighter tomorrow for Dedran. 3 months later, Vernetto's aide reports that the sorting and cultivation areas have been fully restored. Still bitter over losses caused by restrictions on exploiting citizens, Vernetto feels prepared to retaliate, commands his forces to seize every facility and notify Meccan and Volter of the operation. Outside, a vast force of guards and freed slaves under Lord Dion stands ready to confront Vernet. Dion calls for their surrender, promising lawful judgment while warning that resistance will be met with severe consequences. Vernetto scoffs at the troops, mocking them as poorly trained scarecrows. One of his men appears visibly nervous. Kinder advances, demanding the criminals step forward, while a woman cries out for the kidnappers to show themselves. Vernetto is left stunned by their resolve and unity. At the same time, Mohan orders soldiers to detain corrupt officials and anyone involved in bribery. Those captured protest loudly, asking who authorized such actions and branding the soldiers insane. Bon, gripping his blade, accuses them of treason and reminds them that he commands them. Soldier bows apologetically but insists they are obeying higher directives, as duty requires. The mention of superior authority leaves Gaban bewildered. Meanwhile, Dion proclaims they will cleanse Dedran of corruption and urges his troops to uphold justice. Combat erupts as the opposing sides charge at one another. An enemy shouts in disbelief, asking if these truly are Dedran guards since they were rumored to be weak. The clash, Kinder fights with unwavering determination to bring every criminal down. Suddenly, Vernetto leaps down with tremendous force. His landing shatters the ground beneath him. Shocked murmurs spread as he admits they have grown stronger, yet remain fools lacking true discipline. He signals his followers to advance. Kinder responds with biting sarcasm, saying they have endured hell for 3 long months. He challenges Vernetto to imagine surviving such hardship. Raising his blade, Kinder charges with full power. Vernetto taunts him, doubting how he learned proper sword skills. Their blades collide, and Vernetto continues insulting him while blocking each strike. A soldier urges the line to push ahead when suddenly, an enormous cuff-like weapon clamps around the soldier's neck, hoisting him upward, as Volta remarks on the bribery accusations brought by the new lord, suggesting that the story may not be entirely truthful. Crowd gasps and orders the guards to apprehend the newcomer. The intruder critiques the techniques of Vernetto's men and mocks their clumsiness, prompting soldiers to stay cautious. He arrogantly offers to limit himself to their level in combat. Watching from a distance, Dariant steps in, identifying the attacker as Meccan, the head of the assassin faction that once targeted the crown prince. Meccan is visibly taken aback. Dariant launches a precise assault with his blade, drawing blood. He remarks that equaling his strength was beyond Meccan's reach. He also observes that the current guards might manage the fight, though it will be a narrow victory. Elsewhere, soldiers battling Volta hear him recognize them as slaves he once owned. Angered by their improvement, he warns them not to underestimate him. He swings his weapon with full force in retaliation. Before he can strike, a woman restrains him and declares him a criminal, and after some time, reports confirm that all enemies have been subdued and secured. Meanwhile, as Kinder duels Vernetto, he notices odd magic circles deflecting attacks. Frustrated, Vernetto withdraws from the fight, swearing to rebuild their dominion, even if it requires repeated attempts. While retreating, Vernetto finds Lurin calmly sitting atop one of the captured foes. She asks if he too is a criminal and orders him back, and he realizes she is a dragon. Terror grips Vernetto when she threatens to incinerate everything. Lurin is surprised that he recognized her true nature. At that moment, Ellison and the others arrive and seize Vernetto. Dariant later informs our boy that some were injured during Meccan's capture, but assures him none are in mortal danger. Knight then asks why they stepped in despite, agreeing to leave matters to Count Baron. He answers that intervention became necessary when soldiers and female slaves were attacked. Meanwhile, at the castle, Jan receives praise from his father for dismantling the crime syndicate and corrupt officials. As he drinks, he brushes off the compliments and calls himself an unworthy lord and complete failure. His father looks puzzled and asks him to clarify. Back at camp, our boy grills barbecue when Lurin wonders if he stayed to safeguard the troops. Nods, suggesting the young count might not be pleased about it. She cannot understand his doubt, since their actions saved everyone. He replies thoughtfully that he understands Dion's frustration, but hopes he will not blame himself too harshly. In the young count's study, his father mentions the successful cleanup in Dedrin, but senses his son's discomfort over Ellison's assistance. Dion admits he once intended to rely solely on his own authority to bring reform, but after seeing the risks faced by his people, he realizes he acted with passion, but without full awareness of the consequences. He apologizes to his father for failing to embody the qualities expected of a lord. His father invites him for a walk, wishing to help him better understand what it truly means to become a worthy ruler. After some time, the father and son stroll together in silence. His father asks how Dion views him as a ruler, and Dion explains that he grew up hearing how his father restored glory to Greek city after it was devastated by the Dragon War. Understanding this, his father realizes Dion placed him on a pedestal and tried to follow the same footsteps, then confesses that the very first act he took as lord was to seek assistance from others. Back then, Greek city had been left in ruins and despair. Dion approached a neighboring lord, requesting refuge and supplies so his citizens would not starve. He explains that for a ruler, what ultimately matters is the outcome, especially when the safety and survival of the people are at stake. With that lesson, he nudges Dion toward our boy so he will not sulk during the day of celebration. Dion is initially confused by his father's gesture. Then he spots his soldiers and our boy enjoying themselves. They greet him warmly and pull him into the gathering. He cannot help but smile at the sight. Watching his son mingle happily with his people fills the father with pride, knowing many survived only because he once humbled himself to seek Ellison's help. He becomes convinced that Dion has already grown into a fine lord. By the following morning, everyone lies exhausted after a night of heavy drinking. He remarks dryly that he never expected such a wild celebration. Then he turns to our girl and asks if she would like to accompany him if she is not too tired, and she inquires about their destination. As he activates his magic, he vaguely answers that he has something to ask and something to show someone. The setting shifts to the royal palace, since Leon is approached by the chief mage there. Madrina questions why he has come. He says he has been researching the era when 3 heroes saved them from the dragon. One hero was an elf and another a dwarf. The third, however, was a human. While the elf and dwarf are well documented, there are no clear records about the human hero. Leon suspects that this figure has been largely forgotten, aside from mentions that he was a human and an exceptionally powerful mage. Presents a document showing a single note by Ellison stating he served 15 years as an imperial mage before retiring. Leon also believes Madrina recognized him the first time they met. He is convinced she lied about it being their first encounter. She responds that the truth is not as he assumes. The focus then returns to our boy and girl. They stand before the emperor of the Rubern Empire and exchange formal greetings. The emperor asks his purpose and wonders if he plans to visit the Magic Academy. He replies that there is little reason to return, as many there would resent seeing him. It becomes clear that our boy had been the Academy's greatest troublemaker, and the memory shifts back to his student days. Students are congratulated for earning entry into the Academy as chosen candidates. They are told to refine their magic and strengthen the empire through rigorous training. Our boy appears to struggle in nearly every subject. The Academy principal grows increasingly irritated that he has not graduated, and he rambles about progressing step by step. The principal loses patience and throws him out of the office. Later meets classmates who tease him for being a long-standing senior. He laughs it off, saying he enrolled at a young age so he does not mind. As they walk ahead, young Madrina, La Jr. then watches him with clear disdain. Time moves to the Imperial Magic Academy training grounds. The principal demonstrates advanced freezing magic, explains its theory, and orders the class to attempt it. Our boy calmly states he cannot cast it. Principal switches to a simpler spell and tells him to try that instead. He admits he cannot manage that either. When reminded that even juniors can perform it, he jokes that modern juniors are unusually gifted compared to his era. This remark drives the principal into a rage. In truth, our boy intends to maintain this facade until the war ends while remaining in the academy. Meanwhile, Madrina stands out as a prodigy, displaying magical talent rare for someone so young. Teacher wistfully comments that Ellison once showed similar brilliance when he first enrolled. Madrina responds with a scornful look toward him. Back in the present, Leon is stunned to hear that our boy supposedly could not use magic properly. She explains that he was capable of only one spell, prompting Leon to question why he was retained during wartime when underperformers were usually sent to the front lines. Madrina answers that the single spell he mastered was extraordinary beyond measure. In the past, students are inspired by Madrina's remarkable abilities. Faculty and peers admire her skill. She grows arrogant, convinced she surpasses everyone, believing no one can rival her magical prowess. Dreams of eclipsing every mage in power. Her fantasy shatters when she sees Ellison casting an immense fireball. Classmates explain that although he struggles with other spells, his fireball technique is unmatched. That is why the professors refuse to let him graduate without diversifying his abilities. Witnessing the devastation from a single cast leaves her shaken. She feels crushed, having believed she was destined to lead the academy's future. Determined not to be outdone by someone she deems inferior, she resolves to surpass him. She begins training relentlessly to perfect her own fireball spell. Though impressive for her level, it pales beside Ellison's overwhelming flames, fueling her anger. From then on, she keeps a close watch on him. He and his friends grow tired of the cafeteria meals and decide to cook elsewhere. Companions notice her staring and tease her about her constant attention toward him. Irritated, she snaps at their teasing. He rebukes their assumptions, and they point out that Ellison is her complete opposite and even claims he has no desire to pursue life as a maid. That revelation sparks her curiosity. He urges them to explain further. The scene shifts to our boy enjoying a meal he prepared with a friend who marvels at how tender the meat turned out despite its toughness before cooking. He explains he marinated it with various spices and cooked it to preserve its juices. He finishes the dish, and they comment on the pot heated by his self-activating magic. He casually admits he invented most of those spells himself, and they laugh about how he fools the professors into believing he lacks ability. Another friend then seriously asks whether he intends to graduate after all. He shrugs, saying he dreams of becoming a chef and sees magic merely as a tool. To him, magic serves practical purposes only, and since he is not native to this land, he feels little obligation to defend it, which his friends understand. He jokes that repeated failures might land him on the battlefield anyway. A friend laughs that by then they will have risen in rank and can look after him, an idea he finds amusing. Nearby, Madrina overhears everything. The truth about Ellison leaves her tense and unsettled. Graduation day finally arrives. His classmates receive emblems marking their successful completion of study. The badge symbolizes their official graduation from the academy, and at that moment, Ellison stands aside watching the celebration and cheers. Afterward, Madrina approaches the principal to discuss Ellison. The campus buzzes as the 312th class prepares to depart, all except our boy, who learns they have been assigned to northern Delian City far away. They say farewell and promise to visit his future restaurant after the war, admitting they will miss his cooking. Once they leave, he quietly activates his magic to begin preparing another meal. He is aware that the current mid-tier students will soon advance to senior status. He also hopes to make new companions when he joins the next class. His train of thought is cut short by Dean Bond's voice. Dean studies his magic seal, a layered defensive spell he crafted. He inspects the magic simmering in the cauldron and confirms it is as intricate as he predicted. After sampling the dish Ellison prepared, he admits it tastes excellent. Dean reveals he has heard from various classes that Ellison is too gentle for combat and has been pretending incompetence in basic magic despite being highly skilled. He then presents Ellison with two possible paths. One option is to graduate as a first-class wizard alongside his peers, with the dean ignoring his prior deception. The other is to remain as the academy's cook, while also managing the casualty records. In the present, Ellison tells the Emperor he naturally chose the kitchen. He admits with a sigh that the cooking was enjoyable, until he had to deal with the list. In the past, 3 months after becoming the academy cook, Ellison is content with his new role. His intense heat magic makes preparing meals for large numbers effortless. Using it, he produces flavorful yuba and perfectly stir-fried vegetables. Madrina and her friends relish his meals. Madrina feels pleased as she now ranks first in the academy, while Ellison has stepped down to kitchen duties. One day after classes, he stands before the dean again and receives praise. Amid compliments for his cooking, the dean hands him a document requiring him to organize 200 names in order. Ellison's expression stiffens as he recognizes the meaning behind those names. The dean gently advises him to take his time, since another list will arrive in 3 months. Asked directly, the dean confirms it records soldiers who have died in battle. Later, as he compiles the names, he cannot stop reflecting on his own circumstances. He once believed the war would conclude within a couple of years, and had sheltered himself inside the academy. He assumed that in this fantasy world, people would naturally be powerful enough to endure. Those were the thoughts he carried when he first came here. He recalls being drafted as a soldier because Rubern lacked manpower. His pen continues to record the fallen one after another. His composure crumbles as he struggles to suppress tears, unable to comprehend the scale of loss. Finally breaks when he writes the names of classmates who had only recently graduated. The following day, he cooks in a detached, almost mechanical manner. Senior girls thank him warmly and say they will miss his meals once they are deployed. His mind echoes the dean's warning that another list will arrive in 3 months. He barely manages to hold back his tears. That night, he visits the dean's office, where Bond seems to have anticipated him and asks what he wishes to say. Ellison shocks him by requesting assignment to the front lines. As he lays down his graduation robe, the dean asks him to demonstrate his fireball spell. The fireball he unleashes later is seen by no one directly, yet the tremor it causes is so violent it is mistaken for an earthquake. Next day, the dean dismisses the event as a magical mishap, while students hear that a first-class wizard left quietly without promotion. In the present, Madrina tells Leon that Ellison departed the academy the day after that incident. Leon concludes that the enormous crater must have been Ellison's doing. He remains silent, but recalls her own shock upon seeing the crater and realizing he left that mark. Even after he left for the battlefield without graduating, the memory gives her no peace. After leaving the academy behind, Ellison reports to 2nd Company Commander Dagos. Dagos remarks on the rarity of receiving a magic student mid-war and briefs him on the grim battlefield conditions. He explains that Ellison will operate in the central zone swarming with monsters, noting that although dragons spark the war, the monsters cause most devastation. Dagos advises him to rest and await orders, but Ellison insists on heading out immediately. After he leaves, Dagos privately doubts his chances of survival. Subordinates object, arguing that fresh recruits should not be thrown into combat. Dagos counters that Ellison is no ordinary student, pointing to the first-class emblem on his uniform. Their debate is cut short when a soldier calls them outside urgently. They step out to witness an enormous swath of land cleared before them. The sight leaves them speechless. Dagos turns and finds Ellison wounded but standing. Ellison requests immediate reassignment before further casualties occur. At the present, the Emperor asks if Ellison harbors resentment toward Bond. Ellison answers that he does not, as Bond merely forced him to confront reality through the list. He adds that Bond later died fighting dragons, and confesses he blames only himself and the enemies who filled those lists. He remarks that the Emperor likely knows the rest, and the Emperor nods. Ellison admits that if granted another chance, he might not have simply walked away from the battlefield. Elsewhere, the Crown Prince is stunned to hear that Ellison deserts. Madrina sorrowfully agrees that Ellison betrayed his ideals, and that their choices risked their own lives. Leon protests that she cannot abandon Ellison's reputation so easily. Madrina responds that even a crown prince cannot ignore the gravity of desertion. Their discussion is interrupted by someone remarking in surprise at the prince's presence. The newcomer is revealed as the Empire's third duke. Leon hides his true thoughts, knowing he lacks the power to act openly. A playful grin, he adopts the guise of a frivolous prince and claims he goes wherever beauty resides. He theatrically embraces Madrina and kisses her hand, hoping she will tolerate it. Daigos comments dryly that he expected better from Madrina than chasing status despite already being a 7th-class mage. Prince feigns confusion at the remark. Daigos clarifies that the 7 circles on her badge signify her rank as a 7th-class wizard. Leon casually replies he never noticed such details and insists he summoned her simply for her looks. Daigos departs, advising him to keep such antics away from the record room. Once alone, the prince apologizes. Leon asks Madrina if she has dealt with Duke Delian before. He is surprised by her shaken demeanor. Madrina was raised with noble pride and high standards. Her exceptional talent and relentless training made her look down on most others. As a 7th-rank mage, she had always kept admirers at bay, making this closeness unfamiliar. Leon fails to grasp her sudden nervousness, and before he can ask, she faints. Meanwhile, Ellison carries the sleeping dragon girl over his shoulder. He lets her rest while he delivers his message. Soon he encounters Leon carrying Madrina in much the same way. They immediately suspect one another, each with a woman slung over his shoulder. Later they sit in Leon's study, where Ellison states he has matters to discuss with the Emperor. Notes that the Crown Prince will eventually learn of it, and prepares to leave to avoid suspicion. Leon stops him and reveals that Madrina told him about his past. He admits he has pieced together much of the story himself. Leon recounts hearing rumors of a terrifying dragon slayer after returning from abroad. After meeting Ellison, he is convinced that legend refers to him. He declares that Ellison must be the mythical 9th-class Archmage who surpassed the human limit of 7 circles. He earnestly asks for Ellison's support if that is true. Meanwhile, the Emperor reflects on Ellison's confession, remembering his regret over leaving the battlefield. The Emperor wonders whether he would choose differently if given another chance. His contemplation is interrupted by the arrival of the 3rd Duke. He demands to know whether Ellison is currently inside the palace. The Emperor remains silent and refuses to give him an answer. Delian is clearly irritated, yet he restrains himself from openly venting his anger. Instead, he advances toward the Emperor, whose frailty becomes obvious under the pressure. The Emperor's knight moves to shield his lord, but the Duke's knight seizes his wrist, as Delian coldly remarks that the Emperor no longer holds his former prestige. Before tensions explode, Porgo steps in and warns Delian that this is the Imperial Palace, and he should tread carefully, especially if Ellison is indeed nearby. Delian accepts the caution and decides to withdraw for the time being. Yet before leaving, he advises the Emperor to discipline Madrina for behaving improperly with the Crown Prince, claiming it stains the palace's honor. After Delian departs, Porgo inquires about the Emperor's condition. The Emperor expresses gratitude for Porgo's loyalty. Still, he confesses his shame as a ruler and wonders if his son feels embarrassed by him. Focus shifts to Leon's study, where he speaks of the imperial family's decline following the First Night Order's collapse. Leon recounts how, at the war's outbreak, the Emperor split the First Night Order to defend multiple regions for the people's sake. This decision left the castle dangerously undermanned, with only the commander and a small force guarding it. Wearing a troubled expression, Leon asks Ellison if he grasps the implication. Ellison answers that it meant the Empire's grip over the nobles weakened. Leon nods and explains that when they summoned the lords, many either ignored the call or sent poorly trained troops instead. Rather than strengthening the war effort, these forces worsened the chaos. Leon admits his fury and frustration at being powerless to protect his people. In desperation, he implores Ellison for assistance. Overwhelmed, Leon even kneels before him instead of merely asking. Shocked, Ellison urges him to rise, insisting a crown prince should not kneel and reminding him he is merely a restaurant owner. Leon flushes with embarrassment and concedes he may have misjudged Ellison. Then his gaze falls upon Ellison's insignia. The 9-circled emblem reveals his true rank, and Ellison calmly clarifies he has not forsaken his responsibilities, but will not topple authority at Leon's command, nor will he entangle himself in palace politics. Still, he promises that if a genuine threat endangers Ruburn, he will act without hesitation. As Ellison departs, Leon sinks into his chair, finally realizing the weight of the 9th-class Archmage before him. He recalls returning from abroad during wartime. 2 youths mocked him for bowing despite being crown prince, and for shedding his arrogance. They ridiculed him for depending on only 3 heroes, prompting him to shout that they did not understand those saviors. In the present, he smiles faintly, trusting Ellison will return despite rumors of his disappearance. The scene turns to our girl. She awakens to find a frightened Madrina before her, who hastily insists she did nothing wrong. Lauren remains visibly irritated. Ellison arrives and remarks that any later arrival would have caused trouble. Lauren clings to him, complaining about being left behind, and he suggests they head home now that his business is done. Adrena asks what brought him there. He replies that she will understand once Darian appears. She warns him that Duke Delian is present in the palace, and he assures her he will leave promptly. As he activates his magic, he questions whether she disclosed his identity to the crown prince and mentioned the Dedrin Castle affair. Nervous, she insists she revealed only what the prince ordered her to share. Elsewhere, the crown prince silently apologizes to Madrina. Later, Porgo notices a weary Madrina exiting Leon's chamber and wonders if Delian's suspicions hold true. Following day, our boy returns to his restaurant. He calls for applause for Lint and Mate for managing the kitchen in his absence. He commends Ment and Miltine as well, while teasingly ignoring our girl's demand for praise. Lint reveals he knew Ellison had secretly monitored them despite claiming to be away. This revelation surprises our boy, then announces a reward in the form of a camping trip. News delights everyone. When Mate asks if it will be private, Ellison boasts that as Greek City's social butterfly, he will invite others subtly enough to blur the line between outing and festival. He first invites Creston, who declines due to work but suggests suitable camping spots. Meanwhile, at Alina's clinic, Serena watches Alina treating patients. Serena is annoyed since she offered to shower her with gold, so she would not need to work. Alina calmly replies that wealth cannot heal the sick. At that moment, Ellison arrives. Alina's face lights up, a reaction Serena dislikes. Serena notes the variety of emotions crossing Alina's features. Ellison invites her to join the camping trip since she frequents his restaurant. He suggests it would be enjoyable for her to come along, and she agrees. Serena studies her expression again, pondering whether it is admiration or affection. She abruptly declares that, as a mighty dragon, she will accompany them too. Ellison looks uneasy at her self-invitation, which irritates her because she assumed she was already included. Soon they arrive at the campsite, a picturesque spot beside a cascading waterfall. Alina asks how he discovered it, and he vaguely credits his social connections and word of mouth. Mate points out he only convinced 2 extra guests, dampening his pride. They unload their belongings onto the ground. Lauren asks if they should start pitching tents. He surprises them by proposing a game called Rubaruma, Monopoly, instead. Lauren wonders if the name comes from his homeland. He assures them the rules are written clearly and hands out cards and currency. He explains that players must expand their wealth, and after 10 rounds, the richest or last solvent participant wins. Lauren scoffs that it sounds like a game about worldly ruin. He adds there will be both rewards and punishments involved. Game begins, and Lint lands on Serena's property. She smugly demands payment for trespassing on the great dragon's domain. Ellison notes her land is not very valuable, which cheers Lint. Lurin draws a golden card confidently. Pride fades when it proves to be a penalty, stating a dragon destroys buildings on the most expensive sites, prompting her to curse that dragon. Ellison points out Alina has built an inn, and he has landed on it. She imagines herself managing the inn proudly. While Traveler Ellison asks about lodging fees, flustered in reality, she tells him he may stay free of charge, leaving him puzzled. He then notices Miltine assisting, meant with construction, despite his protest that it should remain an individual contest. He observes Lent pleading with his brother, who claims money outweighs kinship, and reminds them the currency is imaginary. Lurin attempts to escape jail rules, but he stops her. Eventually, they tally their earnings to determine the victor. Rankings are announced, with Lurin and Serena bankrupt at the bottom. Ellison finishes third, while Alina wins. As her reward, he grants her a wish ticket redeemable for any feasible request. She asks to save it for later, and he assures her it never expires. Serena studies Alina closely and thinks she should seize the chance wisely. Declares that the lowest scorers, Serena and Lurin, must set up the camp. The two argue playfully as they assemble the tent. Late at night, while every boy and girl sleeps peacefully in their tents, Alina presses a gentle kiss to the ticket Ellison gave her. All at once, she notices Miltine rising from her bed, startling her as she wonders what could be happening at such a late hour. Miltine quietly steps out of the camp. Intrigued, Alina trails after her to find out her intentions. Before long, Miltine embraces someone tightly, confessing that she cannot bear being separated from him. Person turns out to be men. Alina is stunned to witness them together, as they talk about deliberately keeping their romance hidden for now. Miltine reassures him softly that the others are fast asleep. Soon after, Lurin and Serena join Alina. The two dragon girls explain they heard unusual sounds and came to investigate. Lurin dryly remarks that calling it a secret is pointless, since everyone already knows they like each other. Not long afterward, the pair stand before Ellison. Admits he has already heard about their relationship. Ellison congratulates them and assures them there is no reason for guilt, while the brothers reflect on how oblivious they were to the obvious signs between the two. He announces that they will hear the entire story during mealtime. Determined to celebrate, he decides to cook curry. He begins by frying onions until they caramelize. In another pot, he separates vegetables and meat with butter, pours in water, sautés everything together, and seasons it carefully with spices. The sight of the prepared dishes delights everyone. He even prepares a meatless curry especially for Alina, causing her to blush at his kindness. Turning toward the new couple, Ellison asks which of them confessed first. Miltine admits she was the one. Ment confesses he initially considered refusing her because of their age gap, yet he could not bring himself to do so, questioning whether denying someone for such a reason would truly bring happiness. What matters most is that their feelings align. With a teasing tone, Ellison asks if they plan to marry at Greek Plaza, and Ment replies that marriage is far too soon. Laughter and cheers erupt as everyone encourages them to share the kiss they missed the previous night due to the interruption. Urged on by the crowd, Miltine finally leans in and kisses Ment. The moment fills the group with joy, all except the dragon girl, who watches with a noticeably sour expression. After eating, the brothers happily remark that the curry reminds them of the stew once served at Ellison's restaurant. The couple strolls off together, while the dragon girl invites the young man to another round of Monopoly, still pouting, which he assumes is due to her earlier loss. Serena praises the delicious curry, and Alina agrees. Serena hints that Alina should stop holding herself back. A wish token may last indefinitely, she says, but a good man will not wait forever. She advises Alina to act before someone else wins his heart, adding that Ellison seems to have made a decision today. Meanwhile, during Monopoly, the boy lands in jail, and she teasingly comments on his terrible luck. He smoothly shifts the conversation to Ment and Miltine, which surprises no one since her feelings were obvious. What truly catches him off guard is Lurin's unexpected response. Lurin abruptly confesses that she likes him, causing him to choke on his coffee. She explains she always believed expressing her emotions openly was perfectly fine. Seeing everyone enthusiastically celebrate Ment, and Miltine makes her question that belief. He explains that they are simply celebrating a new beginning, just as they once celebrated her birth. Lurin retorts irritably that no one celebrated her feelings. She argues that when she confessed, she did not receive such excitement or applause. Ellison gently says their bond feels more like family, something natural rather than romantic. Tears well up as she insists she does not want their connection to be seen as something ordinary. That very moment, he rolls double ones on the dice. Delighted to escape jail, he celebrates briefly until she slides a rule card toward him. The card states he must kiss the black dragon in order to be free. Nervously, she admits that the crowd's strong reaction shows how different their relationship is from Ment and Miltine's. She leans closer, saying that if a kiss defines that difference, she sees no reason they should not try. Grabbing his collar firmly, she pulls him toward her. She moves in to kiss him, leaving him flustered and tense. Suddenly, a loud clatter echoes nearby. The noise snaps them back to reality. Ellison quickly stands, declaring he will handle the dishes. Across the room, Alina witnesses everything and collapses to her knees in shock. She had come to collect clean water for washing up, only to stumble upon them in that intimate moment. She regrets making the sound that interrupted them. Her eyes fall upon the ticket lying on the ground. Serena's earlier advice echoes in her mind. She picks up the ticket, wondering what she might gain by using it. Alina's affection for Ellison began with simple curiosity and gratitude. As she learns more about him, she discovers his passion for cooking, his support at her clinic, and the quiet attentiveness he shows in daily life. She soon realizes there is more to him than meets the eye. He is revealed to be one of the 3 war heroes who protected people, impartially alongside Bidet. The more she uncovers about his past, the deeper her feelings grow beyond mere curiosity. She finds herself seeking excuses to visit the restaurant just to see him. Now holding a wish token, she has already chosen what to request. Eventually, everyone packs up to return home. Ellison helps each person, ensuring they enjoyed themselves, and the brothers praise both him and his cooking. Meanwhile, Serena notices Lurin's gloomy expression. She senses lingering tension between Lurin and Ellison. Secretly, this pleases her, because it might create an opening for Alina. Alina then appears carrying clean dishes. Ellison realizes she handled his share, but she dismisses his worry, saying it is the least she can do after being invited. She then announces her intention to use the wish token. Smiling warmly, Ellison invites her to make her wish. She voices her request aloud. Later, they arrive back at her clinic. Alina truly treasures the outing. She asks Serena if she enjoyed it as much. Serena, however, is more curious about why Alina spent her wish token. Turns out Alina wished for their hero to keep running his restaurant in Greek City without end. Ellison is surprised, as he had already intended to remain there. He double-checks if that is truly her only wish. She confirms firmly and he grants it. In the present, Serena feels frustrated that Alina wasted such a valuable wish, believing she could have at least asked him on a special date. Serena scolds her gently for letting such a rare chance slip away. Alina quietly explains that her choice was because she has seen Ellison standing beside Lurin. She notices the way his eyes soften when he looks at Lurin, Rena falls silent upon seeing tears forming in Alina's eyes. She always hoped someone as pure and kind as Alina would find true love. Unlike herself, she believed Alina deserved happiness. Yet Alina insists she is content simply seeing Ellison occasionally at the restaurant. While comforting her, Serena reflects sadly that she longed to witness Alina's love story blossom, but instead sees heartbreak. Back at the restaurant, Lurin remains irritated, pondering Ellison's unusual avoidance of her, especially after she boldly demanded a kiss. Now he even keeps his distance at night and refuses to let her snuggle close. Mate also observes that she seems to have grown taller. The thought startles her, and she realizes her coming-of-age ceremony must be approaching. She asks him if her height matters, and Mate replies that it is not only her height but her growing maturity that he notices. Meanwhile, lost in thought, our hero accidentally slices his hand without noticing. Ignoring Lint's worry, he calmly asks where the bandages are kept. Lynch exclaims that the wound is serious as blood continues to drip steadily. That instant, his thoughts drift back to his final moments with Lurin. After thinking it through for a long time, he finally confesses that he has feelings for her. At the same time, events unfold at the sacred grounds of the Black Dragon. The elders, Metadonna and Dehegma, are engaged in discussion about the arrangements for Lurin's coming-of-age ritual. Dehegma emphasizes the ceremonial traditions that he has already carefully organized for the occasion. Question: he presents a prepared list of suitable male dragons who could become Lurin's mate. Scanning the names, Metadonna remarks that Nace would probably have been included had he survived, and Dehegma nods in agreement. Metadonna then cautiously raises the issue of lingering resentment, asking whether Dehegma still harbors anger toward Ellison for Nace's death. He firmly denies it, and when Metadonna tries to mention Lurin's affection for Ellison, Dehegma cuts her off. He reveals that he is aware of his nephew's scheme, leaving Metadonna stunned. Dehegma admits he chose not to interfere, even without openly supporting it, because Nyes may have been correct about the looming extinction of the Black Dragon clan. In circumstances like these, he argues, entrusting a rare female dragon to a human would be unwise, prompting Metadonna to demand clarification. Dehegma ultimately states that his concern is the survival of the Black Dragon lineage, much like Metadina's own intentions. He emphasizes that Metadonna once confined his own daughter and punished her severely for creating an ancient Mabel, an act that violated their clan's sacred laws. At the same time, he recognizes that Metadonna deeply regrets his choice, which is why he proposes that Lurin should bond with another Black Dragon. That night, the butcher and his wife visit the restaurant and inquire about how his holiday went. He answers that he had a wonderful time, and when Rain apologizes for missing it, he dismisses the concern, assuring them there will be another chance to join him. The woman quietly asks if he has arranged anything special for Lurin's upcoming birthday, and he confidently reveals he has been preparing a surprise for quite some time. Her eyes light up with excitement, and she squeals with delight upon learning he has built a house especially for Lurin. At the same time, Jeltsar feels a deep sense of satisfaction. He admires the completed construction of Lurin's lair with pride. He gently pats Cat Lurin, praising her dedication and effort in assisting him. Turning to his team, he apologizes for pushing them so hard, admitting that his perfectionism over the smallest details kept them working late, but they cheerfully wave off his apology. They take pride in the flawless result as well, confidently calling it Jeltsar's finest creation, and eagerly anticipate everyone's response. Meanwhile, Lurin dreams of standing before the clan elders, who accuse her mother of causing war by forging the ancient Mabel. Lurin shakes with fear as she desperately tries to defend herself. Metadonna ignores her pleas and coldly announces her exile from the sanctuary. She jolts awake abruptly at that instant, notices that Ellison's side of the bed is empty. Concerned, she steps outside to look for him. Soon, she spots him standing beside Galtzar. They both turn toward her, while she remains puzzled about what is happening. Clearing his throat, Ellison says he wants to share something meant for her birthday, but decides this moment feels more appropriate. Instead of explaining directly, he surprises her by leading her toward the lair. He begins by guiding her to the grand entrance. She stares upward in amazement at the towering ceiling above. Near the entrance lies Cat Lurin's chamber, and Galtzar explains that it serves as a guard station. They continue the tour through her residence, showing her the wine cellar, pantry linked to the dining hall, private bedroom, and a secured vault. Afterwards, Galtzar brings them to the heart of the lair. There, a spacious bath occupies the center. Lighted, she asks if they tapped into the underground aquifer, and Galtzar confirms it, recalling her fondness for hot springs and explaining he recreated one for her. Watching her joy, Ellison feels thankful and realizes his earlier distance had been causing her pain. Seeing her smile in her new home strengthens his resolve to finally confront his feelings for her. She turns to him, playfully asking for cocoa, and even suggests bathing together, which leaves him visibly flustered. Without hesitation, she slips into the warm water. She becomes irritated when he lingers uncertainly at the edge. Meanwhile, he struggles internally, thinking she is advancing their relationship too quickly. Eventually, he realizes maintaining emotional distance must also be awkward for Lurin, especially since they share both bed and bath. Suddenly, a portal materializes nearby. Unfortunately for Ellison, Medidana hears his last remark and angrily accuses him of taking advantage of his granddaughter. Ellison attempts to clarify the misunderstanding, but Medidana refuses to be convinced. Later, while Medidana tours Lurin's lair, Ellison glances toward the bathwater. He realizes she has already finished bathing and slipped away. Medidana surveys the surroundings and grudgingly admits the lair meets his standards, surprised that a human could provide such a dwelling. Ellison hopes this faint praise signals his approval. Medidana subtly questions whether Ellison would accept failure before requesting a private discussion. The two men step together into the water. Ellison blushes nervously, overwhelmed by Medidana's imposing aura, which feels far more intense than Lurin's presence. With unease, he asks Medidana to begin, and Medidana responds by recounting an old tale. It is a story from before his own birth. In that distant era, a dragon lord named Balakar emerged after absorbing 3 ancient Mables, becoming monstrous from the start. He regarded all non-dragons as inferior beings, though such dragons still existed at the time. Balakar possessed immense power, enabling him to act on his hatred. He systematically wiped out every race except dragons. Once only dragons remained, Balakar recognized his grave error. With no other species left, dragons began turning on one another. In time, formidable dragons who had consumed 1 or 2 ancient Mables united against him and destroyed him. After the devastating conflict, the dragons remembered the suffering they endured. They swore never again to allow any dragon to absorb 3 ancient Mables. Thus, they established a strict law banning the creation of ancient Mables. Then shifts the discussion to Lurin's mother. He recounts an event from 3 centuries earlier. That time, Lurin was still very young. She used to play with him during a peaceful era in the sanctuary. That single incident shattered the tranquility they enjoy. He remembers being reprimanded by his mother for indulging Lurin too much. Suddenly, they felt a violent tremor as Lurin's mother, in dragon form, crashed into the tower. She hoped desperately that no one had followed her. Entering the tower, she revealed the ancient Mabel and urgently asked them to conceal it. Saren and Medidana grew tense upon realizing Baron had brought such a forbidden object. Saren demanded an explanation for how she obtained it. She casually admitted she had smuggled it from somewhere, enraging her father until his mother intervened to calm him. Even so, Saren insisted that Baron clarify everything. Baron bluntly stated it was unfinished, but the Lord would soon be born. He explained that she once encountered individuals who possessed all 3 ancient Mables. She barely understood the full circumstances. She acted recklessly. Without hesitation, she stole one of the Mables. She even contemplated taking all 3. She boasted confidently that no one could catch her. Aaron, however, warned her of the seriousness of her actions, noting that an ancient Mabel's energy cannot be hidden. For long, tradition would demand consequences. Though her father objected, Baron accepted responsibility, fully aware of what stealing the Mabel meant for her fate. She resigned herself to the established protocol, requesting only one condition. Meanwhile, Lurin grew angry with her grandfather for preventing her from seeing her mother. She then witnessed her mother encircled by dragons. Metadana commanded her to admit her crime of creating an ancient Mabel. She confessed, and he declared she would be confined in isolation as punishment. Accepting the sentence calmly, she left Lurin trembling in fear at the sight. Medidana ordered his daughter imprisoned and announced he would personally escort her once preparations were complete. In the present, Ellison objects, arguing that Baron had committed no true wrongdoing. Medidana assumes Ellison understands everything, but Ellison denies this, stating he only knows she created the ancient Mabel. Medidana explains the confinement was meant to protect the ancient Mabel, secured within layers of powerful magic against intrusion. Ellison counters that regardless, it remains a prison. Medidana acknowledges this truth with visible regret. He reflects on how that decision gradually affected Lurin's life. Whispers spread about her, some expressing pity while others labeled her a criminal's child. When he visited Lurin's chamber, he found her sobbing and pleading for her mother's return, and he comforted her gently, promised that one day she might be able to reunite with her mother. He later told her of a location where she could gather medicinal herbs for him. Upon arriving there, Lurin discovered the place was deeply unsettling and frightening. She wondered if her grandfather was mocking her cruelly. In the end, she resolved to collect whatever poisonous herbs she could and head back. All at once, she sensed a presence and turned her gaze toward me. Only then did he grasp the reason her grandfather claimed she would be able to find her mother. She stepped into a cavern hidden behind a curtain of cascading water. There at last, she reunited with her mother. Tears streamed down Lurin's face the moment she saw her. Baron, however, urged her to leave immediately, but Lurin stubbornly refused to obey. In truth, Baron's dwelling was a lair concealed by powerful illusion magic. From then on, Lurin made a habit of visiting her mother in secret. Though Baron discouraged her visits, Lurin insisted her grandfather would never discover them. Baron revealed that it was actually Metadonna who had guided her to that place. Lurin came to the same realization herself. Metadonna admitted that Lurin's rebellious streak allowed her absences to go unnoticed, yet she missed the chance to study magic or explore the world like other dragons. Instead, she grew up spending her days beside her mother. At the time, he feared she might become estranged from her own kind. Even so, he allowed it to continue because it brought her happiness. During one visit, Lurin declared that once she reached adulthood, she would stop sneaking around and remain with her mother forever. Around then, she realized the pathway shortened with each trip, and when she returned once more, she discovered her mother staring grimly at the ancient Mabel. Lurin quietly stepped closer. Alarmed, her mother revealed that the cult had not abandoned its ambition, and likely still intended to create a dragon lord. At the same time, the red dragons assembled together. They gathered before their lord, Sardellin. He proclaimed his intention to reshape the world, and with that vow, the war began. Metadonna continues, explaining that he and his mother had been watching events unfold, already suspecting someone had absorbed 2 ancient Mabels, though war had yet to be declared. Metadonna believed they were biding their time until the 3rd ancient Mabel surfaced. Saren understood they sought a fully formed lord, and just then her ears rang once more. A messenger bird from the red dragons arrived. Metadonna's eyes widened as he read its message. It announced they would soon disclose information regarding the dragon lord. He later went to confront the red dragon elder, Didans. Years earlier, Metadonna had voiced suspicions that the red dragons were forging a dragon lord. He had urged Dadox to investigate the matter. Edens had dismissed those claims as unfounded rumors at the time. Now he admitted he had been gravely mistaken. Every red dragon had received orders to destroy the Rubern Empire, and Metadonna's face paled upon hearing this. Dedens begged him to intervene before flying off. Thus began the Dragon War against the Rubern Empire, with the Imperial Palace struck first. Soon after, its lands were ravaged by the Red Dragon Lord. Yet the Red Dragons did not hold the advantage. The Black Dragons had also entered the battle against them. Metadonna felt some relief knowing his daughter and granddaughter were safe for the moment, as both factions were evenly matched and 2 occupied to focus elsewhere. During this turmoil, Lurin visited her mother and told her about the Lord's emergence. He added that Metadonna had asked her to remain hidden for a while, but Baron had different intentions. After activating her magic, she began instructing Lurin in spellcasting and self-defense. Throughout the war, Lurin learned fundamental dragon combat techniques. Her training lasted 13 years. Edina then asked Ellison if he understood the significance of that. When her training finally concluded, Lurin had mastered numerous basic magical and combat abilities. She could learn to fly later, and though Baron wished to teach her more, she sensed her time was nearly over. She embraced Lurin tightly and apologized. She pierced Lurin's abdomen and inserted the ancient Mabel into her body. After some time, Baron awakened her. Lurin was bewildered to find her stomach unharmed and clothing untouched, assuming it had all been a dream. Baron asked if she felt mana surging within her, and Lurin admitted she felt incredibly strong. Baron explained that she had absorbed an ancient Mabel. He then instructed Lurin to join her grandfather and aid him in the war at the Holy Ground, though Lurin noted absorbing a Mabel was forbidden. Baron urged her to treat it as a secret mission. This thrilled Lurin, who was too young to grasp the full gravity of it. Karen hugged her warmly, thanking her for bringing joy during her confinement. She let her leave, and that was their final meeting. Lurin returned again, seeking her mother. She had vanished, and Metadonna reminds Ellison of witnessing Baron's tragic death. He had been present alongside Lurin. He knows what followed, as after the Lord's defeat ended the war, Lurin was barred from returning to the Holy Ground. Ellison already understands she was expelled, but he wants to know why. Metadonna reveals the condition Baron demanded before accepting punishment. He insisted Lurin not be branded a criminal, but recognized as a respected member of the Black Dragon clan. Metadonna explains that Lurin was still very young then. At that age, she lacked the strength to suppress the ancient Mabel's aura, which would leak out in bursts noticeable to other dragons. Meanwhile, others assumed that with Baron dead, the ancient Mabel was gone, and Ellison realizes why Metadonna entrusted Lurin to him. Having absorbed the Dragon Lord's heart, he can restrain her aura, intending to return her once she matures, as rules require her return without a lair, which Metadonna confirms. Ellison grows angry that such decisions were made without considering Lurin's emotions. Yet he falters when he notices Metadonna's tears. Metadonna asks sorrowfully how he can atone for his choices. He recalls the gap he left for Lillard during a crucial period of her life. Allowing Lurin access to her mother's lair ultimately led to Baron's death. He deeply regrets this and wishes to honor Baron's final request. He explains that the war reduced the number of female dragons, increasing Lurin's worth and ensuring her acceptance among her kin. Therefore, he asks Ellison to relinquish the lair for Lurin's benefit, not his own. Meanwhile, Lurin stands beyond the door, hearing everything. Ellison coldly questions whether Metadonna expects him to abandon Lurin. Metadonna reminds him that regardless of strength, as a human, he cannot share Lurin's long dragon lifespan. He recalls discussing with Lurin how a single year meant little in her lengthy life. She had suggested it might be similar for him after absorbing a dragon's heart. He answered calmly that he could not know, as no one had ever done such a thing before. Now he clenches his fist, weighed down by the thought. Metadonna calls for Lurin to step forward. He already senses her presence behind the door. He announces he will take her for her coming-of-age ceremony, after which she will choose a mate, shocking her. He reminds her of her mother's final plea, leaving her speechless yet. He turns desperately to Ellison, unable to believe he remains silent. Metadonna admits he has no right to impose his will on Ellison. But now that Ellison understands everything, he asks whether, considering their species' differences, he still rejects it, and if so, he will step aside and accept that decision. Ellison offers Lurin a heavy apology, explaining that he cannot act out of selfish desire. Through tears, Lurin struggles to grasp what he is trying to say. He turns a deaf ear to her desperate pleas. Soon after, Lurin is escorted back to the sacred grounds. Her grandfather assigns her a chamber to remain in until the ceremony, having restored her former quarters, and telling her to ask if she requires anything. He warns her to stay out of any conflict since she still cannot mask the ancient Mabel's aura, and she quietly assures him she will behave so he may leave. After he departs, Dihegma stands waiting by the doorway, remarks on how surprising it is that Metadonna brought her so easily, then reminds him of their previous discussion. Metadonna grimly instructs him to continue preparations for the ceremony as he has yet to decide, and Dihegma responds that everything is proceeding without issue. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Creston eagerly anticipates tasting the meal. His wife quickly scolds him for his impatience. Moments later, he spits out the dish, shocked by its awful flavor. Serena's portion tastes just as dreadful. Elena forces a smile and claims it is edible while swallowing it, but Serena stops her and demands to see Ellison. When they finally look at him, he appears utterly shattered. His condition deeply unsettles them. Lint explains that Ellison has been acting strangely, replacing every seasoning with sugar before throwing the dishes away. Serena notices Lurin is missing and suspects his behavior is connected to her absence. Next morning, former orchard owner Benin arrives with the Potter Hone to treat him to a meal. They promptly order 2 bowls of noodles, but quickly notice Ellison's troubled state. Ellison apologizes, saying he cannot cook today due to his condition, though Lint can prepare something else, and his companion reassures them they can eat whatever is available. Benin presses him to reveal what truly happened. It is more than poor cooking, as he clearly looks distressed. Ellison recalls asking Benin to look after Meal. He reflects on how opposition surrounded Benin and Meal's relationship due to class differences, then shares a similar tale about another couple. He indirectly describes his own predicament, explaining that Lurin was meant to wed someone else. They belong to entirely different worlds, and that they may not suit each other at all. He wonders aloud what path he should take. Benin advises him to live boldly as though tomorrow does not exist, so he will harbor no regrets. He questions whether it is fair to deny her opportunities because of such doubts. Benin bluntly asks if Ellison is dying to speak so pessimistically, and when Ellison denies it, Benin confirms he knows the story concerns him. The situation feels painfully familiar to both of them. Hone decides to guide him by hearing his choice first. He removes 2 plates from his bag, one flawless and the other visibly cracked. Elsewhere, Metadonna sinks into reflection. He replays his last exchange with Dihegma in his mind. Dihegma had realized Metadonna wished for Ellison to stay with Lurin. Therefore, he urged him to tell Ellison everything honestly. If Ellison chose to keep her, the pairing ritual would be cancelled. Otherwise, she would be matched with a dragon suitor. At the time, Metadonna confidently believed Ellison would choose her. Now he weeps in frustration at what he sees as Ellison's foolish choice. He even imagines Ellison fighting to claim Lurin, and the two achieving a joyful ending together. Instead, regret floods him as countless what-ifs torment his thoughts. Recalls Baron's final hopes for Lurin. He cannot accept that her wish has come true in such a tragic way. At last, the ceremony day dawns and guests gather. Lurin steps into the grand hall. A disturbance erupts at the gate as a visitor causes trouble, and the guard identifies him as Lord Luhart. The Lord kicks open the gate and storms inside. His gaze immediately locks onto Lurin. He boasts that he feared she might disappoint him in looks, then arrogantly declares himself her destined mate. Meanwhile, Medidina reviews the roster of potential suitors. He is startled when Dihegma suggests Luhart as the best match, reasoning that the war has also reduced male dragon numbers. This leaves only frail survivors or hardened warriors as options. As a celebrated war hero, Luhart stands out as the logical candidate. Still, Medidana worries about his reckless nature and disregard for human lives in battle. At that moment, Luhart turns his attention toward their group. Relief shows on his face upon confirming her beauty. He dismisses the servants and boasts that he possesses everything, from glory to women. He announces he will claim her as well, though he considers her mother's reputation a blemish, and when he reaches for her, he firmly seizes his wrist, declaring that only one person has the right to touch her. Luhart is stunned by her fierce aura, not expecting such killing intent from someone so young. Dark thoughts cross his mind about breaking her spirit, until Saren interrupts. He scolds Lurin for releasing bloodlust within the sanctuary, then commands her to return to her room. In her chamber, she is reprimanded for unleashing bloodlust that could expose the ancient Mabel's aura, though fortunately Luhart failed to detect it. Lurin quietly apologizes for her impulsiveness. Humility softens her grandmother's stern demeanor. She compliments Lurin's appearance in her ceremonial attire and says her mother would have cherished this day. Yet Lurin asks why her mother is still branded a criminal. The war has ended, and she never forged the ancient Mabel herself. Aaron explains that law and precedent must be upheld, or others will excuse their own crimes by claiming similar circumstances, saying they merely found or stole the Mabel elsewhere. Lurin attempts to object, but Saren firmly states that anyone who creates an ancient Mabel must be confined in a special lair. Those who absorb one are executed, causing Lurin's face to pale. Saren adds that her mother's sacrifice makes Lurin the sole exception, likely a condition Baron foresaw when accepting punishment. She leaves, reminding Lurin to prepare for the ceremony. Back at the restaurant, Hone introduces himself as a craftsman of vessels. The plates he displays were meant as wedding gifts for his daughter Tina when she came of age and faced two suitors. Both were his apprentices, Jedro and Piner, with Piner being her childhood friend but poor and orphan, while Jedro hailed from a prestigious workshop with high status. Jedro seemed ideal on paper, leaving Hone torn between them. During that period, a vessel slipped from his grasp and shattered. He asked both men to repair it, thinking little of it, but their work revealed the answer he sought. Jedro's repair looked flawless while Piner's showed a crack, and Hone asks which seems superior. Ellison points to Jedro's plate as expected. Hone explains it is outwardly perfect but sealed with toxic adhesive, making it unusable for food. In contrast, Piner's cracked piece is safe and durable despite its flaws. Vessels represent the men's suitability for Tina. Once he approved Tina's choice, their happiness erased his doubts. He concludes that love is not measured by surface perfection, then asks Ellison whether he still believes the cracked plate is worthless. Ellison reflects on his bond with Lurin, recognizing that they differ not only in species. Their lifespans are worlds apart, and he fears she will be left alone when his time ends, especially since her mother wished her return to her kin. He replays every memory they share. He understands that eventually she may have to go back. That is why he chooses to release her, even though it pains him deeply. He recalls her once saying that his restaurant belonged to both of them. Tears fall as he stares at the beautifully crafted vessel, and he resolves to risk everything for Lurin once more. Suddenly, Creston punches him hard, urging him to run after Lurin without hesitation. Miltine lands another blow on him, reminding him that she and men also defy taboo to stay together, and comments that in truth, they are all the same at heart. Elena strikes him too. Then she presses his robe into his hands, telling him she refuses to let him shoulder the restaurant alone. Meanwhile, the girl's coming-of-age ritual begins. Medidana presides over it in his dragon form, addressing the gathered crowd. Soon after, Lurin steps into the hall. The dragons are mesmerized by her radiant beauty, so much that many momentarily forget Baron's crime, and Luhart feels satisfied knowing Nace is not his rival. Medidana instructs her to assume her dragon form. She refuses, causing whispers to ripple through the audience who blame her time among humans. Medidana's anger flares as he silences the murmuring crowd. He summons Luhart to stand beside her as her ceremonial partner. Luhart eagerly accepts the position. He announces that by midnight she will be recognized as an adult dragon and remain within the sanctuary unless she later builds a lair, bears offspring, or seeks independence. She must also seal a bond with her mate before the ritual ends, and Lurin listens blankly as memories of meeting Ellison flood her mind. She remembers being bullied by Nice and Hobber, who mocked her for her mother's disgrace. After beating her, they jeered that she would never reclaim her honor, even after the war. At that moment, Ellison appeared and questioned them. He asked why she endured it when she could easily defeat them, and she angrily told him to stay out of her affairs. Calmly, he replied that he had stayed out of it, then offered her food because she looked starved. As he prepared the meal, he repeated his question about why she did not fight back. He shifted into her human form and curtly said it was none of his concern. He handed her the food and gently urged her to talk, and in annoyance she shared her story. He explained that her mother passed the ancient Mabel to her, a forbidden act among dragons. Being young, she could not suppress its aura despite her grandfather placing numerous barriers around her. That was why she avoided fighting, since other dragons would sense it during combat. Ellison asked if she wanted him to beat them instead. He laughed at the absurdity of a human challenging dragons, but he remained serious. He reassured her that the war had ended and her grandfather would restore her mother's name, and that once she returned to the sanctuary things would improve, since what truly mattered to her was clearing her mother's honor. Meanwhile, her grandparents discussed the war's aftermath and the Red Dragons, with Saren expressing concern for Lurin's future. She wished for Lurin to have her own independent lair. Adna wanted Baron's honor restored now that the war was over and he had fallen, especially since the ancient Mabel was gone. Saren refused firmly, insisting Baron would remain branded a criminal. Metadonna objected to her stance. She silenced him by reminding him they already had 2 exceptions to their laws. First, when he left an opening in Baron's lair for Lurin, and second, Lurin herself carrying the ancient Mabel. Lurin counted the days until her return to the sanctuary. Eventually, that long-awaited day arrived. When Ellison admitted feeling sad about her departure, she shouted at him, accusing him of disrespecting her status as a dragon, and he responded with exaggerated politeness. She mockingly offered him a servant's position in the sanctuary, since he could cook well. He declined, saying he had other plans, and they parted ways. Later, upon entering the sanctuary, she was greeted by a slap. A grieving mother blamed her for starting the war that killed her son. Lurin was stunned that the accusations persisted. She looked to her grandfather for support. Instead, Metadonna coldly declared her banishment. She could not believe that after all their suffering nothing had changed for her. It felt as though time had stood still. With nowhere else to go, she returned to Ellison and explained her exile. He was shocked, believing her mother's honor would be restored. He bitterly claimed she was worthless to them, saying all their struggles meant nothing, while Ellison tried to comfort her by saying he understood. She rejected his sympathy, accusing him of enjoying her humiliation. He attempted to argue, but she refused to hear him. Transforming into her dragon form, she lashed out at him, insisting he could never comprehend her pain, that he could not understand the agony she endured every day. She demanded he leave, reminding him he was a lone human with nowhere to belong, accusing him of being an outsider from another world who could never truly grasp her suffering. Now in the present, she regrets those cruel words and realizes she has no right to demand anything from him. Metadonna praises Luhard's war achievements and declares him her destined mate, requiring them to accept the blessing and face one another. Finally, they must share a formal kiss to seal the bond. Yet Lurin's thoughts remain with Ellison, who accepted her even when she pushed him away. Tears stream down her face as she silently wishes he would come for her one last time. As her tear hits the ground, the hall trembles and they sense someone forcing through the barrier. Panic spreads as they fear an attack, though no warning arrives from the guards. They cannot imagine anyone powerful enough to shatter such a barrier. When the barrier finally collapses, Ellison stands beyond it. He apologizes for arriving late and assures her he will no longer hesitate. Sigma recognizes him immediately as one of the 3 great war heroes, the sole 9th class mage known as a dragon slayer. Betadina cheers in excitement, urging him to take Lurin away. And remembering his role, he demands Ellison explain his intrusion. Luhard arrogantly labels Ellison an intruder. He has long wished to challenge him, and now claims the right, declaring Ellison's presence during the sacred rite a grave insult. Ellison coolly remarks that he was unaware facing a dragon meant certain death. Though he apologizes casually, Luhard bristles at the perceived mockery. He shifts into dragon form, confident he can overpower Ellison despite his past victories. To everyone's shock, Ellison's magic slams Luhard to the ground. He declares in a cold tone that Luhard is no longer qualified as a suitor. Luhard is stunned that simple reinforcement magic defeated him. Ellison prepares to continue, but Metadonna intervenes, warning him that his magic is causing the sanctuary to crumble. Ellison steps forward, proclaiming that he ended the war and brought peace to all races. He even takes in the ancient Mabel, embedded within the Lord's heart. He tells Metadonna that his strength is sufficient to maintain the dragon pack, and the surrounding dragons are crushed beneath his overwhelming aura. He boldly challenges anyone present to question his authority. Lurin senses the surge of his power and fears. He may truly kill Luhart if this continues. Aaron steps in to halt Ellison. She reminds him that Luhart's strike was not meant to be fatal. Therefore, he should restrain himself and not go too far. She declares that even if he stands there bearing dragon authority, he will still face consequences. Being human does not exempt him, especially after absorbing the ancient Mabel. Ellison admits he holds no official authority despite carrying the essence of 3 beings. Yet that does not grant them the right to judge him, as only he can prevent another ancient Mabel from emerging. He releases his magic and confronts her, saying he anticipated such a response. If she insists on punishing him, she is welcome to try. The entire hall grows tense at his words. Lurin attempts to stop her great-grandmother. Saren states she will render judgment only after hearing his explanation. She repeats her demand to know why he came, and Ellison answers that he is here to correct everything. Begins listing Lurin's flaws and recklessness, how she steals food and behaves rudely toward customers, how her cooking is dreadful and her temper short. He concludes firmly that she is not a criminal's daughter. Before he continues, Saren's magic binds him in place. She warns that careless words could render a sacrifice meaningless. Having resolved himself, he shatters her restraint. He declares loudly that Baron never created the ancient Mabel. Instead, she stole it from a faction plotting to birth a lord, making her a hero rather than a criminal, and murmurs spread as everyone strains to hear the truth. Adana feels a surge of pride at Ellison's courage. He recalls doing something similar 2 years prior. Back then, Nace and his companions once again taunted Lurin as a criminal's child, questioning how she dared seek restoration of her mother's honor. Afterwards, they mocked Nace for tormenting the very woman he favored. In the present, Ellison reminds them of the suffering they inflicted on Lurin. Now that they need her for the clan, they welcome her eagerly, which he finds utterly hypocritical. Tears begin streaming down Lurin's face. She realizes he has never changed. She once endured isolation alone in that lair. Gazing at the food he once made, memories return vividly. She recalls the harsh words she threw at him and breaks down. Admitting she was wrong to claim she stood alone. Suddenly she hears his voice saying the rift remained open because he expected such an outcome. He stands at its edge, holding another plate of food. He sets hamburger steaks before her and urges her to eat. He explains he went to the sanctuary but did not encounter Nace. Seeing his bruised form, she worries, and he tells her she was never truly banished because he claimed her as his. In the sanctuary, he caused a commotion by announcing he would take Lurin away. Facing her, he said he planned to open a restaurant and needed her help. He invited her to join him and eat as much of his cooking as she wished. He tasted the steak while listening to his proposal. Now he declares that just as he chose her then, he refuses to let her go again. He will no longer hide behind the excuse of the restaurant. He simply wants her by his side. Before he can say more, Lurin kisses him. She tells him it is too late to question it because she has always been his dragon. Adana announces that midnight has arrived, which means she has officially come of age. He had stated that without a mate she would be assigned one, yet, being Ellison, he knows she already stands beside a worthy partner. He proclaims Baron's honor restored and declares Lurin an adult, silently thanking Ellison. The ceremony ends with blessings bestowed upon them. The memory shifts to when she once asked about a restaurant, and he explained it served customers food. She grew excited about endless meals. He reminded her patrons came first, and she called him dear because he was precious to her. He warned her she could not transform inside the restaurant. She promised, pondering how some dragons lived with or loved humans. In the present, she asks for midnight snacks, specifically hamburger steaks. Later, they share the late meal and prepare for bed. Both feel shy, and Ellison awkwardly compliments her dress. She teases him about his hesitation in the bathhouse, and though they once slept casually, everything now feels different and her heart pounds. He casually remarks that the dress is uncomfortable and asks for his help removing it. Just as their mood deepens, the portal abruptly opens. The stern Saren steps out, saying she must speak further with him, while Medadonna futilely tries to stop her. She insists she requires no escort. Embarrassed, Lurin punches her grandfather. Saren reassures her it was her own decision to come. Later, as a courteous host, Ellison offers them whiskey. Believing she rarely leaves the sanctuary, he asks her reason for visiting, and she says her decision depends on his answer. He assumes that after absorbing 3 ancient Mabels, his lifespan matches a dragon's. That is why she overlooks the chaos he caused by revealing Baron's truth. He accepts Lurin staying with him if he can truly live beside her for life, and asks if he has settled those concerns. Ellison answers truthfully that he has not. He does not know if his life will equal a dragon's, or if another ancient Mabel might appear. Saren grows angry that he disrupted dragon law and took Lurin's chance at a dragon mate based on uncertainty. Yet Ellison is certain of one thing. He recalls Benin's advice that deep down he always knows his true path. Tells Saren the true mistake would be leaving Lurin in the sanctuary and allowing Baron to remain condemned. Those are truths he is sure of. She reminds him of Baron's sacrifice. She explains that the original holder of an ancient Mabel cannot absorb it, which is why they keep it with prisoners. And though Baron could take it, she refrained for the clan's sake. He asks if he understands such devotion and patience, and he questions what it ultimately achieved. Despite her sacrifice, the Lord still rose. Baron died helplessly, and Lurin absorbed the ancient Mabel to stop its completion. She says that given his role in the war, he should see their actions as mercy. Ellison replies that precisely because he understands, he cannot accept it. One should not punish others for what they cannot control, which brings her back to her youth. She remembers meeting a boy named Sardelin, teased her because their names began with the same sound. He was a red dragon who never cared that she was black. In the present, she remarks, it has been long since she heard such sentiments. She removes her tiara. Ellison instantly recognizes it. It resembles the Dragon Lord's necklace. She reveals it was a gift from him. The revelation stuns everyone present. Scene shifts to their youth, with Sardelin annoyingly following her everywhere. She was irritated and told him he was always in her way, and he promised he would return again the next day. In the end, he took her to a place he personally considered breathtaking. They stood atop a cliff, exchanging playful compliments about each other's hair. Back in the present, Saren confessed that although she loved him deeply, their relationship ultimately failed. She recalled ending things with him shortly before her coming-of-age ritual. She had to meet the mate destined for her there, and despite his insistence that he could fill that role, she refused. He explained that uniting dragons of different bloodlines was forbidden, as it could result in an incomplete dragon lord whose authority would be weakened. Venting such a risk was a responsibility she could not ignore. She told him to go, leaving him devastated. He argued that neither of them chose their lineage, yet falling in love with her was something he could not help. In that moment of anguish, he snapped his necklace. He sent half of it to her, accused her of hiding behind lineage as an excuse, when in truth she knew he was not at fault for his birth. Telling her to stop rationalizing, he turned away and left. In the present, she insists she acted only because the law demanded it. She rises to her feet, aware that Ellison's choice is nothing more than a risky wager. Even so, she hopes their direction is the right one, and prepares to depart. He halts her, claiming he knows the Dragon Lord's final words. Those last words revealed his wish that he had run away with her. He had even regretted not abducting her and escaping together. Ellison admits he failed to grasp the meaning of those words at the time. Now he realizes they were meant for her all along. Adana awkwardly says he never expected to hear about his mother's romance, and Ellison is stunned to discover Saren is his mother. Meanwhile, Lurin grows irritated that Metadonna interrupted the moment, convinced he keeps reappearing on purpose. She even considers casting anti-teleportation magic around the lair to block his return. Instead, her attention shifts to a flower blooming, despite the winter chill. She leans in to examine the blossom carefully. Someone tells her it is called a Hibirin flower. Out of nowhere, a girl appears and introduces herself as Sally. Lurin wonders how long the girl has been standing there unnoticed. He asks if Sally feels cold and notices her chewing something, only to learn it is grass she finds tasty. Sally reaches for the Hibirin flower next, but Lurin quickly stops her. Deciding to preserve the flower as decoration for her room, Lurin uses magic, prompting Sally to ask if she is a mage. Now that she knows the flower's name, Lurin decides to head back. Sally reveals she has no home. Lurin moves forward thoughtfully. She casually mentions she is going somewhere warm with abundant food and invites Sally along, and the girl eagerly follows. Upon arriving at the lair, Cat Lurin is visibly displeased to see the newcomer. Lurin soothes the cat by explaining that Sally is her guest. Inside, she feels relieved to find her relatives have already left. Ellison notices the flower she is holding. She tells him its name and her plan to cultivate it on the restaurant's second floor. Soon after, he spots Sally nearby. Sally boldly introduces herself as Lurin's younger sister. Lurin snaps that she is her mother's only child and only brought Sally because she had nowhere else to stay. Ellison assures her he is not passing judgment. He simply appreciates seeing her kindness toward someone in need. Lurin eagerly awaits some sort of reward for her good deed. Blushing, he reminds her a child is present, which clearly annoys her. Ellison asks to let Sally remain and assigns Lurin to watch over her, much to Lurin's dissatisfaction. The following morning, Preston happily greets Lurin's return, hoping Ellison will soon return to normal. Serena notices Lurin has come of age and teases her about bonding with someone else. prompting irritation until Alina intervenes. She expresses relief that Ellison returned on time, and when Lurin hears she also persuaded him, Helena dismisses her role. Then she inquires what Lurin said when they met. Remembering the kiss, Lurin shyly replies that it is her secret. Elena offers a bittersweet congratulations, while Serena demands food at once. Just then Lurin spots Sally causing chaos. He had brought the girl to avoid, leaving her lonely in the lair. She reminds Sally not to disrupt the restaurant's work. Sally promises she will behave, yet shortly afterward, she repeats her antics. She resumes her mischief and accidentally shatters a plate. She even fiddles with the beer, continuing her troublesome behavior. Her antics push Lurin's patience to its limit, nearly making her explode. She remembers how much trouble she once caused for Ellison. Seeing Sally repeat similar behavior, she restrains her temper. When asked about it, Ellison cheerfully remarks that someone is tasting their own medicine. Later, while Lurin is cleaning, Ellison approaches with a stack of pancakes. He offers them as a reward. He suggests she share the treat with Sally. Acknowledging her past behavior, she admits everything, and Ellison is pleased Sally helped her realize it so quickly. Soon after, the two girls sit down to enjoy pancakes together. They're both thrilled by the delicious meal. Sally envies Lurin for enjoying both the food and apparent popularity, surprising Lurin. Sally assumes she must be well-liked since everyone speaks with her, but Lurin says she does not care about fame. When asked why, she explains the person she longed for has already found her. Sally wonders if someone out there will find her too. Lurin gently asks whether she has lost someone important. In response, Sally begins to sing. After finishing, she admits she remembers nothing else except that song. That is why she hopes to find whoever once sang it. Perhaps it was her parents, though Lurin cannot be certain. Sally proposes that if she becomes famous and sings it widely, the melody might reach them. Maybe then the original singer will come for her, leaving Lurin saddened. She reflects on her own path with Ellison. He comforts Sally, promising they will locate her family just as she was found. Later on, Lurin bundles her up in thick winter clothing. Sally complains about the tight fit, and Lurin scolds her for being picky. When Ellison arrives, he is surprised to learn Lurin plans to search for Sally's parents, and she insists it is necessary since Sally cannot stay forever. She recounts the song to him. Upon hearing it, he instantly knows they require assistance from the city's most well-connected socialite. Later, he visits the butcher shop and asks if the Dedran supply issue has been resolved. Rain confirms they secured a new butcher and mentions Creston is outside but can wait. He explains Sally's situation, including that she cannot recall even her parents' names. When asked, Ellison brings Sally in with Lurin and estimates she is around 13 or 14. Lurin confidently says she is 14. Rain notes everything down and promises to inform them if she uncovers anything. Ellison encourages Sally to express her gratitude, and she promptly does so. Afterward, the search begins for any trace of Sally's parents. Unfortunately, most people have never even heard the name Sally. Someone brings up an elderly man named Oman who also lost a daughter, though the circumstances are different. Search continues, yet everyone they question gives the same response. Life at the restaurant carries on as normal, but still no one recognizes the name Sally. Ellison grows uneasy about her situation, thinking that if even Rain has no information about her family, then she probably did not originate from this city. He makes another batch of pancakes and asks Sally to call Lurin to join them. Later sit down to eat, and Sally cheerfully says pancakes are her second favorite after their girl. She notices how quiet and empty the restaurant feels. Lurin explains that the place is closed for the day. Ellison then suggests going somewhere outside for fun. Lurin realizes he is trying to lift Sally's spirits since there has been no news about her parents. He also tells Sally she can choose any destination she likes. Sally recalls seeing some eggs earlier and says she wants to meet the creatures that laid them. Lurin offers to show her larger beasts like herself and Baron Eric, but Sally insists on seeing smaller animals instead. Ellison pauses to think, remembering they use cerubine birds, and offers to show them as long as she does not touch them. They take her into Lemon Forest for that purpose. Sally immediately finds the bird adorable. She calls it cute and reaches out to pet it. Lurin encourages her to try. She even jokes that Ellison himself could never manage it. Ellison explains that even master magicians fail because the birds sense sound, air shifts, and mana currents, allowing them to evade any magic or touch. His detailed explanation is suddenly interrupted. Sally effortlessly catches one. He is crushed to realize he is the only one unable to touch the bird. At the same time, Lord Liddon and his wife hear about Sally. They learn that Lurin and Ellison are actively searching for her family. The Lord's expression shifts upon hearing this. He worries she may have offended him during their casual talk. Instead, he declares he will support Ellison fully, even mobilizing the entire Greek city administration if required. He promises a reward from his treasury for anyone who brings information, pleasing his wife. He orders his guards to thoroughly question everyone entering the territory. Meanwhile, Sally enjoys her time with the two of them. She laughs at Ellison's sour expression after catching a bird, while Lurin teases him for being slow. When she learns it is a rare skill, she beams at the thought it might make her popular. She exclaims that this is the happiest day of her life, and she has everything she wants. Cozy scarf, hot pancakes, and the chance to see Palanku. She wonders aloud what other fun she can have. She hopes tomorrow will be just as enjoyable. Holding both their hands, she begins singing and invites them to join her. Lurin notices Ellison blushing and mocks him for getting embarrassed over a simple tune. He awkwardly admits it feels like they are a real family with Sally as their child, leaving Lurin surprised yet accepting. Sally continues singing happily without a care. Meanwhile, visitors approach the city gate. When stopped by a guard, a man shows a pass and claims he is heading to Giltaman City under the Count's orders, prompting the guard to ask his purpose. He answers that they are escorting prisoners. Since the pass is legitimate, the guards cannot detain them. Still following protocol, they question them about any knowledge of a girl named Sally. Prisoners murmur among themselves, sensing she must be significant. They attempt to say they know her and cry in relief that Sally is alive. Back at the lair, Lurin notices Ellison is awake, and he asks about Sally. She replies that the girl should be asleep since she went to bed earlier. He says the timing is ideal because he wants to talk. Gently tells her they may never locate Sally's parents, shocking her. At the gate, the warden claims they have heard nothing about anyone named Sally. Prisoners try to protest, but a mage seals their mouths shut with magic. The mage subtly warns the guard that interfering could anger the Giltaman lord and advises ignoring the prisoners. Recognizing him as a fifth-class mage, the guard understands the threat. With little choice, they allow the group to proceed. Inside the lair, Ellison receives messages from Race and Lord Liddon confirming no information about Sally. He is stunned that no one knows anything about her. He speculates she might have wandered in from a remote village. Suggests her parents may have been too poor to feed her and left her behind, a thought Lurin dislikes. He clarifies it is only a theory that she was abandoned. He then raises the issue that if her parents cannot be found, they must decide where she will live, whether she will remain with them or be sent to an orphanage. Lurin reflects that the lair was built for just the two of them. Before she answers, a noise echoes from the kitchen. Lurin storms in angrily, suspecting intruders. They discover Sally there mixing batter, clearly making pancakes. She explains she always eats his cooking and wants to prepare some for them. Ellison understands why she had been watching him cook so closely. When asked about the eggs, Sally admits she took them from Palanku. Lurin quickly decides something and asks Sally to come with her. Ellison is surprised by Lurin's reaction as he watches them. Elsewhere in a forest, the warden beats the prisoners. They plead desperately for mercy. He threatens to tear out their tongues if they speak. The mage reminds him they cannot kill the children, not even accidentally, though he has already beaten them severely. The warden dismisses it, saying they can fix things later. With broken teeth, the prisoners weakly sing the same melody Sally sang. Back at the lair, Sally worries she upset Ellison and Lurin. Lurin stops her apology and tells her no one has come searching for her. Therefore, her family is likely not from Greek City. Saddened, Sally admits she expected that. Lurin then cheerfully invites her to help serve food downstairs, seeing her younger self in Sally, though Sally hesitates. She recalls being told not to enter when customers were present, and Lurin explains they were uncertain before but now understand her sincerity. Seeing how she tried to cook for them, Lurin decides Sally will stay and learn to cook properly. She embraces her tightly, determined to keep loneliness away. Sally becomes tearful upon hearing she can remain there forever. At last, she feels chosen and accepted. Watching them, Ellison feels relieved by the warmth before him. Lurin tells Sally she will introduce her to the ranch staff tomorrow, and when Sally asks to learn cooking from her, Lurin says Ellison will teach her instead. Suddenly, Sally freezes mid-step. When questioned, she says that seeing the path reminds her she has been there before. She remembers she was supposed to meet someone along that road. Lurin asks if she had arranged to meet someone there. Terrified, Belly urgently tells Lurin not to continue down that road. Later on, Lurin updates Ellison about what happened. She recounts how Sally suddenly recalled something while walking the road beyond the territory, and he immediately asks how Sally is doing. He answers that Sally is resting upstairs, confused by her sudden recovered memory and likely frightened by it. She tells her boyfriend to watch over Sally while she goes back to investigate that path herself. At the same time, Sally jolts awake in bed as all her memories come flooding back. Meanwhile, Lurin walks the path, her thoughts in turmoil. She questions whether Sally holds some hidden importance and calls out cautiously, remembering the girl's warning. Soon she spots the prisoner convoy and notices how inhumanely the captives are treated. Just as she is about to walk past them, she freezes upon hearing the prisoners singing the very same song Selly sang. Grabbing the carriage with force, she brings it to a sudden halt. She states firmly that she has questions to ask. Meanwhile, Selly realizes her parents were never searching for her. Instead, it was her sisters, Melby and Melly, who had been looking. Back on the road, Lurin questions the trembling prisoners about the song. Rather than replying, they glance fearfully at their guards. Lurin understands their fear of the overseers and assures them she will not let anyone harm them. One prisoner attempts to speak, but a mage cuts him off with a lethal warning. The mage steps forward, remarking mockingly on Lurin's presence in such a remote area. Introducing herself as the 5th-class mage Melikarsh, she threatens Lurin for daring to stop their carriage. Lurin calmly replies she has no intention of interfering and tells the prisoners to answer by nodding if they cannot speak. She asks if they know Selly. They nod, and when she asks if they are close to her, they nod again. Furious, she smashes apart the prisoners' restraints. Wardens stare in shock at the sight. Lurin declares she will take the children with her. The mage orders Nalan to destroy the carriage, and he immediately understands her plan. She intends to eliminate the prisoners. She unleashes her 5th-class fire spell, Amber Blast, at the carriage. She is annoyed that everyone keeps asking about Selly. First at the checkpoint, and now from Lurin, wondering if Lurin is some noble's daughter. Her shock deepens when she hears Lurin's voice cutting through the flames. Lurin warns her that she will spare her life, but leave her with a lasting lesson. With a swift spell, she tears apart the mage's arms. The mage screams in agony. Lurin then focuses on the prisoners and decides to get them medical care, while bystanders question who she is. Opening a portal, she introduces herself as Selly's elder sister. Soon they arrive at Alina's clinic, where Alina fears an ambush at such a late hour. Later, Lurin returns to the lair and finds Selly and Ellison waiting there. She checks on Selly's condition, and the girl assures her she is fine. Lurin proudly announces she found someone who recognizes the song. Selly asks whether their names are Melby and Melly. Lurin is startled, realizing Selly's memories have returned. Selly hugs her joyfully, confirming they are her sisters. Ellison asks how she located them, and Lurin recounts everything, explaining Melby is injured but safe with Alina. He is not in critical danger, and Selly feels relieved. Lurin tells her to rest, promising they will meet them tomorrow. They sleep with Selly between them, both adults drifting off while she remains awake. She feels comforted knowing her siblings survive. Joy overwhelms her heart. She reflects on all her memories with Lurin and Ellison. Clinging to them, she realizes these are her happiest moments and sheds tears of joy. She does, flower petals scatter gently. The next morning, Ellison wakes to find Selly gone from between them. He rouses Lurin to ask where she might be. He heard nothing during the night, and Ellison wonders if she went to see her siblings despite not knowing the way. Lurin admits she discovered something unusual yesterday. When pressed, she urges him to go to Alina's clinic first. At the clinic, Alina notices their arrival. She tells them she has just finished treating the patients. The siblings also recognize Lurin and call her their savior. Ellison is startled to see them in person. Both express deep gratitude to Lurin for rescuing them. They ask about Selly, and as Lurin steps outside telling Ellison to watch them, she ignores his question about her destination. Instead, she heads to Rain. He asks Rain if Selly is there, but Rain says she is not. Rain adds she has never met Selly, causing Lurin's face to pale. Days earlier, Selly accompanied them to ask about her parents, yet Rain denies ever seeing her. She insists only Lurin and Ellison were present, terrifying Lurin. Meanwhile, at the clinic, the siblings explain Selly called them both sisters. Only Melly is truly her sister, and they are unsure of exact ages, though Selly seems their age. Ellison is stunned and asks how old they are. Melly answers she is 17, and Melby 18. Selly, however, appears around 13 or 14, confusing Ellison further. Lena worries about him as he looks pale. He appears as if he has seen a ghost. Ellison is troubled by the 5-year age gap. Investigating further with Alina and Serena, they admit they never saw or heard Selly. When Lurin goes upstairs calling for Selly, Serena assumes she is speaking to herself. Ellison recalls that Rain never directly addressed Selly either, and only he and Lurin interacted with her. He remembers the cat reacting aggressively when Selly first appeared. He also recalls Lurin showing him the Hibirin flower. At that moment, Selly appeared, and Lurin said she would plant it upstairs. Suddenly, he pieces everything together. He opens a portal to confirm his suspicion. Elena follows him. On the way, he suspects Selly is connected to the flower since she appeared after it was shown. Entering the second floor, he sees Lurin holding a wilted blossom. He insists she watered it properly, and they realize objects Selly touched revert to normal. From shattered dishes to disturbed pillows, everything resets as others gather in the room. Lurin reaches the same chilling thought that Selly may never have truly been there. Elena then recognizes the Hibirin flower. Ellison asks her about its true nature. Irina scolds Lurin for bringing such a plant without knowing what it was. Elena explains it is rare and called La Placia, the undying bloom of the underworld. It is said to carry a soul's final wish and reincarnation, and it withers once the spirit's message reaches the living. Color drains from both Ellison and Lurin's faces. Ellie's siblings also grow anxious upon hearing the revelation. They immediately ask what has happened to her. Lurin requests their assistance in locating Selly and asks where they first encountered her. Melby explains that they had once been slaves. They first saw Selly in the sorting chamber. She was singing that very same melody. Back then, Selly said she would sing it again once she escaped outside. Selly wanted to accompany her with instruments, and they encouraged Melby to dance. Melby, however, believed freedom was impossible and expected only to be sold. Selly reassured them that no one would bother buying children like them. He encouraged them to grow stronger until they could break the bars themselves, filling them with hope. That hope shattered when vile old man selected both of them. His influence scared away other potential buyers. Siblings trembled in fear at the thought. Then Selly stepped forward to defend them. He spoke boldly, catching the old man's attention. Amused by her, he chose to purchase her instead. Siblings tried to take her place, but she silenced them with a sharp kick. She insisted it was her responsibility as the elder sister to protect them. Before being taken away, she told them to remember the song, so they could someday reunite with her. They reveal this happened 5 years ago, and now both break down in tears, desperate to find her. At that moment, Ellison notices the flower's mana drifting in a specific direction. Lurin recalls the promise she made to Selly. She asks the siblings if they are willing to follow, and everyone agrees. They head outside, tracking the flow of mana. Lurin wonders why Selly vanished without saying anything. He remembers the flower is said to carry the voice of the departed. Determined to find Selly wherever she may be, Lurin opens a teleportation gate. After repeated attempts, exhaustion overtakes her and she collapses, prompting Ellison to take over. Selly's siblings also search desperately. They recall how she once survived by even eating grass. They arrive at a tower where the mana converges and decide to enter. A portal opens near the structure. They rush inside, hoping Selly awaits them. Instead, the sight before them freezes them in horror. They hear her song faintly, yet find only her lifeless remains. 5 years have reduced her to a skeleton, and the siblings sob over her bones. Meanwhile, Nalan and the injured mage arrive, searching for medical supplies. Nalan considers reporting to the Count that the slaves have escaped. Recoil at the dark fury on Ellison and Lurin's faces. Selly's siblings burn with anger at the sight. Lurin states coldly that she misjudged the situation and spared the mage once. The mage attempts to activate her magic again. Ellison shatters the spell instantly. Lurin is already prepared with her own incantation. She strikes them without hesitation, declares they lost their right to mercy 5 years ago. Their attention then returns to Selly's remains. Melly laments that this is how they reunited with their sister. Lurin steps forward and snaps the chain from Selly's neck. She murmurs that Selly will no longer feel its choking weight. Ellison observes the flower's mana intensifying. It streams gently into Selly's body. To their astonishment, her spirit appears, smiling at her siblings. They embrace her tightly, and she jokes that they have grown taller than her. Selly explains her time granted by the Hiboran flower is ending and praises Melby's efforts. Melly adds she practiced music and memorized the melody, begging Selly not to leave. They plead for a chance to repay her sacrifice. Selly gently reminds them that protecting them was her duty as the eldest. Melby protests that they were the same age. Selly then turns to Ellison and Lurin. She says the time spent with them was the happiest of her life. He asks Ellison if he will make pancakes for her again when they meet next. Holding her close, he promises he will. As her form begins to fade, she asks if it is truly a promise. Ellison swears it is, and her soul dissolves peacefully. Her siblings cry openly, while Lurin stands motionless. He realizes Selly never knew the cost of choosing to stay with her. Later, Ellison informs Rain that searching for Selly's parents is no longer necessary. At first, Rain does not understand. She notices the shovel in his hand and comprehends everything without further explanation. The next morning, the siblings prepare to depart. When asked their plans, they say they will travel and spread Selly's song. It was always their shared dream, and Ellison asks them to wait briefly. He hands them a pouch heavy with silver coins. He advises them to hide it from bandits, and though they protest, he insists. Lurin tells them they are always welcome to eat there. Selly's grave rests nearby, and she too will welcome them. The siblings express heartfelt gratitude, leave afterward, bringing the search for Selly's parents to an end. That night, Ellison dreams of Selly. She meets someone offering her food. Her eyes light up at the sight of pancakes. The woman claims her pancakes surpass Ellison's. After tasting them, Selly says they are exactly the same as before. The woman asks if she ate them at a mage's restaurant. Selly eagerly confirms and mentions a girl there too. The woman, revealed as Ellison's mother, inquires further about the place. Ellison awakens drenched in sweat. Lurin looks at him, realizing she shared the same dream. She adds that the woman carried his scent. Ellison remarks Selly will never go hungry again, and they understand it was more than a dream. That evening, one of the freed slaves is seen begging on the street. The restaurant owner storms out upon seeing him and is furious at the sight. He splashes water to drive him away. The beggar mutters that leftovers were worthless anyway. He mutters that he misses the simple bowl of rice from Greek City and remarks that at that restaurant no food was ever wasted, revealing himself to be Darian. Watching the chef closely, he realizes this place is also a restaurant. That would make this cook a competitor to Ellison. He quickly dismisses the thought, reminding himself to concentrate on the task at hand. In truth, he serves as bait to lure his target, who tends to appear in deserted spots. That is why he deliberately walks into a narrow alley. Just as planned, several men emerge and tie him up. One grumbles in disappointment that the captive is male, while another insists they must meet their quota regardless of gender. Darian acts terrified and pleads for mercy. He recalls his last mission in Dedran City, where he helped purge corrupt officials and criminal dens. Freed slaves had cheered for their victory. He warned them not to celebrate prematurely. Without Ellison's assistance, the casualties would have been severe. Their earlier ignorance had cost them comrades. Even so, he commended them for mastering self-defense so quickly. They vowed to train harder. As he prepared to depart, some former slaves stopped him. A young woman thanked him for teaching them how to defend themselves. Though Ellison freed them, they feared being recaptured, but now felt strong enough to resist, and Darian reassured them. He explained Ellison had destroyed the breeding and classification centers, easing the threat. Yet a girl revealed more such sites existed elsewhere. After recovering her memories, she remembered additional facilities in other regions, horrifying him. Now he infiltrates as a slave. He locates another compound and blends in with the captives, believed that only soldiers might recognize him. He considers asking Madrine for illusion magic to mask his face. A sorting officer notes his muscular build and decides to auction him. He is locked in a cell until dawn. He studies the iron bars and memorizes the layout for a later escape and report. He observes the other prisoners and sees a girl being punished. Unable to endure the cruelty, he snaps his restraints. Guard rushes in upon noticing the disturbance. Darian knocks him unconscious. He refuses to stay idle in such horror. Guards assume a slave uprising and summon reinforcements, while Darian prepares to enforce imperial law. Back at the restaurant, Ellison teaches Lint to cook braised short ribs, and Lint praises the rich aroma. Confused by the unfamiliar pressure cooker, Lint listens as Ellison explains it ensures even cooking under high heat. Though he could cook with magic, Ellison brought this tool especially for Lint. When asked if he is leaving, Ellison replies vaguely that he needs a change. Inside, Jaunt relishes the meat enthusiastically. His wife scolds him for eating with his hands, but he argues that it tastes better that way and notes she struggles with a knife. She reluctantly agrees, and Lurin arrives with a damp towel. He encourages the woman to eat freely and wipe her hands afterward. Mate notices it is the first time he has seen Lurin smile so warmly. Serena remarks how swiftly Lurin seems to have recovered from Selly's incident, which surprises them all. Meanwhile, at the compound, Darian has slain numerous guards. One dying guard curses him and demands his identity. Darian examines the chipped sword he sees, knowing he must keep going. He turns toward a woman he intends to free. Suddenly, someone blocks his path. The man complains that first Ellison appeared in his territory, and now Darian arrives wielding a sword. He grumbles that he already has enough problems and needs a break. Darian recognizes him as Redan, who once escaped Dedran City. The palace, the crown prince studies a map intently. He is shocked that so many marked territories are tied to slave trading. The emperor replies that the problem runs even deeper. Recounts Ellison's previous visit to the palace. Ellison had requested an investigation into other facilities, prompting the First Night Order to uncover and mark them. The prince now understands why Ellison sought that earlier audience. Ellison wanted the emperor to explain directly, and the prince feels frustrated at the wider conspiracy. Studying the map again, he grasps the immense scale and organization of the network. He wonders who orchestrates it, realizing it cannot be a single lord, and begins to suspect someone greater. He recalls Adrian Pierce, the former swordsmanship commander who vanished during Dedran's fall. Adrian Pierce, and asks whether he disappeared early in the war. He suspects Adrian might be behind everything. The emperor doubts it, saying the mastermind is extraordinary but likely not Adrian. Adrian would now be in his 60s, whereas Ellison described someone in their 20s or 30s. The prince struggles to believe someone so young could run such an operation. Meanwhile, Redan slashes Darian and declares the revolt finished, mocking him. At the restaurant, Ellison and Lurin pack for their mission. Lurin grows nostalgic and recalls when he pushed himself too far. Ellison admits it worsened after absorbing the Lord's heart. She teases him about bringing his absurd mask, and he refuses. He says this time he is neither dealing with vendors nor acting as a chef, and they depart. Dan voices disdain for Dariant. He mocks the First Night Order's weakness and says Dariant should have vanished with the war, claiming the order was hastily rebuilt. He barely evades Dariant's counterstrike. Dariant realizes Redan must be a trained soldier who knows his name. He challenges Redan for insulting the order. Redan notes Dariant narrowly avoided fatal strikes. Blades clash fiercely. In the palace, the Emperor explains Redan uses the First Night Order's sword style, likely because Commander Pierce once taught anyone eager to learn. He sought someone capable of surpassing him. The Prince reflects deeply. He concludes Pierce is probably not the mastermind. He reasons that Redan is extremely dangerous, having escaped Ellison before, and notes a dragon is involved. He recalls Ellison's warning that anyone threatening the Empire would face him as a mage rather than a restaurateur. The Crown Prince rises, acknowledging the severity of the crisis. He insists Ellison must be summoned. The Emperor apologizes, saying that is no longer possible. Meanwhile, during the duel with Redan, Dariant recognizes the refined mastery in Redan's technique. He survived earlier blows only by anticipating their trajectory. It feels as if Redan fights from a superior level. Dariant notices similarities in voice and appearance to Commander Pierce. He asks if Redan is Pierce's son, and Redan replies he is older than he appears. Shocked, Dariant wonders if he is actually the commander himself. The structure begins collapsing around them. Even so, Dariant remains standing to face him. In the blink of an eye, Redan materializes before him and corrects him, saying that advancing like that and cutting upward is the wrong technique. This validates Darian's assumption, yet he faintly asks Redan not to ridicule him. His thoughts drift back to the days of rigorous training when his captain had cautioned him that stepping in with an upward strike that way was flawed. He was supposed to anchor his stance solidly, without hesitation, guide the blade's motion through precise wrist control, keeping the wrist steady without any unnecessary rotation. Commander Pierce had taught that a sword handled correctly would neither dull nor fail to slice cleanly. Dariant gestured toward the ground they had recently leveled. Dariant also brought up how certain palace factions opposed his travels to teach swordplay, and the commander admitted their fear that it would boost other territories' strength and authority. Still, he told Dariant that a sword left unused would corrode, and he refused to let his art fade away with his death. So Dariant must not fall either. Resolved to pass on and perfect his craft completely, holding nothing back, then entrust it to someone destined to exceed him so the progression would never end. To him, it was a perpetual cycle of advancement and refinement without limits. Dariant is stunned by those words and chooses to honor his resolve, while Pierce says he would gladly acknowledge Dariant if he surpassed him. In that case, Dariant would stand as his mentor, and Pierce would willingly become the follower. Turning to the present, Dariant burns with anger as Redan imitates his commander. He declares how relentlessly he trained to earn the rank of vice captain, so he could inherit the blade and carry out his master's will. Now fury consumes him as Redan dares to act like his instructor. Riordan observes that rage has overtaken Dariant's reason, which he finds unsurprising, believing Dariant remains unchanged. In rage, he launches a full-force assault for daring to belittle his teacher's legacy. The sheer intensity of the blow causes even Redan to stiffen briefly. Redan laughs, thrilled by the glimpse of Darian's latent strength. He dismisses talk of heritage and prepares to strike Darien down. Suddenly, a barrier forms directly before him. The shield is crafted from Eromantium. Its owner demands that they allow the guard to speak. The guard turns to Redan and reports that Ellison has arrived, cautioning that his presence could spell disaster. Just then, the Crown Prince reminds the Emperor that although Ellison prefers solitude, this matter is an exception. Volunteers to approach Ellison personally, but the Emperor halts him, explaining that he had already dispatched a message to Ellison several days prior. He has since discovered that Ellison has already stepped in to assist them. At the compound, a guard alerts Redan that every slave facility they operate is under siege. They are falling one after another like a toppling chain. Soldiers are horrified by the news, struggling to accept that such a domino collapse could occur. At the same time, they notice Ellison's emblem and are stunned to realize it belongs to the famed war hero. Ellison coldly states that he refuses to be hailed as a hero by the likes of them. Without hesitation, Ellison unleashes 8th-tier magic Inferno. The troops abandon their posts in panic as towering flames erupt. A blinding radiance bursts outward, enveloping the mountains as scorching heat ravages the surroundings. Standing calmly at the epicenter, Ellison remarks that the area finally has proper ventilation. Once the threat subsides, the villagers regain composure and thank the young man who supplies them generously with water and provisions. He points them toward a route where where a soldier waits to guide and protect them. A woman identifies him as a genuine Archmage and vows never to forget his face, while another admires his heroic aura and understands why foes dread him. Some murmur that his features are almost too refined and question if he might be a woman, while a child bluntly calls him unattractive until his sister hushes him. Observers notice the scars across his body and assume they are remnants of battle, yet they remark how unblemished his face appears. He returns and meets Lurin, who inquires about his progress. He assures her that his assignment is complete. Lurin replies that hers is as well, and asks where they head next. Elsewhere, Iramantium tends to Dariant's wounds with magic, and afterward checks whether he can stand. Dariant expresses gratitude and mentions hearing tales of Iramantium, the dragon who once carried Count-ridden Grape, shocked to encounter him here while the foes have fled and the captives remain. Iramantium clarifies that he had no intention of stepping in, but the conflict spiraled out of control. Confesses he nearly perished and feels relieved the soldiers withdrew after receiving the report. Dariant insists the matter is unresolved and longs for another clash. Iramantium declines, stating he would be overwhelmed, and Dariant questions how a dragon could claim defeat against humans. The term human unsettles Iramantium visibly, and when pressed, he brushes it off as a slip of the tongue. Dariant turns his worry to those left behind, believing they should have escaped together. Iramantium casually reveals he rescued them all while Dariant was occupied, leaving him speechless. Iramantium then escorts him to a newly established hideout. Inside, he inspects everyone and confirms they are unharmed. The maids welcome him back warmly, teasing him for arriving so late. Dariant can only stare in astonishment. Iramantium clarifies that every one of them used to be enslaved. Some were conditioned to obey, others stayed because they lacked refuge, and a few came from the recent rescue. Several studied medicine under him and later moved on. Some remained to work, while others regained memories and returned home. Admits he relied solely on wind magic when the world turned hostile, and that isolation warped him into craving forced affection, lamenting that life's essence always seems to slip away. Dariant is puzzled by this reasoning, thinking simple compassion would have sufficed. Former slaves announce dinner is prepared and suggest Iramantium bathe first. Watching quietly, Dariant senses that Iramantium's twisted inclinations have not fully vanished. Abruptly, the door bursts open as a young woman storms inside. He throws a pouch to the floor, shocking Iramantium, and scolds them for neglecting the herb room, saying it resembles a war zone. In a panic, Iramantium kneels, snatches the pouch, and apologizes, claiming he meant to tidy up before departing. He ridicules his excuse, digs her heel into his back, and calls him filthy as he yelps in agony. Noticing the girls, she asks where he acquired another group of slaves. Dariant stands frozen, utterly stunned. She recognizes him as Lady Madrine and meets his gaze in tense silence. Alarm floods her when she realizes he has seen her in this embarrassing situation. Meanwhile, elsewhere, he and Lurin sit on a blanket as he cooks their meal. He assures her it will be finished shortly, adding that food tastes best after exhausting work. She apologizes softly for lacking an appetite. Ellison senses her distress and reflects that not long ago she showed little concern for others. Lurin rises and states they must proceed to the next site. Ellison understands the burden weighing on her. She is haunted by Selly's death and refuses to allow another child to share that fate, tears brimming as she insists they cannot pause. Ellison takes her hand and recounts his own history. He remembers that 3 years into the war, just after finishing Magic Academy, he was deployed immediately to the battlefield, moving non-stop and eliminating monsters without respite. Whispers spread among soldiers labeling him a monster who single-handedly saved lives through relentless slaughter. In time, Ellison reaches the 8th Infantry Regiment's 2nd Company. The commander commends him, provides food and drink, and orders him to rest until dawn. Ellison requests the coordinates of his next assignment. Commander declines, explaining that although casualties decreased thanks to him, the strain is overwhelming. The command remains firm, even if only briefly, and Ellison is instructed to wash and eat. As he soaks in the bath and sips his soup, his thoughts linger on the number of lives lost while he pauses. The weight of that realization becomes too much to him. He rises to his feet and lets out a harsh, humorless laugh. Then he remarks sarcastically that running a cafeteria must be simple when others are dying on distant fronts. Short-lived break is shattered by the blare of a horn. A rapid alert commands every unit to gather immediately in full equipment. News spreads that a dragon has appeared at the forward base. Understands this is his opportunity to confront the creatures who ignited the war and might also bring it to a close. He recalls meeting a dragon once before, though at that time his strength and mindset were far less refined. Now the dragon tramples soldiers effortlessly beneath its massive feet. Flames race across the field, while blasts rumble through the earth. He descends from above and splits the ground upon impact, drawing the dragon's gaze as he faces it directly for the first time, with true intent to challenge it in open combat. Dagos immediately flares up in anger, when he hears that Ellison has gone alone. His aides report that Ellison's tent is empty and someone saw him depart. Dagos demands why no one stopped him, but everyone knows the truth that no one has the authority to restrain Ellison. The realization strikes Dagos because if it truly is Ellison, then there is no turning back. It also means a direct confrontation with the dragon, and that thought fills him with a blend of dread and pride as the battle rages on. The dragon bellows and dismisses Ellison as a foolish human sprinting towards certain death. He ignores the taunt, focusing entirely on his spellwork and transforming the insult into determination. He resolves to finish it by channeling every ounce of mana into his ultimate incantation. The unleashed force detonates violently, and tremors ripple through the surroundings. In the present, Ellison tells Lurin he has always sensed he was different. Mana flows to him naturally, formulas make sense at a glance, and he strengthens spells almost effortlessly. After graduating, he accepted his abnormal talent, and that confidence convinced him he could even slay a dragon. The dragon admits that Ellison pierced its barrier and wounded it, an achievement far beyond ordinary capability. In that instant, Ellison grasps why dragons are called living catastrophes and embodiments of death. The creature retaliates with a blazing breath aimed straight at him. He instinctively considers blocking it, but the attack is too swift to counter before impact. Hand seizes him from behind and yanks him out of harm's way. Beaton tells him bluntly that no one blocks dragon breath, not even other dragons, and survival depends on evasion. This becomes Ellison's first encounter with Darren and Beden, future companions. Darren is surprised by Ellison's rank, while Beden praises the nerve required to even attempt such a defense. He insists that Ellison will not fall today, and he struggles to comprehend how they arrived amid the chaos. Darren advances boldly, and Ellison shouts a warning about the risk. Beden remains composed and releases a multi-layered arrow that hits its mark. Dragon recoils as Darren charges forward with crushing force. Ellison stares in disbelief at a man confronting a dragon head-on. Beden senses Ellison's strain and comments on the pattern he observes. Carries burdens alone, including the suffering of others, and it shows in his weary stance and tired eyes. Beden acknowledges his talent, admitting he has never seen pure magic break a dragon's barrier before as the clash continues. Aaron calls for assistance while Beden continues firing, reinforcing his earlier warning. He tells Ellison that even great power snaps when overextended, like a bowstring drawn too tight. Ellison's solitude does not make him extraordinary, and this conflict is not his responsibility alone. Tension spikes when several black dragons descend upon the field. Aiden orders Darren to finish the red dragon, while the black dragons engage. Watching dragons clash against one another leaves Ellison speechless. Darren laughs at his astonishment and gestures toward the reinforcements arriving. Dagos appears with the troops and immediately checks Ellison's condition. Beden reminds him he is not fighting alone, and Darren formally introduces himself and Beden, hinting their paths will cross again. Eaton's advice lingers in Ellison's mind long after the battle concludes. Later, he returns to his quarters and eats leftover cafeteria soup, its bland taste recalling academy days. And for the first time since the war began, he chooses to change something small yet meaningful. He tells the captain he will take over cooking duties from now on. Captain accepts without hesitation as he cracks eggs into a pan. Ellison realizes it is the first sincere smile he has worn since the war started. Back in the present, he assures Lurin they need not feel ashamed of brief comfort. Lurin confesses how peaceful she feels sitting beside him, holding hands, sharing a meal, and imagining a modest life together. She has struggled with these emotions, unsure and confined by them. He blushes yet encourages her to cherish those feelings rather than avoid them. He recalls Darren and Beden's counsel that even if he tries to unwind, he will never fully detach, and accepting that truth is important. To return their attention to the meal, Ellison asks for her thoughts after stirring in the egg. Lurin smiles and compliments its gentle, soothing flavor. Elsewhere, the red dragon lounges in a tavern, calmly smoking. A reckless man approaches and intrudes into her personal space. He instantly slams him onto the floor without mercy. Riden questions her harshness, and she replies that fools who lack awareness make excellent training targets. The injured man barely registers her strength before matters escalate. Another figure steps in and apologizes for the disruption. The newcomer is Delian, 3rd Duke of the Lucerne Empire, accompanied by his knights. Expresses disdain that such riffraff roam his territory and shifts quickly to strategy, already aware that Ellison and Lurin destroyed every facility, while the Red Dragon insists on formalities and rest since their plan prompted his summons. The narrative shifts into Lurin's dream, where Ellison tells her she need not shy away from happiness. Feeling secure, she inches closer to him honestly, encouraged by his reassurance. The closeness feels vivid and overwhelming, until she jolts awake suddenly, soaked in sweat and panic. Cheeks burn as she replays the strange dream in embarrassment. Patients continue arriving at Alina's clinic, and she treats them as usual. One man completes his care, but lingers instead of departing. He slides 2 cinema tickets toward her and suggests spending the holiday together. Alina awkwardly reminds him she still has patience waiting, but he persists, ignoring her discomfort. Serena intervenes swiftly and flicks his head sharply, forcing the encounter to end and stating firmly that the appointment is over. He warns him to leave before humiliating himself further, and when he protests, she silences him with a cutting remark. He retreats in tears, and Alina thanks Serena for the rescue. Her expression remains troubled as she reveals she heard about Selly, Ellison, and Lurin, and the sorrow is so heavy she cannot find comforting words. Serena agrees that everything feels unstable since the Hibarin flower incident and admits ignorance might have been easier. Lena reflects that a dragon and a woman raising a child would endure unimaginable hardship, and Serena admits she has never known such a case. That thought deepens Alina's sadness, because they both truly loved Selly like their own. Serena pulls Alina closer, and jokingly wonders what would happen if Alina bore Ellison's child instead. Alina reacts strongly and dismisses the idea, while Serena presses playfully that elves and humans can produce mixed offspring after the first generation. He teases her about possibly regretting steering Ellison toward Lurin, and though Alina denies it, her flustered response betrays her. Serena then mentions her own coming-of-age ritual, and the partner she once chose, Garrod, and the memory immediately turns bitter. Alina apologizes upon realizing the weight of that name. Serena brushes it aside, but admits she could not take things lightly back then. In hindsight, she views that man as undeserving of her affection. The atmosphere shifts as Serena leans closer and reverses the teasing. She begins openly provoking Alina with playful confidence, acting deliberately seductive and amused by Alina's flustered reaction, until a teleportation portal suddenly opens and Lurin steps through. Arriving just in time as Serena's antics escalate, Lurin promptly strikes Serena on the head. Ending the foolishness at once, Alina panics, Serena regains composure quickly, and Lurin demands an explanation. Serena's reputation as a temptress is mentioned. Lurin clings to the topic and insists on assistance, while Serena bursts into laughter at her seriousness. Meanwhile, outside the sanctuary walls, the dragons sense something breaching their border, one narrowing its eyes in suspicion, while the other shrugs it off as Ellison's usual visit, grumbling about how casually he strolls into their domain. Their chatter dies down the moment our boy steps closer, notices several subordinates gathered before a radiant pillar, and stands quietly observing the intricate engraving underway. Attendants offer him formal greetings, yet he waves away the ceremony, reminding them he is merely human and requires no grand respect. That instant, Metadonna intervenes and guides him further inside. As they walk, he comments on the towering monument outside. The elder explains it commemorates the fallen of the war, and that Baron's name is currently being inscribed. The revelation brings him sincere relief. The elder expresses gratitude, admitting that attempting to shoulder everything alone would have led to ruin. He recognizes the burden Metadonna bears as both a father and a leader. Discussion turns toward the Hibarin flower. When the topic of the seeds arises, Ellison's expression immediately grows heavy. He quietly informs the elder that Selly has passed away. Elder understands Ellison had come to cherish her as a true life, and admits neither of them fully grasped her nature. He clarifies that the Hibarin flower takes in a soul near a dying heart before wandering, until it finds soil to root itself. Because without a heart, it cannot remain in this world. He stays composed and says he holds no lingering regrets. Believing Selly is at peace, he declares his intention to claim the seed himself. The elder stares in shock, and Ellison affirms his decision, plans to use the seed for the heart already within him, seeking to hear Lord Sardalin's voice. Back at the clinic, Serena listens as Lurin confesses she wishes to deepen her bond with him. Serena initially laughs loudly before adopting a more serious tone. Reminds Lurin that they have already crossed ordinary limits, especially after the maturity ritual. Alina attempts to steer the talk elsewhere, yet ends up paying close attention when Serena demands specifics. Lurin admits the furthest they have gone is a kiss, prompting Serena's disbelief, while Alina blushes silently. Serena bluntly describes what greater intimacy could entail in a teasing manner, leaving Lurin overwhelmed until Serena realizes she has pushed too hard and softens her approach. Lurin confesses she simply wants Ellison to initiate the next kiss. Serena agrees to keep things straightforward and suggests a gentler tactic, as Alina nearly faints from sheer embarrassment. The following day, Ellison returns to the lair and finds Guardcat absorbed in study again. Casually notes its diligence before moving on. He checks on Lurin and discovers she is still asleep. Realizing she has been sleeping less recently, he grows concerned, carefully pulls back the blanket to wake her softly. Greets his eyes leaves him utterly speechless. Beneath the blanket, Lurin lies completely unclothed, catching him off guard as embarrassment strikes before logic returns. He instantly turns away, covers her again, and urges her to dress. Lurin casually explains she finds clothing restrictive and often sleeps this way, and he reminds himself that this worked only when she was alone. She sees no need to change simply because they now share the same room. Noticing his reaction, she senses his unease. He hesitates, forced to recall the promise he made at the sanctuary. He vowed to stop avoiding her, knowing retreat would only deepen confusion with emotions already fragile. Feeling himself, he assures her it is fine and pretends nothing is unusual. His attempt at normalcy only feels awkward, and she accepts it quietly, though sensing the tension beneath. Later at dinner, she sincerely compliments his cooking. She mentions her mother's name being engraved at the sanctuary, and he confirms it, adding that the elder feels a long-awaited sense of closure. He hints at another matter to share later, which instantly sparks her curiosity. She volunteers to tidy up and sends him to rest while he goes to wash. While cleaning, she deliberately spills food on herself as an excuse to bathe, and he remarks on how she manages even that. Thought of bathing together arises, clearly influenced by prior advice. Serena's words echo in Lurin's thoughts. He recalls being told to start casually, then gradually blur the lines, since communal bathing is ordinary in the north, and closeness should build step by step. Though recalling it makes her blush, she presses on regardless. In the bath, the air feels thick with tension. Lurin notes how naturally they once behaved like this, and he nods while offering her cocoa, remembering her taste. His calm exterior makes her question Serena's strategy. Watching him closely, she detects something unusual, a subtle spell dimming the light in his eyes. He realizes he is deliberately avoiding looking at her. When she seizes him, he confesses he cannot see clearly and is struggling to stay composed. Once the spell fades, his sight returns, and panic flickers across his face. Water splashes as he nearly loses his footing. He finally admits he is far from fine. Even if her actions mirror the past, he cannot interpret them the same way now. They stir confusion, and he has sworn to honesty. Lurin rests her hand on his shoulder and explains that though the gestures look identical, emotions driving them are different, and this time every move is meant to reach him. She confesses, blushing deeply, that she is trying to tempt him. He realizes then there is no misunderstanding involved. She assures him she wants only what his heart truly desires. His answer leaves her stunned. Water spills over as he moves decisively through a suddenly opened teleportation gate. Serena observes and complains that stopping halfway is pointless, urging him onward. Alina rushes in, protesting that such scenes should not be spectated. Serena shrugs, claiming she watches only because Lurin asks, while Alina accuses her of enjoying it too much. Serena merely laughs off the accusation. As Ellison and Lurin continue kissing, Serena remarks that for people this oblivious, even small progress counts. Elsewhere in a shadowed chamber, subordinates report to the Duke that out of hundreds fleeing the chained slave facility, only 37 remain strong enough to assemble under his command. Flames flicker nearby, casting light over a sinister instrument resting within reach. He steps toward one of the shackled administrators and calmly assures him fear is unnecessary. He explains that inflicting pain is not his specialty, since others handle that task. Every being has a designated role in maintaining order, and abandoning that role crosses a boundary. The administrator begs forgiveness, but the Duke rejects it, stating that those who enforce rules cannot discard them without consequence. Presses the device to the man's chest, and agony erupts, explaining evenly that cruelty for its own sake lacks purpose. Instead, he assigns the man a new function. A diamond is embedded into the scorched flesh. Chanting begins as the ritual unfolds and magic surges through the chamber. Smoke coils upward, while the man mutates into a beast brimming with mana. The Duke watches with quiet satisfaction and gestures forward, pouring a potion into the creature's mouth, bracing its past identity, declaring loyalty to the rule he embodies as the transformed beast kneels. Armor is brought forth and training commences at once, adding another warrior to the Holy Blood Knights. On their journey back, Madryn finally reveals the full truth to Darian. She explains that she apprenticed in medicine under Iramantium after being tasked with developing an antidote to a lethal mind-controlling poison. That assignment leads her to examine Count Lidon's strange recovery, which sparks rumors of a hidden physician curing enslaved victims of brainwashing. Driven by those whispers, she follows Iramantium not from doubt, but from a desire to learn magic and repay a debt she owes him. That debt binds her to serve as a maid in attire she never chose, and the humiliation overwhelms her as she confesses through tears. Darian listens carefully yet states firmly that he cannot omit critical facts from his official report. Madryn argues that those details must remain secret, particularly from the Crown Prince, and Dariant promises discretion as they arrive. Soldiers enthusiastically salute the deputy commander, returning from what they believe was a mission to safeguard humanity. Dariant immediately silences them, stressing that the operation is classified and careless rumors pose real danger. He confirms the rescued individuals are receiving proper care, while commanders report that investigations into their hometowns continue and aid is underway. Riera mentions hearing he faced grave peril and brings up the name of their adversary, Redan. Dariant responds that the individual requires further inquiry and orders strict avoidance should they cross paths again. As they proceed, Dariant references Ellison, prompting vivid reactions from the commanders who recall the trembling earth and the colossal facility reduced to ashes in moments, illuminating the night like day. One mentions Ellison's 9th-tier barrier spell. Another recalls a slightly shorter woman whose power rivaled that devastation. Lurin's name arises from the briefing. Carson links it to Valoran's strange behavior at a restaurant, but Dariant quickly halts that speculation. He emphasizes that their identities are classified, and even idle talk could invite retaliation from the overwhelming force they witness. He clarifies that Ellison does not merely assist, but orchestrates the operation himself. He notes that Madryn overlooks this because her assignment differs from theirs. Turning back to Madryn, Dariant acknowledges how her past regrets shape her current resolve. Surprised to see her studying healing arts while silently enduring indignity, and she asks him to drop the subject. He shifts the discussion to their return to the capital as official events resume after 17 years. And though Madryn again seeks omissions from the report, the matter quietly ends. Elsewhere at the restaurant, Lurin serves Rain a flawlessly seared sirloin, her radiant smile impossible to conceal. Rain instantly notices her joy and points it out, and Lurin readily admits it. Serena casually reveals the cause, saying Lurin finally received her first kiss from Ellison, while Rain remarks she expected it given his slow progress. Lurin agrees as Creston nearby reacts in disbelief. Serena teases Alina for delaying matters, claiming things would have advanced further with earlier advice, and Alina reminds her today is for celebration only. Lint overhears the exchange and flushes crimson, then hastily delivers pasta to another tape. Meanwhile, Lint and Mate playfully tease Ellison by fussing over chairs and dishes around him, and he resigns himself to being the target. He brings up his prior request, and Lint confirms he seeks Hiboran flour, adding that herbalists nationwide have been contacted. Despite exhaustive searches, none find recent traces, leading him to conclude ordinary methods are futile. He recalls the elder's explanation that even the seeds vanished long ago, that only a few once remained locked in a royal vault before disappearing from circulation entirely. Accepting this calmly, he recognizes that some things cannot be easily obtained. He remembers an old detail, suggesting a single seed may still rest in the royal treasury within the capital. Realizing their dangerous missions might justify requesting such a treasure, he decides it is time to revisit the capital after years away. At the palace, Leon greets Ellison warmly. He praises his accomplishments and inquires about his long-awaited return. Mentioning the first concert in 17 years and the excitement sweeping the city, Ellison humbly insists he is nothing special. The Emperor soon arrives and gently reins in Leon's enthusiasm. He formally thanks Ellison, noting how his actions dismantled vile operations with minimal collateral damage. He adds that Leon can scarcely contain his excitement over Ellison's presence. The king then raises the matter of a reward, aware that wealth holds little appeal for him, prompting Ellison to voice his true request. He states plainly that he desires the Hiboran flower, instantly shifting the room's mood. Explaining he knows the seed rests in the palace vault, he calmly asks to receive it as compensation for his mission. Leon immediately expresses concern and attempts to steer him toward another reward. The Emperor cuts him off, understanding the significance of the seed as tension thickens within the hall. Outside, news spreads swiftly. Vendors shout about a special edition as crowds gather with mounting excitement. Citizens eagerly discuss the long-awaited return of the capital concert after 17 years, and the grand festival expected to follow. Nearby eateries and boutiques are expected to be packed, with crowds getting ready for the celebration. Meanwhile, an official proclamation is delivered within the palace walls before a gathering of aristocrats. Chamberlain Horba Lance steps forward to inform them that the empire is nearing the second anniversary of the war's formal conclusion, a time marked by restored order. Royal Court has resolved to revive the capital concert after a 17-year suspension, and he stresses that this choice followed careful and prolonged consideration. Add profound significance to the occasion. He declares that a rare treasure will be granted to the musician whose melody most deeply touches hearts and soothes those grieving lost loved ones, unveiling it as La Placia, the seed known as the Hiboran flower. The revelation sparks astonishment and hushed whispers among the nobles who remember its mythical reputation and rumored abilities. Korba makes it clear that the concert represents more than amusement, serving instead as proof of renewed unity and tranquility. It symbolizes the empire's resolve to leave the wounds of conflict behind, prompting the nobles to lift their glasses in shared approval. Inside, our guy quickly understands that the seat he had asked for has now been designated as the concert's grand prize. Leon's face shows open grief as he recalls hearing that melody in childhood and learning from it what true healing meant. After nearly 2 decades of silence, its revival carries immense sentimental weight for him, and the possibility of losing the prize fills him with irritation. So in his distress, he proposes setting the reward aside just this once for the event's sake. His request instantly provokes the Emperor's anger. Ruler strikes Leon and scolds him for ignoring the hard-won achievements that made such a reward attainable. Leon attempts to defend his stance by citing public expectations, yet the king interrupts and orders unquestioning compliance. Watching tensions rise, he intervenes to calm matters, arguing that surrendering the Hiboran flower would leave their efforts without compensation. The emperor firmly states that the event's outcome is secondary if Ellison desires the prize, adding that nobles should perform honorably even without incentives. Leon ultimately acknowledges his narrow thinking, though his resentment resurfaces as he suggests canceling the concert altogether if no reward remains. It becomes evident that Leon has once more allowed his emotions to dictate his actions. Soon after, our guy quietly inquires about registration procedures, surprising Leon when he realizes he plans to compete personally. And the Emperor approves, praising the honorable decision before Ellison promptly asks about the next steps. In the Ruburn Empire, the regana stands as a mark of prestige, a keyboard instrument comparable in refinement to an otherworldly organ. Its cultural weight runs so deep that nobles believe meaningful dialogue is impossible with anyone unfamiliar with its tones. So the empire's grandest celebration naturally revolves around the regana, therefore serves as the central instrument of the capital concert. He and Lurin position themselves before one, while she examines it with evident interest. He explains that this particular regana is second-hand, similar to the one she once noticed at a lord's estate, and realizing he never fully shared his intentions, he finally outlines them clearly. His objective is to secure the Hiboran flower seed by triumphing in the concert, hoping to uncover the Lord's genuine voice through its power. This belief stems from a past encounter that left him convinced the Lord did not appear to be someone who would wage war without cause. She grasps his purpose at once and understands that he seeks the flower seed awarded at the concert, though the strategy faces a serious obstacle. Participation has traditionally been limited to women, and although Leon jokingly mentions gender transformation magic, the idea offers little comfort since he cannot play the regana. Aware of his limitation, he places his faith in her abilities, explaining that her involvement makes the plan feasible. He reminds her that dragons possess remarkable natural talent, able to master instruments effortlessly even if they sometimes claim otherwise. Most adult dragons excel in both artistic and cultural pursuits, so following that reasoning the regana should pose no difficulty for her. Lurin accepts his reasoning without the slightest doubt. She immediately demonstrates her capability by playing with assured poise and flawless control. In the barn, Miltine approaches Mr. Ment and proudly displays her hair, clearly hoping for his reaction while pointing out its new length. He compliments her appearance, and she teases that he could have simply asked to see it, adding that cutting it already feels like a missed opportunity. She fulfilled something he wanted. She asks for a small favor in exchange, and when he nods in agreement, she reveals that she wants to trim his beard. Moments later, Baronrix becomes alarmed, emitting strange cries as unsettling sounds echo around them. The mood shifts abruptly as electric currents streak across the sky. The unnatural crackling signals that danger is near. Back at the restaurant, Lurin completes her performance and searches his face for a response. Rather than admiration, he senses a flaw in the plan and realizes it will not succeed. In another place, the Lord's family sits together for a peaceful dinner. John eats without much care until Berna and Lord Liddon gently correct him, remarking on his recent improvement. The relaxed meal naturally turns toward discussion of current events. Dion mentions the capital concert's revival and proposes that they attend together. Liddon notes that Berna once played the regana beautifully and says he is already aware of the concert's return. He asks for her thoughts, but the mere mention causes visible tension. She promptly excuses herself, claiming a meeting awaits after dinner and offering a brief apology. She departs before anyone can object, just as dessert is brought out. She takes the sweet directly from the tray and carries it away. As she leaves, Dion clarifies he only intended to watch the concert, not compete, while Leiden reflects on the regana kept in that room. Remembers how it once collected dust because she refused to let even servants touch it. insisting on handling it personally. Thinking further, he realizes she has not played it at all since his collapse. Thought troubles him, fearing she still bears her burdens alone instead of sharing them with the family. Concerned, he begins forming a plan with his son. At the same moment, Berna shuts herself inside her room, overwhelmed by heavy thoughts. Of all the disciplines Chowin once imposed to mold her into perfection, Regana remains the only thing she ever truly cherished. She still feels warmth remembering her family, applauding her first performance. She appreciates learning music from her father, though she believes she should not hold onto that gratitude. Chilling words that no one would suspect her even if someone collapsed resurface in her mind, filling her with remorse. Though she now enjoys a brighter life, surrounded by kind people, she cannot find the courage to touch the instrument again. The thought of playing proudly as he once taught her feels revolting, and she imagines Dion and Lydon viewing her with disgust. Whenever her gaze falls upon the Regana, it feels as though her wrongdoing glares back at her, and in her fragile state, she envisions a shadowy presence hovering over it. The imagined figure accuses her of abandonment, and under that crushing weight, she faints. Lurin, who happens to be there regarding the Regana, notices Berna's collapse and is instantly alarmed. Elsewhere, someone scans the list of concert applicants and observes that numerous names have already registered. One name draws attention, Count Mitchell Fraun, unfamiliar to those reviewing it. Additional information shows she is a noblewoman from a distant Greek city. This confirms that our boy's devised strategy may indeed be his best option. Another person enters confidently, brushing aside doubts and declaring that all will bow after her performance, introducing herself as Loriana Delian, niece of Duke Melik Delian. The Duke reminds her that meticulous preparation remains essential regardless of confidence. Back at the estate, Berna regains consciousness. She finds Lurin and our boy at her side and becomes aware of the swelling on her head. Disoriented, she asks what occurred, and they admit that bringing her here might seem odd. Yet their true intention is to borrow her Regana. With Lurin entering the concert, they cannot predict whether future issues will arise from her talent or the instrument itself. They inquire if she can assist in any way, and when Lurin casually strikes a few keys, the sound immediately disturbs Berna. Before Calm can return, the door bursts open. Leon storms in with troubling news, explaining that the Delian family and allied nobles have enforced stricter qualification rules. Houses without prior participation must now clear preliminary rounds within their own territories. The atmosphere grows tense, but Lurin keeps playing serenely, noting that the Regana should suffice for preliminaries. Our boy, however, panics as he realizes the Hiboran flower may now be beyond reach. Far removed from the public stage, Duke Delian consults the Red Dragon about their earlier scheme, expecting progress to be underway. She assures him that every detail has already been settled. He adds that their starting point is the first imperial concert in 17 years within the Louvren Empire. The strike will coincide with the event to create maximum turmoil, targeting both imperial-aligned nobles and ordinary citizens in the capital. Their motive is straightforward, as the last war failed when people united around three so-called heroes who inspired false hope. And without that unity, both the Empire and Black Dragons would have fallen. This time the disorder will belong to them, she explains, noting that the First Night Order oversees capital security during the concert. A large-scale tragedy under their protection would shatter faith in both the knights and the imperial household. Such devastation would clear the way for the transfer of power he envisions. Duke Delian concurs and declares that the Emperor has failed in his duty. He then presents the roster of concert applicants. One entry immediately catches attention. Lady Lorna Revolk is listed, directly connected to Count Revolk. She does not treat them as trivial, believing firmly that preparations are already in motion. She remarks that the simplest way to handle pesky flies is to close the window before they ever get inside. In another location, a preliminary judge, Baron Revose Ponto, encounters Ellison during an inspection, where Ellison formally introduces himself as Count Revolk, and the judge recognizes him, commenting that the restaurant remains highly popular. The registered participant is mentioned. Ellison confirms that Lady Lorna Revolk is indeed his wife. The statement makes him stiffen, and when asked why she is absent, Ellison explains that trouble with her Regana forces her to borrow a different one. Ponto responds enthusiastically, confessing his admiration for Regana music and his eagerness to hear her perform. Our boy answers courteously while concealing his unease. Turning indoors, Ellison releases his irritation toward Leon. The preliminary round begins abruptly with barely any warning, and Lurin has little practice, while Leon explains that nobles under Duke Delian constantly interfere, leaving no chance to protest. Ellison inspects the Regana prepared for her and quickly senses that something about the tone is off. Leon says this is why Lurin went to borrow another instrument, and concern grows after learning it has been neglected and left dusty without maintenance. Before their worries escalate further, someone arrives specifically to address this problem. Ellison stiffens the moment he recognizes the visitor, and at the same time, Lady Berna carefully cleans the borrowed regana, as Lurin observes. Lurin notices the heavy layer of dust and asks how long it has gone unused, and Berna apologizes while assuring her it still functions. Lurin then refers to Berna's earlier tendencies to bury errors along with everything else, suggesting that ignoring the regana fits that same habit. Berna grows uneasy yet insists the instrument is prepared. Lurin requests that she play it to be certain. Reluctant, Berna complies after Lurin presses for a proper test. Berna takes her seat and begins performing. Outside, guards hear the regana's melody drifting outward. It sounds warm and soothing. Some instantly recognize the skill and realize who the performer must be. Berna plays with elegance, and once she finishes, Lurin confirms there is nothing wrong with the regana. She comments that a melody like that should never be left to gather dust. While at the palace, the preliminary hall prepares for contestants. A modest stage has been arranged. Ponto notices another judge present and is startled to see Duke Delian Porgo Tamurin there. Timorin, one of the Empire's 3 Duke Delians, explains he will not allow unqualified participants into the concert. He boasts of his unrivaled devotion and expertise regarding the regana. Ponto feels a surge of jealousy and senses rivalry ahead. Ellison quietly voices his surprise to Leon, who admits he had no prior knowledge of this change. Backstage, Berna shakes nervously, anxious about stepping forward. Lurin comforts her and demonstrates specific hand techniques. She reveals she memorized the entire first half of Berna's earlier piece flawlessly. She attributes this to sharp focus and careful observation. With steady confidence, Lurin walks onto the stage. The performance commences. Lurin produces a fierce, scraping harmony that startles the audience. Those waiting outside freeze as the sound reaches them. The judges visibly wince at the sharp tones. Ellison lowers his gaze as the piercing notes echo through the hall. Lurin gives everything to the piece before abruptly stopping. Ponto erupts angrily, calling it an affront to the regana and demanding her disqualification. Timurin suddenly interrupts with applause, tears glistening in his eyes. He proclaims the performance flawless, leaving Ponto baffled. Timurin explains that the technique depends on extreme staccato precision and delicate control pushed to its limits. Leon agrees, identifying it as a rare style from the southern Rumble Kingdom and noting it reminds him of his studies abroad. Ponto remains confused, and Timurin questions his earlier claims of expertise while expressing disappointment in his ignorance. Ponto flushes with embarrassment as he realizes he alone failed to understand. Ellison casually mentions that his wife hails from the Rumble Kingdom, and everything suddenly makes sense. Tamurin nods approvingly and praises Lurin's exceptional skill. Feeling cornered, Ponto hastily stamps his approval and pretends to agree. He declares her successful, while Lurin stands puzzled about how she passed. The preliminary round concludes in her favor, and elsewhere the result is reported to Duke Delian and the red-haired woman, who smiles calmly and remarks that the door is now open as she awaits the next move. Once the preliminaries conclude, her boy tells Lurin they barely made it through and that borrowing another regana will not be simple, assuming the strange sound must have a clear cause. Tamurin explains he managed to smooth it over this time, but warns it will fail in the capital, while Leon adds he even risked his overseas reputation to cover it. Ellison admits the issue is not due to venue negligence, since the regana undergoes prior inspection. Berna appears tense, and Lurin responds firmly that she personally checks everything and that the instrument behaved oddly without reason. Berna inspects the regana once more, pauses, then begins playing. The tone now sounds pure and steady, shocking Tamurin as it works flawlessly, and Leon concludes the issue may depend on the player's touch. He motions for Ellison to step closer for explanation, while Lurin tugs Leon's hair behind them, and he reminds her he is still the crown prince. As Berna continues, the regana gradually emits the same sharp tones Lurin produced earlier. She confirms her theory. He opens part of the instrument to reveal that the internal mana circulation is disrupted. The flaw lies not in visible damage, but within the magical formula regulating airflow. And when the mana flow destabilizes, the sound warps unnaturally, allowing Ellison to finally grasp why the tone felt wrong before. Berna explains that both Lurin and Ellison emit strong mana that interferes with the formula, and he silently wonders just how immense their power must be if proximity alone causes such disturbance, with Ellison's strength explaining part of it. Yet Lurin's presence remains more puzzling, and she concludes the issue is resolved before declaring she will accompany them to the capital. Berna reacts in surprise. Lurin explains her expertise in the regana's inner workings makes her ideal for stabilizing mana flow, and that she also wishes to learn more songs along the journey. and though Berna mentions prior commitments, Lurin replies that walking together is better than being dragged alone. From the doorway, Dion overhears and quietly informs Lidden that his mother plans to go to the capital, and Lidden feels relieved he no longer must persuade her himself. Later, Eerie City in the Louvren Empire grows crowded as people gather everywhere and the First Night Order tightens security, with Commander Darient ordering vigilance and Riella answering confidently. Soon the Emperor's arrival is formally announced. Emperor Harise greets the citizens and remarks on the city's lively atmosphere, saying the revival of the concert after 17 years was the right choice. The official opening remains days away. Visitors have arrived early so pre-festival activities are arranged, and he hopes all will enjoy the long-awaited event as the crowd cheers loudly. Serena gazes at the enormous crowd in astonishment. Lena asks if Serena has ever attended such a concert, and Serena admits she usually ignores human festivities and would rather sleep if not brought along, while Rain points out the Emperor and Creston mutters rebellious nonsense. She immediately strikes him lightly and scolds him for speaking recklessly. Lena then notices the food vendors and suggests they explore. They stop at a stall selling grilled stir-fried noodles, priced at 900 runes. Serena tastes them and praises the flavor, and Alina laughs, saying the trip is worthwhile. Creston remarks that food stalls are trending, and his wife explains it began in Dedran City before spreading to the capital. He gestures toward another booth, drawing an enormous crowd. Customers shout their orders and purchase multiple servings to take home. That busy stall belongs to Ellison, cooks and sells hot talk while warning buyers about the heat. Rain immediately recognizes his voice and approaches, surprised to find him in the capital. At the same time, another woman performs the regana on stage. Loriana watches briefly and dismisses it as dull. Duke Delian replies that the situation is delicate and reminds her that certain individuals must never reach La Pladia through this event, making her victory critical. He orders her to report any formidable rivals, and Loriana leaves with confidence, certain no one present can defeat her, while Delian stresses the gravity of matters. She vows to use any method necessary. In her thoughts, she considers herself both tool and weapon. As she departs, her attendant reassures her that the Duke has absolute faith in her ability. She agrees, convinced that no performer in the Empire surpasses her regana skill. Feeling pressure build, Loriana longs for something sweet to ease her stress. Catching the aroma drifting from the food vendors, she instinctively makes her way toward the stalls. She questions the gathered crowd and boldly asks which dish is considered the finest. Her father cautions her about eating street fare, but she brushes it off, arguing that nobles should appreciate common culture as well, leaving Rain and Creston staring in disbelief. As Ellison hands her the hot talk, Loriana admits she has never encountered such a treat and remarks on its appealing appearance, while Ellison warns her that the syrup inside is extremely hot. She takes a bite, scalds her tongue, and reacts sharply, prompting Ellison to quickly offer a tissue and explain that the filling retains intense heat. She accuses him of impropriety for touching near her lips. He clarifies that he was simply trying to assist her. Her cheeks flush as her imagination suddenly races ahead to an entire future involving him. Flustered, he apologizes and hurries off to get her some cold water. When he addresses her as ma'am, she sharply corrects him, insisting she is unmarried and demanding his name, and he nervously introduces himself as Erzio Revolt. She panics, denies any deeper meaning behind her reaction, and dashes away claiming she only intends to return the handkerchief, while her father watches in confusion. Rain and Creston gape at Ellison in astonishment, and he insists it was nothing more than lending a tissue. Rain jokes about him flirting with nobility and warns that Lurin will be furious, humorously dubbing it the Revolk Haddock scandal. Elsewhere, Lurin continues her regana practice. She discovers that regulating the mana flow around her body helps steady the tone, though something still feels slightly wrong. Turner returns and explains that participant pre-registration must be finalized in the ballroom during the pre-festival events. Lurin admits she does not know the route, and Berna offers to escort her. Back at the stall, Ellison tells Serena and Alina that Lurin has officially entered the recital, shocking them. Ellison asks to be addressed properly as Count Erzio Revolk and Lady Lorna Revolk, prompting Creston to grumble about nobles giving orders, while Rain finally grasps why Ellison introduced himself oddly, and Serena requests more hot talk. Rain presses Ellison for details about the noblewoman from earlier. Suspecting mischief, he quickly denies any attempt at seduction. Alina hesitantly asks what he means by calling it a competition. Rain reveals that the noble is Loriana Delian, a top-tier regana artist known for touring across the continent. She is widely regarded as the Empire's finest performer. Ellison corrects that notion, stating that someone else won the final concert before the war. That victor was Lady Berna Grey. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Loriana spots Lurin standing beside Berna. The sight irritates her instantly, as she never expected to encounter Berna there. She recalls Berna's triumph in the last recital. Loriana's face tightens with anger, assuming Berna has entered again, and memories of Dedrin, where she once felt humiliation, resurface painfully. Berna calmly dispels the misunderstanding, clarifying she is not competing, then turns and leaves without lingering. Loriana remains, unable to comprehend why Berna would choose not to participate. Clutching the stick in her hand, Loriana trembles as old resentment resurfaces, recalling the recital where her pride was crushed, and learning that Berna refuses to join only deepens her simmering anger. And at that moment, Ellison arrives after hearing rumors of an outstanding performance, wanting to check on Lurin. He steps in and immediately senses the heavy tension, realizing the three women are locked in an awkward standoff. Lurin calls to him, and Berna formally addresses him as Count Revolt. Hearing the title shifts Loriana's demeanor, as the knowledge that he is a noble sparks new thoughts in her mind. Ellison recognizes her as the lady who purchased Hot Talk earlier, irritating her as she quickly rejects being called that. She observes their interaction with growing irritation, especially at their casual familiarity. And when Ellison mentions Berna's past victory, she calmly notes she was merely a child then. Loriana's jealousy twists into fixation, and she abruptly demands that Berna enter the recital for a duel. She even stakes Ellison on the result, insisting Berna abandon him if she loses. Ellison and Berna stand stunned while Lurin's anger flares and she moves to retaliate, but Ellison restrains her, warning that causing trouble could disqualify her entirely, and Berna swiftly clarifies she is already married, introducing herself formally as Berna Grey. That revelation flips Loriana's emotions once more, and she inwardly claims Ellison for herself. Before the tension escalates further, Duke Delian appears and abruptly ends the confrontation, dismisses the exchange with mockery, belittling Ellison for walking away from his former position. With that, he departs alongside Loriana, making it clear that the recital stands far beyond Ellison's reach. After the Duke leaves, Berna begins to tremble, finally realizing whose presence she faced. Ellison steadies her and urgently asks her to join the recital, confessing he needs her support for a crucial reason. Berna hesitates, aware she has already stepped away from Morgana. Lurin interjects sharply, angered that Loriana tried to force Berna to leave Ellison. He attempts to explain that the misunderstanding began when he wiped syrup from Loriana's lips, and Lurin repeats that detail in disbelief as her irritation rises. I swear Loriana eats Hodiak. She admits it tastes better after cooling slightly, yet her thoughts remain unsettled. Remembering that Berna is already married, her frustration resurfaces. Before she can dwell on it further, her mother appears and snatches the snack away. She throws it aside and scolds her for embarrassing the family, ordering her back to Regana practice immediately, and Loriana obeys without protest. Back with Ellison and Lurin, she vents her anger at him, mocking his popularity and accusing him of pulling Berna into rivalry. Ellison stops trying to justify himself and promises to avoid such situations again, and Lurin finally calms enough to speak earnestly. She explains that she has trained diligently, and though her formal technique may lag, she has discovered a unique approach. Her confidence radiates steadily and intensely. She vows to deliver a performance that will astonish everyone present. At the registration desk, Berna quietly inquires about enrolling. A staff member explains the procedure and mentions that seasoned performers may bypass preliminaries. Berna grows tense while listening, and suddenly, a woman bumps into her and offers a careless apology. She then recognizes Berna, and the atmosphere shifts instantly as hostility fills her expression. She strikes Berna to the ground, sneering as she reveals herself as the daughter of Count Dedrin. Dragging old grudges back into the open, the woman, Lucian Delian, grabs Berna's face with open contempt, treating her entry into the competition as an insult and declaring she does not belong there until a firm hand pries Lucian's grip away. Don steps between them, condemning her jealousy and stating that resentment over his wife's past victory does not excuse sabotage, while Berna freezes in fear upon seeing him. Leiden continues boldly, calling her actions disgraceful, and Lucian snaps back, challenging his authority. Protest is cut short when Rera steps forward, calmly enforcing the rules and reminding them that violence is forbidden, and nobles must respect the First Night Order. Lucian hides her fury behind sarcasm, remarking that the Delian family now faces opposition from knights. Rera accepts the remark coolly, dismissing it as meaningless noise. Lucian issues one last warning that entering the recital against her wishes will bring lasting regret. Leiden shuts that threat down immediately, states Berna's registration is already finalized, and he is merely passing by, declaring his deep mutual understanding with his wife and leaving a pointed comment about avoiding another bitter ending for Loriana. Lucian remains behind with a dark and unsettled expression. Rumors spread swiftly among the nobles that Berna has entered the recital and once won the previous one. Comparisons with Loriana resurface, along with whispers that Loriana stopped playing for a long period after her defeat, and anticipation grows as all agree this recital will be extraordinary. As night deepens, Regana melodies echo everywhere as contestants practice intensely, and when excitement reaches its height, the day of the recital finally arrives. Sultan de Horn, head of the Imperial Magic School, announces the event is for all citizens, with performances projected into the main plaza and viewing windows set across the capital. At his stall, our boy realizes the finals have started and prepares to head to the venue. He wonders which remarkable talents will take the stage. First finalist begins her performance. Even from the audience, it is clear the standard far exceeds the preliminaries, with polished and powerful renditions. Emperor Lamedon comments on the dedication behind each act, while Tamaran states he will judge without leniency. Lucian sits beside Duke Delian and remarks that the first day's level seems unimpressive, and Delian explains the strongest contenders are usually reserved for later. The host commends the previous act and introduces the next contestant, Mrs. Lorna Revolt, a newcomer to the recital. The announcement alone stirs the hall and sharpens everyone's attention. Lurin steps onto the stage in a green dress, visibly uncomfortable wearing it. As she arrives, the audience immediately fixes their gaze on her. Rain quietly recognizes her. Serena mentally corrects the name to Lady Lorna, and Alina cannot help noticing how striking she looks. Preston grows uneasy, recalling the earlier cracking noise when the regana sounded more like splintering wood than music. But Rain brushes it off and assumes Lurin has trained extensively since then. In the end, they decide to cheer her on and simply wait to see what kind of performance she will present. At the judge's table, Ponto's expression sharpens as he becomes convinced he has uncovered the truth after that bizarre preliminary round. He spends his days traveling throughout the country. He even journeys as far as the southern Lombal kingdom to research regana methods. After all that effort, he finds no trace of any technique named staccato and persuades himself the earlier display was nothing but trickery. With that conclusion in mind, he prepares to expose her publicly. As silence settles over the hall, Dion watches anxiously and wonders if things will turn out well. But Liddon quiets him as the performance begins. Ellison keeps his eyes fixed on Lurin, reassuring himself that she is capable of handling this stage. Lurin lifts her hands and realizes an ordinary recital will never be enough to secure victory. Knowing the regana's airflow is unstable, she decides to embrace that flaw and transform it into her advantage rather than resist it. Memory flashes of standing beside Ellison at a rock concert, both of them pausing their travels just to listen to the music. That memory strengthens her resolve, and she chooses to create a sound unheard in this world. As her fingers begin to move, the regana releases a powerful, driving rhythm that feels closer to a roaring guitar than traditional melodies. Sound surges through the hall like unleashed energy, leaving the audience stunned. Our guy instantly recognizes it as music from his former world. Rain struggles to make sense of what she is hearing. The Emperor feels the vibration strike directly into his chest. Before confusion can linger, cheers erupt as the crowd is swept away by the intense rhythm. Lucian stiffens in shock, while Duke Delian presses his hand to his forehead. Ponto bursts into tears as realization dawns, finally admitting the technique he denied truly exists, and that his grasp of the regana has been shallow, vowing to relearn everything from the beginning. Lurin concludes her performance and acknowledges the crowd. The host struggles for words, but calls it overwhelmingly powerful and moves on to introduce the next performer. Behind the curtain, Loriana feels her knees weaken as she wonders how anyone could follow such an act. In the palace corridors, nobles whisper excitedly. They admit they never imagined the regana could produce such a sound. As Lurin steps down with Ellison, several nobles hurry toward them, showering her with praise. Overwhelmed by the attention, Lurin hesitates until Ellison nudges her to introduce herself properly. She nearly slips before correcting herself as Lady Lorna Revolt. Titles and compliments fly from every direction, along with questions about her technique and composition. Noticing her fatigue and confusion, our boy quickly intervenes. He explains she needs rest and promises answers later, guiding her away from the crowd. As he carries her off, she blushes and softly affirms her role as his wife, and he tells her to continue the act for now. Away from the noise, he sincerely thanks her, admitting he never expected her to push herself so hard and apologizing for doubting her. He reassures him that their efforts are shared and that working hard together feels natural. She says gratitude alone is not enough, and he suddenly interrupts. He cups her face and kisses her lips, leaving her frozen in surprise. When he seeks forgiveness through that kiss, she accepts with a shy smile. Still flushed, she changes the topic to how uncomfortable the dress feels and asks him to help loosen it, making him blush and question her intentions. After the second day concludes, Lurin's performance dominates every conversation, her name echoing wherever people gather. Many openly praise her debut, calling it unforgettable. Haydn agrees, saying it was incredible in multiple ways and barely fits the traditional concept of Regana music. He hints there is far more behind it than most realize. Even the hosts label her a rising star, and news spreads that Lady Lorna Revolk introduced a bold new style, dubbed the staccato method. While Loriana performs, she overhears the chatter and reacts instantly. Learning that the technique is directly tied to Lurin, Lady Revolk leaves her shaken, especially realizing she is Ellison's wife. Later, Loriana's mother reacts angrily, dismissing the praise as admiration for something crude, better suited to a marketplace than a concert hall. She pressures Duke Delian to act and demands personnel be deployed, making it clear she refuses to let rivals gain more attention. But Duke Delian shuts her down and reminds her the plan has shifted and no disturbances can be risked. She argues back, insisting she does not intend chaos and only wants Lurin to fail publicly. That evening outside the venue, as they leave, Berna apologizes to Rara for practicing late and causing trouble, and Rara calmly reassures her that protecting everyone is their duty during an imperial event. She adds that she genuinely looks forward to Berna's performance, revealing her love for Regana music. Suddenly, several armed figures surround them. Berna realizes they are trapped, and panic rises. Rara stays calm and signals Berna to duck as the attackers charge. Rara strikes first, sweeping her sword in one motion and cutting them down. She concludes it is no simple robbery and chooses to leave them alive but immobilized for questioning. Yet before she can proceed, someone grabs Rara's arm violently. She is slammed hard against the rocks. Another assailant pins Berna down and orders the others to finish them. One raises a weapon toward Berna's hand, threatening to crush it. Terrified, Berna begs him to stop, knowing her hands are her only hope of reclaiming her future with the Regana. At that critical instant, a sharp voice commands them to halt. As the concert approaches its climax, the host thanks everyone present and those watching across the capital for staying with the event. Only 2 performers remain, and the host prepares to introduce the next. Reminding the audience she once claimed victory, Lady Berna Geek is called to the stage. Yet no one appears at the entrance. Duke Delian watches calmly, assuming their scheme succeeded, while Lucian feels satisfied that the Holy Blood Knights completed their task. She recalls receiving a report that the mission was finished that morning, ensuring Berna could not perform, perhaps even leaving her unable to use her hands again, imagining Berna living in regret forever. Our dude turns to Lurin, asking if she knows anything, but she says she has been with him the entire time. Ease creeps over him, and he regrets not checking on Berna sooner, before the silence deepens. Loriana steps forward and suggests performing first, arguing that switching the order should pose no problem. The host agrees and nervously introduces her as the competition's top contender and a famed touring artist, though some feel it unfair before the music begins. Loriana glances toward our guy and steels herself, convinced trust means nothing and only her Regana can validate her worth. She treats this as her entire life and pours her soul into the performance. From the first strike, the sound is fierce and overwhelming. Deep booming notes roll forward like an advancing army. Even without expertise, Ellison feels the pressure in his chest and senses its force. Loriana continues relentlessly, sweat dripping as she drives through the piece. When she finishes, the hall falls into stunned silence. Silence shatters into applause that shakes the venue. The host praises it as grand and emotionally stirring. Tension shifts back to the missing performer as whispers spread about whether Berna withdrew under pressure or if her long hiatus caught up to her. Lucian smiles privately, convinced Berna is suffering elsewhere. Her satisfaction vanishes when Berna suddenly appears at the entrance. Elsewhere in the hospital, Carson jokes to Rara about being beaten by attackers. Rara snaps that even seeing his face makes her wounds ache. He laughs about her hospitalization, but she retorts that the attackers were no ordinary thieves. Darian steps in, reminding her she was warned to be cautious during the concert, and Rara apologizes. She then explains that after the ambush, she attempted to fight back. An unexpected figure stepped in at the last moment and rescued Berna. To Rara's disbelief, that savior turned out to be none other than Loriana Delian. Back inside the venue, Berna approaches Loriana and sincerely thanks her for the assistance. Loriana answers her without hesitation. Her tone carries a rare warmth as she states she only values a victory earned fairly and has no interest in petty schemes at this concert. Lady Berna takes her seat and begins to play the Regana, and as her fingers move, she feels a quiet clarity settle in. Of all those who doubted her, she alone never abandoned faith in herself, and grounded by that realization, she continues. She begins in earnest, briefly sensing her father's dark shadow lingering around the instrument as if predicting failure, yet she ignores it and presses on. The melody opens softly, flowing in a tender and delicate line. reaches naturally into the listeners' hearts, offering warmth and comfort instead of force. Rain, Serena, and Alina watch with peaceful smiles. Ellison and Lurin sit side by side, their hands clasped as they listen. Jan feels tears rise and confesses to his father that he has long waited to hear that sound again. Loriana listens intently and finally understands that this is the very tone she has been searching for. Outside the hall, a newspaper vendor loudly announces that the concert results have been released. A passerby buys a copy and remarks that the concert was worth attending even if the winner was predictable, while another hopes it will return next year. Printed results show Lady Berna in first place, Loriana in second, and Lurin in third, and dissatisfaction is evident. As the outcome sinks in, Loriana's mother suddenly slaps her across the face. Her father attempts to ease the tension. Lucian erupts instead, declaring she despises incompetence and loathes even more those who exaggerate their limited talent. Fury, she hurls Loriana's trophy to the ground and smashes it. She accuses her of aiding Berna and falsifying reports, warning that her patience has run out. From afar, Ellison tries to comfort Lurin for placing third. Nearby, the Lord's family celebrates Berna's triumph and begins planning an extravagant celebration. Loriana remains standing where she was, her cheek still stinging from the blow. Rain begins to fall as she stands alone. She grips the shattered trophy tightly and stares at the pieces. Rainwater blends with her tears as she cries quietly. Just then, Lurin steps into her path. Elsewhere, Lucian departs the capital with her knights, while her husband shields her with an umbrella, ordering guards stationed along the road to Greek City. She commands that the seed be seized the moment Berna leaves the capital. She scolds her husband for failing at such a simple task, and when he apologizes, she bitterly remarks that the sky had been clear moments earlier, questioning the sudden rain. Another voice interrupts, noting that noble participants were meant to be protected by the First Order. Voice explains that certain fools insisted on bringing personal knights, causing this mess, and our masked girl steps forward in anger, declaring Lucian will bear full responsibility from now on. Lucian responds with irritation, claiming she is too tired to continue and maintaining a dismissive tone. That attitude only ignites Lurin's anger further. Lucian orders her to leave immediately, but instead, she advances and strikes one soldier before swiftly disabling the second. He marches straight up to Lucian and slaps her hard, warning her to mind her conduct. Lucian explodes in fury and lashes out verbally, outraged that anyone would dare touch her face. Lurin strikes her again without hesitation. Lucian's husband rushes forward shouting, but before he can react, Lurin unleashes dragon fear, and a dark aura spreads instantly. The crushing presence suffocates the air and leaves him frozen. She seizes Lucian firmly, declaring that her arrogant superiority is nothing but delusion. She points out her attempt to steal the seed and accuses her of blindly following orders she barely comprehends, emphasizing that she cannot even recognize her voice. At that moment, a wounded soldier forces himself upright. He lunges from behind in a desperate attack. Lurin releases Lucian and instantly counters, striking him down. Lightning crashes across the sky, reinforcing her warning that those who forget their place rarely survive long. Elsewhere, Loriana sits alone in the rain, crying softly. Someone calls out her name. She dismisses it as merely stumbling. It is Lady Berna who approaches with an umbrella, shielding her and warning that sitting in the rain will only bring illness. Back at the restaurant, the main course is served. Ellison asks for room at the table as he presents the highlight of the day, over-roasted Uga tenderloin. 3 winners sit together as the dish is placed before them. Lurin receives her plate first and eagerly takes it. She immediately notices the juices bursting in her mouth and blending with the rich sauce, and Berna agrees the meat is incredibly tender. Preston jokes that today is special and encourages everyone to indulge. He congratulates Lurin, admitting her performance surprised him, and though Berna praises her as well, she reminds Berna that she herself earned first place. Loriana watches quietly as Berna responds modestly, explaining that her participation was possible only because of Loriana's help. He says she originally learned Regana under Count Dedrin's influence to gain noble support, realizing later she had been playing directly into his schemes. Fear grew as she fixated on her beginnings and allowed anxiety to take hold, and she credits Loriana with helping her overcome it. Berna then acknowledges her courage, admitting that despite injuries she never abandoned the Regana, and helping others while competing reveals dedication that makes Berna ashamed of her former mindset. She confesses she wishes to reach that same intensity, and Serena agrees the performance deserved first place and left a lasting mark. Berna expresses her hope that they can continue practicing together regularly. Loriana blushes and downplays herself, calling her role insignificant. Preston steps in to reassure her while his wife steadies her emotions, and Lurin feels awkward sitting there as the third-place finisher. After dinner, Galtza repairs the broken trophy. He returns it to Loriana, who thanks him, and he casually says to bring it back again if it ever breaks. He asks Berna how she knew about the injuries from learning Regana, and Berna explains her mother's temperament made it obvious and mentions being struck before, prompting Loriana to apologize on her mother's behalf. Nearby, Ryan shares a rumor with her husband. She mentions sightings of the Archmage across the Empire, one of the 3 top heroes from the war, and her husband remarks on how odd that is since the Archmage vanished after the conflict. Jane adds that rumors claim someone was seen wearing an old magic soldier uniform, marked with a 9th class insignia. Preston reasons that such a mark would belong only to a highly capable mage. Allison overhears and stiffens noticeably. Preston casually wonders about his own experiences during the war. He quickly insists he was merely a temporary low-rank soldier without designation, mostly assigned to kitchen duties. Preston reassures him, saying handling crowds now must feel simple compared to that time. Ellison reflects that the difference lies in scale rather than difficulty. His mind drifts back to when their operation zone became a temporary base. Soldiers from multiple units gathered there, requiring constant coordination and restraint to avoid clashes. Orders demanded neutrality, and everyone complied. Later, he volunteers to prepare meals for visiting units, and while cooking, another worker asks whether certain vegetable parts should be discarded, and he explains they can still be used and begins preparing them. He cooks over roaring flames, sweat pouring as the heat rises. Once finished, he calls the soldiers in to eat. They arrive reporting that areas near the Hoban Plains are mostly secure, and Dariant acknowledges this while urging vigilance. The meal receives high praise. Soldiers admit that good food makes each day easier to endure. Dariant overhears outsiders mocking the unit. They accuse them of hiding behind others, while relying on a single mage and wasting time experimenting with recipes. Though they concede the food tastes good, the insult cuts deeply, and anger pushes Dariant forward. He grabs one of them by the collar just before violence erupts. Figure suddenly steps in from behind. Ellison moves forward and halts the disturbance, firmly reminding everyone that the hall is meant for meals, not brawls. Because of Ellison's action, Dariant is compelled to come forward and bring the conflict to a close. Dariant dismisses the soldiers with a stern reminder to appreciate being served proper food in another unit's space, instead of voicing complaints. His words only make them more stubborn. One of the soldiers bangs his dish against the table and declares he refuses to eat what he calls garbage. He then storms off, the others trailing behind. After investing so much effort into cooking, Ellison looks crestfallen. He asks about their origin, and Dariant notes their uniforms mark them as troops from Pendravel City, while another mentions that Pendravel was devastated by a dragon assault last year. That detail lingers in Ellison's mind as the crowd breaks apart. Back at their quarters, the Pendravel soldiers settle for bland military rations. Regret creeps in as Tonburn reflects on the meal he abandoned. Hess snaps at him, accusing him of having no pride. The argument heats up when Tonburn insists he cannot ignore what happened and reminds Hess of the hardship they faced, while others seemed sheltered. The commotion draws notice, and an officer bursts inside. Their superior erupts in anger, scolding them for disobeying orders to avoid clashes during a joint operation with many units present. He stresses that their unit had no duty to serve food, and that Chekran City offered it purely out of goodwill. Hess tries to defend himself, but is silenced, the officer warning that escaping formal charges is already fortunate. Instead, they are assigned to kitchen duty for 7 days. The weight of it sinks in when he clarifies they will cook for the entire unit, leaving them speechless. They are sent straight to Ellison, who greets them in a composed manner. He informs them that the kitchen now falls under their care, and preparation of ingredients begins at once. Feeling the warmth inside, Tonburn briefly imagines this assignment might be easier than combat. That notion quickly fades as resentment resurfaces, strengthening his belief that others enjoy comfort while soldiers like him pay the price. The sheer volume of tasks soon crushes them. Mountains of vegetables are piled before them, with reminders that even this may not be enough for a single squad. Making broth requires constant attention and skimming, and any mistake wastes precious supplies. When Hess asks how long remains, he learns they are only halfway done. Tonburn scours pots and utensils until his hands throb, repeatedly told that hygiene cannot be compromised. By the time their shift ends, they are completely spent. The idea of quitting flickers as they wonder how they will endure this for an entire week. Sleep becomes their only escape. That hope shatters when Ellison shakes Hess awake before sunrise, calmly states that breakfast must be started without delay. The fact that it is merely 5 in the morning weighs heavily on him. Same grueling routine continues day after day. One morning, Ellison announces a shift in plan. With supplies limited, they will gather fresh ingredients from the mountains instead. Hands them a list and remarks that foraging remains far safer than frontline duty. They venture out and begin identifying edible herbs and plants. Hess remembers the glow he noticed earlier and realizes Ellison wields magic. Ellison confirms it casually, saying he is a combat mage who also happens to cook. He adds that he never held an official commission and only served for a short time. That revelation prompts Hess to bring up the rumors about their unit's renowned mage. He speaks of someone who rapidly attained Class V, drove back dragons again and again, and safeguarded the city's operational zone, insisting their low losses came at the expense of others. Fatigue fuels his resentment, convincing him that someone else's blood paid for their security. Ellison gently corrects him, explaining that their unit relies on extended reconnaissance, constantly tracking threats to prevent surprise attacks, allowing the mage to be deployed exactly where danger emerges. The system aims to share risk fairly, though it took time to refine and nearly collapsed more than once, with infantry units almost annihilated before balance was reached. He simplifies his own role, saying that serving good meals sustains morale, and a cook finds fulfillment in watching others eat with satisfaction. He asks Hess whether increasing casualties would truly make matters just. He reminds him that soldiers do not fight seeking death, and cooks do not cook to inflict hardship. A well-prepared meal is another form of safeguarding. Hess finally begins to understand. Hess nods in agreement before Ellison departs to handle other responsibilities. He hands Ellison a basket filled with what they gather. After examining it, Ellison points out a rare mushroom and assures him the kitchen staff will be delighted. Turning inside, the cooks prepare soup using the Mundan mushroom. Response is swift. Soldiers compliment the aroma and taste, likening it to noble fare and openly praising the unit. Seeing this, Hess and Tonburn experience genuine pride for the first time. That feeling collapses when a soldier intentionally overturns his bowl and mocks the dish. Another quickly joins him in deriding the soup. Nearby soldiers whisper that these men are the Count's personal guards. One guard spits directly into the bowl. He claims he has spared everyone from eating it. The insult pushes Hess beyond restraint. He throws a punch, but is instantly struck down in return. The guards jeer at him and belittle the food as well. Lying there trembling, Hess suddenly gains clarity. He sees his former self reflected in their behavior and realizes how he must once have appeared. The humiliation stings more sharply than the hit. Ellison steps forward and firmly intervenes. He declares that Hess's earlier misconduct does not equate to this calculated cruelty. The guards scoff at him, reducing him to nothing more than a cook. Ellison reveals his mage attire and officer rank, making his authority unmistakable, and states with seriousness that he expects compliance. He distinguishes between personal taste and outright insult, emphasizing that spitting into food crosses a serious boundary. One soldier attempts to diffuse the tension, subtly referencing his armor to signal status before identifying himself as a member of Delian's force. Ellison refuses to let that implied authority sway him. In an instant, he conjures a sphere of magic. Both men are trapped inside as heavy mana bears down on them. He makes it known that rank and fine equipment hold no value within this barrier. While spilled soup can be cleaned, a tainted pot cannot simply be thrown away. Ellison enforces a fitting consequence, lifting the pot and making clear they will drink every drop before the matter concludes. After returning from a mission, Dariant immediately recognizes the scent of Mundan mushroom soup. His expression reveals a mix of disbelief and regret. The two guards are forced to consume the very soup they fouled, struggling to swallow it. Dariant grasps the situation and realizes his portion is already gone. Later, Hess sits in solitude, replaying the events repeatedly. He comes to understand that Ellison was never merely a temporary mage. The truth weighs on him as he realizes Ellison is a 5th-class mage. Even after facing ridicule and disgrace, Ellison answered with patience and honesty, sincerely finding joy in nourishing others. The contrast changes Hess's outlook, and he resolves that if he ever steps into the kitchen again, he will properly learn from Ellison. He still longs to return to dispatch missions, but that hope dims as he notices the restraints binding him. A voice calls from outside the cell, summoning him out. His superior informs him that his punishment has been finalized. Elsewhere there, the commander questions the two guards who spat in the soup, asking whether they are satisfied now that Hess has faced consequences. One stubbornly shifts blame, insisting Ellison should be disciplined as well. Their superior, holding their meal trays, cuts in sharply. He announces their removal from the unit, leaving them stunned. Revealed as Frigo Delian, leader of the Holy Lance Knights, he states that although he values skill, proper conduct is essential, and their failure demands immediate action. Magical power suddenly surges from a nearby man, strikes them down as they cry out Frigo's name in terror. Elsewhere, Dagos questions Ellison about meddling with a noble's personal escort. Ellison calmly replies that since they failed to appreciate their luck, he allowed them to face the results of their behavior. He orders the usual discretion and requests that his identity remain undisclosed. Dagos consents immediately. Dropping the formal tone, Dagos remarks that Ellison's courtesy has not changed despite the years. Ellison responds awkwardly, saying such politeness is unavoidable when addressing a fifth-class Archmage, and again asks him to stop spreading that odd nickname among the troops. Dagos informs him that Hess has been transferred following his disciplinary ruling. Hearing this, Ellison immediately grabs his robe and prepares to depart. Dagos then adds that, from a strategic standpoint, the transfer may prove advantageous, since Ellison had shown clear favor toward Hess, and other units are too short-staffed to accept reinforcements. Soon after, Hess arrived and formally announces his assignment to the 3rd Battalion of the Secrecy Defense Force. He looks genuinely pleased at the thought of working alongside them once more. Ellison teases him about being short on labor and promptly tells him to fetch baskets and start collecting ingredients. He casually adds that disciplining those who waste food is surprisingly satisfying. Back in the present, that remark causes everyone to freeze in stunned silence, and Ellison quickly senses the atmosphere shift and feels uneasy. Preston finally voices the glaring inconsistency in the tale. He points out that no one could reasonably confuse a 5th-class mage and staff officer with a temporary field medic. In that instant, Ellison realizes he has revealed far more than he meant to. Later, as Rain leaves the restaurant, the story continues to echo in her thoughts. She considers turning such events into a novel and quietly wonders who Ellison truly is. Her husband brushes it aside, reminding her Ellison called it fiction, yet she remains doubtful. He mentions history's oddities, like the 9th-class Archmage, who once wore a medic badge during the war when one of the 3 heroes disappeared. Details do not perfectly match since the heroes' names and descriptions differ, and old medic uniforms are not rare. Still, the coincidence feels too strong to ignore. Ultimately, they agree that keeping quiet is the safer path. Alone in his room, Ellison reproaches himself for letting old memories slip through. Lauren admits she misunderstood him and thought he was acting with some hidden motive. He thanks her for letting it pass and reflects quietly on how things turned out. Notes that despite everything, he managed to secure the seed. His mind drifts to Lady Berna and the unusual payment she offered. He confesses he expected complications, but feels unsettled by how easily he accepted it. She brushes off his doubt, calling it simple gratitude and urging him not to hide who he truly is. Returning to the present, Ellison takes full responsibility for his slip. He thinks about planting the seed immediately, but recalls it must stay near the heart to absorb enough before it can sprout properly. Lurin assures him there is still time and steers the topic back to the past. He asks what happened after Hess joined and what became of the unit and those Ellison disciplined. She openly admits her curiosity. Many avoid tales of war. She insists she wants to understand every part of him. Ellison stands and waves it off, claiming nothing significant followed and that the story would only bore her. He sends her to rest, saying he still has tasks to handle. Afterward, he heads to the storage room. He opens a box and removes a diary from within. He does not open it, only gazes at its side briefly before placing it back where it was. Outside the window, Lurin secretly watches him. Her curiosity fixes on the diary. She goes upstairs, certain she saw him hide something earlier. When she tries the box, she immediately senses a sealing spell guarding it. She believes she could break it, but as she begins, she stops herself, torn between curiosity and guilt, knowing that prying further would betray his trust. She carefully returns the box and reminds herself that Ellison is the one she trusts above all others. She resolves that if their trust is mutual, she will wait for him to speak rather than force the truth. Outside the restaurant, a hooded figure approaches, muttering Ellison's name with clear irritation. By the next morning, Lurin reaches her breaking point. She admits she can no longer endure the uncertainty. She loudly calls for Mate and Lint, demanding Ellison's whereabouts. Lint explains that Ellison left for personal matters and will be gone for days. Seeing her distress, Mate urges her to explain, and she confesses her worry about Ellison's unknown past. Lint suggests asking the Lord, recalling the statue of Ellison once placed in the restaurant. She remembers Lidden mentioning a legendary soldier known as the Dragon, a man who defied orders, saved lives recklessly, and was seen as both hero and worst soldier simultaneously. That soldier's name was Ellison, though few remember it now. Biden once said that if people knew Ellison saved Greek City, they would never believe it. Lint admits he did not grasp it then, but after learning fragments of Ellison's history, it now seems obvious. Lurin abruptly ends the day's business and tells everyone to leave. She notes that boiled pork is ready and decides to store it for later rather than serve it. Outside, Creston sees the closed sign and wonders what prompted it. Next day, Lurin goes straight to the castle to meet Lidon, who expresses surprise and says he would have visited had she sent word. He quickly understands her purpose. He confirms she seeks information about Ellison's military past, and she clarifies she only wants the essential truth. She reveals Ellison is a 9th-class Archmage and one of the 3 human heroes of the war, leaving Lydon momentarily silent before he calmly agrees. She questions why he shows no surprise. Lydon replies that anyone who witnessed Ellison's power would suspect as much. Linking a 9th-class Archmage to a war hero is not a stretch. He wonders why people fail to recognize him, and Lydon explains that while appearance magic helps, the true reason is that official records of Ellison were erased, and most do not even know such a soldier existed. Lurin assumes it was to avoid drawing attention to the restaurant, but Lydon corrects her. Ellison was branded a deserter, and even mentioning his name once risked punishment. The revelation fills her with rage. She slams the table, furious that desertion could justify such treatment, swearing to kill anyone who accuses him, while Lydon reminds her desertion in war is grave. That alone would not warrant erasing him entirely, and when she demands the real reason, he admits he only heard a rumor. He insists he believes it false and refuses to repeat it. He will not tarnish Ellison's name or betray her trust with unproven claims. Leaving the castle, Lurin is consumed by anger. She recalls the Emperor expressing regret, and Ellison saying departure was the only option he saw. He wonders what could have forced such a choice. She then encounters the same hooded man from before and demands to know who he is. Responds lightly, asking if he has come to the wrong place. After confirming the restaurant belongs to Ellison and hearing she co-manages it, he removes his disguise. He lowers the covering and reveals his face. He introduces himself as Cole Sabing, a homeless mage and Ellison's first teacher, stunning her with the claim. She brings him inside and serves him a meal. He eats with enthusiasm and compliments the cooking. She reminds him that meals require payment since he finished her late-night dish. He agrees and says he reheated it himself, and she jokes that burnt meat might have suited him. He understands the price she wants is the truth about Ellison. He claims he served in the same unit and knows the erased details, but she demands he stop rambling and speak plainly. As he continues, her anger flares. She grabs his collar and accuses him of slander, but he insists he speaks seriously. She throws him outside, and as he falls, he shouts that his ruined life is Ellison's fault. She dismisses his words as absurd lies, yet Lydon's mention of a rumor resurfaces in her mind. She tells herself not to dwell on it. Doubt begins to take root. Cole claims Ellison killed his entire unit and disappeared, which led to him being labeled a deserter and erased from records. She convinces herself it cannot be true, yet restless. She returns to the box, recalling how Ellison once cut his story short. Deciding she only seeks confirmation, she breaks the spell this time. She opens the diary, which begins abruptly and directly. Ellison writes that he fell into another world and lived there under a borrowed identity. Drafted into the army against his will, he found speaking easy but struggled with writing. He forced himself to keep a journal to adapt. The world he describes is harsh and surreal, filled with monsters. This world is filled with dragons, elves, and dwarves, where magic fuels technological progress, advancing metallurgy to remarkable levels and making rare metals, durable glass, and refined materials widely available. Cuisine, however, has declined. Spices are scarce, cooking techniques are limited, and years of warfare have nearly erased any vibrant food culture. Quickly understands that opening a restaurant here could be a real success. He longs for his mother and dreams of returning home. Grueling training exhausts him, and constant praise for his magical talent leaves him unsure if it is a blessing or a burden. Disgusted by mess hall meals, he begins improving them himself. At the Magic Academy, he is suddenly tasked with recording the names of fallen soldiers. Lurin winces at this part, remembering she once reached this section before falling asleep. Later entries show he no longer resents the headmaster, believing that remaining there would have left him full of regret. Writes about meeting Baden and the others, sharing their struggles, and finding happiness in the smiles of soldiers enjoying his cooking. He describes his comrades with warmth and affection. Lurin feels relieved, convinced the massacre tale must only be gossip. The journal then shifts to pages dominated by recipes and routine daily records. Suddenly she notices several pages have been burned away, and the sight leaves her frozen. Next surviving entry contains a single chilling sentence, saying that those pieces of trash received what they deserve. She is stunned, realizing it implies the perpetrators already faced consequences. She recognizes that the handwriting belongs to Ellison's homeland. Because she entered that world with him, she can read it as well, meaning no outsider could have written those words. It must have come from his own hand. She recalls the moment Ellison once warned her not to act recklessly. She had told him about a trembling woman who behaved rudely toward her. That woman later cried and begged forgiveness, claiming she mistook Lurin for her daughter. Ellison questioned whether disrespect justified taking a life, and Lurin shouted that, as a dragon, she was not bound by human morality. Calmly answered that dragons were no different from humans or monsters. He insisted that a mistake alone should never cost someone their life. He added that only in true life-threatening circumstances could killing be justified. Back in the present, she admits she trusts him more than anyone. Though she understands the script, she still cannot fully interpret what the diary is revealing, sensing it is about to uncover the truth. At that moment, Ellison enters and questions her interest in his writing, leaving her startled. He says he never expected her to read it, and calls it nothing more than a dull account filled with escape and regret. He asks whether she truly wants to hear such a story. She answers firmly that she does. The diary resumes, continuing a few months after the previous events. Ellison returns to routine life, yet Greek City is gripped by fear. Another dragon has appeared there. Edun and Darren arrive on the scene, unleash a fierce wave of fire at the beast, then follow up with a devastating strike. One taunts the dragon, mocking its poor defense and claiming they can defeat it easily. As the dragon prepares to breathe fire, both soldiers brace themselves. Suddenly, magic circles form around the creature. Soldiers recognize Ellison's magic and feel relieved, remarking that it has been a while. Ellison comments that he always sees the same faces and questions their surprise. The circle splits into numerous formations. They strike the dragon from every direction. Dragon retreats, vowing to return, and the soldiers laugh, calling it the work of a high-ranking mage. Beaton admits he has reached 5th class and is doing well, while Ellison praises his reputation and mentions hearing of their heroics. Aaron jokes that Beaton boasts about it constantly before asking why Ellison is there. Ellison quietly replies that he still considers Greek City his hometown. Dan urges him not to overextend himself for them, and Ellison assures him he knows his limits. He thanks them for their assistance and says he will return to his unit while they prepare to move to their next mission. Meanwhile, Liddon watches in shock, questioning who Ellison truly is. During that period, Ellison balances cooking duties with combat missions. When he returns to his tent, Hess bows respectfully. Ellison stops him, saying respect should not be routine, and tells him to finish cooking quickly since they must gather ingredients at dawn. He admits the routine is exhausting but meaningful, finding purpose in cooking, and Hess even learns refined dishes from him. Looking outside the tent, Durant informs him the commander is ready, and they must head to the rendezvous immediately. Ellison asks what is happening since no assault was scheduled, and explains that a noble guard unit was ambushed by trolls. High Command has ordered a rescue operation. Ellison wonders why he was not informed earlier, and Durant says the captain did not wish to burden him after his return, but now they must depart at once. Durant warns that Ellison has been pushing himself too hard recently. Ellison insists he cannot step back because it is his responsibility. Upon arrival, he sees countless monsters charging relentlessly. Soldier shouts for formation as they face a dragon assault. The troops feel this should not be happening, and the paladin calls for elite reinforcements, asking for Bane. Suddenly, a beast lunges forward. It kills a soldier before Ellison descends from the sky, using a powerful technique. Wipes out the monsters completely, declaring he will leave no threat alive. He invokes his magic, unleashing a massive blaze that consumes the battlefield. The soldiers stare in awe at his overwhelming strength. One thanks him for answering the rescue call and begins asking his origin, but before finishing, Ellison vanishes. Only his voice lingers behind. He returns to his tent. Someone secretly observes him from outside, impressed beyond the reports. It is their first time seeing him in person. Inside, he sits with Durant. He apologizes for losing his composure earlier. Durant tells him not to apologize and accepts responsibility instead. Suddenly, someone is slammed onto the table. Ellison looks in shock, wondering who it could be. The person is Vane, a 5th-class mage, who immediately apologizes to Ellison. Ellison asks him to identify himself. Trembling, Vane says that question is harsh since he once taught Ellison magic during training, and Ellison recalls him as his former instructor. At that moment, Frigo steps in. He admits his entrance was abrupt and introduces himself, and Ellison recognizes him as the commander who once aided them. Ellison wonders why Frigo appears so late at night. Frigo announces he is now chief mage after the Holy Spear Knight order's decision. He orders Ellison to pack and join his unit immediately. He mocks Vane as worthless, criticizing his cowardice in battle. Frigo explains that Vane's arrogance as a 5th-class mage irritates him because he fails in real combat. Turning to Ellison, he praises his bravery and self-sacrifice, admiring his willingness to stand alone and deciding to reward him. He demands Ellison devote all his strength to him and his unit. Ellison is stunned by the sudden transfer. He recalls his secure role as an Imperial mage and questions how Frigo can reassign him overnight. Frigo reveals his father is Duke Melech Delian, one of the Empire's 3 dukes, making personnel changes effortless for him. Ellison accepts calmly and tells Frigo to proceed. Frigo leaves confident that Ellison will strengthen his forces. Later, Frigo discovers Ellison has declined the transfer. Ellison remains with his unit, continuing to cook, thinking the matter settled, yet Frigo repeatedly returns. The following day, Frigo appears again with the same request, and once again Ellison declines. Frigo keeps returning week after week, and each visit ends in refusal. Even after a month, he still refuses to give up. Eventually, Frigo congratulates Ellison on being selected by the Holy Spear Knight Order. Ellison turns him down yet again, irritated by the relentless pressure. With constant deployments already exhausting him, he wonders why this noble insists on complicating his life. He also realizes that even Lord Dagos cannot counter Frigo's influence, as Frigo is a count supported by a duke. Ellison tells Frigo he needs rest because he has a promise to fulfill, but Frigo ignores this and continues sending proposals. Soon after, Ellison receives news of a death. A messenger informs him that Bond, the principal of the Imperial Magic Academy, has fallen in battle. The information is kept confidential due to wartime conditions, and no funeral will be arranged. He recalls when the principal once asked him what he intended to do after the war. Ellison struggles to accept that his principal is gone. Later, Lord Dagos discovers their unit is being assigned missions beyond their designated territory. Questions why such orders come from higher command, and a soldier confirms they originate from above. Ellison decides to accept every assignment despite Dagos' warning it is excessive. He insists it is not a request, but an obligation he will fulfill. His thoughts drift back to his graduation at the Imperial Academy. Principal had always continued issuing directives, and the list of the dead never seemed to grow shorter. Ellison realizes the next names could belong to his own comrades, and he refuses to allow that. He resolves to shoulder everything himself. Meanwhile, Durant confronts Frigo and asks him to stop interfering. Durant explains that Ellison graduated from the Imperial Magic Academy, which grants him an independent command structure. Even Commander Dagos lacks authority over Imperial mages, as only the Imperial Palace holds that power. Frigo grows furious and accuses Durant of exploiting Ellison. He claims the unit's heavy workload exists solely because of Ellison, and calls Durant arrogant and incompetent. Suddenly, soldiers shout that Ellison has collapsed and needs urgent assistance. He is carried to the infirmary, lying unconscious. In his dream, he sees Headmaster Atraban standing before him. Ellison asks why the headmaster chose to go to the battlefield. He says he tried to reduce the casualty list as much as possible, admits he failed, and apologizes for not doing enough. He explains he met Bidon and Darren during combat and made promises that restricted his choices. Ellison realizes he could have done more. The headmaster murmurs that Ellison is pushing himself too far. He strikes Ellison sharply and says denying it is self-deception. Ellison jolts awake from the dream, anxiously asks if he is all right. Durant reassures him that the mission has been resolved. Ellison understands the headmaster never meant for him to carry everything alone. He decides to ease his burden and trust his companions. Just then, a woman steps into the tent. She informs Ellison that he has been transferred to the Holy Lance Order. Presenting a letter, she adds that the commander who repeatedly sent him into danger will face punishment. Dagos reads the document with trembling hands and sees the imperial seal upon it. He struggles to believe the emperor issued such an order. A soldier notes the messenger was not from the palace, and Hess suggests the letter could be falsified. Despite their doubts, they turn to Ellison and ask if he truly intends to leave. Ellison walks away without responding, leaving the soldiers stunned. Outside, Durant watches him with sorrow and asks if he is really departing. Ellison confirms the order is genuine and comes directly from the palace. Tells Durant not to overwork himself in his absence, and quietly asks him to stay alive. Durant grips his weapon, recalling when Count Frigo accused him of exploiting Ellison. He admits his failure to protect Ellison properly, despite having the ability to do so. Durant vows to take responsibility from now on, promising that no more soldiers will fall under his command. Dagos assures them he will continue directing the unit's strategy. Hess pledges to handle cooking and daily responsibilities. They express their gratitude to Ellison and urge him to leave without concern. The farewell is filled with emotion. Ellison thanks them all before departing. Meanwhile, in another camp, a soldier announces Ellison's arrival. Frigo beams with excitement, calling it the moment he has awaited, and orders preparations to welcome their guest. In the present, Lurin hears of this and questions why such a transfer was arranged. He considers others might think he was overworked before, but dismisses the speculation, deciding he can only accept the command and try to lift penalties placed on his former unit. He suspects his previous unit exploited him, believing a greedy noble imposed harsh orders. Yet when Ellison arrives at the Spear garrison and Frigo greets him warmly, that assumption falters. Two women embrace him intimately, making him visibly uncomfortable. Frigo explains Ellison's role here is simply to rest as part of the order's arrangement. Ellison attempts to dismiss the women. He insists his duty remains protecting the unit. Frigo laughs, teasing that Ellison seems shy around women, and offers to send them away. Still, he insists Ellison must relax, claiming he knows how to care for his people. The maid leads Ellison to a private bath and encourages him to unwind. The bath is crafted from rare materials, designed for exceptional recovery. Afterward, she escorts him to a private bedroom. She explains it was built by a renowned artisan using premium wood and fur for comfort and healing. She tells him to summon her if he needs anything. A lavish meal is then served before him, featuring aged sirloin and wine matured for 3 decades. He realizes Frigo's environment is rich with art, culture, and refinement. Here, war feels distant and unreal. Frigo says their last mission was merely an exception, and that this place rarely sees combat. He tells Ellison to stop worrying and enjoy life within the order. Ellison struggles to understand why he was brought here. Garrison outside Delian City appears serene and elegant rather than military, everything immaculate and orderly. Equipment is top tier, and the soldiers carry themselves with ease. Life here revolves around performances, celebrations, drink, and leisure. Ellison fights to preserve memories of his former life. The broken cots, insects, mud, sweltering kitchens, and harsh dawns. He fears those harsh memories will fade beneath this comfort. 2 years pass. One day, a soldier rushes to him with urgent news, mentioning Count Delian and urging Ellison to hurry. He enters the central hall and sees a grand cake adorned with candles. Frigo greets him cheerfully and wishes him a happy anniversary, revealing it marks 2 years since Ellison joined the unit. Ellison is surprised they commemorate the date, and Frigo explains they wish to celebrate his arrival and invites him to drink. Celebration begins as Frigo and Ellison share drinks. Frigo remarks he wishes Ellison had joined them sooner. He asks why Ellison keeps his distance emotionally. Ellison answers sincerely that this place has no real need for him, and that the unit would function just as well without his presence. Frigo answers that he has witnessed many gifted individuals collapse from pushing themselves too far, and he cannot bear to watch such talent suffer. He openly states that Ellison deserves proper recognition, and that the Holy Spear Knights were established to gather and protect people like him. Frigo continues that while some grow conceited, those with true ability should not be forced to endure more hardship than others. In his view, skill and talent are meant to be rewarded rather than punished. It is on this second anniversary that Ellison finally lowers his guard before Frigo, quietly admits his gratitude. Frigo laughs, claiming he had already anticipated that response before offering his gift. He jokingly asks if he may call the women in now, but Ellison refuses at once, prompting a nearby soldier to comment on his stubbornness. Frigo chuckles and remarks that after 2 years Ellison truly belongs here, wondering aloud if this is what happiness feels like. Then brings up 2 former soldiers, Mardel and Eugen, explaining how troublesome it was to remove them from the unit. Ellison's thoughts instantly return to his academy companions. Realization hits him hard, and his expression darkens. Prince Leon reviews an old report. He learns that Ellison retired after 15 years, serving as an imperial mage. The emperor suddenly appears and remarks that it is already late. He adds that the nobles would be displeased if they knew the prince was worrying over such matters. Noticing Ellison's files, Leon explains that most records were destroyed. Only disaster reports remain, revealing a pattern, and Durant confirms the surviving documents come from the Chekrin City unit. After Ellison's reassignment to Frigo's unit, there is an entry about a missing mage. Leon realizes that the missing name is Ellison's and senses betrayal beneath the surface. He recalls Madrine's words that Ellison had been abandoned. Leon confronts his father, demanding an explanation, and the Emperor admits his failure. He explains the collapse of the First Knight Order and the death of Headmaster Atraban destabilized the Empire, confessing he became overwhelmed and weak. When a duke threatened to withdraw support, he felt cornered and chose the easier path, hoping Ellison would be safer under Frigo's authority. He admits he never foresaw the catastrophe that followed. In Ellison's memory, the truth about Eugene and Mardel strikes him painfully. Frigo dismisses them as arrogant and useless, claiming they only talked about saving civilians and cutting luxuries. He openly states he despised their attitude and sent them to their deaths by pushing them into the monster's path. A soldier warns such words could be misunderstood, but Frigo laughs without remorse and the others join in. Ellison cannot comprehend why such a story is treated as humor. The laughter pierces him like a blade. He remembers writing their names in the casualty list. Eugene dying at 20 with bruises, Martel at 19 with a fatal neck wound. Frigo brushes off their deaths as meaningless, saying the past is gone and Ellison is here now, so nothing else matters. It even presented Ellison with his Archmage badge. Ellison realizes Frigo deliberately arranged consecutive missions for his former unit to force his transfer. He is stunned by how lightly they treat human lives. Suddenly, the ceiling explodes overhead. Soldiers freeze, thinking it might be a misfire. A colossal red dragon descends, plunging the camp into chaos. Frigo stares in disbelief, admitting he has never seen a dragon so close and questioning how it reached them. He assumes Ellison will save everyone as usual, and the dragon attacks. Ellison counters it with a formidable barrier spell. The soldiers feel pride swell, and Frigo praises Ellison's strength as surpassing even his father's chief mate. They believe reinforcements will arrive before the dragon breaks through. Yet the beast shatters the barrier instantly. Frigo looks at Ellison in confusion and anger. Ellison answers only with weary silence, exhausted from being used as a weapon. The dragon unleashes its fiery breath. The surroundings transform into a blazing inferno. Frigo shouts for Ellison to escape, but Ellison remains still. Dragon strikes again, flames spreading as soldiers begin to fall. Clutching his diary, Ellison recalls his simple wish for a sincere thank you for his cooking. Tears pages from the diary, believing that small gratitude was all he ever sought. He casts the torn pages into the fire as if burning his last hope. Soldiers cry that he is a traitor, while the dragon's flames consume everything, and Ellison chooses not to hear them anymore as he walks away. Days later, Bidon and Darren arrive searching for survivors. They find only ashes and ruins, search tirelessly for 3 days despite injuries, and vow to slay the dragon even if none survive. Then they spot Ellison standing there, alive yet shattered. Bidon confronts him about his 2-year absence, believing him dead, while Darren asks how he survived and why he returned. Ellison answers that he wishes to rejoin them. He offers to cook and help however possible, explaining he left because he could no longer sacrifice himself endlessly and feels guilt for those he failed to protect. Tells Lurin the dragon departed and no one survived. Only the corpses of those he killed remain. Lurin trembles but rejects his guilt, insisting he did not kill them and that karma consumed them instead. Ellison admits they were flawed but questions whether they deserved annihilation, believing he could have stopped it and thus shares the blame. Lurin refuses to let him shoulder that alone. He embraces him and promises to stay beside him, repeating that it was not his fault. Ellison thanks her sincerely. He writes that his comrades' support allowed him to endure, though he still feels responsible. Next morning, Lurin dresses differently, unable to ignore his gloom and determined to act. Serena's advice echoes in her mind, reminding her that small gestures can soften him. She convinces herself her intention is simply to comfort him, nothing more, while organizing her thoughts. Suddenly, Cat Lurin appears, quickly clarifying she did not summon him. She redirects the conversation to food. Cat produces a packet. She recognizes it as the instant food Ellison once used, recalling ramen and jjajangmyeon from his homeland, and notes the simple instructions on the back. After measuring portions, she decides 3 packs suffice for 2 people and heads to the dining hall, leaving the cat stunned when she announces she will serve personally. Finished, the noodles appear dark and unappetizing. The cat reacts dramatically, silences him, accusing him of looking down on cooking itself. When the dish is set before her, she inspects it closely. The noodles shine oddly as if prepared incorrectly, white bits scattered on top, suggesting he attempted innovation without mastering basics. Patience snaps when she spots a strand of hair in the dish. She decides it fails even minimal standards and discards it immediately, leaving the cat speechless. At the same time, Creston casually hands Ellison Palanku eggs, reminding him he once supplied such valuable ingredients. Ellison observes that Creston remains unchanged, reflects that rumors about the Archmage should have already shaken the city. Creston denies spreading anything, saying Rain was responsible, and he only intervened to protect Ellison's name. Rain appears abruptly and denies starting any rumors. After expressing thanks, Ellison prepares to depart. Before he leaves, Rain insists she will not spread gossip and blames her husband instead. On his way, Ellison contemplates how long he ignored the subtle currents shifting within the Empire. He realizes he only acted when crises became unavoidable. He understands that his attachment to daily life caused the delay. Walking back, townspeople greet him one after another. Some mention the dining hall, others praise fresh eggs, and many talk about returning or cooking again. Each exchange reinforces how precious ordinary routines are, because they bring simple happiness. He hopes that peace will never shatter. That fragile feeling falters when he reaches Elena, who is silently laying fresh blossoms at Selly's resting place. He listens quietly while she describes how she has been returning again and again to plant flowers there. He remarks that Selly would have appreciated the gesture, Then a heavy truth dawns on him as he considers that he cannot deny his own feelings. Thinks back to the error he made while recounting his past. His mind wanders to the dread that exposing who he truly is could shatter everything he has carefully constructed. If the secret were to spread like wildfire, the quiet stability he enjoys would fall apart. Even so, he keeps convincing himself that nothing could have changed what happened. Feels deep appreciation when he realizes how diligently those around him have guarded his identity. Not a single whisper has slipped out. After preparing the meal, he sets the pancakes by Sally's grave as an offering and walks away. Still contemplating how delicate life truly is, Ellison approaches the dining hall. Lurin's voice echoes as she scolds her guard cat, urging him to hurry up and taste the food properly. Ellison slips inside unnoticed, and Lurin only becomes aware of him when she turns mid-scolding, quickly clarifying that both the meal and her outfit are meant for him as a thoughtful surprise. She keeps the mood easy, suggesting they eat now and relax later or simply follow whatever he prefers, and that simple exchange suddenly clears Ellison's thoughts. He understands that he never wants to forfeit this kind of peaceful existence. That realization shows him he can no longer keep postponing what must be faced, and he lets out a soft laugh. Knowing Serena likely arranged everything behind the scenes, he decides to eat, yet things do not unfold as Lurin imagined, and he reminds himself that safeguarding peace sometimes requires giving it up when necessary. In another place, Madryn reaches the palace accompanied by Poirot. Margot opens the door and finds Dariant waiting inside. Leon is already present as well, and once all are seated, Leon immediately emphasizes strict confidentiality as the first rule. He insists that nothing discussed in this room may be shared elsewhere. Discussion begins awkwardly when attention turns to Madryn's maid attire, clearly making her uncomfortable as she dismisses it as overblown rumor. The situation worsens when Dariant calmly begins reading from a written report he authored himself. That moment a teleportation gate opens, and Ellison steps through. Madryn starts perspiring when the topic shifts toward his history. Orgo mentions a type of magic once thought exclusive to dragons. Madryn feels panic rising as she understands this confrontation was inevitable, regret pressing heavily on her heart. She senses that every decision in her life has led straight to this unavoidable crossroads. Ellison remains composed and states that hiding the truth serves no purpose anymore. He declares he will confront his past openly, the tension thickening as he announces everything may be revealed and proclaims that the Empire must learn of the 9th-class Archmage's return. Deep within a distant cavern, fire gathers in someone's palm. It is then hurled toward nearby branches, which burst into flame at once. Lady Cinti sits calmly as she reports on how her research is progressing. She explains the drug is nearly perfected and has already produced visible effects on humans, elves, and dwarves, with only one final phase remaining. Heart transplant success rate has exceeded 70%, and the Star Army continues growing, while the flames spread far. Fire expands into a vast circle as a voice speaks from within the blaze. The voice confirms that the Hiboran flower seed reached Ellison, acknowledging Cinti's resolve while criticizing her shortcomings. Crushing magical pressure descends upon her, sweat pouring down as the Lord warns that the force is closing in around his heart. The voice orders her to locate it and announces that the next sacrifice will be chosen as a vessel for the Lord's will. Ellison materializes in the heart of Harass, wearing his complete mage attire. He lifts his hand and projects a colossal magical image over the city, drawing immediate attention. Since the concert had just concluded, the sudden emergence of another projection hall shocks the citizens. The same spectacle appears in rural Astrober, where villagers are baffled as to why such a high-ranking mage would visit their isolated land. Ellison's voice echoes across the skies. People spot the 9th-class insignia on his chest, and that undeniable proof confirms the rumors of the legendary hero's return. Ellison tells the public that though he wished for lasting peace after the war, reality has proven otherwise. The city lord orders his guards to halt the transmission, yet they hesitate because it carries imperial authorization. Ellison reveals that the empire is decaying internally due to those craving war, and declares he will not remain silent any longer. He proclaims he will no longer tolerate slavery, corruption, or betrayal of the ideals he once defended. He ends by vowing to stand openly with the people, rather than hide in obscurity. Lorien watches the broadcast from her balcony. Her gaze lingers on the 9th-class symbol as she finally accepts Ellison's true identity. She observes that his voice seems slightly altered, suspecting powerful magic may be affecting its tone. Duke Delian seeks her thoughts. She replies that the Archmage's message sounds practical and sincere. Delian quickly dismisses it as empty hypocrisy. He argues that a man who failed his own responsibilities cannot preach to others, but Lorien counters by citing his own lessons. She reminds him that leaders must act when they have the power, regardless of personal imperfections. Delian remarks that her journey to Greek City altered her views, unsettling her though she insists she has long felt this way. He laments that his son did not choose a path similar to hers. He ends the exchange coldly by mentioning her mother's concealed condition and advising her to visit. Meanwhile, Madryn informs Ellison that mages are spreading his declaration, so the entire empire will hear it within a day. Ellison praises her efforts before addressing the matter of a spy, as Leon had long suspected a hidden informant leaking crucial information. Leon notes that Dariant was the one who summoned Ellison and appears unusually calm compared to the others. Ellison explains he anticipated a trap because slave compounds across the empire were destroyed nearly at once, which would require remarkably swift intelligence. Links this to the concert, suggesting it was orchestrated to draw him and Lurin to the capital. Leon admits the deduction is accurate and confirms they have relied on a confidential source. Elsewhere in the city, the Duke questions Radon about his role in the Berna incident. Radon casually states that he has simply followed instructions since being mistaken for an employer during the Berna abduction. Duke ridicules Radon for falling from knight captain to obedient subordinate. He warns that he has risked everything on his present scheme. His hatred for Ellison stems from blaming him for Frigo's death. Radon appears unaware of the deeper implications. Back at the palace, furious nobles demand an explanation for such a sweeping proclamation made without their approval. The emperor calms them by confirming the announcement and stating he only seeks to maintain order. Nobles protest that the abrupt shift will spark unrest. Lidon responds that the empire requires hope and that Greek city fully backs the Archmage. Others complain about losing their independence. Leon strides in and mocks a noble for spoiling the holiday mood, and the man's anger turns to fear when he realizes he is addressing the crown prince. Leon disregards remarks about his drinking and manners, instead mentioning Ellison's next stop. Alarmed nobles demand to know the mage's destination. Leon jokingly names a place called Purim, before brushing it off as a tease and exiting. Resuming his spoiled prince persona, Leon reflects bitterly that a hero's return inspires fear rather than celebration, yet accepts that if he must excise the empire's corruption, he will do so at any cost. High above, Ellison wakes Lurin to announce their arrival, and they descend into Pendrumal's city of the Rubern Empire, as indicated by the informant. Suddenly, a bird swoops down and snatches Lurin's earring. Because it holds great value to her, she panics, and Ellison assures her he will retrieve it. An arrow abruptly pierces the bird while it is still airborne. As it falls, they realize someone else is observing the area. After landing, Ellison examines the bird and finds the earring missing. Lurin insists it must be the same bird she tracked, but Ellison calms her so he can inspect more carefully. He concludes that the arrow's impact caused the bird to swallow the jewel. To demonstrate, he opens the beak, while Lurin prepares to retrieve it herself until Ellison stops her. The archer approaches claiming the prey, and Ellison apologizes while explaining the creature swallowed something precious, as Lurin firmly states they will not leave without it. Stranger studies Ellison closely and suddenly recognizes him. The man turns out to be Hess, someone he knew from his time in the army. Ellison greets him warmly, and Lurin also remembers him as the soldier who once grumbled about the meals in their unit. Hess expresses embarrassment over his past behavior and remarks that 10 years have passed since they last met. He adds that although he knew Ellison survived the war, they never encountered each other during the final battle. Hess then politely greets Lurin and inquires about the nature of their relationship. Ellison and Lurin both grow visibly embarrassed. Ellison introduces her as the one who shares his everyday routines and meals. Lurin playfully points out his flushed cheeks, joking that he seldom calls her his wife. Watching their closeness, Hess smiles with relief that his longtime friend has found happiness. Hess brings them to his own restaurant so they can properly retrieve the earring from the bird. He explains that the bird probably swallowed the glittering item out of instinct. When Lurin asks what happened to the bird, he admits it is already being cooked. Since he has quality ingredients ready, he invites them to stay for dinner. Only then does Ellison realize they are dining inside Hess's establishment. Hess shares that he manages the restaurant together with his mother. After Ellison mentions owning a restaurant in Greek City, Hess says he hopes to visit someday and asks for sincere feedback on his dishes. Hess brings out a bowl of maw noodles, which Ellison immediately recognizes as expertly prepared, while Lurin admires the neat plating and comments on its familiar charm. As they begin eating, Hess watches nervously from the side. The soup appears simple but carries a rich depth of flavor. The meat is incredibly soft, and the noodles have a firm texture that absorbs the broth beautifully. Even though Hess repeatedly asks how it tastes, Ellison quietly continues eating until the bowl is completely finished. He finally tells Hess that an empty bowl speaks louder than words, restoring Hess's shaken confidence. Having eaten his own cooking daily, Hess had started doubting himself, and Ellison accurately guesses the broth was made from bird bones. Then happily shares the details of his special recipe. While tidying up, Ellison joins Hess at the sink despite being a guest, because he believes in keeping the kitchen spotless. During the quiet cleanup, Hess cautiously asks whether Ellison is truly the Archmage who made the recent declaration, and Ellison does not deny it. Hess reasons that someone of his status would not visit such a remote place without cause, and asks if he has noticed anything unusual. He hints at the strangely empty restaurant during what should be busy hours, a detail Ellison has already observed. Few years earlier, business was thriving, and the restaurant was well known locally. Then a representative from the Laney Trading Company approached him with an offer to expand and upgrade his supplies. The condition was that he had to use a particular unidentified seasoning. Out of his natural cooking style, Hess refused the proposal. After turning them down, his business steadily declined. Eventually, his mother stopped assisting at the shop, since there was no longer enough work for both of them. Ellison suspects another restaurant accepted the same arrangement, and Hess confirms it. He points to a nearby place called Merle that agreed to the deal and is now flourishing, which Ellison sees as a key clue. And Hess admits that although he visited once, he felt an odd resistance preventing him from returning. The next evening they head toward Merle. Lurin wakes from a nap on Ellison's back and asks where they are going. Hess tells her they are heading to the busiest district, and Ellison jokes that she sleeps so deeply she would not even notice being abducted. Lurin notices Ellison's mage outfit and comments on it, and Hess reassures them, explaining that after the Archmage's public speech, mage robes have become a fashionable trend among common folk. Upon arriving at Merle, they are stunned by the overwhelming crowd. They are quickly shown to seats, and manager Lysant takes their order for 3 noodle bowls. Moments later, the manager suddenly stumbles and falls. Lurin wrinkles her nose as she detects an unpleasant smell, and Ellison observes the disorderly and chaotic service unfolding before him. He comes to understand that only the dishes themselves are keeping customers seated despite the dreadful surroundings. At last, the noodles are brought to the table. Their appearance is unattractive, and the preparation seems careless. The poor standard enrages Lurin, who instantly insists on speaking with the manager. Ellison sticks to his principle of not judging a meal solely by how it looks. He samples the noodles, searching for any redeeming quality beneath the surface. The truth hits him at once, and he immediately spits the mouthful out. Lurin and Hess taste the dish as well. To Ellison's dismay, Hess responds with sincere pleasure, praising the taste, lamenting that he had not come sooner, and even declaring his own restaurant inferior to this rival. Lurin stares in disbelief, sensing something terribly wrong because the dish is awful, yet Hess appears completely enthralled. The manager watches quietly from the sidelines. She identifies Hess as the owner of the shop on the outskirts and feels proud that their competitor seems so impressed by their cooking. However, in her excitement, she stumbles once more and crashes to the floor while trying to celebrate. The noise catches the chef Horai's attention, and he scolds her harshly for stepping into the dining area. She apologizes and admits she was curious about what seasoning could make a former critic become so obsessed. But Horai sternly tells her to stay away from it and concentrate on profits. She offers another apology before leaving the scene. Outside, Lurin seizes control by plunging Hess's head into water, repeatedly demanding to know if the noodles truly tasted good. When he stubbornly insists they were amazing, she dunks him again in an effort to break the spell. Ellison steps in, concluding this is not ordinary magic since none of them sensed any spell. He theorizes it resembles the mind manipulation they once encountered at the ranch. Lurin counters that casting such magic on humans usually causes severe brain damage. At that moment, Madryn arrives, declares that the magic she learned during her humiliating past will finally serve a purpose. Taking command, she escorts Hess home for treatment, and after casting a spell, instructs him to inhale deeply. He abruptly regains clarity and recoils in disgust at realizing he had enjoyed something that tasted dreadful. Madryn beams with excitement, explaining she applied a secret iramantium technique. Ellison notices her surprise at its success, and she clarifies that the seasoning is not classic magic, but a stimulant inducing blind devotion by layering multiple psychological effects. This explanation sparks a memory in Ellison's mind. He recalls a powerful concoction Leon once introduced to him. It had been administered to slaves to strip away individuality and enforce absolute obedience. Resolved to help Hess retaliate, Ellison devises a strategy. At a nearby building site, laborers chat about heading to Merle for their meal. They admit that despite the filth and foul-smelling meat, they feel an irresistible craving for the noodles to recharge their strength. Their route shifts when the tempting scent of charcoal smoke drifts from Ellison's newly opened stall. He is grilling fresh bird skewers. Mouth-watering fragrance convinces the workers to give his food a try instead. The skewers are succulent and expertly seasoned. The superior taste shatters the worker's singular obsession with the noodles. He understands that although restaurant dishes surpass his, a powerful lure like smoky charcoal was enough to redirect attention. He announces the skewers are sold out, but mentions that a full set including both skewers and noodles is available at Hess's establishment. The announcement sparks a flood of customers toward the outskirts restaurant. Hess's mother is overjoyed to see the dining room packed again after years of emptiness, and Hess attributes the turnaround to Ellison's guidance and the revamped menu. In contrast, Merle stands deserted. Horai and the manager quarrel over the absence of patrons. Their dispute is interrupted by the arrival of a representative from the line trading company. He is enraged, claiming his financial backing has gone to waste. He mocks the management for their incompetence. He then presents Horai with a stronger new box of seasoning and instructs him to keep the windows wide open while cooking it. He assures them that an intriguing outcome will soon follow. Later on, Lurin heads back. She mutters irritably because Ellison expelled her from the kitchen for stealing skewers. She hears someone advertising complimentary noodles. The offer comes from a fresh stall operated by the Merle chef, though she initially intends to avoid that place entirely. The aroma of the new seasoning drifts toward her. Her eyes change color, and the fragrance visibly tempts her. Meanwhile, in the storage room, Ellison reflects on 3 triumphant days and plots how to bring down the Lena company. Lurin suddenly bursts in and greets him with unexpected warmth. Before he can respond, she presses a fervent kiss on him. Ellison freezes in shock and confusion. He wonders if she picked up another strange tactic from Serena. However, Lurin replies in a sultry tone, saying she tasted unbelievably delicious noodles and wants him to savor the lingering scent on her breath. Alarmed by her conduct, Ellison realizes she is under the seasoning's influence and demands to know precisely what she consumed. Frustration erupts as she pounds the floor, splintering the wood beneath her fist. Grinding her teeth, she demands to know why he continually withdraws from her advances. When he explains that her intensity feels dangerously overwhelming, she insists she only wishes to share the noodle's flavor through a kiss. He firmly orders her to stop, but she argues that the others have already devoured everything she brought, leaving her no alternative. Ellison understands that the rest have succumbed to the same influence. Growing emotional, she recalls his previous reluctance regarding their relationship. She accuses him of feeling embarrassed by her identity as a dragon. Ellison finally loses his composure. He slams his hand against the wall so forcefully it trembles and admits he never kept distance out of shame. Instead, he feared he would lose control if he allowed himself to give in. As he moves closer to kiss her, he senses a complicated magical shroud clouding her thoughts. Recognizes that despite her immense strength, the layered magic and corrupted food have finally weakened her resistance. He hurries to the restaurant and discovers the humans are in an even worse state. Adrien has discarded her magical pride and sobs over the noodles. Hess is prepared to shut down his own business in despair, convinced he can never rival that taste. Even Hess's mother now criticizes her son's cooking. Ellison observes that the seasoning's potency has intensified dramatically since the previous day. The manager rushes up to him in distress. Recognizing him as Hess's ally, she pleads desperately for his assistance. She even offers him the role of head chef. As they proceed along the silent streets, she confides her history, admitting her clumsiness made her feel like a burden to her late father, a renowned chef. In an effort to preserve his legacy, she agreed to a dubious arrangement with the line trading company. Ellison bluntly states that in trying to save the establishment, she ended up serving customers hazardous unknown substances. Outside, a crowd including nobles clamors like addicts, shouting for more noodles. Overcome with guilt, the manager weeps and promises Ellison anything if he can rescue her father's name. He steps into the kitchen and confronts Horai, declaring himself the new head chef. He dismisses Horai immediately and orders him out without any transition. Elsewhere, Cinti is busy refining herbs. As she discusses potential individuals for her scheme, Reedon proposes Lurin as a candidate. Cinti rejects the suggestion, remarking that the Black Dragon is now too devoted to her domestic life with Ellison. She insists that a true contender must be ready to sacrifice everything in pursuit of a goal. Their discussion is abruptly cut short by Saint. He discloses that Lurin has been his test subject for the experimental seasoning. Boasting proudly, he claims his studies are finally succeeding and insists that if an ideal vessel cannot be found, he will manufacture one through psychological control. Back at Merle, the manager finds herself scrubbing the kitchen under Ellison's strict supervision. She explains that after dumping the corrupted broth, most customers drifted away, though a few were so addicted they resorted to licking the floor. She nervously inquires when Ellison plans to start cooking. He teasingly responds that he might have forgotten how to prepare a single dish. Panic sets in as she fears he deceived her into ruining her own establishment. Before tensions rise further, Saint steps into the restaurant. Ellison calmly admits he anticipated Saint's arrival once enough chaos had been stirred. Saint sneers, labeling him a cunning hero who drove everyone away just to claim control. Ellison stands speechless, unable to comprehend what she is hearing. She struggles to accept that the man in her kitchen is one of the famed war champions. Ellison wastes no time, slipping into his mage attire and expressing surprise that a silver dragon would meddle in reviving the demon lord, given their clan's usual secrecy. He coldly rejects any association with his kin, scorning them as outdated fools incapable of adapting. He remarks that Ellison should have remained quietly in his city running a restaurant instead of interfering. Under the crushing aura in the room, manager Lysant nearly faints from the pressure. Ellison unleashes an overwhelming surge of mana, clarifies that the heroes spared remnants of their enemies not out of fear, but for reasons far more complex. The confrontation erupts as Ellison's magic blasts Saint straight through the building. Ellison pursues him into the debris, demanding answers about their headquarters and the scheme to resurrect the Dragon Lord. Saint quickly steadies himself and taunts Ellison for revealing his capabilities. He ridicules Ellison's limited knowledge, arguing that negotiations require equal footing. To demonstrate his power, he sheds his human disguise. Taking on his dragon form, he proclaims he would erase the entire city without hesitation to prove a point. Unfazed, Ellison stands firm as Saint conjures radiant spheres into the heavens. Glowing orbs rain destructive energy down, and Saint dares him to earn the privilege of questioning him. Ellison responds by activating a spatial nexus. A violent detonation follows, fracturing the earth beneath their feet. Saint ascends higher, jeering and asking if Ellison truly believes he can protect civilians while battling. He exposes the real purpose of the seasoning, stating it was never merely for taste. It was engineered to forge unconditional obedience, mirroring the Demon Lord's ancient authority. Ellison sarcastically dubs him the Noodle Lord and launches a binding chain of magic toward him. In an instant, Chef Horai restrains Ellison with inhuman strength. The townspeople who consume the tainted food rush in, forming a protective barrier around Saint. Saint laughs, revealing their loyalty has shifted from the cuisine itself to him personally. The conflict intensifies as the sky begins to glow ominously. Madrine descends amid floating magical spheres, and under the seasoning's sway, labels Ellison her foe. Then Lurin slams into the ground with force enough to crack the earth apart. Saint feels triumphant, observing that even a dragon empowered by ancient Mabel succumbed to his design. He notes that Ellison is restraining himself to avoid harming innocent bystanders. He intends to exploit that restraint as an opportunity to flee. Saint attempts to order Lurin to retreat with him, but the command fails spectacularly. Her deep affection for Ellison overwhelms the subjugation spell. Breaking free, she roars at Saint for presuming he could dominate her will. A devastating kick, she declares she belongs solely to Ellison. Ellison smiles confidently, having trusted her strength of heart. He swiftly casts spells to immobilize the enthralled townsfolk. He also subdues the brainwashed Madrine, determined not to repeat the errors of the previous war. Saint collapses, laughing wildly as comprehension dawns on him. Finds it ludicrous that a dragon and a human could share authentic love instead of a master-servant dynamic. Preparing a decisive strike, Ellison corrects him, explaining their bond is founded on mutual reliance and trust. Saint shifts forms again and unleashes a lethal breath attack, decrying the disgrace of their union. Ellison meets the assault head-on with his own magic. His power overwhelms the dragon completely, proclaims proudly that he feels no embarrassment, as his love for Lurin is genuine and species differences are insignificant. Lurin watches, flushed and stunned by his heartfelt admission. As the haze fades, Saint's bottle of seasoning drops onto the ground. The defeated villain realizes his miscalculation lay in underestimating a bond he could never comprehend. Turning to Lurin, Ellison affirms he is no longer evading his feelings, and she joyfully returns his confession. Horai now sits chained within his own home, demanding to be freed. Observing him closely, Ellison suspects he served as a high-ranking aide to the Silver Dragon, as his strength feels unnaturally inhuman. Horai strains against the restraints, flexing until his clothes tear. A symbol etched on his armor captures Ellison's attention. It reminds him of Reden. At that instant, Saint's mocking voice echoes toward Ellison. Taunting halts abruptly as Lurin smashes through the cell bars. Fueled by anger over his earlier touch, she savagely beats Saint while Madrine begs her to stop before she kills him. Ellison feels so irritated watching this that he briefly considers joining the assault. The focus shifts to the manager walking alone. She reflects on her earlier discussion with Ellison about renovations. She remembers him refusing to pass on his recipes because she lacks true comprehension, explaining that blindly copying steps mirrors her past careless management, and advising her to assess her own strengths and flaws to find direction. At his bustling restaurant, Hess discusses with his mother the urgent need for someone to organize the chaotic storeroom. Then, Leeson appears with an offer to manage inventory and proposes a partnership between their establishments. She highlights her established influence within the city. Meanwhile, Ellison's restaurant hums with lively energy. Patrons notice the absence of the couple, as rumors have circulated since the Archmage declaration. Speculation spreads about Ellison's hidden identity. Serena jokingly suggests adding a scandal about him fleeing after a noblewoman's affair. The chatter abruptly ceases. Ellison and Lurin walk in together. After apologizing for being away, they are greeted warmly. When asked if he truly is an Archmage, Ellison opts for a different form of honesty. Grasping Lurin's hand, he announces their journey helped them embrace openness, and Lurin boldly states they will no longer conceal their affection, even kissing in public. Their open romance quickly quells rumors, leaving people to assume they were simply on a romantic retreat. Elsewhere, Radon approaches Cinti bearing troubling news. She already expects it, as Saint's scheme collapsed and he has been captured. Cinti remains composed and calmly requests a cigarette. She remarks that their task now is merely to tidy up Pendravel City's aftermath. Narrative shifts to the dragon's stronghold. Metadonna gazes at a monument engraved with Baron's name. His sorrow transforms into burning rage. Upon noticing the memorial has been defaced, he assumes dragon form, his roar summoning horrified subordinates who witness the desecration. Inside, Dihegma attempts to soothe the elder with a drink. He warns that publicizing the vandalism would only spark further unrest. Metadina condemns the cowardice of those who secretly marred the monument. Dihegma reveals that nearly half the sanctuary's dragons oppose the elder's viewpoint. He explains that Ellison's forceful conduct during the sacred rite and Lurin's departure fostered deep resentment. He adds that by declaring his intentions instead of killing rivals to assert dominance, Ellison made dragons question their status as supreme beings. As a result, half the populace now believes Baron had a point, insisting Ellison merely acted according to her convictions. The elder accuses Dihegma of subtly steering Ellison by raising doubts about his limited lifespan. Dihegma remarks that the issue should be considered closed, but his words trail off when he notices Ellison standing within earshot. Dihegma withdraws quietly to prevent the discussion from turning into gossip. He reflects that his stance was sealed the moment Ellison shattered every barrier just to stand beside Lurin. His contemplation is cut short by Luhard. Luhard approaches with a matter he claims will shape the destiny of their entire clan. Elder holds up the seasoning container and confirms this is the very substance corrupting their kind. Ellison observes that it appears slightly different than expected, and the elder detects an unusual film on its surface, prompting closer scrutiny. Extracting a shard from the mixture, he realizes it is a fragment of a shattered dragon heart. Discovery leaves Ellison visibly shaken. The elder silently fears this calamity may be retribution for the dragon's past transgressions. Elsewhere in the castle, Dihegma listens as Luhard questions the state of their long-held customs. Luhard fumes that a millennium of tradition is unraveling because of a human outsider, resenting that a sinner was pardoned under Ellison's authority and sacred laws are weakening. Weary of the rambling complaint, Dihegma urges him to speak plainly. Luhard pivots to Ellison's mortality, arguing that even if he can fend off ancient dangers now, he remains a man with perhaps only 80 years ahead, and wagering the clan's fate on such a brief life is reckless. Dihegma notes how rehearsed Luhard sounds and suggests that if time is the concern, they could simply wait decades for the issue to resolve naturally. That reasoning makes Luhard lose composure, exposing jealousy as his true motive. He confesses he cannot endure the thought of Lurin sharing centuries of intimacy with Ellison. Suspecting Luhard defaced the memorial, Dihegma suppresses his anger and chooses to humor him instead. He senses someone else is feeding Luhard arguments, as the opening logic was unusually polished. To test him, Dihegma feigns support and mentions ignoring the vandalized monument. The suggestion unsettles Luhard. He hastily insists that undermining Ellison requires more than a crude scheme. Meanwhile, Ellison reveals that their adversary's leader is a silver dragon called Saint, and since ordinary spells fail against dragons, the elder vows to investigate further. The discussion gradually turns toward personal matters. Ellison shares that he and Lurin have grown more open, even exchanging kisses publicly, which draws a hearty laugh from the elder. Yet the elder quickly presses for more meaningful progress. He impatiently demands a great-grandchild, arguing that the adulthood ritual has passed and Lurin should already be expecting. Ellison flushes deeply, wondering whether a human and dragon can even conceive a child. The elder jokingly advises him to keep making the effort. Eventually, he recognizes Ellison's deeper concern, understanding it is not conception that troubles him. Instead, Ellison fears leaving Lurin and any child behind when his human years run out. To calm him, the elder slices his palm and explains their human form is not mere illusion, as their blood and flesh truly transform. He reminds Ellison that Lurin refused to revert during her ritual because she sees her human form as her true self, urging him to trust her determination. Back at the restaurant, Lurin lounges idly. She drifts into thoughts of the passionate kiss she shared with Ellison. Realizing their bond is deepening, she recalls Serena's earlier advice. Anticipation of what lies ahead overwhelms her so much that she blurts out a shout. Later, Ment and Miltine hear a crash at the restaurant and sense trouble. Noticing Ellison and Lurin are absent, Ment grabs a sword in case violence erupts. Inside, Luhard has shattered the doorway and is intimidating the patrons. When Lint confronts him, Luhard brushes everyone aside, declaring he only wants Lurin. Ment and Miltine join Lint and warn Luhard to leave before authorities are called. Luhard releases a suffocating wave of mana that halts them instantly. He considers speaking at length to humans beneath him, an insult. Serena steps in, cautioning Luhard that provoking the owner is unwise, while steering him away to avoid exposing her dragon identity. She guides him toward a nearby forest. Luhard ridicules her for frequenting a human-owned restaurant, especially one run by Ellison. Serena sharply retorts. She highlights his hypocrisy, noting his habit of destroying villages under the guise of hunting red dragons. Enraged, Luhard shifts into his enormous dragon form. His intimidation falters when Lurin appears, openly expressing disgust at seeing him again. Elsewhere, Madryn lingers outside another tavern. She feels uneasy about leaving the silver dragon unattended despite Ellison's orders. Her anxiety heightens when a mysterious stranger inquires about the sinner. Back in the forest, Luhard attempts to persuade Lurin to return. He argues it is not too late since nothing irreversible could have occurred between dragon and human, especially without children. Lurin chooses to shatter his illusion entirely. Falsely claims they have already crossed every line lovers do. She elaborates that Ellison removed her sacred dress on ritual night and that they share intimate moments, borrowing vivid details Serena once described. Serena observes in astonishment at Lurin's daring fabrication. Lurin insists she attended the ritual out of guilt toward Ellison, never out of desire for Luhard. She vows that regardless of Ellison's lifespan, she will never belong to Luhard in any existence. Ellison arrives as Luhard demands answers about mortality, accusing him of selfishly condemning Lurin to centuries of grief. Serena interjects, reminding everyone that Luhard destroyed the restaurant entrance. Rather than debate longevity, Ellison embraces Lurin and admits his life is short, yet insists that fleeting time makes each shared day invaluable. He lifts Lurin and turns away, disregarding Luhard's baffled protests. As he carries her, she suggests he can set her down, but he prefers holding her longer. He recalls her earlier mention of wanting him to taste something sweet. He proposes they continue what they had begun. Ellison resolves to fill her life with joyful memories, so enduring that even limited years will suffice. From high above, Dihegma watches silently. He understands that choosing love despite limited time has given their lives profound meaning. Convinced by their resolve, he decides Ellison can be trusted with the Black Dragon's future, hinting that his lifespan may hold surprises. Later, Ellison and Lurin sit on the bed in shy, heavy silence, ready to continue. Ellison leans in to start with a gentle kiss. He cradles her face tenderly as they recline together. However, the elder's voice suddenly echoes in his mind, demanding news of great-grandchildren. The intrusion unsettles him, and despite preparation, anxiety about the future leaves him unable to proceed. Scene shifts to the restaurant, where Ment undergoes an unexpected change. Miltane carefully shaves away his thick beard. Regular customers gather to watch with curiosity. When finished, they are astonished to see Ment appears nearly a decade younger. This sparks a rare discussion about age, something Ellison has never heard them address. Ment reveals he is 34 and served 15 years in the army before the war concluded. Ellison grows uneasy, suspecting the Lord's heart affects his own aging and keeps him looking younger than normal. Preston cautions that humans age swiftly after 35. Warning deepens Ellison's worry over his finite lifespan. That night, Ellison lies in bed wearing a facial mask to protect his skin. Lurin asks what he is doing. He admits he hopes to delay wrinkles to lessen the visible age difference between them. Lurin assures him appearance means nothing to her. Yet Ellison remains preoccupied, determined to confront Saint about how he confirmed his short lifespan. Soon, a more pressing issue emerges. Ellison learns Saint has been freed from detention in Pendravel City. Lord Hobb claims insufficient evidence exists to keep him imprisoned. Madryn protests angrily that Saint manipulated minds and plotted schemes, but Lord Hobb dismisses her accusations. He argues that distributing seasoning to the public does not breach any of the Archmage's doctrines, turning Madryn's reasoning against her. He claims that since Ellison is famed for slaying dragons, Saint posed no real danger to him. With no explicit law violated, Saint is permitted to walk free. Madryn is left shaken, fearing what his release might bring. Saint reconnects with a broken Luhard. Luhard sobs uncontrollably, devastated by Lurin's earlier statements about her closeness with Ellison. Saint sees this humiliation as an ideal chance to draw the dragon to his side. He assures Luhard that victory at the end is all that truly matters. Consumed by bitterness, Luhard abandons his clan and pledges unwavering allegiance to Saint's cause. Riden arrives with urgent news. He informs them their current base is compromised and evacuation is necessary. During the gathering, Saint unveils his broader strategy to corner and eliminate their foe. He recounts how they once embedded dragon heart fragments into humans to craft enhanced warriors. But the method proved inefficient and costly. To counter dragons and Ellison more decisively, he created Lord's Tear, a compound that ensures absolute obedience in those who ingest it. He is heading out to secure the research required for large-scale production. The covert meeting erupts in chaos when Luhard's cloak ignites without warning. A roaring blaze explodes outward, shaping a fiery cavern that seals off teleportation spells. The smoke steps Dihegma, gripping a struggling Luhard from behind. He coldly derides him as a worthless accomplice and mocks him for leading him straight to the Dragon Lord revivalists. Saint and Riden watch silently as Dihegma exposes their ambitions. Luhard, clueless until now, is horrified to realize he aligned with extremists, believing he was only restoring dragon honor by removing Ellison. Dihegma laughs at his gullibility, while Saint admits recruiting someone so foolish was a grave miscalculation. Desperate to regain dominance, Saint shifts into his dragon form. He unleashes a crushing surge of power, assuming Dihegma stands alone. Dihegma proves far stronger than expected, transforming and pinning Saint beneath immense claws. He remarks that Saint is the one plagued by fatal misjudgment. Realizing his peril, Luhard pleads for mercy, claiming ignorance of the Dragon Lord resurrection plot. Dihegma offers him redemption if he turns against his former comrades. Without pause, Luhard attacks Riden, forcing him to draw his blade in defense. Elsewhere, Lurin tells Ellison she suspected Luhard's manipulation from the beginning. He reveals Dihegma urged her to provoke him to flush out the hidden faction. She confesses Dihegma also warned her about Ellison's mortal lifespan. He advised her not to cling to illusions, as a brief shared life could end in heartbreak. Ellison anxiously presses for the clue Dihegma uncovered, but Lurin halts him. In tears, she admits she fears not his aging, but that he might choose to leave her to spare her sorrow. He implores him to remain by her side, instead of chasing truths that might divide them. Watching her weep, Ellison understands his doubts have wounded her. He promises never to abandon her, and resolves to affirm his love immediately. They return to an intimate embrace. Meanwhile, Luhard and Riden's clash intensifies. Riden sees their mission unravel, as Lord's Tear data burns and teleportation defenses collapse. Nearby, Dihegma methodically dislocates Saint's joints to extract the truth. Questions their urgency, noting that if Ellison were mortal, time alone would solve their problem. So their haste reveals deeper knowledge. Dihegma discloses he interrogated Horai and learned Riden is 92 years old. In truth, he is Adrian Pierce, a former Imperial Knight commander who should be nearing death. Saint finally yields and admits their secret trial. They implanted a dragon heart into the aging commander, restoring him to youth. And since Ellison bears the superior lord's heart, he too possesses a dragon's longevity. Dihegma broadcasts the revelation to Ellison and Lurin, congratulating them on no longer being divided by lifespan. Unfortunately, the message arrives while they are in bed together. Embarrassed, Dihegma shields his eyes and apologizes for interrupting their moment. As the war's anniversary approaches, a subordinate reminds the emperor. He is startled that 2 years have flown by, though the conflict feels recent. With the nation calm after the concert, he deems the timing suitable. He commands a grand festival honoring the 3 wartime heroes. Elsewhere, Ellison navigates the busy dinner rush. He finishes plating dishes and asks Lurin to serve them. Their fingers brush and both blush, a change Lint and mate quickly notice. Lint nudges Ellison about his recent glow, but he deflects and comments on the crowded room instead. Lint explains the surge. The anniversary celebration has begun and the city buzzes. In the plaza, Lidden speaks beside Berna, recalling how Greek city once lay shattered after the Red Dragon's assault. He recounts how loyalty and resilience rebuilt it, thanking the 3 heroes whose courage ensured survival. When Leiden mentions one hero now runs a local restaurant, the crowd roars. Berna quickly restrains him, urging him not to spotlight Ellison. Fireworks burst above, concluding the address. At festival booths, Ellison and Lurin wander hand in hand. Ellison wins a plush toy from a game stall. Lurin playfully pushes him to try again. She confides she prefers familiar places over grand capital celebrations. Ellison assures her they will return year after year without limit. He smiles softly in agreement. Nearby, children reenact the war, pretending to be heroes and dragons. Lurin laughs at their playfulness. Ellison, however, grows tense. The children notice his attire and assume he is cosplaying as Archmage Ellison. Drag him into the game, assign Lurin a princess role she rejects, and insist the script demands certain heroes fall before the Archmage's final duel. One child dramatically collapses, declaring the hero slain and leaving only the Archmage. Line strikes Ellison deeply, and to calm the chaos, Lurin joins in, prompting cheers. As the commotion peaks, Ellison's sight dims and he collapses unconscious. In a dream by a campfire, Bidon and Darren sit across from him, joking about his late rising after a bad dream. Travelers approach frequently, praising Bidon and Darren as heroes, and when asked, they give their names. Ellison introduces himself as Michael. Darren teases him about changing identities, and Ellison explains he plans to open a restaurant after the war, wanting to be judged by cuisine rather than fame. He even alters his appearance with magic, so people see him differently depending on context. Their talk ends when Bidon and Darren realize they are late for supper and pull him along. Later, chaos erupts as monsters attack. Ellison sustains a protective barrier around civilians. Spectators realize this is no ordinary skirmish, but a clash between a red and a black dragon. The red dragon sneers at the crowd, calling them insects and warning them to flee. Observing the devastation, Ellison proposes striking the Lord directly to end the conflict swiftly. Bidon and Darren stare at him incredulously. They explain they attempted that strategy before and barely survived. Describe the Lord as nearly immortal, enduring blows that would fell multiple dragons. They survived only because the Lord sensed black dragon reinforcements and retreated. Darren senses Ellison's growing burden from the war. Ellison admits he is exhausted by endless combat and moral dilemmas. He recalls Commander Dariant urging him to return and clear his name. Yet he fled to save people on his own terms, confessing hatred for red dragons and bitterness toward black dragons who ignore human suffering. Seeing his determination, Darren hands him a special bag. He urges him to stop living as though he were a deserter, and instead embrace the role of a supreme archmage dedicated to shielding others. Their talk is cut short by news of a nearby dragon, prompting them to search for Bodden, who has strayed away. The three heroes immediately head toward the reported location. Ellison soon realizes they are circling aimlessly, and when Darren notices a barrier ahead, they decide to split up. Darren vows to stall the enemy, while Ellison pushes forward. Ellison arrives at a desolate pit that appears uninhabitable. Inside, he discovers a young dragon sobbing beside her mother's lifeless body. He deduces the red dragon responsible has already fled. Lurin's grief is overwhelming. Ellison understands the child dragon has just lost her mother. Her dragon form, Lurin lunges at Ellison without hesitation. She screams that he is to blame for the death. He is stunned by her strength, which surpasses that of a typical adult dragon. The clash erupts violently just as the other heroes reach them. Darren explains this is no ordinary young dragon, and that the Lord's influence is at play. Bidon confirms her aura resembles the ancient Mabel they once encountered. Ellison realizes the matter is far more complicated than it appears. Lurin charges again, vowing to kill them all. Darren warns her strength stems from ancient Mabel power, and Bidon advises against engaging directly. Ellison refuses to retreat, declaring his desire to end the war and live peacefully as a restaurateur. She demands to know their names. They introduce themselves openly. Dragon declares she will allow them to keep those names only once the Lord is defeated. She shifts into human form and introduces herself as Lurin. Darren recognizes there is no time for confusion. He orders Ellison to follow Lurin, as they must withdraw quickly. Bidon cautions they may be heading exactly where the Lord intends, but Ellison focuses on defeating the Dragon Lord to end the war. Meanwhile, the red dragon studies its own heart and calls for the one capable of ending everything. Ellison concludes unity is essential and outlines his strategy to the group. Plans to divert the dragon with combined strength to create a chance to strike the Dragon Lord. Bidon agrees they cannot win by force alone, yet rallying allies proves difficult. Ellison seeks support from regional rulers, but is repeatedly refused, as one lord fears abandoning his territory. Another deems the proposal suicidal. Third worries a direct assault would provoke worse retaliation. Continuous rejection leaves Ellison seething. He vents to Lurin, insisting his motives are pure, while she observes he rarely listens like a typical hero. Amid the strain, Ellison finds comfort in cooking lancha with serovine eggs. Watching Lurin savor the dish, he realizes cooking brings him more joy than warfare ever could. Elsewhere, Bidon discusses the plan with his people, and Lilinia reminds him his clan still depends on him. Bodden explains Lord Coulard is aging and barely holding the region together with borrowed Mabel power, as humans alone cannot compete. Linnea accepts the growing threat and understands Beedon must depart. Darren concurs, and they prepare to leave together. They arrive at the castle only to find it eerily deserted. Beedon questions the signal's accuracy, but Darren assures him. Lurin senses the Lord and surges forward, but the others halt her, wary of the unnatural stillness. Ellison sees an opening and wishes the Lord's heart would reveal itself. Abruptly, the heart manifests before them, showing it has been separated from its body. The display confirms the Lord's immense power. Beedon finally understands the unease he felt earlier. Lurin transforms into a dragon form and prepares to strike. All three unleash their strongest attacks on the heart. The resulting blast convinces them the war may be finished. Yet the Lord appears unharmed, revealing he anticipated this and carries the last ancient Mabel. Proclaims the dawn of the Dragon Age. Beedon feels bitter as hope collapses. Lord declares he always intended to kill Lurin, blaming her mother's greed. Enraged, Lurin attacks with full force, realizing he murdered her mother. Lord coldly promises she will soon join her mother and strikes again. Beedon and Darren rush in to support her. Together, they sever one of the Lord's arms. He shrugs it off, claiming his body is merely a vessel. Retaliates with flames that engulf the battlefield. Beedon curses the Lord's regeneration, and Darren notes targeting his body is futile. Ellison proposes dispelling the heart's barrier, but Lurin explains such magic exceeds 1 or 2 dragons' power. Beedon realizes the Lord seeks to absorb the final ancient Mabel. He charges to stop him, as Darren confirms the suspicion and buys time. Lurin refuses to replace the Lord and advances fiercely. Ellison stares at the heart and knows he must act. He strikes the heart and begins drawing in its energy. The Lord is stunned that a human attempts to absorb ancient Mabel power. Darren shouts that such absorption demands immense magic. Ellison continues regardless. The Lord realizes he faces an unprecedented mage. Darren and Beedon press their assault on the Lord. Ellison persists in absorbing power, convinced he can end the war and unwilling to stop. The Lord admits he never foresaw this, explaining that merging with ancient Mabel is unpredictable. Recognizing the danger, the dragon warns of catastrophe as blinding light erupts from the Mabel. Sharp spikes burst outward toward Ellison. The agony nearly overwhelms him. He refuses to let his journey conclude here. He endures the torment, fueled by past struggles. With all his strength, he forces the Mabel into himself. Chaotic magic thrashes before gradually settling. His wounds mend, and triumph briefly fills him. He turns eagerly to tell his companions. His relief fades when he sees the spikes pierced Darren and Beedon as well. The dragon struggles to comprehend such sacrifice, realizing he was merely a catalyst for awakening. He confesses he cannot fathom why different races would die for one another. Regret about Nash lingers in his final thoughts before he fades. Ellison rushes to tend their wounds, pleading for Lurin's help. She quietly acknowledges the injuries are beyond saving. They muster faint smiles to congratulate Ellison and Lurin. Lurin explains she attempted to block the Lord's last strike. She recalls her mother's sacrifice and admits she focused only on survival, believing it was the path to awakening. Guilt consumes her as she questions why they protected her instead. Beedon gently reminds her she would not have survived alone, and that every life holds equal worth. Darren apologizes softly, saying they had hoped to be first customers at his future restaurant. Through tears, Ellison realizes the war has finally ended. Later he kneels in the dirt, hollow and numb, wondering why only 3 remain after such a long struggle. A bitter voice within him condemns all who failed them. His mind drifts to the refugees who did nothing but plead, the rulers who turned a deaf ear to their suffering, and the dragons who regarded humanity with contempt from above. The sting of betrayal ignites into blazing fury, and he roars that he will slaughter them all. In an instant, a tremendous surge of power erupts within the castle walls. The young hero braces himself, ready to charge at the dragons. Lurin seizes his hand and urges him to steady himself, reminding him that the crimson dragons have stopped their assault. He pulls him along to witness what is truly happening. Before his eyes unfolds a clash where countless red dragons engage another enemy, joining forces to shield him and hold their ground so he can secure victory. He catches the soldiers chanting the names of the champions they admire. In the vision, the spirits of Beden and Darren materialize beside him and reveal that even the dragons once labeled foes had been aiding them from the beginning. Darren tells Ellison to wipe away his tears because their sacrifice carried meaning. He reminds him that in the end everyone united, and that alone is worth celebrating. Regaining his resolve, he proclaims that the Lord has fallen, announces the war's conclusion, and establishes a decree forbidding attacks against other races. Still, he allows self-defense when lives are threatened, making it clear the law binds every individual without exception. Fireworks burst overhead in celebration of the hard-won peace. The narrative returns to the present where Lurin and several children worry as Ellison lies unconscious, tears slipping from his closed eyes. Lurin shakes him awake, and he recalls he is attending a festival dedicated to honoring the heroes of the war. The children apologize, fearing their play went too far, but he reassures them he was merely lost in memories. They eagerly ask him to continue the game. Ellison responds by conjuring dazzling magic from his palm. Astonished, they question whether his hero badge is genuine, and he explains it holds no magic, but is a unique keepsake crafted by Bidon and Darren through spirit arts. As they get ready to depart, he mentions that Lurin fought in the decisive battle as well, and though she shyly wonders if that should be shared, they simply send the children off to enjoy the festival. Watching them leave, he reflects on how Beaton and Darren struggled to create peaceful days like this, while the children boast to their mothers about meeting real heroes, only to be dismissed as overly imagined. Elsewhere, Leon praises Madreen's tireless work in Pendravel City, noting the successful destruction of the mind control device facility and the rescue of the Silver Dragon, and he offers sincere thanks. His gratitude clearly makes Madreen uneasy. She regards her service as a burden rather than an honor. Leon insists that her contributions were indispensable. When Duke Delian's search for her is mentioned, she grows more tense. But Leon waves off old matters and hands her a scroll for Count Lidon, which she accepts as an official assignment. He clarifies that it is actually mandatory leave, telling her to deliver it and then immerse herself in the festival celebrations. Meanwhile, a thick silence settles over the restaurant where Serena, Elena, and the butcher couple sit suffering from the aftereffects of last night's revelry. Ellison and Lurin arrive and ask what happened to them. Serena admits they overindulged. Elena adds that treating dwarves earned her a brutal liquor that left her hungover. And when Creston suggests food, she refuses anything greasy or heavy. Hearing this gives Ellison an idea for a remedy. Confident it will become the festival's star dish, he tells Lurin to wait and see the outcome. Outside, the streets pulse with lively festival energy and noise. A performer steps forward to thank the crowd and announce a musical homage to the three heroes, prompting excited murmurs as people recognize the famed sisters from afar. Madreen slips through the throng nervously with her face concealed, hoping to avoid attention. She declines a flower seller's offer and accepts a clumsy apology from a drunken passerby. The man's companion spots the insignia on her chest. He declares her a 7th-class maid, then loudly commends her dedication to the Empire. The pair insists she share drinks with them as thanks for her service. She ends up drinking at the tavern. As the alcohol loosens her restraint, she brags that she is the sole active 7th-class mage remaining. When someone references Headmaster Serting, she sharply notes he has retired and no longer fights on the front lines. Talk shifts toward her experiences in the war. Overcome by candor, Madreen blurts out that she has no glorious stories to share. She admits her actions were driven by ambition and a craving for recognition. She confesses to exposing the Archmage at the Academy to remove him, essentially setting him up to secure her own advancement. Reflecting on her former arrogance and her choice to crush opposition, she recalls belittling the young hero as inferior simply to prove herself supreme, and now that pride feels empty. With each drink, she remembers the shame of facing a young dragon she could not overcome. Thoughts wander to Ellison, questioning how someone who grilled meat instead of mastering spells repeatedly surpasses her. She recalls demanding power from him and receiving only compassion in return. He had told her she could seek strength for herself, but had no right to hinder others striving ahead, insisting that every life deserves a fair chance. Eventually, the alcohol overwhelms her, and she blacks out, conceding inwardly that he was right. She later awakens seated at a table. Ellison sits across from her, remarking on her messy state, and sets before her a steaming bowl of yuba gukbap to soothe her stomach. Comforting heat of the soup and his quiet presence cause Madreen to burst into tears. She gathers herself to admit her betrayal at the Magic Academy. Before she can finish, Ellison cuts in and reveals he always knew she exposed his hidden kitchen and enforced the truth campaign against him, explaining her guilt showed whenever she avoided his eyes. Even so, he says he forgives her past because her present dedication is sincere. Their fragile reconciliation is interrupted by Lurin bursting in. With excitement, she announces that Madreen's drunken confession has been broadcast across the city on visual projectors. Horror dawns on Madreen as she realizes everyone is witnessing her public admission of wrongdoing and shame. She bolts from the restaurant in sheer panic, paying no heed to Ellison shouting that running on a full stomach is a bad idea. Cries echo faintly in the distance. Meanwhile, the projections keep replaying her confession for all passers-by to watch.